Just a month ago, the woman was an ordinary white-collar worker who was overwhelmed by overtime work and on the verge of sudden death. But who would have thought that she now possesses billions in assets? She can shake Wall Street with just a flick of her finger. A casual remark from her could even temporarily halt the tense conflict between the Jewish and Persian nations, leading them to shake hands and make peace. Her name is Sang Ian, and all of this changed when she quit her job and went home to open a small, unassuming supermarket. However, she never expected that this supermarket would welcome customers from different dimensions every midnight. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. The long-awaited second part of My Supermarket Can Jump Between Worlds, and I Became a Millionaire Just by Selling Food, is officially starting. Chapter 81. This person must have ulterior motives for praising me. Jang Huai Jing comes from a wealthy and powerful family, has far more experience than ordinary people, and has been in charge of the Jang family for many years. He is used to all kinds of big occasions and can handle them with ease. But at this moment, standing on the second floor, looking at the room full of exquisite ancient costumes, top-quality silks, and delicately crafted accessories, he felt a rare surge of excitement, as if his years of ideas had come true at this moment. Over the years, Jang Huai Jing has been dedicated to promoting traditional Chinese culture, hoping that the skills that carry history and wisdom will not disappear with time. He supports folk crafts, holds intangible cultural heritage exhibitions, and participates in variety show productions, all to let more people see the beauty of tradition. He once envisioned creating a traditional-style shopping mall that would showcase fine silks, gold and silver artifacts, and elegant stationery, allowing the public to gradually fall in love with traditional culture. However, when he actually put it into practice, he encountered numerous difficulties. The most challenging aspect is precisely those lost techniques. No matter how much money is invested, it's difficult to completely replicate them from history. But now, the goal he's pursued for so many years is beginning to take shape in this small shop. Jang Huai Jing couldn't help but smile. It was the pure joy of a dream come true. His peach blossom eyes shone even brighter under the lamplight, and even Sang Ian, who had always been wary of him, was slightly lost in thought as he looked at him. Sang Ian, you're quite the capitalist, Jang Huai Jing said earnestly after looking around. Sang Ian immediately became alert. Don't think that praising me will free you for being a shop assistant. She had no intention of letting go of this free labor. Jang Huai Jing chuckled lightly. Junior sister is too busy, so it's only natural for senior brother to lend a hand. He then walked towards the silk section and began explaining to customers. His tone was gentle, and he clearly explained the history, grades, and craftsmanship of silk. Although he was wearing a suit, he blended seamlessly with the antique surroundings. Everyone can touch them themselves. These handmade silks are completely different from machine-made products. Every step of the process embodies the craftsman's dedication, he said. He looked at Zhang Jianing. President Zhang is a designer. She should be more professional in this area. Zhang Jianing's eyes were already shining. I really made the right choice coming today. Give me one of each of these 6 colors. Chen Yixing glanced at the price and was immediately shocked. It cost 30,000 per foot. This order would be at least 8 figures. Be careful with the packaging. This material is too delicate. Zhang Jianing instructed as she took out her bank card. Boss Sang, can I pay by card? Of course. The little parrot flew over with the bag containing the POS machine, looking exceptionally eager. Zhang Jianing couldn't help but tease it. You can even swipe a card? The little parrot widened its eyes, put the bag on the shelf, and said, do it yourself, and you'll have plenty to eat and wear. Zhang Jianing was speechless. Your parrot is too smart. Sang Ian quickly took the bag back, secretly glad that it couldn't operate it. Otherwise, all the silk would probably have been swept away. Silk is sold by the foot, not by the bolt. There are only 6 bolts left, so we have to give others a chance, she quickly said, limiting the purchase. Zhang Jianing was still somewhat unwilling. Such fine material was truly rare. She turned to look at the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants silk? Chapter 82. The Little Parrot Salesman is online. Yes, of course. I want it. Me too. Upon hearing that even 4th Master Anqing approved of this good product, everyone immediately rushed to place orders. In their view, money only has value when it's spent. Keeping it would be a regret. Zhang Jianing was somewhat stunned. These elderly men and women were incredibly generous, spending 30,000 yuan a foot of silk without hesitation. Not wanting to fall behind, she immediately said, 7 feet of each kind, enough to make a Chong Sam. Sang Ian smiled and nodded, indicating that she should swipe her card. She glanced at Jang Huai Jing and asked if he knew how to cut fabric. He replied calmly, "Of course." As he spoke, he was already skillfully measuring and cutting the fabric. Sang Ian had originally planned to do it herself, but now she simply let him handle it. The scene quickly transformed into an assembly line. Sang Ian sat to the side, handling card payments. Customers lined up to pay, discussing color combinations and uses, creating a lively atmosphere. She also learned from experience, keeping track of inventory while collecting payments to avoid supply shortages. In contrast, Jang Huai Jing was extremely busy, constantly taking measurements, cutting fabric, and packing it into bags, barely having time to look up. On the other hand, some elders weren't very interested in silk, but they had their eyes on jade pendants and thumb rings. Unfortunately, the quantities were limited, and if they were a step too late, they could only watch others show them off. The two girls Wu Nin brought were deeply attracted by the handkerchiefs and purses. Sang Ian priced them according to the material and embroidery, with the cheapest handkerchief costing $199, but the workmanship was exquisite, far surpassing machine embroidery. The purses were even more expensive, starting at $999, but each one was exquisite. The two were dazzled by the selection, with lifelike patterns of willow branches, swallows, and flowing water. Just as they left that area, they were drawn to the jewelry section, where hairpins and earrings were tempting, especially the jade bracelets, which were of excellent quality but prohibitively expensive. They could only lament that their wages were too low, so much so that even a period costume worth 500,000 to 600,000 yuan could only be used for taking photos. In contrast, Zhang Jianing was carrying a shopping basket and buying things all the way, already having more than a dozen handkerchiefs and purses in her hand, hardly even looking at the prices. A small, bright green parrot followed her, flying around and recommending, "This jade hairpin is very beautiful." Zhang Jianing casually tucked her hair back, and the little parrot immediately exclaimed, "Pretty." She couldn't help but smile and praise its cuteness. The little parrot then recommended a red coral hair ornament, which Zhang Jianing tried on and bought immediately. After that, wherever they went, the little parrot kept pushing her things. "This looks good. That's pretty." And she accepted almost everything, quickly filling her shopping basket. The little parrot was clearly very satisfied with its catch, and even wanted to continue plucking. Zhang Jianing was about to pay when the parrot picked up its basket and flew over, advising, "Pick a few more handkerchiefs and purses, or they'll be gone." Persuaded, Zhang Jianing thought of the few items she had hesitated over earlier and turned back to the general merchandise section to continue selecting. Sang Ian watched the whole process, then sighed and rubbed her forehead, thinking that this parrot was really too dedicated. She couldn't help but complain, "You can't just keep taking advantage of one person, can you?" Jang Huai Jing raised an eyebrow. "Can't you hire a proper employee?" Sang Ian took a step back and asked, "So you're not proper?" This sentence made everyone around look over. Who's not proper? Jang Huai Jing was speechless for a moment. Chapter 83. Only Fu Li's sorrowful achievement was accomplished. The new area of the small supermarket had an exceptionally good first day of business. Sang Ian felt the impact of the influx of people for the first time. The business was so booming that she couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The calligraphy enthusiasts brought by Zhao Shuhuai made a great haul, not only buying the almost extinct watermark paper, but also snatching their favorite brushes and precious Huizhou ink. They also enjoyed the golden Namu furniture and various calligraphy and painting works, making it a truly fruitful trip. Wunan's group also had a great time, especially Zhang Jianing, who practically went on a shopping spree. She said it was the happiest day she'd had in Anqing, and without Wunan, she would never have had the chance to see such top-quality silk. After leaving the small supermarket, Zhang Jianing immediately returned to the company with Wu Nan to sign the contract. Wu Nan had been busy for half a month and finally secured a major client. The cooperation, which originally required repeated negotiations, was now finalized directly. She could only think, Sang Ian is so awesome. Their companions also had a great time, buying a bunch of small items and broadening their horizons. Su Shuai was especially excited, immediately pulling Sang Ian to finalize the renovation contract for the second-floor living room. Afterwards, he took a flurry of photos of the shop, intending to use them as promotional material. He even started planning to publicly claim that he had participated in renovation projects worth billions of yuan, completely ignoring the fact that the furniture was originally his design. As for Chen Yisin, she originally wanted to steal clients, but in the end she became obsessed with the period costume section, leaving with a bunch of handkerchiefs and purses. The little parrot was equally excited. The silk on the second floor was completely sold out, and it was already looking forward to the next round of purchases and energy accumulation. As long as the transactions continued, it could continue to open up new dimensions, and it was getting closer and closer to returning to its peak. After a long day, the little parrot sipped its iced cola and exclaimed contentedly, "Ah, happiness!" Meanwhile, Sang Ian checked his mobile banking app and couldn't help but mutter to himself as he watched the numbers steadily rise, thinking how easy it was to make money. However, not everyone was happy today. Fu Li was an exception. She hadn't been optimistic about Sang Ian's business practices and had deliberately come to the store hoping to see him fail, but she was instead shocked by reality. The sales figures she witnessed were equivalent to decades of income from her small shop. Stepping outside, she stood stunned under the sign, unable to help but wonder, is this really a supermarket? The shock of this trip was too great. She was still somewhat dazed and probably wouldn't cause any more trouble for a while. Sang Ian, on the other hand, began handling the aftermath, especially helping Jang Huai Jing, who had been helping all day. After seeing the guests off, she handed him a bulging brown paper bag, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. I forgot to keep the watermark paper. This can be used as a substitute." Jang Huai Jing had thought he had no chance with the watermark paper, but unexpectedly, there was still a chance. He took the bag, but didn't think much of it. Watermark paper is extremely valuable and cannot be replaced by ordinary paper. Sang Ian replied calmly, "I never said it was ordinary paper." He opened the bag with some skepticism, but his expression changed drastically the next second, and his entire demeanor instantly sombered. After pulling out a sheet to examine closely, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Thin as an egg membrane, smooth as jade, this is Chingxintang paper." As he explained its historical value, he repeatedly touched the texture of the paper, becoming more and more excited as he looked at it. This is the most original Chingxintang paper. In his eyes, the whole bag of paper was simply priceless. "Junior sister, this kind of paper has been lost for ages, and you have so much of it here," he exclaimed repeatedly, even feeling that if the elders of the sect knew, they would definitely regret missing out. Sang Ian had actually considered taking out all the good stuff at once, but she knew that a steady, long-term approach was key. She had to play her trump cards slowly to keep the small supermarket attractive. Thinking of this, she immediately showed her payment QR code and said with a smile, "Sincere discount, 500,000. Jang Huai Jing was stunned. "So cheap? Only 500,000 for 100 tickets." Sang Ian was speechless after hearing this. "Are you serious?" Chapter 84 Sustainable Exploitation. Jang Huai Jing looked serious. In his view, the value of these Chingxintang papers far exceeded 500,000. Sang Ian, however, remained expressionless, secretly resolving to thoroughly exploit these wealthy people next time. Seeing her slight annoyance, Jang Huai Jing suppressed a laugh and dared not tease her any further, afraid of angering her. He knew it would be a huge loss if this girl didn't sell him the good stuff she had, so he quickly changed the subject. "Aren't you going to tell Master about this?" Sang Ian shook her head directly. "Forget it." Jang Huai Jing was taken aback. "Why?" She said seriously, "I'm a considerate and good apprentice. How can I always think about taking advantage of my master?" Then she added, "You have to have a strategy when you take advantage of someone. You have to let the sheep grow a little. Otherwise, what if you take it all?" Jang Huai Jing was speechless for a moment after hearing this, and couldn't help but think to himself. So in her eyes, he was just another fat sheep waiting to be fleeced. On the other hand, Zhao Xuhuai and the others were completely oblivious to this. They hugged the water ripple paper they had just obtained, each of them beaming with joy, as if they had found a treasure. After all, it's a lost art form of watermark paper, and anyone who gets their hands on it can't help but show it off. On his way home, Liang Yongdong posted a 9-grid photo on his WeChat moments. "My biggest stroke of luck this year. Snagged some lost watermark paper. I feel like my spiritual level has been elevated." The accompanying photos included the supermarket environment and a QR code for payment with a little parrot, but the watermark paper firmly occupied the center position. As the president of the Calligraphy Association, Liang Yongdong has an extensive network of connections. The moment he posted this on his WeChat Moments, the comments section exploded. Likes and comments kept increasing, but he didn't reply to a single one, only watching the numbers rise, beaming from ear to ear. Some people couldn't wait and directly messaged him to inquire about purchasing channels. Strangely, no one questioned its authenticity. After all, the watermark paper had just been showcased at an intangible cultural heritage exhibition, and those in the industry knew its origins, so its reappearance wasn't surprising. Thus, from the moment he posted it on WeChat Moments, his phone kept buzzing with notifications for a full hour. He hummed a little tune as he carried the watermark paper home, but he froze as soon as he got downstairs. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but the area downstairs was unusually lively, with a group of people gathered there. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he saw several familiar faces walking towards him, and a bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. He subconsciously clutched the paper in his hand tighter. Sure enough, an old friend rushed up to complain. "Old Liang, I finally caught you. You posted on Moments and then disappeared. That's so unfair." Others chimed in. "How many messages did I send you? Is it so hard to reply?" And so, Liang Yongdong was surrounded downstairs at his own apartment building. Less than 20 meters from the entrance, he was besieged by a group of old classmates and friends. Only after everyone finished complaining were he allowed inside, and his living room was soon packed with people. After having tea, someone finally got to the point. "Where did you buy the watermark paper?" Liang Yongdong didn't hide anything. A small supermarket. As soon as he said this, no one believed him. They all criticized him for talking nonsense, and even tried to pressure him by saying they were old classmates. Liang Yongdong was both amused and exasperated, and could only repeatedly emphasize, "I really bought it at a small supermarket. Why would I lie to you?" He even mentioned the names of Zhao Shuhui and others, asking them to verify in the group chat. Upon hearing that so many people had been there, everyone's expression immediately changed. Someone asked nervously, "Is there anything left?" Liang Yongdong immediately fell silent. Not only was there nothing left, but he had also been pulled away to give away quite a bit. Everyone immediately understood, their faces filled with disappointment. They had clearly come for the watermark paper. Just as the atmosphere was getting a little somber, an old classmate patted him on the shoulder with a sincere expression. "Old Liang, thank you so much this time. You've worked hard, my good brother." Liang Yongdong looked bewildered, thinking to himself, that wasn't his attitude just now. Chapter 85, Boasting Will Get You Punished. The man looked at Liang Yongdong with gratitude, convinced that Liang had been considerate of his busy work schedule and hadn't mentioned it beforehand, even bringing the watermark paper. Liang Yongdong had just nodded when the other man took the opportunity to confirm it. He tried to explain that no, but was immediately drowned out by a string of "thank you, brother." Seeing this, the others followed suit, surrounding Liang Yongdong and praising his loyalty. "Old Liang is such a good friend. He helped us grab it without asking for anything in return." He was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth, and the others even took the initiative to distribute the paper and let him sit down to rest. Liang Yongdong tried to explain several times, but was precisely cut off each time, and he didn't even get a complete sentence out. Half an hour later, the crowd dispersed, and the living room returned to quiet. The guy on the upper bunk chuckled as he tidied up. "I saved some for you, 5 of each size, enough for your collection." Liang Yongdong rolled his eyes. "So I should thank you?" The other guy waved his hand, indicating not to mention it, and didn't forget to ask for the address of the small supermarket, which made Liang Yongdong so angry that he immediately kicked him out. Once he was alone in the room, Liang Yongdong stubbornly rearranged the rippled paper, hoping someone might have misplaced it and he'd have a few extra sheets. The result was surprisingly neat, exactly 5 sheets of each type. He sighed helplessly. This display of wealth had come at a far too high price. He had 40 bills taken from the small supermarket, and then his friends took another 100, leaving him with only 20 bills and a bunch of transfer records. Realizing that it all stemmed from that boastful post on his WeChat Moments, he was filled with regret. Unable to contain his emotions, he immediately video called Zhao Shuhui. He intended to vent, but as soon as the call connected, he realized the other person's expression was exactly the same as his. Looking at the open packaging and the remaining few sheets of paper on the table, he instantly understood. "You were robbed too?" Liang Yongdong asked, the word too hitting the nail on the head. Zhao Shuhui sighed. "It's probably because I posted it on WeChat Moments." The two Calligraphy Association presidents looked at each other across the screen, sighing at the same time, silently mourning each other's misfortunes. Zhao Xuhuai solemnly summarized the lesson. We absolutely cannot make the same mistake again. Liang Yongdong nodded repeatedly. Right? We can't post it on WeChat moments to show off anymore. However, the next second, the two changed their minds. Zhao Xuhuai said he would post it on a short video platform, while Liang Yongdong decided to post it on Weibo, deliberately avoiding his circle of acquaintances. The two acted immediately after the video ended. Liang Yongdong posted on Weibo to complain about his friend, but the comment section was full of people watching the drama unfold, with no one offering any comfort, which made him so angry that he almost uninstalled the app. Zhao Xuhuai went even further, going live to recount his experience, but his fans only cared about the location, opening hours, and prices of the small supermarket. Clearly, they weren't the only ones who loved to show off. Almost everyone who managed to snag the watermark paper couldn't resist showing it off. However, most people didn't encounter such enthusiastic friends and managed to keep their paper intact. Soon, these people began showing off their watermark paper at various industry events, with some even organizing special gatherings just to casually display it. As soon as someone with a discerning eye recognized it, the focus immediately shifted to the paper's owner, and praise poured in. And so, Sang Ian's small supermarket quickly spread throughout the calligraphy and painting circles. Everyone knew that in Onqing's urban village, there was a shop where one could buy the lost art of watermark paper, as well as other precious stationery items. Many elderly calligraphy and painting enthusiasts flocked to the shop, only to leave empty-handed. The watermarked paper sold out on the first day and was never restocked. Even more strangely, for 3 consecutive days, the shop opened at midnight as usual, but no customers entered. This was the first time the shop had opened, but remained deserted. Sang Ian began to worry about the young prince's condition. She repeatedly inquired with the old gatekeeper, but received no response. Customers from other worlds were inherently unstable. Some would disappear, while others wouldn't reappear for a long time. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became, even finding it difficult to concentrate on her calligraphy practice. Meanwhile, Lu Zexu was indeed in trouble. Chapter 86. Did the Crown Prince realize his mistake today? Lu Zexu learned how to make soap at the supermarket and immediately started trying it out after returning to his palace, not wanting to waste a moment. With his photographic memory, he worked all day without sleep, meticulously recording every step and related chemical information in a leather notebook. He had bought these notebooks when he first entered the supermarket, and now they were incredibly handy to use. After compiling this knowledge, Lu Zexu couldn't wait to try making soap in the palace. He cleared out a side courtyard, allowing only his trusted confidant Fu Lu to enter and exit, and kept the news from the outside world under extremely tight control. The Crown Prince's palace had just undergone a major purge, and all new entrants had been thoroughly screened, making it virtually impossible for news to leak out. So he spent his days, covered in soot, experimenting repeatedly, and no one knew what he was doing. His first attempt ended in failure. The second attempt was barely passable, and it wasn't until the third attempt that he finally produced a satisfactory product. Looking at that simple square bar of soap, he was filled with excitement. However, his work was barely finished when he was punished. The reason was simple. He was so engrossed in making soap that he missed 3 days of classes, and the Grand Tutor reported this directly to the Emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingtian was instantly enraged and ordered punishment. Lu Zexu was forced to kneel before his mother's memorial tablet for an entire day. In any other place, he would have already tried every means to cause trouble. But in front of his mother, he was well-behaved and even muttered to himself about his recent experiences. The Emperor had originally intended to use this opportunity to make him reflect on his actions, but after reviewing memorials all day, he finally couldn't help but ask, does the Crown Prince know his mistake? The chief eunuch, De Quan, was speechless for a moment, unsure how to answer. Seeing his reaction, the Emperor felt a sense of foreboding. What happened? Lu Qingtian pressed. De Quan replied in a low voice, the Crown Prince still hasn't gone to the Imperial study today. The Emperor's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately stood up. It seems the punishment was too lenient. With that, he stormed off to the East Palace. As the group marched through the Imperial Garden, Lu Qingtian suddenly stopped, sensing something amiss. He looked around and saw the garden was completely bare, without a single flower in sight. De Quan, Is this still the Imperial Garden? Daquan lowered his head even further. Your Majesty, it is indeed the Imperial Garden. He added through gritted teeth, but His Highness the Crown Prince has picked all the flowers. Lu Qingtian felt a buzzing in his head, and his anger surged instantly. Even his favorite camellias had not been spared, and he was heartbroken. You unfilial son. He quickened his pace, heading straight for the East Palace, ready to teach this increasingly outrageous son a lesson. But when he arrived, he found that the son was no longer there. After inquiring, he learned that Lu Zexu had gone to the Empress Dowager's palace. Lu Qingtian snorted coldly and immediately changed course, saying, hiding with the Empress Dowager is useless. We must teach him a lesson today. If Lu Zexu had heard this, he would have retorted, what do you mean by hiding? He's going to fulfill his filial duty. Chapter 87 mainly focuses on a shrewd businessman. After successfully producing the first batch of soap, Lu Zexu began researching scented soap, matching different molds with different flower patterns, and even the fragrances had to be matched one by one. The small garden in the East Palace was not enough, so he simply used the Imperial Garden as an experimental field as well. He felt it would be a waste not to use the flowers, which were in full bloom, to make soap. As soon as the product was finished, he carefully packed it into boxes and presented the first gift to the Empress Dowager. This old woman was the only elder in the palace who treated him so kindly. Over time, his feelings for the Empress Dowager went far beyond simply currying favor. The Empress Dowager loved peonies, so he specially made peony-shaped soaps, available in various colors such as white, pink, purple, and yellow, making each box look exceptionally exquisite. The Empress Dowager took an immediate liking to it, and he even specially took out a small piece for her to try. Just then, the concubines came to pay their respects and witnessed this scene. Fangfectuan's soaps were already famous, but they had always been difficult to purchase. Previously, the Crown Prince was impeached because of the Fangfei Pavilion incident, and people were still skeptical. Now, seeing him send out the soap with their own eyes, they were finally convinced that the soap that was popular in the capital was indeed made by the Crown Prince. Upon seeing such exquisite peony-scented soap, everyone was immediately agitated. The opportunity was rare, and no one wanted to leave empty-handed. The highest-ranking concubine was the first to offer compliments, and then expressed her desire to purchase it. The Empress Dowager boasted with a smile, the Crown Prince is so filial. He sends me perfume, face powder, lip rouge, and even perfume every day. Her words were full of pride, making everyone even more envious, especially the various colors of lipsticks. They had never seen them before, and even the Imperial concubine couldn't find their source. Now that the real lipsticks were right before their eyes, they naturally couldn't miss them. The concubine spoke again. If your highness still has any lipstick, I would like to buy one as well. Lu Zexu glanced around at the concubines and already had an idea in mind. He could make a profit from this. He feigned reluctance. Lipsticks are extremely complex to make and rare. It's not easy to even prepare a set for the Empress Dowager. But Consort Jia did not back down. As long as it's available, price is not an issue. Lu Zexu then reminded her, the price is indeed not low. Consort Jia generously replied, as long as I can buy it, that's fine. After all, even the Imperial concubine doesn't have one, so if they could own one, it would be a great honor. Lu Zexu was quite pleased with this type of customer and said with a smile, we don't have any lipsticks at the moment, but the East Palace still has some of these exquisite soaps, though in limited quantities. Everyone immediately understood and prepared to make their purchases. Consort Jia took a liking to the peony design and directly requested a box. Lu Zexu shook his head and refused. This won't do. I only made 6 pieces, specially for the Empress Dowager, and I won't make any more in the future. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's smile deepened, and she felt even more affection for her grandson, believing he had started his business out of financial need. She was already secretly planning to send a reward to the Crown Prince. The other concubines were both envious and jealous. Such exclusive favoritism was truly enviable. Looking at their own children, they were already grateful if they didn't cause any trouble, let alone show any filial piety. Although there was no peony fragrance, the scents of peony, orchid, osmanthus, and other similar fragrances were all available. People didn't bother to be picky and rush to buy them, knowing that once they entered Fangfectuan's collection, it would be even harder to snag some. Chapter 88, I won't say who's jealous. Lu Zexu's business dealings this time have subtly taken on the air of a shrewd businessman. He directly asked for 100 taels for a box of 6 bars of soap. His reasoning was simple. These soaps were all handmade by him, and the flowers used came from the Imperial garden, so a higher price was justified. The ladies in the palace, never short of money, didn't care about this expense. Almost everyone present bought them in bulk. After all, it was a rare opportunity, and getting them early was already a bargain. No one knew when they'd get another chance. Lu Zexu sold 100 boxes in one go. Although he didn't have enough stock, he could make more to make up the difference. This brought him 10,000 taels of silver. He made a fortune after his visit to the Empress Dowager's palace and left satisfied. However, he didn't forget about investment. The soap he made by hand was naturally meant for the powerful figures he had his eye on. So when Lu Qingtian finally caught up with the Empress Dowager in her palace, she was already gone, leaving only a group of concubines lost in their soap-making fantasies. Lu Qingtian suppressed his anger and inquired about the situation, only to find that the Empress Dowager was showing off on the spot, her face full of pride. "The Crown Prince specially made this for me. It's one of a kind. No one else can buy it." She then asked, "Emperor, what scent did the Crown Prince send you?" This question struck a nerve, as Lu Qingtian had never even seen a glimpse of the soap. He had no choice but to inquire with consort Jia, only to learn that almost everyone in the harem had a box, and each box cost just 100 taels of silver. In their eyes, this price was even considered cheap. Hearing this, Lu Qingtian maintained a smile on the surface, but inwardly his anger was raging. This rebellious son had plundered all the flowers in the Imperial garden, and now he was trying to make money off his concubines. "Where is the Crown Prince?" He immediately ordered his arrest. The Empress Dowager calmly replied that he had already left the palace and gone to Prince Anne's residence, even bringing along a bar of soap. This was a further blow. The Empress Dowager had it, the Crown Prince had it, but he, his father, had none. Lu Qingtian broke down instantly and immediately left the palace to pursue him. As a result, they chased after the Prince of Anne's mansion, but found nothing there. Then they went to the mansions of several Imperial uncles, but they were always a step behind. It was as if the father and son were engaged in a chase. Lu Zexu, however, did not stop at all, handing out soaps of different scents and shapes at each stop. These people were all carefully selected potential backers for him, both to cultivate relationships and to promote himself. After all, whatever the royal family uses, the powerful and wealthy will follow suit. With these people driving the business, Feng Fexuan's business will only flourish. He believed he had made a brilliant move, but in Lu Qingtian's eyes, everyone else had it except him, which was unacceptable. Coupled with his unsuccessful pursuit all day, his anger grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he simply stayed at the East Palace, waiting for his son to walk right into the trap. Sure enough, after finishing his errands that night, Lu Zexu finally returned. He had a rather busy day, cultivating relationships, inspecting shops, and arranging for people to make soap, completely unaware that he had been pursued by his father all day. Upon entering and seeing Lu Qingtian, he merely gave a casual bow, then said sincerely, "Father, have you not eaten yet? Please serve the meal quickly, lest you go hungry." Lu Qingtian had indeed not eaten all day, and his anger had subsided somewhat. But as soon as he sat down, he saw Lu Zexu already devouring his food, eating very quickly. His heart tightened instantly. Who was this meal for? This kid was clearly hungry. Lu Zexu was eating heartily when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked up and met his father's furious gaze. The next moment, Lu Qingtian slammed down his chopsticks, and all the servants in the hall knelt down. "Since you enjoy going out so much, then go to the Imperial Mausoleum to reflect on your mistakes. Without my decree, you are not to return to the capital." The atmosphere instantly froze, but Lu Zexu's eyes lit up. "There's such a good thing." Chapter 89, Little Brother. If you keep acting like this, it will be difficult for your older brother to save you. On the way back to the palace, Lu Qingtian kept recalling the joyful expression on Lu Zexu's face when he heard about the punishment, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether it was a punishment or a reward. He had clearly imposed a severe punishment, to send his son to guard the Imperial Mausoleum and not to return to the capital without being summoned. For the Crown Prince, this was practically tantamount to being banished from the center of power. Yet his unfortunate son wore a beaming smile, something he could never understand. Lu Qingtian pondered all the way, thinking about it while reviewing memorials at night, and even while falling asleep. He couldn't help but drift off during the morning court session, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. Just as he was about to ask the grand tutor after court, the eldest prince, Liu Zhan, arrived at the Imperial study first. Liu Zhan endured the pain all night. He had barely slept a wink after learning that the crown prince had been punished to guard the Imperial tombs. Among his many brothers, he was closest to the crown prince, and his own ascension to the throne was largely thanks to the crown prince's planning. He would always remember this kindness. Upon entering the Imperial study, he immediately bowed and asked, "Father, I have heard that the crown prince has been sent to the Imperial mausoleum. I wonder what mistake he has made." His tone was clearly anxious, indicating that he had come to plead for his younger brother. It was fine as long as the crown prince wasn't mentioned, but the mere mention of Liu Changtan reignited his anger. The Imperial garden had been ransacked, and he hadn't even been given a bar of soap, while the first prince had received a whole box instead. Thinking of this, he couldn't stand Liu Zhan. Liu Changtian snorted coldly. "You brothers are quite affectionate." Liu Zhan replied frankly, "We're brothers, of course we're close." After saying that, he brought the topic back and continued to press the crown prince about his mistakes. Liu Changtian was too lazy to explain, and instead asked, "How long has it been since you last went to the Imperial garden?" Liu Zhan was taken aback, completely bewildered. He was stationed in the military camp year-round. How could he have the leisure to appreciate flowers? Before he could react, Liu Changtian made a condition. "If you pick a blooming flower from the Imperial garden, I will have the crown prince brought back." His tone seemed casual, but it actually concealed a hidden intention. Liu Zhan was overjoyed and immediately agreed, turning to leave. Although he found the matter strange, he didn't think much of it, only wanting to bring his younger brother back as soon as possible. It was just a flower, after all. He planned along the way where to find the most beautiful flower, but when he arrived at the entrance of the Imperial garden, he was stunned. The scene before him was desolate, almost unrecognizable from its former glory. Unwilling to give up, he asked the eunuch to confirm the location. The young eunuch cautiously replied, "Your Highness, this is indeed the Imperial garden." Liu Zhan was speechless for a moment, and could only wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. Upon entering the garden, he discovered an even more dire situation. Not only were the flowers gone, but the leaves were completely gone, and even the bamboo grove was reduced to bare branches. This was no longer the Imperial garden. It looked as if it had been utterly looted. At that moment, he finally understood his father's intention. Finding flowers in such a place was simply impossible. This condition was doomed to fail from the very beginning. Liu Zhan searched all morning under the scorching sun, but found not a single flower, not even a single petal. He couldn't help but sigh. How could the once beautiful Imperial garden have become like this? Who could have done this? The young eunuch answered in a low voice, "Your Highness, it is His Highness the Crown Prince." Liu Zhan fell silent immediately, finally understanding why the Crown Prince had been punished to guard the Imperial tombs. He sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. The Crown Prince had indeed committed a grave offense this time. How could he possibly plead for him under such circumstances? Thinking of his father's attitude just now, he felt a terrible headache, even worse than when he was training in the army. It seemed that he couldn't solve this problem on his own. Soon, he made a plan to seek help from the Grand Princess, his uncle, and even his grandmother. Perhaps there was still a chance. Meanwhile, Liu Changtian and the Grand Tutor discussed the matter all morning, but still couldn't figure out why the Crown Prince was so happy. They could only come to a reluctant conclusion. He was probably finding joy in hardship. But Liu Changtian still felt uneasy, a vague suspicion creeping into his mind. That unfortunate son might be deliberately trying to make him overthink things. He was perfectly capable of doing such a thing. Chapter 90. My Tragic Life After Punishing My Son. Liu Changtian was determined to teach the Crown Prince a lesson this time. But that night, when he entered the palace, he was first met with a cold reception from Consort Jia, who implied that he was arguing with his child and even banished the Crown Prince to the Imperial mausoleum, which was inappropriate. Displeased, he turned and left, heading to other palaces, hoping someone would try to please him. Unfortunately, he encountered another concubine who was also a customer of the young prince, waiting for soap. Upon learning that the Crown Prince had been exiled to the Imperial mausoleum, the promised 1,000 taels of silver for soap seemed to have vanished without a trace. The young concubine was immediately displeased, complaining that the emperor was stingy, making such a fuss over flowers in the Imperial garden. Lu Cheng was furious and turned to leave without even taking a sip of tea. He returned to his palace, his mood extremely bad. A dignified emperor, repeatedly met with rebuffs in the inner palace, unable to lash out for fear of being branded petty, only added to his frustration. He decided to avoid the inner palace altogether, hoping for a few days of peace. But unexpectedly, someone even more difficult to deal with arrived. The Empress Dowager herself came to his door. The Empress Dowager first showed concern for his health. Then, following his lead, criticized the Crown Prince, arguing that tearing the Imperial garden bare was indeed excessive. Lu Chantan, rarely receiving such understanding, felt somewhat relieved. However, the Empress Dowager then changed her tone and began to plead for the Crown Prince, arguing that the child was still young and should be kept by her side for education. She argued that the remote and harsh environment of the Imperial Mausoleum was not conducive to his growth, and that the punishment was already sufficient. Faced with his mother's words, Lu Qingtian had no choice but to listen silently. After seeing the Empress Dowager off, he sat in the Imperial study, unable to even read the memorials, and began to seriously ponder the matter. Before things could calm down for long, his siblings, as if by prior arrangement, entered the palace to visit him. The Grand Princess frankly expressed her concern for the Crown Prince's safety at the Imperial Mausoleum, saying that if he were to encounter assassins again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Qingtian responded calmly that there was plenty of manpower and no need to worry. However, his younger brother immediately advised that the child should be punished appropriately for his mistakes, without being too harsh or prolonged, and also praised the Crown Prince for being sensible and frequently sending gifts. When the topic of soap came up, Lu Chantian felt a pang of jealousy. Even his younger brother had one, while he, as the emperor, had never seen one. This made him feel even more resentful. The events of the past few days had given him a terrible headache. From the inner palace to his mother, and even his siblings, everyone was pleading for the Crown Prince. He even wondered if this punishment was meant to discipline his son or torment him. He suddenly realized that, logically, the Crown Prince's maternal family, the Duke of Jinghua's mansion, should be the first to plead for him, but so far there has been no movement, while the royal family has taken collective action. The Grand Princess pressed him directly. Does His Majesty intend to keep the Crown Prince in the Imperial Mausoleum indefinitely? Lu Qingtian only replied, "Let's see when he realizes his mistake." Just then, Daquan entered and reported that news had come from the Imperial Mausoleum. Lu Chang'an immediately asked, "Has the Crown Prince realized his mistake?" Daquan looked troubled and hesitated for a moment before answering. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has indeed arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum. However, it seems he has not seriously reflected on his actions and has even started raising pigs there." Chapter 91. We still need to do something big. After hearing the report, Lu Qingtian was stunned on the spot and even doubted whether he had heard correctly. He took a deep breath and asked again, "What did you say the Crown Prince is doing?" His tone revealed barely suppressed shock. Daquan lowered his head and cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is researching pig farming." He then stared at the ground, not daring to lift his head. These words shattered the last shred of hope in Lu Qingtian's heart. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, and everyone in the hall struggled to suppress their laughter. It's one thing for the Crown Prince to run a shop and make soap, but now that he's been punished to guard the imperial tombs, he still has the mind to study pig farming. It's utterly outrageous. Lu Cheng was so angry that his hands trembled slightly. Everyone who saw this felt helpless for him. This Crown Prince was simply too unpredictable. Meanwhile, Lu Zexu was living a remarkably comfortable life at the Imperial Mausoleum. He even felt that this punishment had actually brought him one step closer to his goal. In his view, being punished to guard the Imperial Mausoleum was like having one foot in the door of being deposed. With just a little more effort, he could gain complete freedom. The thought of traveling the world and opening businesses everywhere filled him with such excitement that he couldn't sleep soundly. However, he soon discovered that making soap required a large amount of oil, and he had been using lard, which became a critical problem. So he decisively set his sights on pig farming, planning to raise pigs on a large scale on the estate to solve the problem of raw material supply at its source. During his time at the Imperial Mausoleum, he was busy raising pigs, making soap, and conducting experiments every day. In his spare time, he could also fish and hunt, living a carefree and comfortable life. To him, this was hardly a punishment. It was a chance to let loose and he thoroughly enjoyed it. But this happiness didn't last long. Lu Qingtian was initially skeptical, until the guards reported the situation for several days in a row. 2 days passed, and he was still researching pig feed. 5 days passed, and he had tried several formulas. 8 days later, something even more outrageous happened. With the help of his guards, Lu Zexu actually managed to castrate a pig. When the news reached the palace, Lu Chengtian could no longer sit still. If he stays any longer, he might really go mad. He immediately issued an edict summoning him back to the palace. He even suspected that his son might have suffered shock and prepared to have the imperial physician examine him thoroughly. Lu Zexu, however, was completely unwilling. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct the guards to take good care of the pigs, his face full of reluctance. When this scene reached the emperor's ears, Lu Chengtian was completely speechless, finding his son utterly incomprehensible. The other princes were also stunned when they heard the news. Anyone exiled to the imperial mausoleum would either live a life of despondency or desperately try to return to the capital. Who would go and raise pigs? Originally, the crown prince's departure from the capital had stirred up many people, and some had even begun to secretly take sides. But then he was suddenly recalled, catching everyone off guard. The court officials then realized something was amiss and became cautious again, making the court much quieter. Upon returning to the palace, Lu Zexu was immediately surrounded by 3 imperial physicians who examined his pulse, leading him to suspect that he had been used by the emperor. On the other side, after confirming that his son was unharmed, Lu Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief and was forced to accept his son's strange hobby. The father and son's thinking remained completely different, each interpreting the other in their own way. Lu Zexu didn't care about any of this. He only cared about one thing. If the previous actions weren't enough, then he'd go for something even bigger. Chapter 92, A Fight Delivered to One's Doorstep Must Be Fought. Lu Zexu wanted to make a big move this time, but he had to be careful with the limits. It had to be outrageous enough to get him crippled, but not so serious as to get him imprisoned. After all, he still wanted to travel the world in the future. After returning to the capital, he instructed his servants to make soap while reflecting on his past self-destructive behaviors, skipping classes, opening a shop, listening to music, and spending money like water. He had tried them all, but in the end, he was only impeached and could not shake his position as crown prince. Even his act of plundering the imperial garden only resulted in a trip to the imperial mausoleum as punishment. He returned as calm as ever. He was somewhat worried, wondering what kind of stimulus was missing to truly push his father's bottom line. That day, he was sitting in a tea house opposite Feng Fexuan, lost in thought, when he suddenly saw a familiar face enter the shop. Not long after, screams erupted from inside, and customers fled in panic. He immediately rushed over. Upon entering, one sees the 5th prince, Lu Zihua, standing arrogantly in the hall, declaring, "Today, you have to sell this soap, whether you like it or not. There's nothing I can't get if I want it." The shopkeeper pleaded that he had no stock, but Lu Zihua didn't believe him at all and even threatened to close the shop. A guard stepped forward and coldly announced his identity, at which point the shopkeeper immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, but still insisted that he had no stock. The next moment, the guard drew his sword, the blade pressed against the shopkeeper's neck. Just then, a teacup flew through the air, knocking the sword away. Lu Zexu walked in, his tone cold. Deceiving the prince deserves death, but what about attacking the crown prince? Is it appropriate not to execute his entire family? His words terrified the guard, who immediately knelt on the ground. Lu Zihua, however, adopted an elder brother's stance, turning the tables and threatening him to hand over the soap. Lu Zexu was immediately delighted. His chance had come, and this fight had to happen. Without a word, he threw a punch. "I'm going to hit you. I hate being threatened." The two immediately began a fight, each blow landing with brutal force. Everyone in the shop was stunned. A crown prince and a prince were actually fighting fiercely right there in the shop. The guards wanted to step forward to help, but they were easily stopped by Lu Zexu's secret guards. Lu Zexu got more and more carried away with the beating, cursing as he punched. "I'll teach you to bully others with your power. You always pull out a knife? Are you more powerful than Father Emperor?" Each punch was heavier than the last. Lu Zihua was quickly stunned by the beating and had no power to fight back. He could only cover his head and beg for mercy. "I was wrong. Stop hitting me." His face was swollen. Lu Zexu then stopped and asked breathlessly, "You really know you were wrong?" The other party nodded repeatedly, and only then did he stand up and shake his numb hands. The fifth prince was helped away in a disheveled state, with only one thought in his mind. This place was too dangerous, and he would never come here again. Fu Lu asked worriedly from the side, "Your Highness, will he go to the emperor to complain?" Lu Zexu, however, looked unexpectantly. "That would be best, so I don't have to beat him up again." Fu Lu was completely dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that this beating was just a prelude to the other party complaining. Sure enough, the fifth prince did not disappoint him. With a bruised and swollen face, he went straight to the study. Chapter 93 today is another day I want to be deposed. Lu Qingtian was in a bad mood because all the concubines in the harem had soap, but he didn't when he saw Lu Zerhua with a bruised and swollen face running over to complain. "Father, you must do justice for your son. The crown prince has gone too far. Look what he's done to me." Lu Zerhua cried, his face streaked with snot and tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. He had been spoiled since childhood, always the one bullying others. He had never suffered such humiliation. The mere mention of the crown prince gave Lu Qingtian a headache, and seeing him like this only added to his frustration. Lu Zerhua continued to embellish the story. "He rode on top of me and beat me in public at Fanfei Pavilion. I am his imperial brother." His words were full of accusations. Lu Qingtian merely glanced at him indifferently. "You're already 15, and you can't even beat a 12-year-old. You still have the nerve to complain? Shouldn't you reflect on your actions first?" His words silenced him completely. Before he could even react, something even harsher came. "Martial arts lessons resumed today. You can stop only when you can beat your master." Lu Zerhua collapsed on the spot. This was worse than being beaten. He asked unwillingly, "What about the crown prince? Shouldn't he be punished?" As a result, Lu Zexu was summoned to the Imperial study. On the other side, Lu Zexu waited excitedly after beating the man, hoping things would escalate. After all, the worse his reputation, the higher the chance of being crippled. He had even planned out his schedule after being crippled. When he entered the study, he was radiant and full of anticipation. Lu Qingtian and Lu Zerhua exchanged a glance, both somewhat bewildered. This man didn't seem to be there to be punished at all. Rather, he looked like he was there to receive a reward. Lu Qingtian suppressed his doubts and asked in a deep voice, "Did you inflict the injury on fifth brother's face?" Lu Zexu readily admitted, "It was your son who did it." His tone was quite proud. Then, Lu Qingtian began to reprimand him. To beat a brother in public, arrogant and domineering, cruel and heartless. His imposing manner silenced the entire study. Lu Zexu listened and nodded, seemingly agreeing with the assessments, his eyes even growing brighter. He had only one thought in his mind. Were these charges enough to get him dismissed? Lu Qingtian, however, felt increasingly uneasy. Was this an insult or a compliment? Why did his son seem happier the more he was being criticized? In the silence, Lu Zerhua couldn't help but speak up. "Father, the crown prince's behavior is unworthy of being the heir apparent and should be severely punished." He even gave him a provocative look after speaking. Lu Qingtian didn't reply, but instead asked, "Just for a bar of soap, you beat him up like this?" His tone was already filled with anger. Lu Zexu, however, spoke with righteous indignation. "Of course, the soap was made by your son with great effort, while fifth brother's soap wasn't made by your son. So how can they be the same?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zerhua was stunned, and Lu Qingtian exploded on the spot, raising his hand to smash the teacup. "You scoundrel! Listen to what you're saying." The teacup shattered on the floor, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. But Lu Zexu didn't flinch. Instead, he was secretly delighted. His father was already so angry. If he added fuel to the fire, wouldn't he be able to successfully depose him? Chapter 94 today was truly a huge loss. Lu Qingtian angrily reprimanded them, immediately ordering the grand tutor to teach at the Eastern Palace every day and to relearn the Analects and the classic of filial piety. Upon hearing this, the two brothers were stunned. Lu Zerhua looked incredulous. That's it? He was beaten up like this, and all he got was extra classes? Lu Zexu was even more speechless. In his opinion, this was not a punishment at all, just changing the location of the class. Lu Qingtian could clearly see the expressions on their faces. Lu Zerhua was indignant and pointed to the injury on his face, complaining, "Your subject has to attend class after being beaten? This is too unfair." Lu Zexu, standing to the side, also nodded inwardly, feeling that the punishment was indeed too lenient. His arms ached and his hands were numb from hitting him. If all he got in the end was a class, he would really be at a huge loss. Lu Chengtian suppressed his anger and suddenly said coldly, "De Quan, confiscate all the soap in the Eastern Palace." Lu Zexu's expression changed instantly, and he immediately retorted, "Why? Those were the products he had worked so hard to make. Wouldn't it be a waste to take them all away?" Lu Qingtian, however, said righteously, "You attacked your brother for a mere bar of soap. Keeping this stuff around will only cause more trouble." He even warned that if it happened again, Fang Fexuan would be forbidden from opening. Lu Zexu was furious. This was a huge loss. The soap was gone. All his hard work was for nothing. On the contrary, Lu Zerhua was satisfied and looked at him triumphantly, as if he had finally won a victory. Lu Zexu sneered and retorted, "It went into Father Emperor's private treasury, not for you. So what are you happy about?" His words immediately froze Lu Zerhua. Lu Qingtian coughed lightly and continued to reprimand the crown prince. "If you skip class again." Lu Zexu's eyes lit up. He thought that Lu Changtian was going to depose him from his position as crown prince, and he even secretly looked forward to it. But the next second, Lu Qingtian changed his mind. From this day forward, the crown prince shall attend court and listen to government affairs, and shall not slack off. These words were like a thunderbolt, stunning Lu Zexu on the spot. He was only 12 years old, and he was going to start attending court and doing chores? This was not a punishment, it was torture. He instantly regretted that he had lost out in today's fight. Not only had he not gained any benefits, but he had also ruined his peaceful life. Lu Zerhua was equally shocked and directly accused. "Father, you are too biased. I was beaten like this, but the crown prince not only wasn't severely punished, he was even allowed to attend court and participate in government affairs." He became increasingly aggrieved as he spoke. After all, attending court and participating in government affairs meant power, and he still didn't have that qualification. This comparison made him feel even more unbalanced. However, in Lu Zex's eyes, this was not a reward at all, and he quickly declined, saying, "Your subject is still young and I am afraid I am not up to the task." As long as he was not made to do work, he could accept attending classes. Lu Qingtan, however, seized on the key point and coldly retorted, "Young? How could someone so young beat an older brother 3 years your senior like this?" His words effectively blocked any escape route. Lu Zexu was speechless. Lu Chengtan immediately made his decision. "I want to see you at the morning court tomorrow." His tone brooked no refusal. Seeing there was no way to escape, Lu Zexu simply dragged others into the mess. "Then let's go together, fifth brother. He's already 15, it's time for him to do something." The main point was to share the burden. Lu Qingtan nodded in agreement. "Fifth brother, we'll go to court together tomorrow." Lu Zerhua was stunned for a moment. Then, overjoyed, the opportunity he had been dreaming of had actually come to pass. His gaze towards Lu Zexu changed, filled with gratitude. The crown prince is truly a good person. Even his mother couldn't accomplish something, but he did it with just a word. Lu Zexu, on the other hand, wore a benevolent smile. He had a capable underling. Lu Qingtian was secretly pleased. This display of brotherly affection had been successfully achieved. Chapter 95, where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. Lu Qingtian finally got his hands on the soap, but it wasn't delivered by the crown prince. Rather, he had it confiscated by his men. The boxes were neatly arranged, displaying a variety of patterns: peach blossoms, lotus flowers, peonies, and some with simple designs. He picked out a bright yellow one to try, and immediately understood why this product was so sought after by the Imperial harem and court officials. It had a delicate texture, a subtle fragrance, and excellent cleaning power. It was truly a rare and wonderful product. These past few days, during court meetings, he often listened to ministers exchanging their experiences with soap, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Now that he was using it himself, he finally had a voice. More importantly, he had over a dozen varieties, more than the Grand Secretary himself, and felt a strange sense of pride. The soaps at Fangfectuan are available in limited quantities, regardless of status, and everyone is treated equally. In addition, with a wide variety of scents, many people go there every day to try their luck, just to collect different fragrances, which has made the shop more and more famous. With business booming, Lu Zexu was making a fortune almost every day. At the same time, the soap industry also boosted farmers' incomes, and the demand for flowers and oils increased significantly, allowing many people to easily earn money by selling flowers. Some people even started planting flowers in the wasteland as a source of extra income. Everyone knew that this was the crown prince's property and was quite grateful to him, which was a good start for him as he entered the court. But Lu Zexu himself was completely unappreciative. He had no desire to attend court. The morning roll call at 5 a.m. meant he had to get up at 3 a.m., which was torture for someone used to sleeping until 7 a.m. Standing in the Imperial court, listening to a cacophony of trivial matters and watching the censors impeach others, he felt increasingly sleepy, yawning repeatedly until tears welled up in his eyes. He even began to consider skipping court the next day. Lu Chengtian witnessed all of this. All the officials stood ramrod straight, except for the crown prince, who was slouching and completely lacking in decorum. So he immediately decided to send the crown prince to the Ministry of Revenue for practical experience. In the eyes of the court officials, this was a sign that the emperor was giving the crown prince a high position. But Lu Zexu was so frightened that he stopped even yawning. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of finance, military pay, and disaster relief. Once he entered it, he would be extremely busy, and he had no desire to take it on at all. Before he could even refuse, the morning court session had already ended. Just as he was worrying, he saw the dejected fifth prince Lu Zerhua standing to the side, and suddenly an idea came to him. He pulled a man directly into the Imperial study, requesting that the fifth prince be allowed to enter the Ministry of Revenue as well, adding, whether you're herding one sheep or two, it's still the same. Lu Qingtian readily agreed. Lu Zerhua was completely stunned. He hadn't expected the crown prince to not only help him enter the court, but also secure a position for him. He was deeply moved. When he walked out of the Imperial study, he felt as if his feet were floating. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Revenue, the vice minister personally led a team and immediately assigned 2 people to organize the tax ledgers. The piles of ledgers laid out before him made Lu Zexu's scalp tingle. In contrast, Lu Zerhua's calculations were incredibly fast. He flipped through the ledgers in a flurry of activity. Lu Zexu was dumbfounded, suddenly realizing he had found the right person. He immediately praised the other person for their excellent calculation skills, making the man blush. Then he casually pushed his pile of account books over, saying, "Since you're so good at it, these are yours." Lu Zerhua was deeply moved, feeling that the crown prince trusted him, and even began planning to send gifts to express his gratitude upon returning home. Lu Zexu, on the other hand, was quite satisfied. Someone had done the work, so could he finally slip away? Chapter 96, I must be the crown prince's favorite older brother. Lu Zexu felt that on his first day in court, he should give the vice minister of revenue some face. He immediately took out his precious notebook. He was still interested in the chemistry mini-lesson. He was already very skilled at making soap, and he had plenty of time to integrate the chemistry mini-lesson into his understanding. He not only had to integrate and master these skills, but also had to find ways to teach them to others. The knowledge he had finally acquired should naturally be passed down in Dalian. As a result, Lu Zerhua on the other side was so fast that his fingers were almost blurry as he used his abacus. After calculating the number, stop and record it with a brush. Meanwhile, Lu Zexu leisurely flipped through his notebook, writing and drawing with equal concentration, studying with utmost seriousness. To outsiders, it was a harmonious scene. Half a morning had passed, and the tall ledger seemed unchanged. Lu Zerhua had only completed 1 ledger, but that was already a very fast pace. But at this rate, when will these accounts be settled? Lu Zexu observed that Lu Zerhua calculated very quickly, but the pauses when recording were relatively long. After all, using a brush requires dipping it in ink before writing, and sometimes you even have to grind the ink yourself, which is too time-consuming. Then Lu Zexu gave him a pencil. He could write it down first, and then rewrite it all at once after finishing the whole book, or have a clerk copy it down. Either way was fine. In fact, Lu Zerhua had already noticed that the pen he was using was not a calligraphy brush, and that he wrote very quickly with it. It was a pen that Lu Zerhua had never seen before. This must be very valuable. Then he got a pencil, already sharpened. Pencil writing is more convenient than brush writing, Lu Zexu said. Lu Zerhua was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Highness. His Highness the Crown Prince is too good to him. I never forget to share anything good with him. He must be His Highness the Crown Prince's favorite older brother. He'll have to thoroughly search the storeroom when he gets back today. He's the older brother, He can't keep taking his younger brother's things. What kind of behavior is that? Lu Zexu glanced at the tall stack of ledgers. With a pencil, the speed can be doubled, and these ledgers shouldn't take too long to finish. All I can say is that this is truly a beautiful misunderstanding. Lu Zexu was not an obedient person. He attended court for 3 consecutive days, getting up early every day to listen to the ministers arguing. After that, he had to go to the Ministry of Revenue to calculate the abacus. His workload was seriously excessive, and he had fallen asleep for several days without being able to catch the opening time. He felt this wouldn't do, so he started feigning illness and stopped attending court. Lu Zex's idea was to give Lu Chengtian and the entire court a period of adjustment. If he successfully got leave on the first day, wouldn't it be simple every day after that? He will absolutely not go to North Korea to work. This doesn't align with his goals. He never expected that his request for leave would not only mean he wouldn't have to get up early for court, but would also bring the Imperial physician, Prince Sin, and the easily fooled 5th prince to visit him. The Imperial physician felt the prince's powerful pulse. This man was so strong, he could kill an ox with a single punch. If he's still physically weak, then he really doesn't know what a healthy person should be like. He doesn't even know how to prescribe medicine. As for Lu Zan and Lu Zerhua, they were genuinely worried. They visited him with a large amount of gifts and supplements, thinking he was truly ill from exhaustion. To everyone's surprise, Lu Zexu was lying on the bed, leisurely enjoying the cool autumn breeze and eating the pastries that had just been made in the small kitchen, thoroughly enjoying himself. Big brother, 5th brother, don't worry. I'm just tired and want to rest for a few days. Lu Zan already knew his younger brother very well, and he understood what was going on at a glance. I guess he's just being lazy. Your sister-in-law has brought silk and cloth from Jiangnan. There are 10 cartloads in total, as well as several boxes of embroidery by skilled embroiderers. They have all been taken to the East Palace. Lu Zan got down to business. This was the first thing the Crown Prince had entrusted to him, and he had to do it perfectly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zexu's eyes lit up. Thank you, elder brother. You've gone to so much trouble, sister-in-law. Upon seeing this, Lu Zerhua immediately felt a strong sense of crisis, as it seemed that the Crown Prince and his elder brother were even closer. This won't do. He also wants to be the Crown Prince's favorite older brother. Lu Zerhua immediately said, Your Highness, I heard that you have been searching for the paper-making method of watermark paper. I have had someone find it for you. In the future, you can tell 5th brother directly what you want. Lu Zexu was caught off guard by the surprise. 5th brother, how did you come to know the paper-making method for watermark paper? I had people investigate for a long time. This is a closely guarded secret of the Xie family. You're amazing that you could get your hands on something like this. Lu Zerhua was flattered by the praise, and his ears started to turn red again. Well, I'm not that great. My maternal grandfather was from a branch of the Xie family, and I asked him to negotiate with the Xie family. Lu Zexu raised an eyebrow. Lord Xie really dotes on you. Lu Zerhua thought for a moment. He didn't really love me. My maternal grandfather took my pencil away. He seemed to really like using pencils too. Lu Zexu's mind raced, and he immediately understood the key point. When you leave, I'll have someone pack 10 pencils for you to use at your leisure. The 15-year-old boy was even happier, visibly jumping for joy, and his gaze toward Lu Zan carried a strange provocation. How about it? Now you know, I'm the Crown Prince's favorite older brother. Lu Zan inexplicably understood his thoughts. When he returned from the military camp, he heard that the relationship between the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince had become increasingly intimate. He glanced at Lu Zerhua, whose face was still bruised from the beating, and then at the Crown Prince who had beaten him up like that. He simply couldn't understand why the two of them had such a good relationship. Just by looking at the boxes and boxes of gifts that Lu Zerhua brought, you can see that this 5th brother truly loves the Crown Prince. He even brought the paper-making method that the prince wanted. He was so focused on training troops in the military camp that he neglected the needs of the Crown Prince. An inexplicable competitive spirit arose within me. 6th brother, is there anything else you want? Your eldest brother can help you figure something out. As he spoke, he glanced at the 5th brother beside him, his eyes full of smugness. True friends address each other as brothers, yet you call him Crown Prince, which clearly indicates a distant relationship. Lu Zerhua was furious. Some were eager to try it out and wanted to call him 6th brother. Lu Zexu, who was in the center, was completely unaware of the childish behavior between the two. What did his sister say last time? Lu Zexu thought seriously. I want the manufacturing methods for all the paper we use every day. No problem. Leave it to me. Lu Xin and Lu Zihua agreed in unison, and then quickly turned their heads and looked at each other. Lu Zan, what does this have to do with you? You just agreed to it so casually. Lu Zihua, you go find yours, I'll go find mine. Mind your own business. In the blink of an eye, their gazes had met in the air for more than a dozen rounds. Lu Zexu then noticed the strange atmosphere between the two. He smiled and said, That's great. With my eldest brother and fifth brother helping out, things will definitely be resolved quickly. Of course, the two said in unison. Lu Zexu exclaimed in surprise. I never expected that my eldest brother and fifth brother would have such a great understanding. Who has the same chemistry with him? They both retorted simultaneously. Lu Zexu suppressed a laugh, as if petting two big cats. Yeah, no chemistry. The two, I feel like I've been coaxed. Chapter 97 Meeting at the small supermarket. Learning the watermark paper making method. Both of them had official duties to attend to, so after seeing the person, they left. Lu Zexu thought that the matter was over. Little did he know, Lu Zan returned. Sixth brother. Is fifth brother your new favorite? I feel he's not very bright. Father probably won't let him be the crown prince. Lu Zexu strongly agreed with this statement, saying, Fifth brother is not suitable to inherit the throne, and I have no intention of currying favor with him. Lu Zan was somewhat pleased, and then he said, I think you can try hugging the second and third brothers. If I fail, they can grant your wish too. Lu Zexu asked in surprise, What about fourth brother? Is he not up to it? Lu Zan was a little unsure. I have a feeling it won't work, but I can't figure out what Father Emperor is thinking either. In short, the fourth prince is a bit strange. You'll understand once you get to know him. Lu Zexu seemed to be thinking, fourth brother should be in the Ministry of Works, right? Lu Zan nodded. Yes, at the Ministry of Works, he was always carrying around a piece of wood. He was just weird. Lu Zexu developed a strong interest in his fourth brother. Even if he couldn't curry favor with him, finding someone who could do the work would be fine. What if his father had a sudden lapse in judgment and threw him into the Ministry of Works again? He needs to plan ahead and find a few people who can help him with the work. Only through comparison can harm be felt. He had to make his father realize that he was far inferior to his brothers and utterly incapable of being of any use. The position of crown prince, the heir apparent to the throne, is a matter of great importance and requires careful consideration. Father, you should take a look at your capable brothers. They are more suitable to be the crown prince than I am. However, this is clearly a long-term task. He will gradually make his father and all the officials realize this, and make them realize the gap between him and his brothers. Lu Zexu slept all day, but this time he didn't fall asleep at midnight and successfully waited for the gate of life to open wide. Finally seeing the person, Sang Ian was relieved. She quickly opened the refrigerator and took out all the various small cakes she had prepared to entertain the little prince who had not appeared for many days. Has something happened? I haven't seen you for 3 days. Lu Zexu, who was showing off his chocolate cake, was stunned. Only 3 days? More than half a month has passed where I am. The flow of time in this other world is different from ours. That's normal. The little parrot suddenly flew over and joined their conversation. Sang Ian already knew this from the beginning, so she didn't dwell on it anymore. Lu Zexu then began to recount his dramatic and self-destructive life during this period. Sang Ian could hardly believe it. She was starting to feel sorry for the emperor and the fifth prince. Lu Zexu was bursting with a desire to share. There was no one around him who could listen to him talk about these things. Sometimes, having someone listen to him share these trivial daily moments was a kind of happiness. Beside the long table by the side door, under the bright light, the little prince's voice was clear and cheerful, just like a happy little bird. After he finished speaking, Sang Ian opened the bottle of soda that he had prepared beforehand, and the little prince gulped down a big mouthful. It was simply wonderful. Sang Ian looked at the little parrot that was secretly eating a small cake on the side. Can't we be a little more flexible? Wherever the little prince goes, the door will be open there, so we won't have to worry about losing contact. The little parrot paused in its head down, cake-eating motion, immediately shaking its head to indicate, no way. Sang Ian squinted, not quite believing it. Really not going to work? The little parrot felt a little guilty under their gaze, so it stretched out one wing to cover its beak. It can only be done once or twice, like when you change the door's position the first time. It can't be changed frequently. Moreover, each time it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. It's extremely, 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 extremely bad value for money. The little parrot emphasized. It seems like it's a huge loss, so there's no other solution to this problem. Changing the location is something only she can do, but unless she knows in advance where the young prince will go, she can't change the position of the door. However, many things happen suddenly, just like this time, when a young prince was suddenly thrown into the Imperial mausoleum. There was nothing she could do about it. Lu Zexu, on the other hand, was very open-minded. It's okay, sister. I originally thought that once I was deposed and moved out of the East Palace, I wouldn't be able to come to the supermarket anymore. Things are much better now. After I'm crippled, I'll tell you about my new house in advance. You can open the door over there, and we can still see each other often. Sang Ian thought about it and realized it made sense, so she stopped dwelling on the matter. The little parrot secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how hard it had been saving up energy recently. It was about to open the second door, and it couldn't afford to fail at the last minute. By the way, sister, this doesn't work on my end. It seems to only work here, Lu Zexus said, taking out his tablet. Sang Ian has already learned not to dwell on things. She guessed it was some kind of rule again. Then you can learn here. But I prepared a lot of silk that I haven't brought in yet. Oh, and the paper-making method for watermark paper. Lu Zexu immediately took out a thin booklet from his pocket and handed it to Sang Ian as if it were a treasure. Sang Ian's eyes lit up. She carefully turned the pages of the book. Although the pages were filled with dense, traditional Chinese characters, making it a little difficult to read, she was still incredibly excited. This is watermark paper, which is now extinct. If she can create watermark paper by following the steps above and pass on a method, then watermark paper will be completely revived in modern times. Thank you so much. Sang Ian was very excited. Under Zhao Xuhuai's guidance during this period, she gained a deeper understanding of calligraphy and a more profound appreciation for those who love calligraphy. Everyone here genuinely loves calligraphy. Each stroke reflects the sedimentation of life and the accumulation of years. Calligraphy is not only a skill, but also an art. However, the current situation is that only a small number of people like calligraphy, and their average age is very high. She wants more people to experience this craft that has been passed down for thousands of years. To let more people understand our splendid and beautiful calligraphy art and the four treasures of the study. She used her influence to bring those lost skills back to the modern era, allowing everyone to witness firsthand the cultural treasures left to us by our ancestors. This watermark paper is the beginning. With a paper-making method in hand, she could start experimenting. Chapter 98. The Daily Exploitation of the Little Parrot. Sang Ian looked at the thin booklet with great excitement. But even in her excitement, she did not forget to fight for benefits for the young prince. As usual, she pushed her shopping cart to the snack section to pick up some snacks, while simultaneously employing her persuasive skills. Old man, do you know why you earn so little energy? The little parrot perched on the railing at the front of the shopping cart, tilted its head, and looked at the speaker with its beady eyes full of confusion. Why? Because your service is inadequate. Look at how customers come to your small supermarket to make transactions. How can you only handle one-way freight? Sang Ian analyzed it carefully. The little parrot gripped the railing firmly with its two claws, looked up at Sang Ian, and listened very attentively. He appeared to be humbly accepting instruction. Sang Ian started picking up spicy strips from the car. Think about it. Isn't it true that the more transactions the customers in the other world make with the supermarket, and the higher the value of those transactions, the more energy you get from them? The little parrot nodded. That's right. Sang Ian stopped picking up the snacks, bent down and stared at it. So, how can you just deliver to the door? You should at least offer a pickup service. The little parrot understood immediately. It stretched out one wing, pointed to its beak, and exclaimed in shock. You mean you want me to be in charge of transporting the goods that the little prince is preparing to trade to the supermarket? Sang Ian nodded and said seriously. It's all for increasing transaction volume. I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it. The goods that could have been traded in one go are now being traded in batches because of transportation issues. You were supposed to get 100 energy, but because of the transportation problem, you only get 50. How much of a loss are you? The little parrot nodded instinctively, and upon hearing that trading volume had decreased, it stomped its feet in anger, exclaiming, We're losing so much money. Sang Ian was charmed by its cuteness, but still managed to suppress a laugh. Therefore, providing door-to-door delivery services is very important. The little parrot was convinced by her. However, having gone through so much, it is not entirely without vigilance. So you planned this all along, so the little prince could focus on his studies and not have to worry about anything else? The little parrot had learned its lesson and immediately saw through her intentions. Sang Ian held up a finger and shook it at it. Of course not. As the owner of a small supermarket, I just think that we should let customers experience our thoughtful service firsthand. That way, they can bring more supplies next time they make a purchase without worrying about the transportation. The little parrot hesitated. It had been fooled too many times, and it had to be careful, lest it be tricked into a trap again. That's all. I'm doing this all for your sake. If you find it too strenuous, don't want to provide this service, and don't want to gain more energy, then forget it. Anyway, I'm not the one who benefits. Sang Ian continued pushing the shopping cart, picking up various snacks, and stopped talking about the previous topic. Now, the little parrot was getting anxious. Energy was just too important to it. For millions of years, he has been constantly traveling between different planes, simply to accumulate energy. Thinking of this, the little parrot spoke up. I think what you said makes a lot of sense, but this service is offered only a limited number of times, and only one guest can receive this service each time. Sang Ian naturally had no objection. There's only one customer right now, so we can deal with the future later. She pushed her fully loaded shopping cart to the long table by the side door and told the little prince, who was diligently studying chemistry, the good news. This is wonderful. If I had known this would happen, I would have moved all the silk to the bedroom. There was just too much, so I only moved 10 boxes this time. Sang Ian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the little parrot out of the corner of her eye. You heard that, didn't you? My guess was right. The little parrot was heartbroken to hear that it had lost so much energy just because of the moving issue. It stretched out its left wing and pressed it to its chest, looking heartbroken. It decided to try to make amends. Actually, the goods being traded don't necessarily have to be in a room with the door open. Sang Ian and Lu Zexu looked up at the same time, their expressions not exactly the same, but they were very similar. The little parrot was only thinking about its energy. As long as there is a 1-kilometer radius around the door, I can directly absorb the goods that customers want to exchange into the supermarket. Sang Ian exclaimed in surprise. Oh wow. The young prince exclaimed in astonishment. Amazing. Then the young prince immediately left the supermarket, returned to his palace, and went directly into the small storeroom in his palace. The little parrot also flew back to the luxurious birdcage hanging on the side door. The only owner, Sang Ian, noticed that the colorful light emanating from around the side door suddenly became dazzling. Then, wooden crates appeared in the aisles of the supermarket shelves, on the stairs leading to the second floor, and even in the newly renovated area near the moon gate. Perhaps due to insufficient space, the wooden crates were stacked like a human pyramid, with at least 3 layers falling down. This is the largest trade of goods between the two since they started trading. Sang Ian's gaze towards the little parrot had changed. It seemed she would need to explore the old man's other skills from time to time. Originally, she just wanted the young prince to focus on his studies and not waste time moving boxes. Little did she know that the old man would give her such a big surprise. Seeing the number of boxes in the supermarket still increasing, Sang Ian was already thinking about what she should prepare for the little prince to make up for all these supplies. Snacks alone wouldn't be enough. The value isn't even commensurate. Despite having so many boxes, with the help of the little parrot, the little prince returned in less than 5 minutes. Sister, these silks are all from Jiangnan. They were selected by my sister-in-law's clan. They are absolutely top-quality materials, and 1 or 2 boxes of them were even tribute items. If you put them in your shop, they will definitely be popular. The young prince was a little proud. He now had someone powerful to rely on. Sang Ian was also very excited. In ancient times, Jiangnan was the hometown of silk and an economic center. The quality of silk from there was definitely not low. You've brought so many things all at once, including the paper-making method for watermark paper. These are all very valuable. Tell me, what do you want to exchange for, or what difficulties you're facing that you need to resolve? Sang Ian couldn't think of anything to offer, so she could only ask the buyer. Lu Zexa thought hard. A pencil? I think that's very practical, especially for shorthand. It's fast and very convenient. Sang Ian nodded and immediately picked up her tablet to start searching. The method for making pencils is actually not difficult. Take a look at the process, and you can try it yourself when you get back. The little prince nodded blankly, his gaze towards the tablet changing as if it were more efficacious than any bodhisattva or Buddha, granting him whatever he desired. Chapter 99, The Gate of Life. I had no idea I had this function. By the way, I'm already in the Ministry of Revenue now, spending all day looking at ledgers and doing calculations. Those ledgers are making my eyes hurt and my head spin, Lu Zexa complained. Sister, how do you keep accounts and calculate expenses? Are there any shortcuts? Sang Yan Simidet. I remember you just said that you had handed over the accounting work to your fifth brother, didn't you? Lu Zexa sighed. That's true, but I'm going to open shops all over the country in the future, so I'll still need to be able to read and calculate the accounts. After saying that, he muttered to himself, Fifth brother is easy to fool now, but who knows what will happen in the future. If he stops helping me, then it's not my job. It's better to start preparing now. Lu Zexa got a headache just thinking about the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, it all comes down to father. Sister, tell me, how could he do this? I'm only 12 years old, and he's making me work now? Does he have no one else in the court who could do this? He's exploiting me like this. After saying that, he angrily ate half an egg tart in one gulp. The Ministry of Revenue, Obu, was the national financial authority. Sang Ian automatically calculated that a 12-year-old junior high school student was starting a job at the National Finance Bureau. That father is really a scoundrel. She looked at the little prince, who only reached her shoulder, with affection, and then began to teach him Arabic numerals and modern tabular accounting. The little parrot looked at the two heads beside the long table, one teaching earnestly and the other listening attentively, and a big question mark immediately appeared on its little head. It even began to wonder if it served another purpose besides trading. For example, something like a mini learning class. Otherwise, why would all previous hosts have used it to trade goods and earn a lot of money in the simplest way? And this guy who is obsessed with running a small supermarket has actually started a teaching and training class here. As for what content the training will cover, that depends on the customer's needs. Last time, it was a chemistry interest cultivation class, plus a craft workshop on how to make soap. This is a finance training course, plus a craft workshop on how to make pencils. What about next time? What kind of training course will it be next? The little parrot was at a loss for words. It felt that if things continued like this, its function would no longer be limited to cross-border transactions, but rather to cross-border knowledge learning and exchange. That's absolutely outrageous. But what can it do? I chose this host myself, so I can only pamper him. Of all its many hosts, only this one has given it enough freedom, allowing it to fly outside and enjoy any food it wants. It will even take it to farther places if given the chance. The little parrot lowered its head to savor the golden brown, tender egg tart. Let's have class then, it thought. I haven't broken any rules anyway. Although Sang Ian had not studied accounting, she had studied statistics and knew how to do the most basic and simple table recording. Lu Zexu is really smart. He not only understands it in one go, but he can also apply what he has learned to other situations. This makes Sang Ian, an amateur teacher, feel particularly accomplished. Around 4 o'clock, their roles were reversed. Sang Ian has been practicing running script recently. She wrote a few large characters and asked the young prince for guidance. While giving instructions, the little prince immediately transformed into a shower of compliments, showering everyone with praise. Sis, your handwriting looks much better than before. If you practice for a while longer, you'll write even better than me. You have the best handwriting I've ever seen. If you were in our great Liang, you would definitely be a renowned, talented woman. Sister, then keep practicing like this. In time, you will definitely become a renowned calligrapher. Who could resist such heartfelt and genuine praise? No, there is no person. Sang Ian, who used to write 2 large characters every day, felt that she could write even more. She had 2 mentors who taught her, and with her own diligence and hard work, her progress was naturally rapid. At 5 a.m., the exit gate closed on time. Lu Zexu returned to his bedchamber with the various snacks prepared by Sang Ian and all the remaining pencils in the supermarket. When he arrived at the bedchamber, he realized that this time was different from the past. In the past, the things he bought from the supermarket would come back to his bedchamber with him, and he would have to sort them out himself before putting them in the storeroom. This time, the silk was stored directly in the warehouse, the same warehouse where he stored the silk, saving him time. He only needed to focus on memorizing all the knowledge he had just learned. The spreadsheet is so useful, and there's also a pencil. He can try to make it himself. Although he had a lot of stock and bought some more from the small supermarket, these pencils would eventually run out. Moreover, he has an even bigger wish that he wants to fulfill. However, all of this depends on him learning how to make pencils. At 5 in the morning, Sang Ian was still in high spirits. The young prince sent so many boxes, she needs to check what kind of materials are inside. She kept all the items she liked and put them in the warehouse. The rest were then sold in batches in limited quantities to attract as many customers as possible to the small supermarket. When there are many customers, they will always buy a bottle of water to quench their thirst when they're tired from shopping, right? Sang Ian has been working tirelessly to keep her small supermarket afloat. Unboxing it is like opening a blind box. There are 8 pieces of silk in one box, and each box contains the same pattern. Even so, there are still a full 20 boxes here. 20 patterns. A total of 160 horses. At that moment, Sang Ian felt that she was the richest person. With so much silk, she didn't need to pick and choose. She kept one bolt of each pattern and had Chun-Yi make the clothes. If Chun-Yi could make such beautiful cheongsams, she could definitely make other clothes just as well. After making her selections, Sang Ian went to take a nap on the chaise lounge. There was nothing she could do. The living room on the second floor of the supermarket was already being renovated, and Su Shuai had designed it again, with the same style as the new renovation on the first floor. For now, she could only make do on the chaise lounge. Before falling asleep, Sang Ian always felt like she had forgotten something, but she just couldn't remember it for a while. She was so tired that she fell asleep. While Sang Ian rested, the little parrot had already started its work very skillfully. The small supermarket needs to operate, so the boxes can't just be left lying around. The little parrot piled all the wooden boxes up at the back door of the supermarket. After exiting through the back door and crossing a road, you'll reach the small supermarket's large warehouse. This distance is beyond the little parrot's capabilities. It requires the help of Sang Ian. The rest is just the cleaning and restocking work that it's used to doing. Although all of these can be done with a single click. However, looking at the clean and tidy little supermarket, the little parrot still felt a great sense of accomplishment. It's such a capable little parrot. Pride. Today's feast is saved. That's right, the little parrot is now a multifunctional employee at the store, with room and board provided but no salary. It checked the time, and then there was a knock on the supermarket's roller shutter door. The little parrot immediately pressed the button to open the door. I saw the familiar delivery guy in his blue uniform. Upon seeing a bright green parrot, the delivery driver was a little dazed and habitually said, "Your delivery." The little parrot was very familiar with the process, flapping its wings. "Just put on the cashier's counter." Delivery guy. Are parrots these days all this smart? After he put the takeout away and walked out of the supermarket, the little parrot skillfully pressed down the roller shutter door, and the supermarket closed again. Looking at the steamed buns, egg cakes, and salted duck eggs, the little parrot was extremely satisfied. While eating breakfast, he kept sighing. Sure enough, Sang Sang was right. Food earned through hard work always tastes even better. If Sang Ian heard this, he would definitely laugh and suggest, "So, you still need to work harder." Chapter 100, I Need a Safe. After Sang Ian woke up, the small supermarket immediately opened for business. The small supermarket's opening hours are so unpredictable, completely following Sang Ian's schedule. When she saw customers heading straight for the stationery section, Sang Ian suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten something important. Watermarked paper. The store is completely out of watermarked paper. In the past few days, customers from all over the country have come specifically for the watermarked paper. They were very disappointed to learn that the watermarked paper was out of stock. They all added her on WeChat and asked her to notify them as soon as the paper was back in stock. I was so busy teaching the little prince last night that I forgot about the watermarked paper. I wonder if the young prince will come again tonight. If the emperor throws him into some corner again, we won't be able to restock the watermark paper. Looking at the thin booklet with a dark blue cover in his hand, Sang Ian realized he still had to make it himself. She first took photos of every page of the book, then put the booklet in the box. But then she felt it wasn't safe enough, so she took the booklet out of the box and put it in the drawer next to the cabinet, locking it as well. Even so, she was still worried. This item has traversed 1,000 years and crossed time and space to finally reach her hands. It is fair to say that if she were to release this book now, it would immediately cause a stir in the art and history circles. Countless scholars and researchers will want to see this book with their own eyes. This is a treasure, an ancient book. It absolutely must be preserved carefully. Sang Ian, holding the booklet in both hands, paced back and forth in the supermarket, searching for a safe and secluded place to hide things. The little parrot couldn't stand it anymore. With me here, you can just leave it on the cash register and it won't get stolen. Sang Ian certainly knew this, but to her, it was more than just an ancient book. It is a symbol of civilization in an era. It is a carrier of civilization that is passed down through time and space. It is a corner of the beautiful and splendid ancient civilization that she unfolds for people in contemporary society. There is no room for error. I think I should buy a safe, Sang Ian said in a deep voice. The little parrot scoffed at the idea of a safe. It believed that having one was enough to overcome any security system. In the supermarket, safes simply don't have any use. However, Sang Ian had deeper thoughts. She had a cooperative relationship with the portal, but her understanding of it was limited, since it was something that could not be explained by modern science. No one can guarantee it won't disappear at any time. It's so important, so it's best to keep it in a safe. The little parrot was kept on as a cashier by Sang Ian and was given 3 delicious meals a day. Sang Ian drove herself to the mall, not to any other mall, but to the one where she had a 20% discount card and all the top international brands. Sang Ian recalled that on the floor that seemed to sell furniture, there were safes for sale, and they were from top international brands with first-class security features, making them a favorite choice for the wealthy. Sang Ian really didn't know anything about safes. After all, she came from an ordinary family, and her family's finances combined probably couldn't afford a safe worth 7 figures. Before making the purchase, she decided to ask around among people who had safes at home. Of all the people Sang Ian knew, Jang Huai Jing was the richest. She sent a WeChat message directly. Supermarket owner sang, "Senior, what brand of safe do you use? How secure is it?" Jang Huai Jing was in a meeting, and the vibration of his phone was particularly noticeable in the quiet conference room. He raised his handsome eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but smile. It was truly rare that someone would call him senior brother. The executives attending the meeting looked at each other in bewilderment. Who had the audacity to not turn off their phones during a meeting? Don't you know that what CEOs hate most are subordinates who don't take their work seriously? Then, the executives saw Jang Huai Jing, who was sitting at the head of the table, take out his phone. "Oh, so it's the CEO. That's all right. The CEO is a workaholic who always puts work first, so he would never let anything unimportant interfere with the meeting. No matter who calls, he won't answer." Then, everyone saw their workaholic CEO pick up the phone, walk out of the conference room, and hand the meeting over to his special assistant. Everyone's eyes followed Jang Huai Jing's figure until he walked out of the conference room. Ouch! Is it raining red rain from the sky? The workaholic was made an exception. The high-ranking officials felt that the atmosphere in the meeting room was more relaxed without Jang Huai Jing, and they couldn't help but pray that there would be more such phone meetings. That way they can have an easier time. Sang Ian didn't even go to Jang Huai Jing before she called her directly. "What do you need the safe for?" Sang Ian didn't understand the question. "Isn't a safe used to store important things?" Jang Huai Jing patiently explained. "There are many types of safes nowadays. Some are specifically for storing fine wines, while others are specifically for storing luxury watches. They vary in size, style, and internal layout." Sang Ian genuinely hadn't expected that a safe would involve so many intricacies. "I probably only store some important documents here. What kind of safe do you use at home, and how effective is it?" Jang Huai Jing didn't quite understand the question either, and he subconsciously answered, "It's never been stolen." Sang Yan. "Okay, fine." She asked a stupid question. Which thief would dare to break into the Jiang family safe? "Don't you want to live anymore?" A sudden silence fell between the two. Finally, Jang Huai Jing broke the silence. "Where are you now? I'll come find you." Sang Ian subconsciously gave the address, but after ending the call, she felt something was wrong. She was just asking about the safe. Why did this person have to come over? Thinking about how cunning and scheming this person was, Sang Ian immediately became more vigilant. She quickened her pace, deciding to handle the safe herself. Even though the 4th master came in person, he still felt there was something fishy going on. Chapter 101, you said it yourself. Sang Ian strolled around, visiting every store that sold safes, and finally chose the one she thought was the best. In her opinion, the best product is one with a strong brand reputation, a large amount of packaging, and high price. Combining these 3 characteristics makes it the best product. When Jang Huai Jing arrived, Sang Ian had already made her selection and was just about to pay when Jang Huai Jing stopped her. If you plan to store a variety of items, you can also choose customization. Diebold offers customization services, and the size and internal layout can be tailored to your needs. Jang Huai Jing reminds you. Sang Ian hadn't thought of that. There was nothing she could do. Although she wasn't short of money, there were some things she genuinely didn't know. This is the difference between different classes. When it came to the same thing, Sang Ian thought of buying the best option, but she didn't know that it could also be customized. In the end, Sang Ian still opted for customization and went through Jang Huai Jing's special express lane, since he was a VIP member of the brand and had priority in everything. She felt that those precious ancient books could never be handled with excessive care, and that storing them in the most expensive safe was perfectly appropriate. Having settled one matter, Sang Ian was very happy. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Thank you for your help, President Jiang. Jang Huai Jing raised an eyebrow and said jokingly, Who taught you that? When there's trouble, it's senior brother. When there's no trouble, it's President Jiang. Sang Yan. It does seem a bit inappropriate. She raised her baby face with a big smile. Thank you for your help, senior brother. The words senior brother sound particularly pleasant to Jang Huai Jing. But that was it. What about the dinner you promised to treat us to? Jang Huai Jing asked instinctively. Sang Ian blinked her innocent big eyes. That was for President Jiang. Since he's our senior, we're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Jang Huai Jing. To hold a grudge to this extent is truly something else. Can I treat you to lunch? It's lunchtime. Sang Ian regretted it a little. She should have brought Lao Min with her when she went out. It would have been a great opportunity to attend the banquet. The top floor of the mall is all food courts. Although Jang Huai Jing was treating everyone, Sang Ian gave her full opinion. She has a very typical Chinese palate. She can't get used to Western food or Japanese food. In the end, she chose a Cantonese restaurant, and the signature dish was Buddha jumps over the wall. The prices on the menu are outrageously high, but the food is absolutely delicious. Just take the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. It's absolutely amazing. Old men really don't have the luck to enjoy good food. Sang Ian had two great hobbies in life, appreciating the beauty of the world and tasting all kinds of delicious food. Today, it all came true at the dining table. Sang Ian ate with great relish. Jang Huai Jing didn't really have much of an appetite, but seeing the girl across from him eating with such joy and her eyes crinkling, he felt that today's food was exceptionally delicious and subconsciously ate a little more. Surprisingly, my junior sister is quite appetizing. This was the first time he had ever seen someone enjoy a meal so much. It was just a meal, yet someone could eat it with such relish. Her happiness always comes so easily. Small things can make her feel good. Even if I sign a contract worth hundreds of millions, my mood will not fluctuate at all. For him, happiness had become a rare emotion, though he didn't know when it started. Sang Ian was very full. She put down her chopsticks, glanced at the man opposite her, and was a little doubtful of life. Had her appetite become so big? She eats more than an adult man. Sang Ian felt a little embarrassed, but she had already learned to take the initiative. Senior brother, you're eating too little. You work so hard every day, you should eat more. After saying that, she didn't forget to put a piece of roast goose meat on his plate. Jang Huai Jing looked at the roast goose meat on his plate and explained, although the company has a lot of things to do, it also has a lot of employees. I only make decisions. They're the ones who implement them. In that respect, I'm not actually that busy. Sang Ian was truly envious. Although her small supermarket wasn't big, it was full of complicated things. Although she had an old man, he was still just a little parrot, and she had to do many things herself. Jang Huai Jing seemed to see the envy in her eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Junior sister has worked so hard. You should eat more. If you're still hungry, you can order more. Sang Ian glared at him immediately, thinking that this person was too wicked to insist on bringing this up. A large bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, half a roast goose, and other soup and side dishes. Most of it went into her stomach, yet she still wanted to order more. Do you really think she's a pig? The man's angry, puffed-up face was somewhat endearing. Jang Huai Jing clenched his fist, pressed it to his lips, and coughed lightly to conceal the amusement in his eyes. He changed the subject. Your boss saying now, and you've been running this business all by yourself without a single employee. Isn't that a bit too much work? Sang Ian sighed. I also want to hire people, but suitable employees are not so easy to find. The location of the urban village is too remote. What capable employee would want to work for me there? She leaned back in her chair, gazing at the man sitting directly opposite her. She said slowly, my little supermarket is not the same as your Jang group. Yours is a big enterprise, a big company with a bright future, so job seekers naturally flock to it. Then, as if she had thought of something, her expression softened. Or, could you lend me some of your capable subordinates? So that's what they were waiting for him here. Although Jang Huai Jing was surprised by this almost absurd behavior, he subconsciously nodded when he met the girl's sly and expectant gaze. The president's office has many outstanding talents. I'll have someone contact you directly later. Suddenly, Sang Ian's eyes lit up. Actually, she just wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect it to work so easily. It was worth having this senior brother. Although he is cunning, treacherous, and scheming, he is genuinely helpful when needed. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she added, not too far away. Jang Huai Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. His peach blossom eyes seemed to be bursting with fireworks, dazzling and captivating. Is Junior sister so vengeful? Although Lu Jiao sometimes speaks without thinking, he's been trained by my side for so long, and he is capable of handling things. Jang Huai Jing couldn't help but offer an explanation for his eldest nephew. Sang Ian said, then he hasn't been tempered enough. When he speaks, he doesn't sound like a hard-working assistant, but more like a young master giving orders. Jang Huai Jing. That hit the nail on the head. This is a bad habit that Lu Jiao developed from being a pampered young master since childhood, and it won't be easy to change it. They helped customize a safe, solve the employee problems at the small supermarket, and when it came time to pay, Sang Ian couldn't even compete with them. She felt a little melancholy. Seeing this, Jang Huai Jing smiled and said, you can treat me to dinner next time. Sang Ian gave him a meaningful look. Is this a matter for this time or next time? I'm worried that even if I treat you next time, you won't dare to come out. After all, the losses were too great. However, this is a freebie that's been offered to her, and it would be a disgrace to her status as a capitalist not to take advantage of it. Chapter 102, were you an excavator in your past life? A professional sabotager? Sang Ian followed Jang Huai Jing to the headquarters office building of the Jiang Group. In Anqing, where land is incredibly valuable, there's a landmark office building that attracts countless capable and talented workers. Being able to work for the Jiang Group and become an employee of the Jiang Group is a great honor, both in terms of prestige and practical benefits. Competition within the Jiang Group is fierce. Apart from those with connections like Lu Jiao, everyone who gets into the president's office has worked their way up step by step through their own abilities, and their skills are absolutely unquestionable. She was determined to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have the president's assistant work for her. Following the major news of Jiang taking a phone call during the morning meeting and leaving the meeting midway, new gossip has emerged in the internal groups of employees in various departments. The big boss brought a young girl to the company. Note that it is a little girl. With a round face, big eyes, long eyelashes, and plenty of collagen, she looks like a high school student. I never expected that President Jiang, who has been so averse to women and obsessed with his work all these years, would actually like this type of woman. If those socialites knew this, they'd be green with envy. The guy they've been chasing for so many years got snagged by a little girl. I'm disillusioned. Do all men prefer younger women? I never imagined CEO Jiang would be like that too. I told you all that's enough. President Jiang only brought someone to the company. Maybe it's a business partner, or maybe it's a younger member of her family. Why are you all speculating about a romantic relationship? As soon as this news came out, everyone immediately attacked it. Do you even believe what you're saying? In all these years, when have you ever seen President Jiang entertain female clients alone? He's always accompanied by an assistant. Also, does a busy person like President Jiang really need to personally escort a younger family member to his company? Assistant Lu is still at the company. He could handle such a small matter, right? Do you think President Jiang, who prioritizes efficiency above all else, would waste his time on this? The person who was criticized remained silent. The company employees really know their big boss all too well. He's a workaholic who prioritizes efficiency and returns on investment in everything he does. Absolute capitalist mindset. He would never waste time on things outside of work. At this moment, Lu Jiao appeared in the group chat. She's not a business partner, not a younger member of the family, and not even a girlfriend. What does that mean? If it's not this, then what is it? It can't be an elder, can it? It's not impossible. While President Jiang wouldn't waste time on things unrelated to work, he would naturally personally receive elders in his family. President Jiang has always respected his elders. Yes. I also think it's very possible. There are many young people who are of high seniority. After much guessing, everyone agreed that this conclusion was the most plausible. Lu Xiao picked up his phone, looked at the chat history, and admired his colleagues' bizarre ideas. How come he never noticed before how talented and imaginative his colleagues were? What are you looking at so happily? Jang Huai Jing walked over at some point and stood behind him, suddenly asking. Lu Xiao was so startled that he almost threw his phone away. No, I didn't see anything. That guilty expression really doesn't look like someone who didn't see anything. Jang Huai Jing took his phone and looked at the lively employee group chat. Some people were already speculating that Sang Ian was his aunt, which was absolutely outrageous. He glanced at the young woman observing the room full of assistants, typed rapidly, and immediately sent the message. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xiao's message was seen in the employee group of several hundred people. She's not an elder, she's a junior sister. In a flash, the employee group chat became even more lively. Unfortunately, the title junior sister is extremely rare in contemporary society. Moreover, based on past experience with various martial arts films, the terms senior brother and junior sister sound ambiguous and are too easy to give rise to romantic feelings between men and women. Jang Huai posted the message and then ignored it, simply handing the phone to his nephew. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao became the target of constant mentions in the group chat, with everyone asking him to elaborate. He was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of messages and didn't even have time to reply. Finally, he sent a message to Do Not Disturb, and that finally calmed things down. There are 12 assistants in the president's office. After careful consideration, Sang Ian chose a great beauty named Enlo. Jang Huai Jing asked in surprise, "There are 12 people here. Why did you choose assistant in?" Sang Ian glanced at Lu Xiao and emphasized, "There are only 11 people." Lu Xiao, "No, what do you mean? How am I not human?" "Uncle, your nephew is being bullied. You have to speak up for me." Jang Huai Jing recalled her words at the restaurant, and, instead of arguing about the issue, followed up by asking, "Of those 11 people, why did you choose assistant in?" Lu Xiao, "No, uncle, what do you mean? Your nephew is no human being. Aren't you going to stand up for him?" He was indignant on the sidelines, but dared not go forward and act recklessly. The only 2 times before, he was made to stay up all night to work on a plan, and he was put in charge of planning related to the Intangible Cultural Heritage exhibition. He was so tired that he lost 5 pounds. The Intangible Cultural Heritage exhibition was finally coming to an end, and he couldn't afford to offend his uncle again or be punished. Otherwise, he would be exhausted. He could only look at the 2 of them with a mournful gaze. Sang Ian ignored this guy who looked down on her family's small supermarket. She said with a serious expression, "The fact that Assistant Un can become your assistant shows that she is an extremely capable and outstanding employee. This is exactly the kind of talent I need right now." Jang Huai Jing raised an eyebrow. "You didn't choose someone based on their looks?" Sang Yan, "What's wrong with this guy? Was he an excavator in his past life? How could you possibly sabotage me? Anil is the most beautiful and has the strongest presence among all the assistants in the CEO's office. Since she had to choose someone, she naturally wanted to pick someone she liked." Anil suppressed a smile. The president personally led a team to select people, and the colleagues were all very enthusiastic, feeling that this was a good opportunity to show their abilities. Within the Jiang group, competition for personnel is fierce. Every person who gets into the president's office has defeated countless competitors to rise to the top. Even after entering the CEO's office, their competition is not over. If they slack off even slightly, they will be immediately replaced by the people behind them. This keeps them constantly on edge, determined to complete any task assigned to them perfectly. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. Jang Huai Jing personally selected the people this time, and everyone thought it must be a big project. For the president to attach so much importance to it, it must be very important to the company. Everyone gave their best, hoping to be chosen, and in the end, Anil was the one chosen. She is one of only 3 female assistants in the CEO's office, and also the most hard-working and capable one in the entire CEO's office. Anil was also very happy. This time, she was finally going to make it big. Seeing his colleagues congratulating him and looking on with envy, Anil felt even more motivated and confident. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Sang Ian said, "Although I have my eye on you, assistant, you can refuse. After all, my place is just a small supermarket, and it's located in an urban village." Full of confidence and determined to make a big splash, Anil was left bewildered. "What did you say? Where do you work? Small supermarket? Urban village?" This was not what she expected. Chapter 103. Once you're in my shop, there's no way you can leave. The colleagues who were just moments ago filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment immediately changed their expressions. The group breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts filled with suppressed joy. Thank goodness, they weren't the ones chosen. It's so difficult to get them into the CEO's office. If they were to leave the company and go work at some random small supermarket, their positions would definitely be taken over. Even if the CEO's office doesn't hire new people, if the boss doesn't remember you when you come back, and you've been away from your core position for so long, it will be too difficult for you to squeeze out someone and get close to them again. This level of difficulty is comparable to them breaking through tens of thousands of job seekers to enter the company and get into the president's office. They don't want to do it all over again. Things took a turn for the better so quickly. The envy from before vanished, replaced by pity. Anna was also affected by this reversal and became mentally unstable. She was handpicked not to be in charge of a major project, but to work at the small supermarket. She simply couldn't understand what kind of job a small supermarket could possibly need for a white-collar worker like her. What could she do in the past? Want to be a cashier? Anna's mind was a complete mess. Sang Ian felt a little sorry that she didn't reply immediately, but work is a two-way choice, and you can't force it. If assistant doesn't want to work for me, I can understand. I'll look for other people. In an instant, the remaining 10 people all showed silent rejection in their eyes. They didn't want to work at the small supermarket in the urban village either. Sang Yansikit. She knew that trying to take advantage of Jang Huai Jing wouldn't be so easy. Unexpectedly, Anil spoke up with a smile at this moment. "It's not that I don't want to go. I'm just wondering if this counts as a temporary transfer or a business trip." Jang Huai Jing understood the concerns in his subordinates' hearts. "The company will retain your position. When you come back, you will still be the head of the president's office." "Good heavens, I have such good taste. I picked your right-hand man right away." Sang Ian was very excited, her big eyes sparkling with pride. Jang Huai Jing was infected by her smile and also raised the corners of his lips. "Indeed, you have good taste." He discovered that the little girl loved to laugh, and even the smallest thing would make her overjoyed. He even began to envy her. Sang Ian didn't care what this fat sheep was thinking. Right now, all she could think about was finally getting her hands on Jang Huai Jing. She couldn't find such a capable employee on her own. She extended her hand proactively. "Assistant, my name is Sang Ian. I'm the owner of a small supermarket. It would be nice to work with you." "It's a pleasure to work with you." Anil returned a professional smile. Her initial unease subsided immediately after noticing the way Jang Huai Jing and Sang Ian interacted. Perhaps this is an opportunity for her career. Although Sang Ian often calls herself a capitalist, she was once a miserable worker who was exploited by her boss, and she would never become the person she once hated the most. She gave Anil a half-day off and told her to report to the small supermarket the next day. Anil is a very efficient person. She finished packing her things in one afternoon and went to the urban village to explore the shortest and fastest route from her rented house to the small supermarket. Furthermore, she went online to check what specific tasks were involved in running a small supermarket. She had never done this before, so she was well prepared and didn't want to embarrass President Jiang. That's right, she came from the president's office. If things aren't handled well, it's naturally the people in the president's office who will lose face. Anil, who rose from a junior secretary to the head of the president's office, is a master of manipulation and absolutely cannot allow herself to make any mistakes in her work. However, no matter how much information she looked up, the work in a small supermarket is limited to a few things: stocking shelves, cleaning, cashiering, purchasing, and security. Larger supermarkets may need an accountant to handle the books. Anil sat in front of the computer, somewhat doubting her life. There was no way around it. Even when she first joined the company, she had never done such a simple job. The work is so simple that you don't need to use your brain at all. This is the first time in many years of working at Anil that I have fallen asleep before midnight. It was truly a rare experience. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Anil, dressed in beige trousers and a white chiffon blouse, with elegant and appropriate professional makeup, appeared at the small supermarket on time. Her outfit was really out of place in this ordinary little supermarket. The crucial point is, it's already 8 o'clock, and the small supermarket still isn't open. The noodle shops next door were almost full, and the hand-pulled pancake stalls on the roadside were packed with customers. Even the stationery store across the street had started doing business. Only this small supermarket showed no sign of its white roller shutter door opening. This made Anil, who was already in a tense state as soon as she went to work, question her life. Is it really possible for this small supermarket to not go out of business? Is she able to work here for a month? Don't wait. The staff at this supermarket don't even have a set time each day. If you want to buy something, you can go to the small shop in front. They have all kinds of everyday items there. Seeing that Anil had stopped there for a while, Fu Li immediately came over to solicit customers. These past few days, she's come over several times every morning, and she's really stolen a lot of business. Anil followed with a smile, bought a bottle of mineral water, and then asked Fu Li about a lot of information about the urban villages. For example, what is the rental situation here? Who lives here? What facilities are nearby? How many supermarkets and convenience stores are there? She gathered information in great detail. Not only that, when she got back, she found that the small supermarket was not yet open. So she simply took a serious stroll around the area, which could be considered a kind of market research. At 11 o'clock, the small supermarket's roller shutter door finally opened. Seeing the fine beads of sweat on Anil's forehead, Sang Ian couldn't help but slap his forehead. My bad. I forgot to tell you that you didn't need to come too early. Are you hungry? Come and have lunch with us. Then, before Anil had done any work, she started having lunch. This slow-paced work rhythm made her question the meaning of life. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she couldn't help but ask, what exactly is my job, and what time do I need to come to work each day? Sang Ian smiled gently. Let's talk about salary first. She had to keep the people she had finally found. She desperately needed manpower to make watermark paper. Thinking of this, her smile widened even more. Anil, something feels off. Chapter 104. King of Kings, Anil, questions life. What is your base salary at John's group? Sang Ian asked. Anil subconsciously answered, 20,000. Sang Ian nodded. Then I'll give you 25,000. After all, I don't have any other employees here besides you. You'll have to take care of a lot of things by yourself, which will be quite tiring. What about me? What about me? Don't I count? The little parrot flew in through the window and heard everything Sang Ian said. It asked, unconvinced. Let's do the math. Our old man is so smart and quick-witted. He's the most senior employee in our little supermarket. Sang Ian immediately grabbed a handful of melon seeds and put them in a small porcelain plate in the cashier's counter to soothe the somewhat agitated little parrot. Sure enough, upon seeing the food, the little parrot, who had been frolicking in the park all morning, immediately perked up and focused intently on eating sunflower seeds. Anna was pleasantly surprised. Ever since she learned that she would be working at the small supermarket, she had given up on the idea of a high salary. After all, small supermarkets and large corporations are completely different. Little did she know, her salary would be even higher than what she earned at the Jiang Group. What are my job duties and working hours? Anna asked. Your job is to complete all the tasks I assign. Sang Ian immediately pulled out a file folder and handed it over. Anna, okay, I get it. She's just a tool for everyone now. We'll move it wherever it's needed. I've decided to expand our business and open a small pharmacy. I'll leave the licensing and permit issues to you. Sang Ian said. It's really inconvenient to go to the pharmacy to stock up on supplies every time. It will be much more convenient to open my own pharmacy. She was just working alone before, and she was a bit overwhelmed. Also, the young prince only needed a lot of medicine at the beginning, and there wasn't a large demand for medicine there afterward, so she kept putting it off. Now that we have Anil, such a capable and excellent employee, it's perfect to entrust this matter to her. This can be considered a simple test of euthanasia. Looking at the pile of materials and pondering what Sang Ian had just said, Anil suddenly felt that her intelligence might not be up to par. She simply couldn't understand how a small supermarket could expand its business into the pharmaceutical field. Is it that she can't grasp the connection, or is it just that she's a working person who can't understand the boss's mindset? Sang Ian looked at Anil, who hadn't touched her chopsticks, and asked, Is there a problem? No, I'll take care of it as soon as possible. Anil collected her thoughts and accepted the first task. This is just a small supermarket. We don't have many rules. You don't need to come and clock in every day. Just come back when this matter is resolved. Sang Yan Konfisit. Anil's mind was once again shaken. There was no need to clock in and out, only one to-do item. The salary was higher than when she was in Jang's group, and exquisite and delicious food was provided. What kind of magical job is this? Don't just look at it. Pick up your chopsticks. I ordered your portion too. Their boiled fish is especially authentic. If you can't handle spicy food, you could try braised pork. I guarantee it's the best braised pork I've ever had in my life. If you want to stay in shape, try a vegetable salad. Sang Ian enthusiastically introduced the various dishes to the new employees, and when she ordered, she considered all the possibilities. Anil felt very warm-hearted. The food in the Jang Group staff restaurant was actually quite good, but the assistants in the president's office always had endless work to do, and even lunchtime was often too busy to eat properly. More often than not, I simply don't eat it. Work is the most important thing. Anil picked up a bowl of rice, looked at the exquisite dishes, and began to eat lunch. Perhaps it's a lingering effect from working at the Jang Group, but she eats incredibly fast. Upon seeing this, Sang Ian immediately understood. Wasn't this just like when she used to work? In order to save time, she could only speed up her eating. Anil, you should chew your food slowly and carefully, understand? You can't eat so fast, it's bad for your stomach and digestion. Sang Ian began to popularize health knowledge very seriously. Don't be fooled by your current nonchalant attitude. It's because you're young and your body is resilient. But your body is still holding a grudge. If you have even a minor illness, all these hidden dangers will definitely pop up all at once, making it impossible for you to guard against them. And treatment will be even more difficult. Sang Ian understands this deeply. She wonders why she almost died suddenly back then. Besides the exhaustion from several consecutive all-nighters, there were also malnutrition, hypoglycemia, gastroenteritis, and so on. None of the test reports showed that any of them were up to standard. This is the body's backlash. Sang Ian said earnestly. You should pay more attention to your health. I have some high-quality goji berries here. Do you have a thermos? Anil, she's only 28 years old, not 82, right? Does this mean I should soak goji berries in a thermos? After being bombarded with a whole bunch of health and wellness knowledge by Sang Ian, assistant and was truly starting to question the meaning of life. However, when she noticed that even her own boss had started a health-conscious lifestyle of soaking goji berries in a thermos, she realized that she also needed to maintain her health. Before leaving, she accepted the small bag of goji berries and a thermos cup that Sang Ian gave her. The thermos cups are sold in small supermarkets. Although they are not big brands and their appearance is very ordinary, their basic heat preservation function is excellent. For Anil, getting the necessary documents and going through the formalities was basically no challenge at all. Once you consult the relevant departments about the procedures, prepare the required materials according to the regulations, wait for the review, and pass the qualification review, the process is complete. Overall, for Anil, this job was not challenging at all. It was no different from running errands. It's so easy you don't even need to use your brain to do it. Thinking about the high salary she received every month, Anil felt a pang of guilt. It was only 2 p.m. when I left the relevant department. Anil started preparing the materials according to the requirements, and in just half an hour, she had done everything she could. She also spent 3 hours looking at several shops that could be used to open a pharmacy, and even went to a real estate agency to select a few suitable locations that were not far from a small supermarket. She was just waiting for Sang Ian to make the final decision. There's no other way. To open a pharmacy, you need a suitable business location. It was only 5:30 p.m. when everything was done. Having developed a work ethic focused on efficiency within the Jang Group, Anil immediately called Sang Ian to report on the progress and also asked her to select a location for the pharmacy so that she could continue processing the business license application. Little did she know that as soon as the call connected, before she could even begin her report, Sang Ian's leisurely voice came through the phone. Anil, it's already past get-off work hours. We should do what we're supposed to do at the right time. We can talk about work when we get to work. Chapter 105, The Contemporary Master of Versailles. Anil's series of work reports were cut off. There was no way around it. For her, doing the right thing at the right time was too much of a luxury. She has been working for 4 years and has never had a normal day off. It should be said that she has no concept of leaving get-off work. Even when she gets home at night, Her phone is on 24/7, ready to receive any tasks assigned by her superiors. At Jang's group, it's not a 996 work schedule. The competition there is so fierce that everyone wants to be on call 24/7. I wish I could dedicate all my time to the company. After all, if you don't work hard, your colleagues will, and you'll fall behind. If you want a promotion and a raise, hard work is a must. Sang Ian was practicing calligraphy. It was homework her teacher had assigned her. Finally, she finished writing the last stroke. She put down her brush and said seriously, "The first rule of the small supermarket is to strictly enforce the closing time and clearly distinguish between working hours and closing time. After you get off work, you have all the time to yourself. Go shopping, buy clothes, meet up with good friends, sing karaoke, go to a bar, watch a movie, go on a date, binge watch a TV series, and so on. There are plenty of things to do. I only pay you $25,000 a month. You're not selling yourself to me, so I can't exploit your time." Sang Ian smiled gently. "Assistant in, don't let work take over your life. You weren't born to work. Go enjoy life. We can talk about it at work tomorrow." After saying that, she ended the call immediately. I really am a very understanding boss. That's right, Anil thinks so too. Over the past 4 years, she has truly treated her work as her life. She has no life outside of work. Overtime is the norm, and the 2 days off per week are basically meaningless. Usually, being able to take 1 day off is already considered a good thing. On her only day off, she was so tired that she didn't want to do anything or move at all. She could just lie in bed and stay there all day. Shop? The last time I went shopping was probably 3 months ago. Anil sat in the car, feeling the gentle breeze. Watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street, the young couples holding hands under the tree-lined road, and the family of 3 strolling with their child, Anil's mind was more relaxed than ever before. She hadn't paid attention to the everyday details around her for far too long. She didn't have time to pay attention before, but now she not only has the time, but she can also become one of these people. How should I put it? After I came to my senses, I was just so happy. I'm so happy I could fly. Anil invited her friends to go shopping, and afterwards they went to the night market, where they ate skewers and drank beer on the street, complaining about her clueless and unlucky colleagues, truly experiencing the warmth of everyday life. After all that commotion, it was only 9 p.m. when we got home. When she worked at John's group, she was always able to leave the company early, especially when there were major projects. Everyone is eager to show off their abilities. If everyone else is working overtime and you're the only one who leaves, what good impression will your boss have of you? Things are different now. When it's time to leave work, it's time to leave work. Having such a wild time in the afternoon and evening made me feel really happy. Anil plopped down on the sofa, took out her phone, and immediately saw someone asking her in the CEO's office group about her first day at work. The questions were varied and included all sorts of things. For example, how was it like working at a small supermarket on your first day? They were concerned about whether she could adapt to working in the small supermarket, whether the owner of a small supermarket is easy to get along with, etc. The chat logs were from different times, the earliest being around lunchtime. She was probably driving at that time, so she didn't pay attention. She replied casually, "My first day at work was a bit fantastical. The boss is very nice and easy to get along with. However, I can't adapt to the current job right away. I need an adjustment period." Anil used to be the head of the president's office. Now that she's been transferred, some people are gloating, some are mocking and ostracizing her, some are being sarcastic, and of course some are genuinely concerned. Regardless of what everyone's purpose was, Anil's reply immediately enlivened the crowd. How was this fantastical? Working at the small supermarket is definitely not as busy as working in the CEO's office. Consider this a vacation. When a vacation is over, I'll return to the company, fully refreshed and ready to work. This person clearly cares about peace and happiness. Anil naturally appreciated the gesture, saying, "Okay, I'll get some rest." "What did you do today?" The work at a small supermarket is pretty much the same. Cashier, stocking shelves, cleaning, security, and finance. It's different from the CEO's office, where projects are worth tens or hundreds of millions. But after doing it for a while, you get used to it. Okay, here comes a sarcastic idiot. "Anil, you're right. The work here is really too easy. We don't need to clock in or out. We just need to do the tasks the boss assigns." The boss leaves promptly at 5 p.m., and I leave with him. A little after 5 p.m., I was reporting to my boss, and he very seriously told me that there needs to be a clear boundary between work hours and off hours, and that we shouldn't talk about work after work. He told me to go and enjoy my life. I just got back from shopping and eating out. Let me tell you, there's a food festival at the night market. It's super lively. They have all kinds of food. You should check out if you have time. It's really great to browse, and it has a really vibrant local atmosphere. Highly recommend the roadside food stalls. The lamb skewers are absolutely top-notch, and the draft beer is also excellent. Don't miss it. Anil didn't spend time typing. She just typed a bunch of voice messages into her phone. The people who were still working overtime in the president's office listened to her cheerful tone and then heard about her schedule over the past few hours, and they couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Still a night market? They don't have time to browse the night market. They still have a huge pile of documents on their table to deal with. A food festival? Is it because they don't want to go? I'm so tired when I get home from get off work. I don't have the energy to go to any food street. Barbecue with draft beer? Is it because they don't want to eat it? Do they have time to go? Seeing Anil sharing her happy life after get off work, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. Look at them, shopping, visiting night markets, enjoying delicious food. How fulfilling their lives are. Look at them, stacks of documents everywhere. Anil has lamb skewers and draft beer, while they only have iced Americanos in the break room. Compared to them, what a messed up life they lead. Some who were still dissatisfied continued to make sarcastic remarks in the group. I'm so envious of your work schedule. It must be so great not having to work overtime. But with such an easy job, how much do you get paid? Upon seeing this, everyone immediately suppressed their envy, jealousy, and resentment. Right. How could they have forgotten about the salary? What are they working so hard for? Isn't it all about getting a promotion and a raise? They can find easy jobs, but the pay is low. They're working so hard now just for a high salary. So it's not that they can't relax, it's just that they don't want to choose to relax. After some mental preparation, everyone convinced themselves and stabilized their wavering mentality. Anil, I'd be even more satisfied with the salary, a base salary of 25,000 yuan. Everyone, damn it, I'm totally losing it. Do less work than them, but earn more. One incredibly rare and powerful boss. That's not all. Anil, sigh back when I was in the CEO's office. I was busy from morning till night, every day, working overtime all the time. I had no life at all. Now that things are suddenly so easy, I'm really finding it hard to adjust. Everyone, can we please stop talking about Versailles? If you can't adapt, then step aside and let us do it. We can definitely adapt. Anil finished his sarcastic remarks and felt incredibly refreshed. The group chat fell silent again, and peace returned. Then, her WeChat notification sound started ringing incessantly. Anil burst out laughing as soon as she saw it. In Chapter 106, someone asked, does the small supermarket need more staff? The answer was, I can. Sister In, could you please ask if the small supermarket is short-staffed? I'm available anytime. Anil was speechless. She had been in the president's office for a year, and this person had never called her sister In before. Taking advantage of being a senior member of the president's office, he always liked to put on airs. I never expected him to shout at this moment. Anil ignored him. Humble working person Bebe. My dearest In, congratulations on finding such a great job. We've been colleagues for 4 years, and in those 4 years, we've forged a deep friendship. Without you in the CEO's office, every day feels like an eternity. I'm so unaccustomed to it. I truly want to continue working with you. Anil's lips twitched. This was a colleague she had a good relationship with in the president's office, and the one who had cared about her the most before. Aside from being impulsive and not very composed, she doesn't have any major flaws. Anil, speak human language. Humble working person Bebe. So, is the small supermarket still short-staffed? Followed by a shy little person fiddles with their fingers emoji. Anil, she knew it. Anil, I'm not sure yet. This is only my first day at work. I'll say something after I've figured out the situation. Humble working class Bebe, I love you. Actually, I just want to work with you, to be with you wherever you are. It's not because the job at the small supermarket is easy or pays well that I want to go. Anil, humble working class Bebe. If the small supermarket has any job openings, remember to let your dear former colleague know immediately, moi. Anle, ok. The two chatted idly for a while, then exchanged emojis before ending their conversation. After all, the other party still needs to work overtime. Anil had already turned on the TV and started watching the hottest variety show. And that wasn't all. She also posted a message on her WeChat moments. Anil, first day at the new job. It's so wonderful it's almost hard to adjust. The photos then follow. Work hours, off-get-off work hours, shopping, visiting night markets, eating skewers and draft beer, and finally, eating lychees while watching variety shows. A 6-square grid, completely full. Every single one of the photos radiates her joy. Anil has many people on WeChat, company leaders, colleagues, project partners, and project liaison staff. These people make up half of his contacts. Then there are classmates, friends, and family. Some people who were unaware of the situation saw this post on their WeChat moments and commented with envy, saying that the benefits of working for a big company are indeed good, with punctual working hours and no need for miserable overtime. When her family saw this, they said that this is exactly how it should be. Otherwise, people are working all day and don't even have time to find a partner. Only a small number of people knew that she had gone to work elsewhere, and they all turned into envious lemons, shedding tears of envy. These days, who wouldn't want an easy job, a 9 to 5 schedule, weekends off, no overtime, and a high salary? Anil's current situation is exactly the kind of working class life they've always dreamed of. Anil posted on her WeChat moments and then ignored it, watching variety shows and laughing uproariously. Her WeChat kept sending her notifications, but she didn't check them. Having learned from her recent experience, people who message her on WeChat now are either asking about her new job, letting her know if the job is still hiring, or even directly offering their services. She posted on her WeChat moments simply to document her new job and new beginning. In addition, this will show those short-sighted gossipy people in a company that even if she leaves the company, she has gone to a better place, not been demoted. She just wanted to shut up those who gossip behind her back. She just didn't expect that her post on WeChat moments would be so powerful. In just one day, almost all the employees in the group company knew about her new job. High salary, little work and no overtime. Absolutely a god-tier job. Even Lu Jiao was a little envious. He looked at his eyes, which had developed dark circles from working overtime, and then thought about Anil, who had been chosen by Sang Ian. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. It's true that without comparison, there is no harm. The thought of seeing Anil's happy and fulfilling work life on his WeChat moments and in the company's employee group every day made him feel like he couldn't live like this anymore. Jang Huai Jing frowned slightly as he looked at his listless nephew. Where did you go gallivanting last night? How can you be so lethargic at work? Lu Jiao's already unbalanced heart exploded. Going off on frivolous adventures? I like to go off on frivolous adventures, but do I even have the time? Did you forget the work you assigned me? I spent the whole night last night researching that old city renovation project. I only slept for 4 hours. 4 hours? Lu Jiao held up 4 fingers, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Jang Huai Jing raised an eyebrow slightly. Since you're so eager to fool around, I'll tell my older brother and sister-in-law to introduce you to blind dates. Lu Jiao. He stared wide-eyed in shock. Uncle, can't you be a decent human being? I've worked so hard for you, doing all the work for you, and yet you've pushed me into the grave of marriage. This is utterly ungrateful. However, he dared not say it aloud. Lu Jiao calmed down and said, President Jiang, I think you should keep up with the times, be innovative, and be willing to change. Only in this way can our company always stand at the top of the industry. Jang Huaijin became interested. He put down his pen and casually tapped the table with one hand. Tell me your thoughts. Chapter 107. Let's get recruitment underway. Lu Jiao, putting everything else aside, when it comes to working hours, can we learn from your junior sister? Look at Assistant In. She lives a life of luxury, and her colleagues are so envious. Jiang Huaijin glanced at the phone he was handed over. It contained various discussions about Anil's new job in the company's employee group chat. The word envy appeared most frequently. He stood up, took his phone, and walked outside. Lu Jiao asked in confusion. The meeting starts in 10 minutes. There's no need to go so early. Otherwise, those executives will get nervous. Jiang Huaijing, I'm going out for a bit. You'll chair the meeting in a little while. Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao was going crazy. He was really busy. He hadn't even finished the project proposal yet. Where would I find the time to chair a meeting? Where are you going? I'm too busy to handle this. He quickly chased after her. Jiang Huaijing didn't stop walking. Didn't you say that I should keep up with the times and be innovative? I'll go and learn about it now. Lu Jiao really wanted to curse. He wanted to slap himself across the face for talking nonsense 2 minutes earlier. Another task added. When will this bleak existence end? He also wants to work at the small supermarket. Asterisk. Anil arrived at the small supermarket at 9 o'clock sharp in the morning. Fortunately, Sang Ian woke up early today. The little prince didn't appear last night, so she didn't have to stay up late to work overtime. Anil was extremely efficient. After giving a clear and logical report on her work progress, she immediately mentioned the several locations she had inspected the day before they were suitable for opening a pharmacy. I consulted with the real estate agent yesterday. The rent for houses in the urban village is not high. If stability is a concern, the lease term can be extended to 5 years. Boss, which one do you like? I'll go and talk to them. Sang Ian has never been so worry-free. Indeed, hiring a capable employee is a good thing. This money was well spent. I think it would be better to buy a shop if possible, Sang Ian said. After all, as long as the old man is around, her supermarket will have to cater to customers from another world, and having a pharmacy nearby would be the most convenient thing. Anna was a little surprised by the new boss's generosity, but from an employee's perspective, she still voiced her thoughts. Renting a shop would be more cost-effective. A 5-year lease is also a good way for us to manage risk. If there are any changes to the pharmacy, we won't suffer too much loss. Sang Ian understood what she meant. After all, this was an urban village with outdated facilities, and the houses here would have almost no room for appreciation. If the pharmacy cannot be opened and the shop cannot be rented out, it will be a significant loss for them. However, even if there is no business at all, Sang Ian will still keep the pharmacy open. Her pharmacy wasn't open for the people here. She circled 2 spots closest to the supermarket, saying, "Go and negotiate. You can control the price yourself." Anil glanced at them and thought, great, they're all quite large. Even for an old house like this, you can't get one for less than 400,000 or 500,000. The new boss is someone who knows how to spend money. There's another issue. The store manager or staff needs to have a professional qualification certificate. This is a mandatory requirement. Anil reminds you, we need to hire again. Sang Ian said she understood. Seeing Anil going to work full of energy and high spirits, she didn't forget to remind her, remember to come back for lunch. Anil was shocked but overjoyed and smiled brightly. Okay. She thought that yesterday was her first day here, which was why she was treated to lunch as a way to get acquainted with the guests. Little did she know that there would be another lunch today. Thinking about the tone of her boss's voice when he told her to go home for lunch, Anil had a vague feeling that she wasn't there to work, but rather to visit a friend. Going back for lunch, and such a homely and down-to-earth conversation. It doesn't sound like a conversation between a boss and an employee at all. This place can't compare to a large company like the Jiang Group with its strict rules and regulations. It's more casual and less structured, but it's also warmer. Unlike the Jiang Group, where competition is fierce everywhere. Choosing sides, office politics, backstabbing, it's all exhausting, both physically and mentally. In contrast, Anil really likes small supermarkets. I like the casual atmosphere here. I like the temperature. Thinking that the pharmacy needed to hire people, Anil took out her phone and posted a small advertisement on her WeChat moments. Anil, due to business needs, our small supermarket is expanding and is now recruiting licensed pharmacists and pharmaceutical technicians. Excellent compensation, 9 to 5 workdays, rotating weekends off, no overtime. There was nothing she could do. She forgot to ask her boss about her salary, so this was the only way she could write it. However, considering the boss's character, I guess he can't skimp on the pay. This post on WeChat Moments immediately attracted keen attention from a certain group of people. Some people who didn't know the situation thought she was just forwarding the message for a friend, but the employees of Zhang's group acted faster than anyone else, quickly liking the post. Various comments have emerged. Most of the comments were filled with doubt and extreme confusion. I'm sorry, I don't know much about books, and I really don't understand the necessary connection between supermarkets and pharmacies. Aside from both being in the retail industry, they have absolutely nothing in common. This is the first time I've ever heard of a supermarket expanding into pharmacies. This isn't just business expansion. It's practically cross-industry expansion. Anjia, is your new job really reliable? Why don't you try to go back to the CEO's office? Giving me such a nonsensical job. I'll just have to suffer like this. Anil glanced at them and was both amused and exasperated. He knew these people had ill intentions and always wanted to take his place. Compared to comments on her moments, her WeChat messages were far busier, constantly ringing. Most of the messages are inquiring about specific job details. I definitely wouldn't post such messages in the comment section of my WeChat moments. After all, we have too many mutual friends, And if my colleagues saw that I was thinking of changing jobs, wouldn't that expose me? Humble working class bae. My dearest Inin, I knew it. You definitely wanted to continue working with me. There's a new job posting today. Why didn't you tell me this amazing news privately? Now that so many people know, doesn't it make it harder for us to become colleagues? The message was followed by an emoji of someone pounding the ground and crying, clearly indicating that they were extremely heartbroken. Anil replied with an eye-rolling emoji. Anil, read the job requirements carefully. They need a licensed pharmacist. Do you know what a licensed pharmacist is? It requires a medical-related major and a professional qualification certificate. Can someone with a business administration degree do that? Then Anil received a screenshot of shopping cart. Clicking on it to enlarge, it revealed the following courses: pharmaceutical professional knowledge, comprehensive pharmaceutical knowledge and skills, pharmaceutical administration and regulations, and analysis of past exam questions and video courses. Humble working class bae. I'm for Shandong. It's just a certification exam. Am I afraid? I'll sign up right now and take the exam this year. Anil, do we really have to work this hard? The pharmacy is still in the planning stages, and the salaries there might not be as high as those in the CEO's office. She didn't quite understand this person's obsession either. Chapter 108, Two People Scheming Against Each Other. Sang Ian is also worried about the recruitment problem, mainly because the location of the urban village has already deterred a group of job seekers. She also wants to find an experienced and capable pharmacist, or even better, an experienced doctor. That way, if any guests from another world need medicine due to illness, she won't have to rely on Baidu to find medical advice and sell medicine. The last time the little prince had an epidemic, she was just lucky that she had some knowledge of it. Otherwise, she would have been completely clueless. What are you thinking about, so engrossed? Jang Huai Jing had been standing at the door for a while, but the other person hadn't noticed. Sunlight streamed into the room from behind him, making him appear radiant. Jang Huai Jing was still wearing a suit, and the top button of his shirt was still fastened tightly. The aura of asceticism emanating from him was truly irresistible. Sang Ian smiled, her eyes crinkling, but don't misunderstand, she wasn't captivated by his good looks. Rather, she had a plan to recruit people. Senior brother, it's so hot outside. Come in and cool off. She greeted him warmly. Please come in, please come in. I'll make you some tea. Sang Ian led the person to the new district, took out the crimson robe that the young prince had given her, and served this fat sheep. Jang Huai Jing followed him to the new district, sat down at the tea table, and smiled. When did he become so popular? Golden Nanmu truly lives up to its reputation as the emperor's wood. As soon as you enter the new area, a faint fragrance of Nanmu greets you, subtle and pleasant. As soon as you sit down, a cool sensation washes over you, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, something only Golden Nanmu wood can achieve. Sang Ian's tea brewing skills are only amateur level, quite average, but the quality of the tea leaves is excellent and of high grade. As wisps of steam rose, a fragrant aroma of tea filled the air. Jang Huai Jing's eyes lit up. Just by looking at the tea soup, he knew it was a good tea. He picked up the small white porcelain teacup, tasted the tea, and felt its fragrance bloom on his tongue, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Junior sister is really generous, offering me tea worth hundreds of thousands per tale. Aren't you worried about the cost? Sang Ian's heart skipped a beat. Hundreds of thousands per tale? Wouldn't 1 pound cost millions? She didn't quite understand the market price of this tea. Thinking back to how she used this tea leaves to make milk tea last night, she felt that she might have been disrespectful to such an expensive tea. It seems she's heartbroken. Jang Huai Jing keenly caught the fleeting look of heartache in her eyes and couldn't help but smile slightly. Sang Ian sighed deeply. The tea for my senior brother should naturally be the best quality. There's no need to feel bad about it. Jang Huai Jing didn't believe it. When you say that, you can look in a mirror first and see your expression right now before you speak. That might be more convincing. Sang Ian sighed deeply, raised her hand to her forehead, and looked somewhat resigned to her fate. What pains me is that I used this Dahong Pao tea to make milk tea yesterday. Jang Huai Jing was astonished. Using this top-grade Dahong Pao tea, the kind that might not even yield a pound of it a year, to make milk tea, he felt a pang of heartache. What to do? But that's not all. Sang Ian continued, the day before yesterday I wanted to eat tea eggs, so I used this to boil some tea eggs. Jang Huai Jing. He couldn't take it anymore. His chest hurt. What does it mean to waste resources? That's it. Do you still have this tea? I'd like to buy some. Jang Huai Jing asked with a heavy heart. Sang Ian felt the same way. I need 2 experienced doctors to work in my pharmacy. Can you help me, senior brother? I understand now. That's her real purpose for being so attentive. Isn't it a waste of talent for a pharmacy to hire a doctor as a clerk? Jang Huai Jing asked. Sang Ian adopted a mysterious expression. That's true in other pharmacies, but not in my pharmacy. Seeing her serious expression, Jang Huai Jing backed down. That's not easy. Good doctors either work in hospitals or run their own clinics. Pharmacies are not a good place for them, nor are they a promising one. Sang Ian certainly knew this, otherwise she wouldn't be worried. That's precisely why we asked our senior brother to step in. With your abilities and extensive network, this little thing is a piece of cake. She continued to flatter him. Jang Huai Jing saw through her intentions at a glance. She was trying to provoke him into making a move. He kept increasing his investment. He was a businessman, and he had to consider the return on investment. It's like being in a completely different field. The Jiang Group's business doesn't involve the pharmaceutical industry, so we really don't have the connections or resources in that area. Even for me, it's not an easy thing to hire a doctor to work as a clerk in your pharmacy. The more difficult the matter, the higher the value of his offer. How could she ask him to help if she didn't sell him half a pound of tea? Jang Huai Jing's little scheme was in full swing. He was waiting for Sang Ian to make concessions on his own initiative. To everyone's surprise, Sang Ian took a sip of tea, put the teacup down, and said, "Then forget it. I don't want to make things difficult for my senior brother. Anyway, it will take some time for my pharmacy to open, so I can take my time finding staff." Jang Huai Jing. No, aren't you giving up a little too soon? Aren't you going to try again? This is just normal negotiation rhetoric. Can't you tell? Normally, when others hear him say this, shouldn't they engage in several rounds of negotiation with him regarding their interests? Who would give up so easily? Jang Huai Jing was stunned by her unconventional approach. God knows, he just wanted to buy more tea. Sang Ian didn't care how turbulent his heart was at that moment. She never forced anyone to do anything against their will. Besides, while such specialized talent is hard to find, she can use her financial power. She felt that with less work, less chores, a 9 to 5 schedule, weekends off, no overtime, lunch provided, and a higher monthly salary, this job would still be very attractive. President Jiang, you're so busy. Why did you come over during working hours? Is there something you need? Sang Ian quickly changed the subject. Well, it's President Jiang again. Jang Huai Jing, who was just about to bring the recruitment topic back on track, was speechless. It's heartbreaking to have missed out on such a fine tea. The traditional Chinese-style variety show is about to start filming. The first episode will be in Anqing. Do you want to go to the studio? Jang Huai Jing asked. Sang Ian's eyes lit up. I want to. Top idol song Xiao is a regular guest. It's a free chance to see your idol. Only a fool wouldn't go. Chapter 109. The Chinese-style variety show premieres. Because I was going to watch a live performance of a traditional Chinese culture variety show, I had to leave the small supermarket to Anil. Anil finally understood what it meant to complete the assigned task given by the leader. She worked as a cashier for the first time. Sang Ian also thoughtfully instructed that when there are no guests, it is fine to watch live streams, short videos, dramas, or variety shows. Anil felt a little guilty about taking her base salary of $25,000. However, there was really no other work to be done in the shop, and even the cleaning had been done thoroughly. This doesn't look like she's working at all. It's more like she's making money while lying down. Feeling guilty, Anil took the initiative to handle personnel matters and started recruiting people through her all-powerful social circle. Helping the boss solve all sorts of difficult problems is the duty of every employee. Asterisk. The reason why the first episode of the traditional Chinese-style variety show was set in Anqing was to create a collaboration with the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition. By leveraging the appeal of the variety show and the popularity of the 6 regular guests, the aim was to draw more attention to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition. This is also a method and strategy for promoting traditional Chinese culture. All I can say is that capitalists are capitalists. In their world, resource utilization must reach 200%. A few days ago, the traditional Chinese-style variety show officially announced its guests. It's safe to say that this variety show deserves its S-level resources. You can tell just by looking at the guest lineup. A highly acclaimed actor, Jean-Claude. Having been in the industry for 20 years, He has created countless memorable characters and produced numerous outstanding works. Renowned TV host, Li Shui. She is the mainstay and star host of Strawberry TV, and every program she hosts is a huge hit. Hong Kong's Queen of Song, Huang Feifei. A powerful singer, an absolute household name. With hit songs everywhere and concerts that are always sold out, he holds a pivotal position in the music industry. International film queen, Tang Fan. She debuted at the peak of her career and is the only Chinese actress to have won all 3 major international A-level film and television awards. She has superb acting skills and countless fans. Top celebrity in the Chinese entertainment industry, Song Xiao. Debuting through talent shows, these singers and dancers are absolute rulers in an era where popularity reigns supreme. They have massive fan bases, are darlings of high-end luxury brands, and are frequent visitors to trending topics. Among all the guests, he is the most popular and hottest celebrity. Among such a star-studded lineup of regular guests, a nobody, Mu Chunin, stumbled in. After the initial frenzy, netizens began to pay attention to Mu Chunin, a person they had never even heard of before. There was no other way. All the other guests were top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. She's the kind of artist who has awards, talent, and popularity. And what about Mu Chunin? In the entertainment industry, he is practically unknown. How can an artist who is barely even a 30-second tier celebrity be allowed to participate in a traditional Chinese-style variety show and be on the same program as so many big names? After all, there are far too many celebrities in the industry who want to squeeze into this variety show. However, the production team is very firm and does not accept those who bring their own investment, resource exchanges, or personal connections. This left many young actors and actresses in the industry disappointed. Now, this huge opportunity has been snatched up by an unknown celebrity. How can everyone not be curious? In no time, netizens used all their skills to dig into the identity of this Mu Chunin. Well, the official announcement caused a sensation across the internet. It trended on social media one after another. The hashtag who is Mu Chunin hashtag was immediately pushed to the top spot by netizens with great curiosity. When Mu Chunin saw this Weibo post, he didn't know what expression to use to respond. It's a good thing to trend on social media for free, but this particular topic is somewhat impolite for an artist who has been in the industry for 4 years. The comments under this Weibo post were incredibly diverse, covering all sorts of topics. The internet has a long memory. Various videos of Mu Chunin participating in talent shows were dug up, and he was thoroughly criticized by netizens. There's nothing we can do about it. His debut back then was partly due to luck. After all, he's terrible at singing and dancing, and all he has is his face. Once the limited time group ended, he had no serious engagements, his fans rapidly disappeared, and he vanished from the entertainment industry. After 4 years of silence, the person's return with such a blockbuster program naturally sparked much speculation among netizens. They have powerful backers and wealthy backers. What kind of capital power is this? The most outrageous thing is that there are even rumors that Mu Chunin is a rich young master from a wealthy family and a player who spent a lot of money. In just one day, Mu Chunin gained 500,000 followers on Weibo. The only downside was that these followers were all haters. They accused him of stealing their brother's resources or that he stole their goddess's opportunity. In short, Mu Chunin became the public enemy of these fan circles all by himself. But because of this, the show received widespread attention online even before it premiered. It's fair to say that even advertising expenses were saved. The director stroked his chin, wondering if the Jiang group had put Mu Chunin on the show because of this. Yufeng was completely baffled. He was the only one in the entire production team who knew that Mu Chunin had been put in by the sponsor. The other staff members thought that Mu Chunin was a secret weapon prepared by Yufeng. After all, it's not easy to produce variety shows featuring traditional Chinese style. Whether a variety show will become popular or not is anyone's guess. With so many types of variety shows nowadays, travel, romance, mystery, talent shows, singing, and so on, it really has nothing to do with investment if you want to become famous or a hit. The audience's preferences are the most difficult to control. As the director, Yufeng definitely wants to make the show a success and a hit. This lineup is full of big names, which may attract a lot of attention in the early stages of a show. But if there are no hot topics or exciting moments, it will definitely start strong, but end weakly. Everyone assumed that Mu Chunin was a cannon fodder that Yufeng had found, used as a control group to generate buzz, attract attention, and draw criticism. Seeing the topic gaining popularity on Weibo, many people praised and admired Feng's decision. Hearing the flattery around him, Yufeng really wanted to shout that this had nothing to do with him. Seeing the word hot following the trending topic and clicking on it to see Mu Chunin being severely criticized, Yufeng felt a headache coming on. He's worried that Mu Chunin might get upset and refuse to record anymore. What'd he do then? He genuinely had no idea that these netizens had such wild imaginations and were so harsh in their insults. Yufeng immediately contacted his agent, Fu Yong, to try and come up with a solution. If this matter is not explained clearly, Mu Chunin may be labeled with all sorts of accusations, damaging his public image and reputation. However, the other party's phone was unreachable. When they finally got through, they didn't seem to care about the matter at all and even sincerely thanked him, which made his artist trend on social media. Yufeng was completely confused, feeling that Mu Chunin, his agent, was not very reliable. He sighed. It seemed he could only find an opportunity to remind him. Yufeng felt that he was really worried sick. Let's see how Mu Chunin reacts when a show starts to salvage his image. That's right, this variety show is broadcast live. Chapter 1, 10 Gossip Comedian. Mu Chunin is actually very indifferent to the various conclusions drawn online. Don't misunderstand. It's not that he has a strong mental fortitude and doesn't care about the various things about him online. Rather, he simply hasn't read the netizens' comments in detail. In Mu Chunin's words, he's not a renminbi. It's impossible for everyone to like him. It's normal for some people not to like him. He could just ignore it. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time writing a few more large character pieces? Before the show started, Song Xiao was worried that he would be affected by various messages online, so she specially comforted him, saying, "Don't pay too much attention to those comments online. That's how it is for celebrities. Once they get attention, there will always be some inexplicable haters jumping around." Mu Chunin looked at him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Xiao, you're the one I admire the most in this regard. Your haters, in terms of both numbers and fighting power, are definitely the industry leaders. You've managed to maintain emotional stability all these years, which is something not everyone can do." Song Xiao, "Kid, isn't your focus a bit off? I was trying to comfort you, not asking you to praise me." However, seeing that his clear and bright eyes were free of any gloom, Song Xiao smiled faintly, realizing that he had overdone it. The child was not affected by the nonsense online. To have such a mindset at such a young age is far better than what he had back then. At the start of the show, the first thing to flood into the live stream was a large number of fans from each group, with a barrage of comments vying to greet their idols. Then there are the viewers and netizens attracted by the show itself. A live-stream variety show with traditional Chinese style sounds quite interesting, and with so many big-name celebrities participating, it's worth checking out. The last group of people came specifically from Mu Chunin. That's right, they really want to see what this nobody in the entertainment industry is capable of, that this big opportunity has actually fallen into his lap. These people's eyes were like rulers, staring intently at Mu Chunin, as if they were looking at him with a magnifying glass. As the least famous guest on the show, Mu Chunin was naturally the first to appear on camera. With a very simple and everyday look, black trousers, a white shirt, and a pair of long, straight legs that are quite dazzling. Coupled with that handsome face, a slight smile, he is the real-life version of a sunny and cheerful young man. Putting everything else aside, her looks are undeniable. However, there are still people who like to nitpick. If they want to smear someone, they will find something to criticize no matter what. With Mu Chunin's appearance, the barrage of comments was incredibly fierce. Even some staff members who were monitoring the program's effects in real time couldn't help but feel sorry for this minor celebrity. He was just on a TV show, and he's being unfairly attacked. He's truly innocent. Here they come, here they come, here they come. They're obviously just trying to ride the coattails of others' fame. There are tons of these kinds of minor celebrities in the industry. They don't work hard. All they do is create hype. My goddess must stay away from him. She must stay away from him. I hope this little celebrity has some self-awareness. If he dares to try and piggyback on my goddess's fame, don't blame me for being ruthless. Warning. If this Mu Chunin dares to leech off his brother, we, Yuan Xiao, will tear him apart so badly his own mother won't recognize him. The barrage of comments was so dense it made one's scalp tingle. The crew members looked at Mu Chunin with sympathy. Director Yufeng had anticipated this, so he gave him a brief welcome, introduced himself, and then quickly greeted the next guests. Sure enough, The atmosphere in the live chat changed a lot as soon as the other guests appeared, with fans greeting their idols. Moochinen maintained a proper distance, greeting each of the other seniors without being overly eager to ride on their coattails, yet also neither cold nor aloof. This just right aloofness left a good impression on the other four guests besides Song Xiao. After the guest introductions, the director gave a brief overview of the variety show, followed by interaction with fans in the live stream. Since this is the first time that a variety show has been produced using live streaming and recording, interacting with fans helps to liven up the atmosphere in the live stream. The director smiled and looked at the 6 people. The production team will select 10 questions that fans most want to know and ask them, so everyone should be prepared. Li Shui, the host and the person these guests used to liven up the atmosphere, was quite surprised upon hearing this. Are they going to go this far? The other chimed in, Director, I remember when we signed the contract, it was for a proper Chinese-style variety show, not some entertainment gossip report. This is a joke by actress Tang Fan. Do we have to answer? What if we encounter sensitive questions? Song Xiao looked at Mu Chunin with some concern. Then he bumped into his face, which looked like he was expecting a juicy gossip story, and he felt like his worries had been wasted. The news of Mu Chunin joining the show caused such a stir online that the other guests naturally already knew about it. Song Xiao and Mu Chunin are in the same agency. When Song Xiao said this, they both looked at Mu Chunin in the same direction. Then the expressions of the 5 guests became synchronized. That expression was as if to ask, do you remember you came here to participate in the show, not to be a bystander? Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Mu Chunin felt inexplicably nervous. The director, controlling the pace of the program, immediately said with a smile, Teacher Song, it seems you and Teacher Mu have a good relationship. Even at this time, you still worry about Teacher Mu. Song Xiao also said helplessly, we are in the same company, and we are filming in the same production crew. Now we are participating in a variety show together. Xiaoan is young, so I naturally have to take care of her more. Everyone was surprised. Considering Mu Chunin's background, being able to act alongside Song Xiao in director Zhang's production meant that Mu Chunin was indeed quite capable. At this moment, the veteran actor chuckled and said, so you two have already collaborated. However, it seems your junior brother isn't worried about netizens' opinions. Mu Chunin blinked, looking puzzled as if asking, why should I worry? He said, what's there to ask about someone like me, a nobody? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Netizens will definitely be asking you all questions. Everyone, that makes so much sense, I can't even argue with it. Song Xiao. All right, the clown is actually myself. The rest of the group. No wonder he looked so expectant, like he was watching a melon. Mu Chunin looked at the director expectantly. Aren't we going to start yet? I can't wait. I wonder if this year's netizens are any good, what kind of questions they can ask. The director looked bewildered. Is this a guest from the show, or just a bystander? What should the rest of us do? We're inexplicably nervous. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was flooded with ha-ha-ha comments. They really didn't expect Mu Chunin to be so funny. This young artist seems to be quite different from what they had expected. The netizens' competitive spirit has been ignited. This question must be asked with class. They absolutely cannot allow a minor celebrity to mock this generation of netizens for being incompetent. A strange competitive spirit has emerged. This directly led to Yufeng becoming somewhat agitated upon seeing these issues. And here comes the highlight of the show. Chapter 111. These 32 lines are quite interesting. The first question. The director looked at Mu Chunin in shock. These netizens are really ruthless. Teacher Mu, what makes you qualified to participate in this traditional Chinese culture variety show? After all, the other guests are top tier in the industry in terms of status and fame, while you're a relatively unknown 32nd tier celebrity. After reading the question, the director couldn't help but speak up to ease the tension. These netizens are really sharp-tongued. Mu Chunin didn't seem to care. Instead, he looked at the camera with a pained expression. You guys need to ask such a simple question? You don't even know such a simple question. The comments section immediately erupted with activity. Wait, what does line 32 mean? Why do I feel like he's looking down on me? This is the first time I've ever been looked down upon by a celebrity on a TV show. Don't we netizens have any dignity? Mu Chunin cried out in anguish. You only have 10 chances. Don't think you have a lot of chances. Besides me, there are 5 big shots here. Originally, you each had a chance to ask 2 questions, but now. He sighed deeply. How could you waste such a precious opportunity on me? Oh no, That makes so much sense. I can't even argue with it. Hilarious. This is the first time I've ever seen a celebrity be more gossipy than us fans. I regret it. I really regret it. Why did I waste such a precious opportunity on a nobody? Brothers and sisters, don't be fooled by this cunning 30-second tier actor. He's just trying to divert attention. To change the subject. Answer the question quickly. Answer the question quickly. Answer the question quickly. The director received a hint. Everyone is waiting for Teacher Mu's answer. Mu Chunin smiled and said, "Actually, the answer is very simple. I was able to participate in this program because I have someone behind me." Holy crap. That guy's so brave. He even said that. No. Is this something we can say? Is this something we can hear? What an honest young man. So pure and unpretentious. Just my type. Am I the only one wondering who my backer is? I think I want it too. And me. The other 5 guests were also shocked, and they all looked doubtful. Were they too old to know the trends of today's young people? Or is it that the entertainment industry has become very tolerant of having powerful connections and relying on influential figures? The director followed up with another question. Everyone wants to know who your backer is? Mu Chunin smiled. That's another issue. Netizens, damn it. The other 5 guests were also amused. It was still actor Jean-Claude who spoke up. Chunin, has anyone ever said that your personality might not be suitable for the entertainment industry? Mu Chunin nodded. Many people have said that. Then why did you enter the entertainment industry in the first place? Shango asked, somewhat puzzled. Mu Chunin said sincerely, I heard it's very profitable here. Jean Germain, ahem. Ha ha ha. He's such a sincere guy. So that's why. This guy is so interesting. I have to follow him. No, normally, isn't it because of dreams? Why isn't this person playing by the rules? Actress Tang Fan also found the kid quite interesting. So you entered the entertainment industry because you needed money? Mu Chunin nodded. Yes, I need to earn more money as a dowry for my sister. Otherwise I'm worried she won't be able to get married. Everyone cough, cough, cough. No. Do you even remember this was a live stream? Aren't you afraid your sister will see this? Thank you so much. Sang Ian had been watching the live stream the whole time. When she heard Mu Chunin's words, she frantically tapped the screen with her finger, wishing she could grab a feather duster and teach this person a lesson. Jang Huai Jing saw it too, suppressing a laugh. Why would your brother have such worries? You're a princess. Sang Ian glanced at him, her hands itching to hit him. Even if this person has an exceptionally beautiful face, it can't stop her from hitting someone. Unfortunately, she didn't have the right tools at hand, which affected her performance. The QA session with the fans ended with the director's witty remarks, and it was also revealed that they would be participating in the Intangible Cultural Heritage exhibition next. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 50 million. It has to be said that these guests have an undeniable amount of star power. The director was overjoyed when he heard the news. Meanwhile, Mu Chunin had already started giving gifts. That's right, he always kept his older sister's advice in mind. Give gifts to the guests on the show, because it's never wrong to give more gifts. I prepared small gifts for the teachers before I came, and I hope you will like them. The other guests were somewhat confused. This was Shang Ji's first time participating in a variety show, and he didn't quite understand what was going on. He could only look to Tang Fan, the actress he had worked with many times. So, you have to bring gifts for the guests when you participate in variety shows? I wasn't prepared, and my agent didn't remind me. Although this wasn't Tang Fan's first time participating in a variety show, she had only participated in performance-based variety shows before, so she wasn't aware of this rule. At this moment, looking at the white handkerchief embroidered with traditional Chinese characters, she felt a little flustered. I wasn't prepared either. Jean Germain was immediately relieved, as long as he wasn't the only one who wasn't prepared. Dang Fan. Li Shuel looked at the grass-green purse in her hand with delight. Chunin is so thoughtful. Is this purse Suzhou embroidery? Such embroidery is hard to find these days, and the silk itself is also hard to come by. Mu Chunin gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. Teacher Li is truly knowledgeable. He can even recognize acupuncture techniques. This is indeed Suzhou embroidery, sewn stitch by top embroiderer. Don't be fooled by its small size. It takes a lot of effort to embroider this pouch. As for this silk, it is yun brocade, and it is woven by artisans, not a mass-produced product from a factory. It is hard to find in modern times. Mu Chunin explained. Li Shuai gently stroked the purse, feeling the smooth silk. She had done programs about intangible cultural heritage before and knew a little about it. As soon as she touched the silk, she knew it was a good product. Coming to this show has really been a great deal for me. I love this wallet. Thank you, Shaolin. Mu Chunin said a few modest words and distributed all the small gifts. Huang Feifei is from Hong Kong. She has been in the entertainment industry for nearly 20 years and has left behind countless hit songs. She loves handmade items, and she especially adores this purse. Shaolin, do you know any purse makers? I'd like to order a few to give to my friends. Yes. I also want to order a few for my family, Shango added. Mu Chunin smiled and looked at the camera. I don't know the master, but you can buy these purses and handkerchiefs at the small supermarkets in Onqing's urban villages. The styles are varied and there are many types. Most importantly, each embroidery pattern is unique and there will never be a duplicate. However, it is a limited supply, so please pre-order as soon as possible. Everyone, this advertising campaign was brilliant. Director, should I ask this person for advertising fees? Sang Ian. Fine, I'll spare you the beating since you're advertising so relentlessly. I just don't know if Anil can manage all the work by herself at the supermarket. Sang Ian is overthinking this. After all, even an advertisement needs time to gain traction. Chapter 112, this guy knows how to advertise. Hashtag most brave line 32 Mu Chunin hashtag. Hashtag Mu Chunin reveals he got into a traditional Chinese-style variety show through connections hashtag. Hashtag entering the entertainment industry to make money hashtag. As the live stream progressed, Mu Chunin once again suddenly appeared on the trending topics list and the discussion level soared. After all, there are quite a few artists in the industry who have wealthy backers, but it seems that everyone is keeping it hidden, afraid of being discovered by the outside world. But this guy just openly said it on the show, listing all the celebrities in the entertainment industry and revealing that he only has one sugar daddy. Such a rare and exceptional flower, which only appears once every 10,000 years, naturally attracted the attention of many netizens. Well, all I can say is that netizens have incredibly diverse tastes. Mu Chunin attracted a huge amount of attention in a way that no one could have imagined, and his fan base grew by leaps and bounds. Naturally, there were still fans who criticized him because he appeared on this variety show, and they disliked his straightforward personality. So for a time, a fierce online battle broke out on Weibo. The more the two sides argued, the more attention Mu Chunin received. With the help of the production team, Mu Chunin's popularity was no less than that of the other 5 guests. The director was absolutely thrilled. What follows is the usual format of variety shows, group competitions with prizes for winners. The program team arranged for 2 calligraphy teachers. The 2 groups of people had to find a calligraphy teacher at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition venue, successfully become disciples, and learn calligraphy. Afterwards, the 2 groups of guests presented their learning outcomes, which were scored by professional judges, and the group with the most scores won. The grouping was very fair. They just drew lots. Mu Chunin, Song Xiao, and Host Li Shui formed a team. Among them, Song Xiao, as a top star, is the most famous of the 3 and directly became the team leader. The remaining Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Singer form a team. Since it's a variety show featuring traditional Chinese culture and also include participation in an intangible cultural heritage exhibition, and today happens to be the Hanfu Festival, the production team provided costumes for the guests. Of course, to add to the fun, there is also role-playing involved. Who gets which character depends entirely on luck. For example, the movie star Jean Germain drew the servant boy, which is the short jacket worn by servants in ancient times. Actress Tang Fan drew the role of the matriarch, so naturally she wore a rich and luxurious outfit. Singer Huang Feifei drew the role of a maid, so her costume was naturally not as gorgeous and elaborate as that of the mistress. Song Xiao drew the young master, the Host Li Shui drew the teacher, and the most outrageous one was Mu Chunin, who actually drew the young lady. When the results were revealed, Mu Chunin was truly dumbfounded. He shook the note in his hand and looked at the director. Is there something wrong with this program? The director suppressed a laugh and said, No, please respect the lottery results. Mu Chunin didn't believe it. There must be something wrong with this. He argued forcefully, this is a traditional Chinese culture variety show. As the director, shouldn't you be well versed in history? Have you ever seen a young lady in ancient times who was 1.8 meters tall? Never seen it before. Therefore, we must respect history. Our program is so popular and we have so many viewers in the live broadcast room. We can't spread misinformation and mislead the public. A 1.8-meter tall lady from a secluded family doesn't exist. Mu Chunin spoke earnestly, as if he were truly considering the production team's interests, which made everyone unable to suppress their laughter. The director sighed. "You've got your hands on me." Mu Chunin, in a fit of desperation, said, "Director, don't tell me you have prepared a 1.8-meter long Hanfu for me." "Director, actually, there isn't one. If someone agrees to switch with you, that's fine too." Mu Chunin immediately looked at Li Shui. "Sister Shui, I think we can make a deal." Li Shui's shoulders trembled as she laughed. She simply couldn't imagine what this tall, 1.8-meter tall man would look like dressed in women's clothing. The clothes of a young lady from a respectable family are naturally much prettier than those of a teacher. Which female celebrity doesn't want to look beautiful when she goes on a show? Li Shui immediately agreed. Mu Chunin was moved to tears and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Shui, for saving my life. Don't worry, I'll do all the dirty and tiring work. You can just relax and enjoy yourself." Li Shui was amused by him and said, "It's settled then." For a moment, the atmosphere within the group was very joyful. Mu Chunin has a great sense of variety and is very uninhibited on the show, which makes the show quite entertaining. Because of the little incident of drawing lots, the barrage was filled with comments saying they wanted to see the brother in women's clothing, so many that they blocked the guest's face. Seeing this, the director silently kept the audience's wishes in mind. He was a good director and would definitely find an opportunity to fulfill the wishes of his audience. Mu Chunin, who was changing his clothes, felt a chill run down his spine and shivered. The costumes prepared by the production team were all very exquisite, which shows that the investment was indeed spent on the right things. Yes, mistakes do happen. Perhaps due to the staff's haste, the hair crown could not be found anywhere, and the little girl was almost in tears. Helpless, Mu Chunin had to ask his assistant to take out the extremely expensive jade crown from his car and use it temporarily. He originally intended to take it back and send it to Sang Ian. Such an expensive item was not safe to keep with him, and more importantly, it was too big and not easy to store. Who knew that it would actually come in handy? The props and the real jade crown are completely different. Mu Chunin was dressed in a light blue embroidered robe and wore a hair crown. He didn't look like a teacher, but rather like a young master from some family. It has a certain air of a gentleman as handsome as jade, unparalleled in the world. Even the award-winning actor couldn't help but sigh. With your period costume look, it's a pity you don't act in period dramas. Absolutely. He has the air of a young master from a prestigious family. Actress Tang Fan also praised. Mu Chunin immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "Directors, if there are any suitable roles, please consider me. After all, I am of high quality and low price, and offer excellent value for money." Everyone. I've seen people promote themselves before, but I've never seen anyone promote themselves like this. "Director, you know how to make advertisements." Sang Ian, who had already changed in an ancient costume, smiled broadly and said, "Not bad. You've learned to actively seek opportunities now. You made progress." Jang Huai Jing suppressed the amazement in his eyes. "Do you think your brother can find you in a little while?" That's right. Sang Ian was called in to serve as the calligraphy teacher for the show. The staff member who had signed the contract had strained his wrist and couldn't hold a pen at all. Sang Ian, who originally just wanted to come to participate in the Hanfu festival, was forced into this situation. Chapter 113, the first step for the small supermarket to break out of its niche. The Hanfu Festival, part of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition, is held in an ancient-style park in Anqing. Every year on this day, many men and women dress in ancient costumes and come here to enjoy themselves. Every year at this time, the Hanfu Festival features various performances and numerous stalls selling antique-style items. For example, jade hairpins, hair ornaments, jade bracelets, handkerchiefs, purses, lanterns, small wood carvings, oil paper umbrellas, writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, etc. Each stall has its own unique characteristics, and many people enjoy browsing them. Upon arriving at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition, the two groups immediately split up and plunged into the crowd of people dressed entirely in ancient costumes. There are only so many styles of ancient costumes, so the group simply used the gifts they had just received. It has to be said, there is no harm without comparison. Actress Tang Fan received a handkerchief embroidered with the character Fanzi, which she particularly liked, and she directly gave up the handkerchief prepared by the production team. However, The purse she was carrying was prepared by the production team. Huang Fei, on the other hand, received a white purse embroidered with winter plum blossoms, which was far superior to the one Tang Fan carried with him during the festival, both in terms of embroidery skills and fabric. One is a film queen, and the other is a singer. Both are great beauties in the industry, and their ancient costumes are sure to attract everyone's attention. It's fair to say that Mu Chenin's little gift was perfectly chosen, making the fans in the live stream scream with excitement, wanting the same item as their idol. Huang Fei's Mandarin had a slight Hong Kong accent. There are just too many people here. How are we supposed to find the calligraphy teacher the production team arranged? Both Shanggu and Tang Fan have filmed many period dramas, and there are inevitably scenes of writing in the dramas. Neither of them likes to use stunt doubles, so they always practice hard. They're very confident in this part. Don't worry, Fei. Our captain is a calligraphy enthusiast. He likes to practice calligraphy when he's not filming. We have a natural advantage in this competition. Tang Fan linked arms with Huang Fei, full of confidence. Shanggu, dressed in a short servant's outfit, was undeniably handsome in the crowd. He surveyed his surroundings and said with a smile, "Don't keep mentioning me. Don't you also like calligraphy? I was the one who introduced you to your calligraphy teacher. I remember it was for a TV series. You played a talented woman, and you started practicing as soon as you got the script for a calligraphy competition scene. You practiced hard for 3 months, and even the director was impressed." That was not long after Tang Fan debuted, and that TV series became a hit of the year. Because of her dedication, she received many offers from directors and successfully transitioned to the big screen. The two were exchanging compliments, and Huang Fei looked on with admiration. Great. 2 against 1. It's a sure thing. She was immediately full of confidence. The live stream chat was very active, especially when the two were complimenting each other. Fans immediately came out to explain how dedicated the two had been in the past. Upon hearing that both of them were very experienced, both fans of the celebrities and fans of the show felt that they had a better chance of winning and hoped that they could find a calligraphy teacher soon. In comparison, Song Xiao's team was more attractive, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. Song Xiao and Mu Chenin, in particular, were dressed in a way that was both gentle and refined, and elegant and otherworldly. With the addition of Li Shui, a young lady from a respectable family, they were truly a group of stunning beauties. As a top influencer, Song Xiao has the most fans among the 6 guests, so their live stream has more viewers than the other team. Song Xiao's ancient costume look has captivated a large number of fans and passers-by. Putting everything else aside, as a top star for so many years, Song Xiao's face has truly charmed countless young girls. The silver purse he always carried, embroidered with ink orchids, was also a gift from Mu Chenin. Meanwhile, his crazy fans had already started searching for the same style on various shopping websites. They didn't quite believe what Mu Chenin had said before. A purse and a handkerchief are all you need. How could you possibly only buy them in a small supermarket? Is it really possible that there are still things you can't buy online? Impossible. As it turns out, there really isn't any product like Xiao Ji's online. Some fans are so persistent that they've already started looking for the location of the small supermarket. Unfortunately, Song Xiaoquan is a spokesperson for high-end luxury brands, all top international brands. Some fans with lower incomes can't even use the same items as their idols. Now that they've finally found something that doesn't seem too expensive, these fans naturally can't contain themselves. Of course, given the small supermarket's peculiar location, it is indeed not easy to find. Knowing that she was coming to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition and that it was also the Hanfu Festival, Sang Ian brought the ancient costume that the little prince had tailored for her, along with a jade hairpin and 2 hair ornaments. Her original plan was to take some photos at the Hanfu Festival. She had always wanted to take photos in ancient costumes, but she never had the time. So, she thought she could take this opportunity to fulfill her little wish. Little did she know that such a thing would happen, forcing her to step in and save the day. At this moment, as required by the program team, she stood in front of a calligraphy and painting stall. She wore a light purple dress with a white brocade outer garment embroidered with frost flowers. The waist sash was trimmed with purple brocade and embroidered with winding vines, highlighting her slender waist. A jade hairpin held up her dark hair, and 2 hair ornaments with tassels dangled from her temples. In his hand was a round fan embroidered with orchids and butterflies. What a fine young lady from a wealthy family. She stood there casually, radiant with light in the sunlight. A gentle breeze stirred the water, creating shimmering waves that captivated everyone. Many of the participants in the Hanfu festival are Hanfu enthusiasts. Seeing such an outfit, how could they sit still? The bolder one stepped forward to ask where the outfit was bought and how much it cost. Sang Ian naturally took the opportunity to advertise her small supermarket. Upon hearing that this ancient costume would cost 7 figures, everyone reacted with varying expressions. It's already surprising that a small supermarket sells period costumes, but these period costumes are so expensive that many people don't believe it. Of course, there are also those who know their stuff. Sang Ian didn't mind. As the sun grew stronger, she used the fan in her hand to block out the sun. Even on this sweltering day, she still has to work under the blazing sun. If she doesn't manage to recruit a few more talented people from Jang Huai Jing, it will be a waste of all the sweat she's shed. Artists work in the sweltering heat and get paid for their appearances, but what does she get? Is it possible to have a face that's only one shade darker? Sang Ian secretly pondered what kind of talent she would need to set up her small papermaking workshop. Neither of the two groups of guests had a smooth process of finding a teacher. In their conventional view, a calligraphy teacher must be an older person with a certain amount of life experience and exudes an air of elegance and tranquility. However, they asked almost all the middle-aged men and women in the park, and none of them were the right ones. Both teams are in trouble. Chapter 114, I'll take you through a back door. Mu Chinen would never compromise himself in the slightest. With the sun so bright, he bought 3 oil paper umbrellas as soon as he passed by a place that sold them. He needed to shield himself from the blazing sun. Originally, Song Xiao was still concerned about his image. After all, his handsome ancient costume and the oil paper umbrella he was wearing looked rather strange. However, seeing Mu Chinen holding up a green oil paper umbrella with tassels without any regard for the sun, well, let's at least let this sun block some of the light. Is the director trying to trick us? We've been wandering around for almost half an hour, and we haven't seen the calligraphy teacher anywhere. The host, Li Shui, looked doubtful. Song Xiao, we must have missed something. Don't worry, Teacher Shang's team hasn't found a calligraphy teacher yet either. Mu Chinen glanced at his older sister standing in front of the calligraphy and painting stall and said, I have a good idea. Tell me about it, Song Xiao chimed in. The director only told us to find a calligraphy teacher, so we'll just find someone to be our teacher and teach us calligraphy. We don't care if it's arranged by the production team or not. Anyway, we'll be competing on our learning results. Mu Chinen said. The director, sitting behind the monitor, you're such a clever little devil. Let go this time, but we must fix this vulnerability next time. With so many people here, how are we supposed to know who understand calligraphy? Li Shui looked around at the mostly young men and women, feeling somewhat melancholy. Mu Chinen said confidently, leave this to me. I'll take you through the back door. Song Xiao, Li Shui, what did you just say? We didn't hear you clearly. Please say it again. The comments section was filled with a flurry of messages. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about getting in through connections so loudly. Where is your competitive spirit? Those award-winning actors and actresses are working hard under the scorching sun, and you're thinking of using connections? I've never seen such a shameless person. Come on, there's a back door. Hurry up and go. Look how hot your brother is. I'm impressed. To be able to talk about getting in through connections so righteously, you truly are a frank young man. Mu Chinen headed in the direction of Sang Ian, and the camera naturally followed. Then, the viewers in the live broadcast room saw an ancient beauty who seemed to have traveled through time and appeared in the present. Putting everything else aside, Sang Ian's bright eyes, beautiful and exquisite ancient costume, and graceful figure really make her look like a noble lady from ancient times. Holy crap, beautiful girls are cuddling. It's love at first sight. Mom, I'm in love. Now I understand what it means to be so fair you practically glow. Does a beauty like that even need a boyfriend? They're both from wealthy families, but why do I feel like Li Shui looks like a fallen heiress standing next to this young lady? Just my personal opinion. Please don't attack me, fans. It's all about the outfit. If Sister Shui had worn that outfit, the effect would definitely have been even better. Sister, help is needed. Please save your brother. Mu Chinen ran towards Sang Ian. Sang Ian immediately reached out and pressed against his chest, stopping the man's impulse to pounce on her. She smiled and gently stroked the round fan in her hand. You've come at the perfect time. Why don't you explain first what you mean by worrying I won't be able to get married? Murderous look. Mu Chunin felt a chill and subconsciously took a few steps back, worried that he might lose his life here today. No? What do you mean by 32nd tier? Your sister looks like that, and you're worried she won't get married? Is the marriage market this competitive now? Brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law is here. You can retire from the entertainment industry in peace. You don't need to save up for my wife's dowry. Get out of here. This is my wife. Jang Huai Jing was watching the live stream closely. Seeing these comments, he couldn't help but frown. Isn't anyone going to do anything about this? What kind of nonsense is this? Saying Ian is single. Isn't this taking advantage of her? Lu Xiao explained helplessly. President Jiang, this is just a popular internet culture nowadays. It doesn't have any real meaning. Netizens are just talking nonsense. There's no need to take it seriously. Jang Huaijing's brows remained tightly furrowed as he watched the words "my wife" scroll across the screen, his expression unfriendly. Lu Xiao looked at his handsome and imposing uncle and sighed. President Jiang, do you never watch live streams or short videos? These are the most popular forms of entertainment among young people these days. Jang Huaijing lowered his brows slightly and glanced over casually. Since you're so familiar with this, then go explain it to the comment section. Don't let these people blindly identify your wife. Lu Xiao. Serves you right for being so foul-mouthed. You're talking nonsense. Now look how great it is. We have another job to do. Lu Xiao was going crazy. Looking at the 50 million viewers in the live stream and the dense barrage of comments calling him wife, how the hell was he supposed to explain this? If he actually tried to explain, people would think he was crazy. Lu Xiao irritably tugged at his short hair. Under Jang Huaijing's gaze, all he could do was take out his phone and send comments with a look of utter despair. This pretty young woman is single, yet she calls someone wife. Does she even deserve it? If you want to marry a beautiful woman, do you have enough savings? Friendly reminder. This young lady's ancient costume is worth millions. Do you have the financial means to call her wife? Lu Xiao immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks. Then I got lectured by the barrage of comments. Where did this idiot come from? Smash him. Kill him. Stomp him. Drowning. Slay him. Poison. Lu Xiao achieved the feat of dying in 100 different ways. He remained expressionless, like a contrarian, and continued to spew out barrages of comments, becoming nothing more than a ruthless barrage machine. Sang Ian was naturally unaware of the dispute in the live stream. Mu Chunin has already introduced both parties. After resigning, Sang Ian's skin condition improved more and more. She had a small, baby-faced appearance and a pair of bright, clear eyes, like a spring, both clear and mischievous. Even in the entertainment industry, this face is that of a rare beauty. Upon hearing Mu Chunin call her sister, Li Shue's immediate reaction was, does this guy want to debut through a variety show? Even without touching it, Li Shue could clearly sense the difference in quality between this outfit and her own. This made Li Shue somewhat unhappy. With such a beautiful face, she can attract a group of fans, even without doing anything. Sang Ian pressed Mu Chunin's shoulder and flicked his forehead a few times, finally venting her anger. Sister, look at this blazing sun. We've been walking for over half an hour. If this keeps up, your handsome little brother is going to get heat stroke. Please take us in. Mu Chunin never maintained a proper image in front of Sang Ian. Li Shue asked suspiciously, is this the back door you found? Mu Chunin nodded, his face full of pride. Yes, my sister is amazing. Li Shue looked doubtful. Aren't you wearing your sister's filter? There will be punishment if we lose. There's no way around it. Sang Ian looks just too young. She doesn't look like a calligraphy teacher at all. After much deliberation, Li Shue suggested, why don't we keep looking? Maybe we'll find it. Chapter 115 Publicly Funded Idol Chasing. Things seem to have suddenly reached a stalemate. Sister Shue is right. Since we've been searching for so long, it's better to keep looking. The key is this woman from a third-tier city doesn't look like she knows anything about calligraphy. Can't you see? This 32nd tier celebrity isn't content with just making money in the entertainment industry. Now she's taking this opportunity to push her older sister into the spotlight too. No way, no way. Can't everyone see that this 32nd tier actress is trying to debut through a variety show? It's truly a case of one rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. I just don't understand why a perfectly good variety show would invite a nobody like him. Aren't there any other celebrities in the industry? There are plenty of suitable artists in the industry, but they don't have a sugar daddy/sponsor. Please stay away from my idol, you 32nd tier actresses. Don't hold him back. Hurry up, heartthrob. Don't let this newcomer ride on your coattails. I have a feeling this woman is trying to create a romantic pairing. Song Xiao has a huge fan base, and whenever he is involved, the comment section is always a bloodbath. As the team leader, Song Xiao is responsible for making decisions when team members disagree or encounter differences of opinion. He stepped forward and asked, "Is this your older sister? The one who brought you a gift with her suitcase last time?" Mu Chen nodded. "Yes, so Brother Xiao, you should seize the opportunity to buy whatever you like. My sister has a lot of new products." Recalling the argument in class that day, Song Xiao couldn't help but ask, "So, are you sure you're running a small supermarket and not some museum, exhibition hall, or a pawn shop?" There was no way around it. The impact that day was so strong that it left a deep impression. "It's just an ordinary little supermarket. I have a proper business license," Sang Ian emphasized. Li Shua looked at the two of them and asked, "So you knew each other before?" Song Xiao shook his head. "I've only heard about it. I think teacher Sang is capable." He had seen the note that Sang Ian left for Mu Chunin. Judging from the handwriting, this person did indeed have a strong foundation in calligraphy. With a score of 2-1, Li Shua had no choice but to agree, though she was unwilling. She quietly moved to the side to be in the same shot as Sang Ian, and the contrast was too stark. To everyone's surprise, Sang Ian smiled slightly and said, "Wait a minute, it sounds like you've made your own decision. When did I say I wanted to be your teacher?" The three of them. "That's so unusual, it's awkward. It's so hot outside and I'm so busy. I don't want to be delayed when I finally get to go out and have some fun." Sang Ian's attitude was gentle, but what she said made the two of them very embarrassed. "Why are there two?" Mu Chunin stepped forward, holding an umbrella over Sang Ian with one hand and massaging her shoulders with the other, saying pitifully, "Big sister, please have pity on your little brother. I've been walking for half an hour already, and these are new shoes of mine. My feet are covered in blisters. I really can't walk anymore." Song Xiao also looked sincere. "Teacher Sang, please." Sang Yan nodded reluctantly. Mu Chunin was very happy, his face full of relief. "She really is my sister. I knew there was still a sibling bond between us." To everyone's surprise, Sang Ian walked past him, looked at Song Xiao with an expectant expression, and asked, "Brother Xiao, can we take a picture together?" Mu Chunin. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead. "Oh no, how could I forget? My sister is Yuan Xiao." "No, it's been so many years. I thought you stopped being a fan of celebrities a long time ago." Mu Chunin suddenly felt an indescribable sense of urgency, as if he were a lamb being led into the tiger's den. Song Xiao was also surprised by how things turned out, but he smiled and agreed. Mu Chunin directly transformed into a photography tool. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Please, staff, do not use public funds for personal gain or to chase after celebrities." Sang Yan. Song Xiao. Mu Chunin immediately snapped out of his daze, utterly shocked. "Cease. So you really are the calligraphy teacher arranged by the production team." Feeling a little guilty, Sang Ian snatched the oil paper umbrella from his hand. "Let's go. Teacher Sang's calligraphy class is about to begin." The program team specially arranged a classroom for calligraphy instruction. The barrage of comments has exploded, filled with rows of ha ha ha, expressing sympathy for poor Mu Chunin and envy for Sang Ian's ability to chase after her idol on public funds. Many people were shocked that the program had invited such a young calligraphy teacher, which shattered everyone's initial expectations. No wonder he has a wealthy backer. He's so young to be a calligraphy teacher. This isn't the calligraphy teacher I knew. How could a little girl possibly understand calligraphy? Does she think that just because she can hold a calligraphy brush and write characters, she can become a calligraphy teacher? Brother Zhao's calligraphy is also very good. When he's filming period dramas, he never uses a hand stunt double. I really wonder who taught whom in a moment. All right, stop watching. This is obviously paving the way for their debut. They'll just use the title of most beautiful calligraphy teacher and then piggyback on Song Zhao's fame for marketing, and the hype will come right away, right? Netizens harbor extreme malice towards Sang Ian. Jang Huai Jing frowned as he looked at the comments. What's wrong with these people? This is spreading rumors and slander. Lu Jiao had a headache and quickly stopped him. President Jiang, don't mention hiring a lawyer. That's how live broadcasts are, unless you don't want your variety show to continue. Jiang Huaijing's eyes were deep and unfathomable. Since you're so familiar with her, go and explain. She's teacher Zhao's last disciple. Even teacher Zhao has praised her calligraphy skills highly. Lu Xiao. Damn it, they never learn from their mistakes. If he talks too much again, he's a dog. Lu Xiao once again transformed into a relentless barrage machine, exposing Sang Ian's resume and talent. The result was obvious. He was criticized again. More than 100 more ways he died have been added, including the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty, which made Lu Xiao very sad. Then he saw that there were other people being attacked like him, which dispersed the attack firepower. He glanced at his phone briefly and saw that his uncle was also holding a phone, his fingers moving rapidly. Lu Xiao immediately realized who was helping him share the firepower. While the uncle and nephew were locked in a fierce online battle, Sang Ian and the others had already begun their calligraphy lesson. She waved her hand and wrote the 4 characters, inheritance of the past and present, which immediately stunned the guests and many netizens in the live broadcast room. She stood there, relaxed and carefree, her posture casual, and the 4 characters were formed. Her writing is vigorous and unrestrained, just like the person she is. Even someone who doesn't know much about calligraphy can tell that this is a fine piece of work. There was a moment when a live stream chat went blank. Not a single comment appeared. Chapter 116 Teacher Sang is a bit fierce. The clown is actually me. This young lady's handwriting is so good, she could be a teacher. This young lady has such beautiful handwriting. She's both beautiful and talented. It seems the production team made the right choice. So why do people in third-tier cities think this young woman can't get married? Is it because she's too outstanding? People who are truly capable and talented are always respected. Not to mention that Sang Ian is also so beautiful. Yes, he's a bit fierce. That's right, in ancient times, teachers would hold a ruler in their hands during class, and Sang Ian was no exception. She was fine with everyone else. Although Sang Ian was strict, she wouldn't be overly demanding. However, she wouldn't be lenient with her own unfortunate younger brother. Mu Chunin has a deep psychological trauma related to the ruler. When he was a child, Sang Ian would chase him around the neighborhood with a ruler and beat him. He remembered that he had somehow ruined her calligraphy assignment. As a result, he got beaten by his older sister with a ruler and then by his mother with a feather duster, to the point that he now has a stress response to the sight of a ruler. Sang Ian taught very diligently, but none of these people were beginners, so teaching them was actually quite easy. Then she stared at Mu Chunin with a ruler in her hand. Mu Chunin's hand holding the brush trembled unconsciously, and a blot of ink fell onto the white paper, spreading into a stain. Sang Ian glanced at them and swung the ruler in his hand. Snap! The ruler struck her right palm with a light touch, but the sound was very loud. Startled, Mu Chunin shuddered, and the ink from his pen dripped onto the white paper again, creating an even larger near the previously blurred. Then he was met with Sang Ian's ridicule. Mu Chunin, what's wrong with you? You can't even write a simple stroke with ink? Were you paying attention in class? Mu Chunin put down his brush, looked up at her, and said helplessly, Respected Teacher Sang, dear Teacher Sang who is both talented and witty, could you please stop circling around me with that ruler? You're putting a lot of pressure on me. Sang Ian raised an eyebrow slightly. You're already feeling pressured? You can't handle this kind of pressure. Now I'm all alone. What are you going to do about the film studio, the movie set, and the event venues? There will be even more people surrounding you. Mu Chunin said helplessly, but even if there are a lot of people at those events, no one will be walking around me with a ruler. He was practically saying, am I afraid of people? What I fear most is the ruler that hits people with extreme pain. Sang Ian continued waving the ruler in his hand. Don't be lazy, keep practicing. You're my student, you can't embarrass me in the competition later. Mu Chunin picked up his pen again. Did you consider the feelings of the calligraphy class teacher when you said that? Sang Ian felt a little guilty, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about in front of her younger brother. She slapped him on the back with a ruler, not hard, but the sound was a bit intimidating. Sit up straight. What's wrong with your posture? Look at yourself now. How can you face the calligraphy teacher who corrected your posture when you were a child? What can Mu Chunin do? He could only sit up straight to avoid being beaten again. Sang Ian wasn't going to let him off so easily. Since her younger brother was on the show, he had to do his best. Otherwise, he'd be torn to shreds by the online trolls. The ruler reached his forearm. Seeing that the long sleeve was almost stained with ink, Sang Ian's brows furrowed. Mu Chunin, have you forgotten you're wearing ancient costume? You should gently touch your sleeves when writing. If you get this costume dirty, how will you continue recording the show later? Should we ask the production team to prepare another set for you? Moochinen rarely wears ancient costumes, so this was an oversight. He obediently rolled up his sleeve and continued practicing his strokes. Although he knew that Sang Ian's reminder was correct, the two of them were used to bickering, so he subconsciously retorted, "You wouldn't believe it if I've never participated in a variety show recording. The production team is definitely well prepared. Just look at this outfit of mine. They must have an identical one as a spare, just in case." The staff member in charge of clothing shook their head frantically. No, we don't have any." Sang Ian glanced at him, her gaze falling on the hair ornament on his head. "Do you think I would believe that a production team so careless as to forget about hair ornaments could be so meticulous as to prepare 2 sets of costumes?" Mu Chunin. Before he knew it, another black dot appeared on the rice paper. The 2 large and 1 small ink dots came together, just like a family of 3, all neatly arranged. He took a deep breath and put on his usual professional smile. "Teacher Sang, the program team paid you to be a calligraphy teacher, so you have to be responsible and treat everyone equally. You can't keep giving me special tutoring just because I'm your brother. Brother Xiao and Sister Shui are your students too. Go and guide them. Don't leave me to do all this." Sang Ian returned the smile. "Sorry, the production team didn't pay me. I'm just filling in at the last minute." Mu Chunin. Please, let divine intervention happen quickly and take my sister away. Otherwise, he was worried he would be so angry he would die. Song Xiao, showing brotherly affection, stepped in to help. "Teacher Sang, could you sell me the calligraphy you just wrote?" The guy was smitten with her handwriting. Sang Ian's inner chibi character was spinning excitedly, but she didn't show it on her face at all. "What do you mean by selling? I haven't even finished my apprenticeship yet. If Brother Xiao likes it, I'll write a nice piece after the show to thank Brother Xiao for taking care of Xiaoan." This was an unexpected delight. Song Xiao genuinely admired Sang Ian's calligraphy. Her brushstrokes were relaxed and natural, and the unrestrained and free spirit between the strokes was something that someone like him, working in the entertainment industry, longed for but could never attain. Song Xiao had practiced calligraphy before, and recently he had been intensively studying it. However, calligraphy is something that requires daily practice and constant improvement. It relies on long-term practice and accumulation. Intensive study can only fool laymen. Putting aside everything else, you can tell just by looking at the force with which Song Xiao writes that he uses his hand, not his wrist. This shows that he hasn't practiced for a long time and hasn't developed muscle memory. Mu Chunin, who had turned around at some point, looked at her with resentment. "Teacher Sang, is that ruler in your hand just for show? You hit me so hard. Why don't you hit Brother Xiao?" Sang Ian chuckled and raised the ruler in her hand. "I think I hit you too lightly just now." Mu Chunin subconsciously stepped back, her little mouth still chattering. "Even if the production team didn't pay me, as a teacher, you have to treat everyone equally. It's so unfair to only hit me." Sang Ian's hand holding the ruler was itching. She wanted to give her unlucky younger brother a good beating. "Teacher Sang, is there something wrong with me?" Song Xiao took the initiative to ask, because he could tell that the brother and sister were both very good at calligraphy, unlike him, who was a student who only studied intensively. Chapter 117, Is this how you teach students according to their individual needs? Sang Ian picked up his calligraphy brush and demonstrated to him. The tip of the calligraphy brush is very soft, which is different from the hard pen we use. The force you apply is also different. When you write, you can relax the force in your fingers and use your wrist to move the brush. With a serious expression, Song Xiao took the calligraphy brush she handed him and continued to try. "I understand what you're saying, but it's a bit difficult to do it." Seeing this, Sang Ian instinctively wanted to hold his hand and guide him in writing so that he could experience it, but then she remembered Song Xiao's identity. She withdrew her hand and looked at the camera seriously. "Fans, let me make this clear beforehand. I'm not taking advantage of Brother Xiao. We're just conducting a perfectly normal teaching session." After she finished speaking, she took Song Xiao's hand that was holding the pen and guided him to write. "Yeah, this woman not only gets to be close to her crush, she even gets to touch his hand. Please, let me be Teacher Sang for just 1 minute. I want to touch my crush's hand too. Who's jealous? It's me. Wow, I'm so envious." This is a classic example of a successful fangirl moment. So, is it too late to start learning calligraphy now? Hee hee, I've already booked a calligraphy lesson. I've already placed my order for writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The comments were very positive, which was exactly the effect Jang Huai Jing had initially wanted. However, looking at the two figures in the camera, their hands clasped together, writing intently, Jang Huai Jing frowned deeply. Sang Ian is amazing. She really knows how to create opportunities for herself. I bet she's ecstatic right now. Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Meeting his uncle's calm gaze, he subconsciously examined himself and suddenly realized that he hadn't said anything wrong. However, considering his uncle's tendency to quit his job at the drop of a hat, he tried to salvage the situation. After the show ends, "Uncle, you can have Sang Ian treat you to a meal. If you hadn't made her a calligraphy teacher, how could she have gotten so close to her idol? You're such a big benefactor on her journey to becoming a fan. How could she not treat you to a lavish meal?" Jang Huai Jing's gaze darkened slightly. So it was he who acted as a matchmaker for these two. He felt a tightness and discomfort in his chest. His gaze was fixed on the two people practicing calligraphy diligently. A male god? Song Xiao is indeed good-looking, but he's not quite a male god, is he? Jang Huai Jing flipped his phone over and looked at his reflection in the phone case. In terms of handsomeness, was he any less handsome than Song Xiao? Thinking back to his first encounter with Sang Ian, he dismissed this assumption. His appearance was certainly no worse than Song Xiao's. But why isn't Sang Ian chasing after him? Jang Huai Jing subconsciously fell into deep thought. Over here, Sang Ian had already let go. Looking at the bright future on the Xian paper, Song Xiao couldn't help but smile and say, "Thank you, Teacher Sang." Sang Ian smiled and said, "It's my duty." A male god is a male god, handsome and polite, and his smile is so captivating. Today is a feast for those who appreciate good looks. Sang Ian couldn't show favoritism, so he also gave some guidance to Li Shui. She and Song Xiaodong were both attack-type players and had some minor issues. However, it's not a big problem. It can all be corrected through consistent practice over time. Sensing that Li Shui didn't really want him to tutor her, Sang Ian wisely turned around, admiring the handsome face of her idol while strictly disciplining her younger brother. This made Mu Chenin dare not relax at all, for fear that if he was careless, Sang Ian's ruler would come down on him. However, while writing with one's hands, one can still output words through one's mouth. "Sis, Brother Xiao has also spilled ink on his Xian paper. It's time for you to wield the ruler." Then I felt a pat on the back and was told to straighten up. Mu Chenin reflexively straightened his back. "I told you to wave it at Brother Xiao, not at me." He was committed to sharing the firepower with Song Xiao, saying, "You can't favor one over the other or treat them differently." Sang Ian merely glanced at him, a faint smile on her face. That's called teaching according to aptitude. Mu Chenin, if Confucius knew that you call this teaching according to aptitude, he would be turning in his grave. Why am I always the one who gets beaten up? Are you even my real sister? Mu Chenin asked the burning question. Sang Ian thought for a moment. Then you can ask your mom about this. She should know the answer better. Mu Chenin, Song Xiao, ahem. He couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. These siblings were just too funny. Then he felt sorrow. The vibration in his chest caused his arm to move, and two more ink drops fell onto the rice paper. Mu Chenin didn't say anything, just stared at the two ink spots. His meaning was clear. We're not going to fight, are we? Sang Ian simply handed over a brand new sheet of Xian paper, her tone gentle and smiling, a stark contrast to when she was wielding the ruler just moments before. It's okay, just be more careful next time. It's easy to do this if you don't have a good grasp of the ink. Song Xiao said he had learned his lesson, changed to new paper, and continued writing. Perhaps Mu Chenin's resentment was too strong, because Sang Ian turned to meet his accusing gaze, spread her hands, and said, "There's nothing I can do." Looking at Brother Zhao's face, "I just can't bring myself to swing this ruler." She said earnestly, "You have to believe me. My mind really wants to educate him, but my hands tell me I can't." She stretched out her right hand and began to act coy, saying, "My right hand has its own mind." Mu Chenin glanced at Song Xiao. Okay, he could understand. After all, Song Xiao was really handsome. But you can't just leave me to fight alone. There's Sister Shui here too. Snap! Sang Ian gently tapped her right palm with a ruler, which startled Mu Chenin so much that he instinctively straightened his back. What's wrong with you, kid? How could you bring yourself to lay a hand on such a sweet and beautiful older sister? Mu Chenin was speechless. So you can bring yourself to hurt your own brother? Sang Ian, there's nothing I can do. When I see you practicing calligraphy or seeing the ruler, it becomes a conditioned reflex. I'm used to it. Mu Chunin, can you change this habit of hitting people? After all, I'm not used to being hit. Lunch was provided by the production team and was exquisitely prepared. It was during lunch that Song Zhao's team learned that the movie stars team still hadn't found a calligraphy teacher. That's utterly outrageous. However, thinking about it, they can understand. Given the tone of the program, the calligraphy teacher there should not be very old. If they searched according to their preconceived notions, they would naturally not be able to find him. Thinking of this, Song Xiao and Li Shui were very grateful to Mu Chunin. If it weren't for his stroke of genius, they would never have imagined that their calligraphy teacher was so young. Although Li Shui didn't want to be in the same shot as Sang Ian, as the contrast between the two was too stark, it didn't stop her from admiring Sang Ian's beautiful handwriting. After another 3 hours of study in the afternoon, the calligraphy competition between the two teams officially began. Chapter 118, They Truly Are Siblings. The calligraphy teacher for actor Zhanjiang team was Luo Qingying. She put in so much effort in the calligraphy competition at the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition, all for this day. Luo Qingying looks beautiful in this outfit, but since she is a calligraphy teacher, she is a female teacher and should naturally be more dignified. There is only a single green hairpin in her hair and no other decorations. Wearing a plain dress and skirt, she exudes a simple and elegant style, appearing dignified and refined. However, compared to Sang Ian, who is also a calligraphy teacher, he really became a control group. Sang Ian's outfit may seem ordinary, but every detail exudes a dazzling and glamorous aura that is impossible to look away from. When Luo Qingying saw Sang Ian, she was shocked but also indignant. They were both calligraphy teachers, so why was Sang Ian's appearance so exquisite? Boss Sang, long time no see. I never expected that the calligraphy teacher from the other team would be you. Looks like the supermarket isn't doing too well. Luo Qingying spoke first. I hired an employee to watch the store, and I happened to have some free time. Sang Ian didn't pay much attention to her. She was more interested in admiring the good looks of the 3 big stars next to her. Who had time to pay attention to others? I wonder if we could take a photo together, or get an autograph after the show ends. Feeling ignored, Luo Qingying took the initiative to walk over and complimented. Don't you look beautiful in this outfit? It's even more gorgeous than Teacher Tang's ladylike attire. Among all of us, your ancient costume is probably the best. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Tang Fan, immediately attracting everyone's attention, and everyone looked over. Mu Chunin frowned and looked at Sang Ian with some concern. Wasn't Luo Qingying's words just making her older sister the target of hatred? These guests have so many fans. If this isn't handled properly, they could get bombarded with criticism. Sang Ian didn't care at all. She even raised her arm to show off the dress from all angles. She looked proud and said, I also think that the Hanfu I'm wearing can outshine everyone else. After saying that, she didn't forget to emphasize, oh, when I say everyone, I don't just mean the guests and teachers here. I mean everyone who comes to participate in the Hanfu festival. Luo Qingying's face stiffened. She felt that this person was crazy. Is she out of her mind? Even such big-name celebrities can't get such nice Hanfu, but you get to wear it. Do you think these guests are happy? Instead of making excuses to cover it up, you're showing off with such pride. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Luo Qingying began to complain. I really love this outfit of yours. The production team is so biased. Why did they give you the prettiest one? Teacher Tang, Teacher Huang, and Teacher Li didn't get any. That last sentence was just stirring up trouble. Sang Ian merely glanced at her indifferently, then looked at the 3 female artists. The production team cannot take the blame for this. Please don't misunderstand. It's not that the production team favors me, but that I was called in at the last minute to fill in. This dress is mine. I originally came to participate in the Hanfu festival and take photos, but the calligraphy teacher who was originally supposed to be here had a small accident, so I was forced to take the job. The director, who was acting as a guest host, stepped forward at this moment and said, That's right. Thank you so much, Teacher Sang, for saving the day. Tang Fan and Huang Feifei were meeting Sang Ian for the first time, and they only realized what was going on after hearing this explanation. Sang Ian smiled brightly at the camera, so, dear guests and viewers in the live stream, the director suddenly had a bad feeling. If you also like Hanfu, if you're struggling to find high-quality Hanfu, or If you want to own a beautiful Hanfu, like the one I'm wearing, please visit the small supermarket in the urban village. They sell all kinds of Hanfu, all handmade, gorgeous and exquisite, and at reasonable prices. You definitely won't be disappointed. Director, as expected, you two are truly siblings. The advertising is just as effective. Tang Fan and Huang Feifei had already walked up to Sang Ian, admiring her gorgeous ancient costume, feeling the smooth silk and exquisite embroidery in their hands, their eyes filled with joy. It looks much better than the embroidery on my purse. Huang Feifei was simply making a comparison and didn't mean anything else. The embroiderers are different, the materials they use are different, and their embroidery skills and needlework are also different. The silk I'm wearing is of better quality than the silk used in your purse, so it will look a little different, Sang Ian explained. One was made by a palace made from the Imperial wardrobe, and the other by an embroiderer from a silk shop. Their levels of refinement were naturally different. Is the same small supermarket that Mu Chen mentioned earlier the same one you're talking about? Tang Fan was more concerned about this, and she decided that she would go shopping there after the show was finished. Sang Ian smiled and nodded. That's right, it's mine. My shop operates with integrity, sells limited quantities, and will pay 10 times the price if it's fake. Cough, cough, cough. The director deliberately coughed a few times, interrupting the conversation between the three. Seeing that everyone was looking over, he then looked at Sang Ian with a blank expression. Do you remember this was a variety show featuring traditional Chinese culture? Sang Ian felt a little guilty for advertising her family's small supermarkets so much, so she could only change the subject. Director, I think your production team did something wrong. The director raised an eyebrow, then chuckled in exasperation. Come on, tell me, what's wrong with it? Sang Ian started to deceive. If you know you're participating in a Hanfu festival, you should put more effort into your costumes. Look at the Hanfu and jewelry you've prepared. How can they live up to our reputation as a large-scale production? The director was frustrated. If it weren't for the unexpected appearance of you and the need for comparison, the costumes and jewelry prepared by the production team would definitely not have been a problem. Jean Germain had some connections with the director and couldn't help but speak up for him, saying, I also think these costumes and jewelry are already very good, much more exquisite than those of many period drama productions. Just look at Mu Chen's hair ornament. It's so realistic. This white jade crown looks just like the real thing. It must have cost a lot of money. Tang Fan loves jade and has done some research on it. Her gaze was fixed on the white jade hair crown, and she nodded in agreement. Teacher Shang is right. The costumes and jewelry of the production team are really excellent. Shaolin's hair crown is even more magnificent than a prince's hair crown in the period drama I was in. Jean Germain smiled and said, the director has already done a very good job. There was a moment of silence at the scene. The director already knew that the production team had ruined the original headdress, and he was now desperately trying to signal to Jean-Claude not to use that as an example. Mu Chunin raised his right hand, just like a student answering a question in class. Teacher Shang, Teacher Tang, this hair ornament is my own. There was a small oversight in the program's preparation. Jean-Claude, Tang Fan, director, this is a bit awkward. Chapter 119 The Bet. After the initial awkwardness, Shang-Gu walked up to Mu Chunin and examined him carefully. This should be genuine, right? Mu Chunin nodded yes. Jean Germain was surprised. He clasped his hands in a fist and bowed deeply, saying, my apologies for my rudeness. Mu Chunin, with a humble expression, also clasped his hand in a fist salute and bowed, saying, not at all. Jean Germain, I am truly impressed. Mu Chunin, you're too kind. The others stared at the two men, completely bewildered, not understanding why they had suddenly become so respectful to each other. Tang Fan was puzzled. So, did we miss something? Huang Feifei was still in shock, shaking her head blankly. I don't know how these two ended up like this. Shanga now really likes Mu Chunin. He can follow Mu Chunin's train of thought and even act with him. He is indeed a very interesting person. Do you know the value of this white jade hair ornament? Everyone shook their heads. Thinking about the fact that he was recording a TV show, he put it another way. Just think of it as if he's participating in a show while wearing a detached villa on his head. Everyone, good heavens, I have been very disrespectful. This metaphor is quite vivid. A flood of shocked exclamations filled the screen. Holy crap, a detached villa. Is that hair ornament really that valuable? Besides, holy crap, I don't know what else to say. Alright, got it. This 30-second tier actor is playing the role of a rich young master dabbling in the entertainment industry. Now I finally understand why, out of so many celebrities in the entertainment industry, it was Moo Chunin who landed this big opportunity. It's all about money. Sang Ian didn't want everyone's attention to stay focused on the value of the white jade hair crown, so she continued to change the subject. Director, so you see, it's just the difference in clothing and jewelry that directly makes me stand out from the other guests. To make the show even better, the director should come to my small supermarket to order a batch of period costumes and a batch of jewelry. This will definitely enhance the show's watchability. Director, I really think you should consider this. Sang Yan Sepulchernistri. She received a big eye roll from the director. Do you think I don't want to make the show better and provide the guests with better clothes and jewelry? Your outfit alone costs over 1 million yuan. Even if our program claims to have a sky-high investment, it's still a price we can't afford. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Everyone looked at Sang Ian in shock. Does your family own a legitimate supermarket? What kind of clothes in a supermarket cost more than 1 million? Sure enough, such beautiful clothes come at prices that are beyond the reach of most people. However, seeing the beautiful Sang Ian standing to the side, the 3 female artists quietly finalized their schedules after the show. I should definitely go to the small supermarket to check it out. Luo Qingying was only briefly shocked. Looking at Sang Ian, who was being fawned over by everyone, she regretted bringing up the topic of clothing. Instead of being ostracized by the female guests, she was given the opportunity to promote herself. Luo Qingying's frustration was almost palpable. Fortunately, the director quickly cued the flow of the competition, and the calligraphy contest between the 2 teams officially began. As calligraphy teachers, Luo Qingying and Sang Ian naturally sided with their respective students. The director also helped to liven up the atmosphere. When everyone was sitting at the table writing, the director would interview the 2 of them about various interesting things that happened during their calligraphy learning process, and the atmosphere was quite good. Luo Qingying comes from a family with a strong academic tradition, and she has been immersed in learning about it since childhood. When answering questions, she casually mentions that her grandfather is a master of Chinese studies and that several of her family members are university professors. This has already attracted the attention of many fans in the live broadcast room, making her the focus of attention and achieving the initial goal of gaining fans. It must be said that her plan was very successful. Sang Ian didn't care about any of that. She was just there to save the day. Besides saving the day, it also gave her small supermarket free advertising, which far exceeded her expectations. She was very satisfied with her haul for the day. The judges responsible for scoring were all acquaintances. Zhao Xuhui, Sang Ian's teacher, Liang Yongdong, the current president of the Calligraphy Association, and Luo Jingtian, Luo Qingying's grandfather. These 3 are all heavyweight figures, and their names are quite impressive. In any case, the viewers in the live stream kept shouting 666 after hearing them. Before the review, Luo Qingying was full of confidence. Although she had fewer class hours than Sang Ian, Shanggu and Tang Fan in her group were both very strong. Huang Feifei also enrolled in a training course after receiving the contract, and she felt that their group had a very good chance of winning. Which team do you think is more likely to win? Luo Qingying asked. Of course it's our group. Sang Ian didn't even think about it. She was full of confidence and took it for granted, without uttering a single word of modesty. That's not necessarily true. I think our team will definitely win. Our players are very strong. Both Teacher Shang and Teacher Tang have had serious training. Luo Qingying was equally confident. Sang Ian retorted defiantly. Brother Xiao has also trained. Luo Qingying said confidently, 2-1, I still win. Sang Ian looked at her with pity. No, I'll definitely win. Quantity isn't important, quality is. The director quietly raised his hand, reminding them, winning or losing doesn't seem to concern you. Luo Qingying immediately changed her tune. Then our team will definitely win. Sang Ian stood her ground. No, it's our team. This damn competitive spirit. Sang Ian's eyes flickered slightly. How about we make a bet? If our team wins, you'll work for me for a week. Luo Qingying immediately said, if I win, I want a ream of water ripple paper. It's a deal. Although the 2 were not of equal value, Sang Ian readily agreed. 6 guests each wrote a piece of calligraphy, and 3 judges scored them. The guest levels were clearly distinct and immediately apparent. Li Shui and Huang Feifei are at the same level, a little better than beginners, but barely passable. Shanggu, Tang Fan, and Song Shao are at the same level. Their works are much better than those of beginners, with very well-organized strokes and well-structured fonts. At first glance, it looks very impressive, but it doesn't stand up to close scrutiny. However, it is already quite remarkable to have reached this level. Luo Qingying raised her chin slightly, very pleased. Teacher sang, "You can't go back on your word." I heard that the small supermarket has been out of stock of watermark paper for a long time. Many calligraphy enthusiasts went to the small supermarket in person, but all left empty-handed. If I had the skills, I could organize a few live-stream giveaways, which would be a great publicity gimmick. This will help her establish a more stable public image and gain more attention. Luo Qingying was really looking forward to it. Shanggu and his team were also looking forward to it. The winning team would be rewarded with a lavish dinner, while the losing team would only get steamed buns and not even a single pickled vegetable. Chapter 120, Free Labor Force Acquired. Although Li Shui was somewhat disappointed, she remained optimistic on camera, saying, "I hope the director will have some conscience and give each of us a steamed bun instead of 3 people sharing one." Mu Chunin said, "I still want to eat hot pot. A thin slice of beef, lightly dipped in the broth, mixed with scallions, cilantro, sesame sauce, spicy red sauce, and crushed peanuts, then dipped in the cooked beef. Delicious. My mouth is watering." Song Shao patted his shoulder. "Whether we eat hot pot or just cold water and steamed buns depends on you." Mu Chunin patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I got it covered." "Is Shaoan so confident?" Shanggu asked with a smile. Mu Chunin was very frank. "Originally, I didn't have it, but after seeing Teacher Shang's work, I did." Instead of being offended, Jean-Claude became interested. "Then I'll have to take a closer look." When it was Mu Chunin's turn to display his work, not to mention Shanggu, who is very knowledgeable about calligraphy, even the netizens in the live broadcast room who knew nothing about it could see that this piece of calligraphy was good. Mu Chunin's calligraphy practice over the past 10 years has not been in vain. A piece of running script calligraphy, flowing smoothly and naturally, with a lingering charm. It is said that one can judge a person by their handwriting, and this one piece of work alone reveals Mu Chunin's character. The 3 judges were so enamored with his work that they didn't wait until the very end to reveal it. There's a real difference between good calligraphy works and those of ordinary calligraphy enthusiasts. Of the 6 works, Mu Chunin's is truly outstanding. Zhao Xuhuai loved seeing young people with beautiful calligraphy. He would say, "You couldn't have written like this in less than 10 years." Mu Chunin was very respectful to his elders. "Teacher, Zhao has a good eye. I've been learning since I was 7 years old, which is 15 years. Not bad at all. Our calligraphy association is really lacking young, fresh blood like you. Interested in joining?" Liang Yongdong also considered recruiting young people, as there are too few young people in the association now, and calligraphy also needs to be passed down. The following period was spent with Liang Yongdong explaining the status and important role of the Calligraphy Association and what benefits one would receive after joining the association. It resembled a large-scale recruitment event. Mu Chunin thus joined the Calligraphy Association. The fans who had been watching the live stream were a bit dumbfounded. They thought they were watching a traditional Chinese-style variety show, not some job-seeking show. Mu Chun Onlu's move silenced most of the netizens who had opinions about him. Not only that, it also attracted many fans, and many haters became fans. After all, how could anyone not like a sunny, cheerful, handsome guy who writes beautifully, and who is also frank and sincere? It can be said that the other guests used their own popularity to attract everyone's attention to the variety show. As for Mu Chunin, he attracted a huge amount of viewership from the show to himself, turning them into his fans. Yes, haters are fans too. It can be said that Mu Chunin was the only one who benefited from the show from the very beginning. After the calligraphy review was over, Sang Ian was basically out of the picture. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Luo Qingying, who was still staying there hoping to get more screen time. "Supermarket employees for a week. Report to the supermarket at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning." Luo Qingying, there will be a garden party at the Hanfu festival tomorrow. She's even planning to live stream the garden party. This will ruin everything. Luo Qingying stomped her feet in anger. The director has already reported the situation to Lu Jiao. Regarding Mu Chunin's agent, Yufeng casually mentioned, In the entertainment industry, an excellent, upright, and dedicated agent is still very important for an artist. Lu Xiao said he understood, but it depended on his uncle's opinion. Jang Huai Jing looked at Sang Ian, who had heard everything he said, and asked, "Do you need me to help you change your agent?" So proactive, so kind. Sang Ian became more vigilant. "You've done me such a big favor, and I haven't even thanked you yet. Of course, I can't just stand by and watch you do something like this," Jang Huai Jing replied with a smile. Sang Ian glanced sideways, asking uncertainly, "Do you really want to help me?" At the scenic spot in Jang Huai, it's truly heartfelt. Sang Ian was very cautious. "No additional conditions?" "No." Jang Huai Jing felt somewhat helpless. What kind of image did he have in her heart? Sang Ian smiled brightly. "Then help me find a doctor to work in my pharmacy." Jang Huai Jing subconsciously replied, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. No problem. I'll definitely find your brother a reliable mentor." "Wait, what did you say?" Sang Ian looked completely innocent. "Since you're so eager to thank me, then help my pharmacy find a doctor." Jang Huai Jing pursed his lips. "Then your brother's agent? It's just a small matter. He can definitely handle it." Sang Ian wasn't worried at all. "But you'd better keep an eye on my little pharmacy. I'm leaving it to you. Remember, the doctor must be able to diagnose and prescribe medicine. I'm leaving now." Jang Huai Jing. Watching her eager departure, Jang Huai Jing suddenly burst out laughing for some reason. She was so clever. His red robe was nowhere to be found. Finding a doctor had become his mission. "President Jiang, it's rare to see someone like you being schemed against." Lu Xiao, who had witnessed the whole thing, joked. There was no way around it. This was just too rare. He usually only saw his uncle casually digging pits for others and watching them jump in. Suddenly seeing himself fall into the pit, Lu Xiao certainly wouldn't miss such a once-in-a-lifetime joke. He walked towards the road ahead, trying his best to suppress his smile. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Maybe this is the retribution for you, uncle, always scheming against others. Jang Huai Jing rarely showed a gentle smile. "Since you enjoyed the show so much, then I'll leave this matter to you. Remember to do a background check." He left immediately after saying that, without giving Lu Xiao any chance to explain. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded as he watched his uncle's departing figure. The smile on his lips froze. Lu Xiao was going crazy. Where could he find a doctor? What doctor would be so foolish as to work at a pharmacy? Lu Xiao angrily started pulling at his hair, drawing surprised glances from the other staff members. It seems that working for a big company isn't so easy after all. It's driving people crazy. Let's keep our distance. Mentally ill people don't even get into trouble for hitting others. Lu Xiao, who heard their conversation clearly, was speechless. It's so bad it's beyond words. How to maintain the dignity and composure of a white-collar worker in a large corporation with elegance and politeness. The road ahead is long and arduous, and in the end, one can only leave quickly. How did the task of finding a doctor fall to him? Chapter 121, The Bustling Urban Village. Hashtag The Hidden Master is actually on line 32 hashtag. Hashtag Amazing, Bizarre, a strange little supermarket hashtag. Hashtag The Most Successful Kid Fan in History hashtag. Hashtag The Vengeful Siblings hashtag. Hashtag Million Hanfu hashtag. Hashtag Priceless White Jade Hair Crown hashtag. The first day of a live stream had just ended when the internet became abuzz with discussion. Mu Chunin and Sang Ian have both attracted a lot of attention from netizens. There's no way around it. Their interactions are just too interesting. The live stream that day was full of highlights and laughs. Any one point could spark a long and enthusiastic discussion among the audience. As a result, the variety show has become increasingly popular, and more people are paying attention to the small supermarket. Some netizens who like Hanfu culture, along with fans who always want to wear the same clothes as their idols, and some netizens who are very curious about the small supermarket, all came to the small supermarket. The residents of the urban village found it rather strange. Although there is a lot of personnel turnover here, especially with tenants coming and going, many unfamiliar faces often appear. But isn't this a bit too much? They're all young people. Are they all here to rent apartments? But they didn't bring any luggage with them, which doesn't seem like it. The flow of people in the urban village suddenly increased. Even the taxi drivers were puzzled. What's going on today? Why is everyone going to the urban village? Has that been turned into a tourist attraction? But that's the Old Town area, and the buildings are 30 or 40 years old. What kind of tourist attractions can be developed there? Do you want to visit the products of social development from the last century? The driver couldn't understand it at all. The sudden increase in taxis, ride-hailing vehicles, and men and women from various places in this urban village has instantly made this small place lively. Even the small restaurants nearby are seeing a 10% increase in business compared to usual. Of course, the busiest place was Sang Ian's small supermarket. She was now extremely grateful that yesterday's bet had given her a free source of labor. Otherwise, she and Anil, along with the little parrot, would have been quite overwhelmed. The number of customers who came today far exceeded the number who came on the day the new district was put into use, and they were all quite active young people, whose energy was much more vigorous than that of the elderly. Luo Qingying felt that her mouth had never stopped. She kept talking and answering questions until her throat was dry. She really didn't understand how these people could have so many questions. Each person is limited to one of each type of item in the store. Why are there so many questions? Praising me won't help. No matter how sweet your compliments are, I'm not the boss, and I can't give you special treatment, so you can buy more. That's what they say, but who doesn't want to hear nice things? So even though her throat was dry from talking, a smile still shone on her face. The praise she received that morning was more than she had heard in the entire past 20 years. I don't know how these girls can all have such sweet words. They never repeat themselves when praising someone. She had no idea that there could be so many different adjectives to praise someone. The busiest and most tiring part of the entire supermarket is the grocery section on the second floor. We need to explain the fabric, the stitches, and the embroidery techniques. They're all in the same wallet. So why is this 1,999 yuan, that one 1,599 yuan, and the most expensive one even 1,999 yuan? The key is in this. Those who don't know the industry really find it hard to understand the difference. Seeing that Luo Qingying could take care of everything so well all by herself, Sang Ian couldn't help but think that it seemed like she could make bets like this more often in the future. If it were herself standing there at that moment, Sang Ian trembled, lowered her head, and drank a cup of tea to calm her nerves. It was better not to think about such a terrible thing anymore. The little parrot also lowered its head and took a sip of tea. Thank goodness, the host had provided a free laborer. Otherwise, the parrot would have been exhausted today. Seeing that she wasn't needed here, Sang Ian went downstairs and took charge of the first floor area. However, the shelves on the first floor were already empty. All the writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were sold out. Not a single item remained. What she does most is actually give directions to customers and guide them to the second floor to shop. Anil stood directly behind the cashier at the entrance, taking charge of the daily operations there. Sang Ian watched the customers entering the store with a smile, feeling that her division of labor was very reasonable and simply perfect. The little parrot was equally excited. I never expected handkerchiefs and purses to be so popular. Should we stock up on them tonight? I wonder how many the little prince prepared for you. Is it enough for you to sell? I still don't understand why you're limiting the quantity. If you weren't limiting it, it would have sold out long ago. Sang Ian leisurely sipped her tea. If everything sold out, how am I supposed to attract customers? Haven't you noticed that beverage sales are exceptionally good today? The refrigerator was full this morning, but more than half of it is gone in just one morning. Sang Ian thought her marketing strategy was absolutely brilliant. By attracting customers to her store with goods from another world, and having them casually buy snacks, water, or tissues while checking out, wouldn't her small supermarket sales increase? If customers buy all the goods from the other world at once, wouldn't the small supermarket return to its deserted state in the days to come? How would she sell any more goods then? It's a small supermarket selling daily necessities, so it's best to have a lively atmosphere. A large customer base is essential for a thriving business. Sang Ian was just imagining her small supermarket bustling with customers when she heard an argument starting up on the second floor. So she quickly went upstairs. A customer was holding a phone, his expression exaggerated and utterly shocked. It's just a purse. The cheapest one costs 999 yuan. Is this purse made of gold? The boss is so ruthless, everyone. I think this is a black-hearted business. They're just using the show to fleece their fans. Luo Qingying noticed in time and immediately stopped her, saying, "This customer, please do not slander our supermarket and spread rumors that are not true. Otherwise, I can sue you." The man showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he was arrogant and said, I remember you. Aren't you the calligraphy teacher from yesterday's variety show? Family members, I guessed right, this is a shady business. They're just using the show and their fans to make money. He pointed the camera at the price tag, his tone even more exaggerated. Look at this. A tiny purse can actually sell for 1,999 yuan. It's not some big international brand. How could it be worth so much money? Only those fangirls would blindly follow suit and hand over their money like idiots. Luo Qingying wasn't going to tolerate this kind of behavior. She pulled out her phone and called the police directly. Police station? I want to report a case, snap. The man never expected that this person would call the police so easily. He was so frightened that he raised his hand and slapped Luo Qingying's phone away. The phone first bumped into the shelf, then fell to the ground, and the screen cracked with a spider web-like fissure. Sang Ian arrived at this time. Chapter 122, do you think a skill passed down for thousands of years is unworthy? I need to call the police. There's a disturbance here. Address. Sang Ian spoke calmly and softly, but everyone could hear her clearly. Before she even reached the man who was live-streaming, she had already called the police. The man was starting to get scared. There was a baby-faced girl in front of him, the kind who looked easy to bully, but his legs wouldn't obey him. They seemed to have their own ideas, and he cautiously backed away. He only stopped when his back hit the shelf, and he had nowhere left to retreat. I didn't say anything wrong. You little shabby shop, a handkerchief costs 199 yuan, a purse costs 999 yuan. What is this if not a ripoff? And it's not some international brand, yet the price is so high, it's a ripoff. With a polite smile on her face, Sang Ian asked softly, you mean you can only accept the high prices of international big brands, while the treasures passed down from our ancestors are simply not worth the price? The man was dazzled by her smile and couldn't keep up with her train of thought for a moment. Sang Ian had already picked up a dark blue embroidered pouch, saying, embroidery is a craft that has been passed down for thousands of years. It has formed different schools based on different acupuncture techniques, different regions, and different characteristics. It is a precious legacy left to us, the descendants of Yin and Huang, by our ancestors. Silkworm raising and silk reeling were skills that ancient people relied on for survival. These are the crystallization of our ancestors' wisdom. Sang Ian brought the embroidered pouch with the words peace and joy close to the camera and explained slowly. This pouch is made of Jiangnan Yunjin brocade. Although it is not top-grade silk, it is still woven by artisans with fine threads one by one. It is purely handmade, not a product of machines in a factory. If you know anything about silk on the market, you can tell that the brocade used in this purse is a top-quality silk. Look at the embroidered characters on the purse. The embroiderer stitched them stitch by stitch. If you know anything about needlework, you can tell that the embroiderer used Suzhou embroidery and Sichuan embroidery for the 4 characters. Moreover, the embroidery is in running script. These 4 characters alone are spacious and natural, like flowing clouds and water. They are rare and beautiful characters. This purse is made using silk reeling techniques and embroidery methods that have been passed down for thousands of years. It can be said that every stitch and every thread on it carries thousands of years of Chinese history and culture. How precious it is. Are you telling me now that it's not an international brand and doesn't deserve the price of 999 yuan? The entire second floor was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, even men and women who were originally just thinking about following their idols and wanting to use the same items as them couldn't help but examine the handkerchief and the purse in their hands. Feel the silky smoothness of the fabric and admire the elegant and beautiful embroidery on it. After hearing Sang Ian's words, they seemed to be able to feel the weight that this small object carried. They could almost see a woman with her hair in a bun, embroidering something stitch by stitch in the courtyard. They could almost hear the sound of the shuttle weaving cloth. Such beautiful silk, such exquisite embroidery, has existed since ancient times. Our ancestors were truly amazing. After thousands of years, they can still directly experience such simple beauty and such a long-standing tradition. For only a few hundred yuan, they are the ones who got a good deal. What's wrong with you? Are you a foreign worshiper? You keep calling it a shady business. It's your business if you look down on your own ancestors, but don't lead others astray. A girl with long hair rushed into the live stream and started yelling at the man. As if a trigger had been pressed, The other angry people rushed forward and began to reason with the man. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Tell me, besides recognizing international brands, what else do you know? Do you even remember your Chinese? You look down on your own country's traditional culture. What can you possibly do? International brands are expensive, so you think they have a reason to be expensive, but our 1,000-year-old craftsmanship is worthless? People like you shouldn't be live streamers. You're misleading netizens. I suggest the platform ban this Xiao Wang account for spreading false information, defaming others, insulting and belittling our traditional culture, and moreover, I think he has violent tendencies. The man was surrounded by a group of people, his face flushed from their insults, but he remained stubbornly defiant, craning his neck to fight them all alone. You're a bunch of easily incited idiots. You don't even have the ability to discern right from wrong. You believe whatever people say. Oh, she said it's yin brocade, so it must be yin brocade? Just because she says it's Suzhou embroidery, does that mean it's Suzhou embroidery? Does she have any evidence? The man grew increasingly arrogant, loudly mocking the surrounding customers. Ordinary people really don't understand the ins and outs, but most of the people here today are fangirls. If their idol says so, that must be so. What a joke. You say this isn't yin brocade. Where's your proof? The girl with long, straight black hair rolled her eyes at him. The sarcasm was incredibly sharp. The man was speechless for a moment after being rebuked. This is truly the first time I've encountered someone so ignorant yet so loudly proclaiming their own ignorance. What's wrong with you? You're like a frog in a well, unaware of Nanjing brocade and embroidery, and you're quite proud of it. The man was so angry that his face turned red, and his arm, which was holding the phone to broadcast the live stream, was trembling. This is indeed yin brocade. A clear, pleasant male voice came in. A handsome man with waist-length hair, loosely tied with a sky-blue ribbon, walked in from the crowd. The man was dressed in a Tang suit. His skin was somewhat pale, and he exuded a broken beauty. He was accompanied by a gentleman in a suit and white gloves, who looked like an English butler straight out of an anime. The second floor fell silent again. Because of this man who suddenly appeared, because of his outstanding features, because of his identity. Zhou Yuan, China's largest fabric manufacturer. They practically monopolized the production of all fabrics. He grew up surrounded by all kinds of fabrics, so if he says it's yin brocade, then it must be. He is definitely an authority in the industry. Sang Ian has absolutely no resistance to stunning good looks. With such a handsome man right in front of her, it would be a disservice to her eyes not to take her a good look. Zhou Yuan noticed the admiring gazes and went straight to meet them. Sang Ian immediately snapped out of her daze and switched in her boss persona, saying, "Thank you for speaking up for me, Mr. Zhou. Our shop is small. Please feel free to browse." Zhou Yuan smiled. These purses are exquisitely crafted and made with precious materials. Is boss Sang doing charity by pricing them so low? Sang Ian was greatly shocked. This is still low? The young prince clearly said that these embroidered items were collected from silk shops in the capital, not from the Imperial wardrobe, and that they were barely acceptable. Mr. Sang, who was unfamiliar with the market, said he was hit hard. The man who was live streaming also suffered a heavy blow. He called it the price of a shady shop, but Zhou Yuan said it was charity. Needless to say, he's going to get a lot of flack from netizens and fans during this live stream. No, he wasn't sure if his fans would still be around. Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted away from him, the man tried to slip away. Little did they know, the little parrot was watching them closely. Seeing him about to leave, he immediately shouted, "You wretched creature, where do you think you're going?" Everyone, why do we hear Sun Wukong's voice? Chapter 123, Aiming to Match International Brands. Sang Yan Sigit. These past 2 days, the little parrot has taken a liking to watching cartoons. As a parrot that doesn't need to rest, staying up late is a piece of cake for it. Every night, after watching a new cartoon, the little parrot would take a stroll in the park early the next morning and tell the unsuspecting birds about the cartoon. In return, it would earn the respectful looks of the birds. The little parrot really enjoys this activity. Recently, they've been holding a special performance based on Journey to the West. As soon as it saw people trying to run away, it instinctively started yelling at the top of its lungs. Then, the man was surrounded. The live stream, which was originally being criticized, also saw a bright green little parrot and was charmed by its cuteness. Some people even felt that the little parrot looked somewhat familiar. However, before they could continue watching, The live stream was shut down because the police had arrived in time and taken the people away. Zhou Yuan wasn't in good health and came to Anqing to recuperate. He happened to go to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Exhibition and Hanfu Festival yesterday, and that's when he set his sights on Sang Ian's ancient costume. That's how I came here. He was standing by the roadside, and seeing that the small supermarket looked like an ordinary supermarket, he was a little apprehensive, thinking that he might have come to the wrong place. Little did I know that after entering, following the cashier's directions, I walked through the moon gate and felt as if I had entered another world. He was even more delighted when he got to the second floor. Whether it was a handkerchief, a purse, a set of ancient costumes, or a piece of silk, everything amazed him. He comes from a family with a long history of learning. The Zhou family has been dealing with fabrics for 5 generations. He has seen all kinds of fine materials, but here he is still amazed by these materials. This type of hand-woven silk is almost extinct in modern times. Nowadays, products are all manufactured in factories. Considering costs, production volume, and market demand, mechanized production in factories is an inevitable path. However, some materials, even those mass-produced by machines, are not as good as those woven by hand, such as these silks. Even though Zhou Yuan is worth billions, he was still very envious when he saw these materials. Mr. Sang, are you interested in becoming a supplier for the Zhou family? Upon hearing this, the little parrot's beady eyes lit up, and it nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. The voice was exactly the same as Sang Ian's. Sang Ian was astonished. If she hadn't remained silent, she would have thought that it was the woman who said it. She grabbed the little parrot that was leisurely strolling between the shelves. How come I never knew you had this skill before? Not only can you talk well, but you can even mimic voices. The little parrot, its freedom confined by Sang Ian, turned its head smugly and said, "Who doesn't have some hidden skills? Sang Yan. Isn't your skill a bit too overpowered?" The little parrot was getting anxious, worried that the big client would just disappear. Supplier? Supplier. Sang Ian could easily see through its little scheme. It was thinking that with another big customer, the silk would sell even faster and she could buy more goods from the young prince, thus gaining more energy. However, this was not Sang Ian's goal. She wants more people to fall in love with silk and embroidery and to feel the beauty of these traditional crafts. It would be even better if a few of these people were interested in embroidery and picked up a needle. The most important thing is inheritance and development. Everything else is secondary. If she were to cooperate with Zhou Yuan, the merchants, driven by profit, would definitely increase the prices of these silks, purses, and handkerchiefs several times over, but then they would be something only the wealthy could afford, which would go against her original intention. Zhou Yuan coughed lightly a few times, holding a white silk handkerchief to his lips. It was clear that he was indeed unwell. What do you think of my proposal, Mr. Sang? I'll take as many of these products as you have, and we can discuss the price. Just as the little parrot was about to speak, Sang Ian pinched its beak shut, preventing it from making any trouble even as it flapped its wings. She then explained with a smile, "I'm sorry, I don't have that much ambition. I'm quite content with running a small supermarket. I'm happy as long as people come and browse here every day." Zhou Yuan felt it was a pity, but looking at the furnishings along the way, the other party was not short of money. Even the Zhou family could not afford so many golden Namu furniture. It's likely that opening a supermarket is just a hobby for the other party. Money power is no longer usable. Since we can't cooperate, we should buy more. The shop displayed 12 bolts of silk in different patterns, types, and grades. He wanted to buy one of each pattern to make 12 sets of tang suits for him. Little did we know, the silk was subject to purchase limits. Each person was limited to 1 bolt of cloth, with a minimum price of 120,000 and a maximum price of 1 million. Zhou Yuan could understand that silk was expensive, but such expensive items were not something that everyone could afford. She had finally found a customer with financial means, and now she was imposing a purchase limit. This week, Yuan couldn't quite understand it. He sought out Sang Ian again to confirm, is silk also limited in quantity? Some people around who had trouble making decisions couldn't help but strain their ears, observing and listening carefully to see if there were any other ways to buy more items. Yes, it's a limited edition. Each person can only buy one of each item in the store. Sang Yan impasses it. Looking at the exquisite bolts of silk, Zhou Yuan earnestly discussed, "I just helped you solve a small problem. Can't you make an exception and buy a few more bolts of silk?" Sang Ian shook her head decisively. These are the rules of our shop, and we can't break them. Then Zhou Yuan took out his wallet and pulled out his black card. Can I get membership? Membership gets some perks, right? Sang Yan. I was careless. This was something I hadn't expected. Seeing Sang Ian hesitate, Zhou Yuan felt there was a chance and continued to persuade her. Boss Sang, how can a store not have a membership system? Putting everything else aside, just take Hermes. Isn't that the pinnacle of international luxury goods? Although they produce limited editions, they also have a corresponding membership system. Once you reach a certain spending level, you become a VIP member, and VIP members enjoy preferential treatment. Zhou Yuan speaks slowly and deliberately, with a unique tone and flavor that makes it easy for people to listen to him. Sang Ian's eyes lit up, looking at the bustling and popular new area, the otherworld goods area, and then at the old area, the normal supermarket. With only 2 or 3 customers, she wondered if she should organize a collaboration. After all, Hermes requires customers to purchase additional items before buying. Sang Ian looked grateful. Mr. Zhou, I think what you said is absolutely right and makes a lot of sense. I should indeed learn from some of the systems of international big brands. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed. His 12 sets of Tang suits were finally within reach. Then Sang Ian said loudly, starting at 1 p.m., the products here will be sold together with the goods in the supermarket on the first floor. I will write down the specific details and post them next to the shelves. If you do not wish to purchase products from the first floor supermarket area, please be sure to check out at the cashier before 1 p.m. After saying that, Sang Ian turned around and wanted to go downstairs to write out some detailed rules, but Zhou Yuan stopped her. What about the members? Chapter 124 Bizarre Rules. Sang Ian looked completely innocent. My small supermarket is trying to compete with top international luxury brands. Isn't that a bit like trying to piggyback on a moon landing? Memberships and such are out of the question. Zhou Yuan didn't want to give up. But even supermarkets have memberships, and you can redeem points for gifts. Sang Ian glanced sideways, her eyes filled with surprise. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to even know this. Zhou Yuan, no, what do you mean by that? Am I some kind of life idiot? Sang Ian also realized that her expression was too blatant and immediately said, I will seriously consider the membership system. She was about to go downstairs when Zhou Yuan called her back. With a slight upturn of her lips, her delicate and beautiful features were captivatingly alluring because of that faint smile. There are always exceptions. Boss Sang, could you give me a chance? Normally, given Sang Ian's personality, she would definitely be completely infatuated with him, and she would happily agree to any request he made. However, ever since experiencing the cunning and scheming Jang Huai Jing, Sang Ian has become exceptionally vigilant in this regard. She frowned and pondered. Then let's give the supermarket's full-time employees an employee benefit. Each employee can purchase a maximum of 2 items of each type. This time she was quick-witted. She ran off as soon as she finished speaking, because she still had to go downstairs to write the details of the cross-selling. Zhou Yuan immediately set his sights on Luo Qingying, who was already exhausted and had a dry mouth. However, someone reacted even faster than him, directly confronting the man with long, straight black hair who was doing the live stream. Su Ai was sweet-looking and incredibly agile. She rushed straight to Luo Qingying and said, Miss, I like both of these purses. Could you buy one for me? After saying that, she put her hands together in prayer, saying, please, please. Many others who struggle with making choices were astonished. They never imagined it could be done this way. They immediately followed suit, showering Luo Qingying with compliments. As fangirls, they used their usual skills in praising their idols, making Luo Qingying blush with embarrassment. However, she had to tell the truth. She had only lost a bet and came to help out for 7 days. She was not a full-time employee of the small supermarket. Moreover, she strongly suspects that Sang Ian deliberately added the words formal employee when formulating this rule in order to avoid her being considered a short-term free laborer. As expected, she still disliked Sang Ian. When everyone heard that Luo Qingying was not a formal employee, their newly raised hopes were dashed once again. However, some clever people have already started making phone calls to call for backup. That's right. Since each person can only buy one of each type per day, the only option is to ask friends to come and fill in the numbers. As for whether the friends who were called over to help will see these exquisite little items and be tempted to buy them themselves, that remains to be seen. If anyone is a giant in action, it is definitely Su Ai. She's a doer. She's always been like that since she was little. If she wants something, she'll work hard to get it and take action. She'll never just stay in the thinking stage. As an outsider, she couldn't find anyone to help her. If she wanted to take 2 purses and 2 handkerchiefs with her, there was only one way. She quickly went downstairs and saw the writing area on the first floor. Sang Ian was holding a calligraphy brush, sitting at the octagonal table, writing sales details on a piece of red paper. For example, a handkerchief priced at 199 yuan is sold with a beverage from the beverage section. Whether you buy a bottle of Ice Dew for 1 yuan or a bottle of Janky Force for 5 yuan is your choice. A 299 yuan handkerchief is paired with snacks from the snack section, including spicy strips for 50 cents a bag and potato chips for 5 yuan a bag, all at the customer's discretion. A purse priced at 999 yuan is a bit more expensive and must be paired with an item worth more than 30 yuan. As for Hanfu sets that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, the requirements are even higher. You absolutely cannot do without choosing a product that costs 100 or 200 yuan on the first floor. Sang Ian became happier and happier as she wrote, and she could already imagine the scene of the small supermarket thriving and doing brisk business. Then we'll see what those who didn't believe in her small supermarket, those who thought it would definitely go out of business, will have to say. Su AI rushed downstairs excitedly, and was somewhat surprised when she saw Sang Ian's beautiful cursive script. Seeing her writing so absorbed in her own world, wielding the brush with such joy, Su AI couldn't bear to disturb her, so she silently watched her write. Zhou Yuan, who followed, obviously noticed this as well. Looking at the beautiful regular script on the red paper, a hint of surprise flashed in his handsome eyes. He really didn't expect this young boss to be so capable. I only saw her elegant and unrestrained running script in the live broadcast yesterday, but I didn't expect her regular script to be even more beautiful. It's truly remarkable that someone so young has mastered both styles of calligraphy so well. After Sang Ian stopped writing, she noticed that there were 2 more people beside her, and she was a little confused. Su AI was quick to seize opportunities. Boss, what kind of employee do you need? Do you think I'm suitable? Sang Ian was surprised, then looked at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, you wouldn't happen to want to work for me too, would you? Zhou Yuan, who only wanted to ask her if she would accept the terms of the exchange. The butler couldn't help but glance at Sang Ian. You really have some ideas to make the current head of the Zhou family work in this small supermarket. Sang Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I was overthinking it. Thank goodness. Otherwise I would have had to rack my brains to come up with a polite excuse to refuse. Zhou Yuan laughed in exasperation. What? Am I not qualified to work for you? Sang Ian was very self-aware. Oh no, it's mainly because you don't seem to be in good health. If you come to work and something happens to your health, it should be considered a work injury. Then I'd be losing money, wouldn't I? Zhou Yuan, who prided himself on his excellent manners, managed to add a blush to his pale face, because he was angry. He never imagined that Zhou Yuan, a man of great stature, would one day be so despised. Boss, I graduated from a top-tier university, 985. I'm beautiful and intelligent. I have strong work skills. I'm hardworking, diligent, and ambitious. And I have excellent teamwork spirit. Trust me, you won't regret hiring me. With one less competitor, Su AI has begun to volunteer herself. Chapter 125 The Wool is in hand. Looking at the gentle and sweet girl who was so enthusiastically recommending herself, Sang Ian couldn't bear to dampen her enthusiasm. Actually, what I need now is a licensed pharmacist. I want to open a pharmacy. Su AI's eyes lit up, and she became even more excited. I can do it. I can do it. It's a perfect match for my major. I'll resign as soon as I get back today. Boss, you have to keep the position for me. Sang Ian was surprised and couldn't help but ask. You also work at a pharmacy? Su AI smiled and shook her head. No, I work at a pharmaceutical distribution company. But don't worry, I studied medicine and passed the professional qualification exam. I'll have no problem working at a pharmacy. What else is there to say? We must keep the pharmacy staff who come to our door. Sang Ian thought she was a genius boss. She could solve the staff shortage problem with just one employee benefit. She was simply amazing. With a boss like him, it's no wonder that small supermarkets are thriving. Come, let me introduce you to another employee in the store. Sang Ian led the person to the cashier and introduced the 2 of them. Well, this word is a bit weird. This is Anil, a special assistant from the president's office of the Jiang Group. She's here temporarily to help out. This is... Sang Ian hesitated. She had forgotten that she hadn't asked the other person's name yet. My name is Sue Aii. I work as a pharmaceutical agent and will soon be a full-time employee at the pharmacy. The sweet girl with long, straight black hair quickly took over the conversation. The two beautiful women shook hands amicably, and that was it. They had become acquainted. Sue Aii realized the key issue. Boss, sister, and isn't a full-time employee of the supermarket. So, what does that mean she won't get the purchase limit benefit? Well, fair. What is it? Anna was puzzled. She knew about purchase restrictions, but she had never heard of any benefits associated with them before. Sang Ian then informed her top subordinate of the decision she had just made on a whim. Upon hearing this, Annal's mind raced. This isn't some kind of limited purchase benefit. It's just a disguised way of giving employees bonuses and the kind that's given out every day. Each employee in the small shop is limited to purchasing 2 of each type per day. Full-time employees could easily sell these 2 slots to customers who want to buy more. The more items the store has purchase limits on, the more the employees earn. Cheap items like handkerchiefs can be sold at a lower price, but silk or Hanfu costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan can be sold at a higher price, and customers will be more willing to pay that. After all, someone who has already spent hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan shouldn't mind spending an extra 10,000 or 8,000 yuan to buy a purchase restriction qualification, right? For these customers who are not short of money, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. You don't need to sell these purchase qualifications every day. If you can sell them once or twice a month, that's more than your salary. Selling qualifications is still the simplest and most obvious way to make a profit. Giving them away, doing favors, and building relationships are another way to make money. Anna reflected on her work at the small supermarket over the past few days, 9 to 5, and leaving get off work on time. Your boss will never bother you after get off work, and you don't need to clock in the morning. You can come whenever you want. As long as the tasks assigned by the boss are completed, everything is fine. At any small supermarket, there is a free lunch available at noon. Without staying up late, without being stressed, without having to scheme against colleagues, and without having to work herself to the bone, her complexion and skin have improved a lot. The question that had been lingering in her mind for the past few days finally made her decision when she learned that Sue Ai was going to resign and come to work for her. Boss, are you open to switching jobs? Anna asked. Sang Ian's smile was radiant. Could she say she had been waiting for this one sentence for a long time? Welcome to my little supermarket, she said with a smile, extending her hand. Zhou Yuan, who had witnessed the whole thing, was speechless. This was the first time he had ever heard of someone resigning from the president's office of a Jiang group to work at a small supermarket being called job hopping. Upon hearing this, Sue Ai realized that she had originally thought she would be the first official employee of the small supermarket, but unexpectedly, she was no longer one. She quickly paid for the handkerchief and purse she had chosen, and immediately booked a high-speed train ticket back. She needed to quit her job as soon as possible. If I can't get it first, I can't let someone else take it from me. Zhou Yuan rarely showed interest in people or things, perhaps because he had been in poor health since birth and was even considered unfit to be raised as a child. The hospital was his second home. Therefore, he takes everything lightly. Unexpectedly, a chance encounter with a small supermarket brought him so many surprises. He was very interested in everything here. Today, Anna was in charge of the cashier. Sang Ian brought over the sales details she had just written and told Anna to follow them when checking out. Upon hearing that this inspiration came from Hermes' product allocation system, Anna couldn't help but give Sang Ian a thumbs up. She increasingly felt that her new boss was a talented person. She can come up with any method to increase the sales of her small supermarket. Or I can write another copy and post it here at the cashier, so you can pay according to the instructions on it, Sang Ian said. To everyone's surprise, Anna had already looked away. No need to trouble yourself, boss. I've already noted it all down. Sang Yan. So, has she encountered another person with a photographic memory? This kind of talent should work at her small supermarket. Thinking of Anna, who would soon become her employee, Sang Ian couldn't help but feel excited. Thanks to Jang Huai Jing, without him, how could her small supermarket in the urban village have hired such an outstanding talent with excellent workability? I just don't know if Jang Huai Jing can find a doctor for her. She has already bought the pharmacy for 800,000 yuan. It's a small 2-story building with 80 square meters on each floor. The first floor can be used as a regular pharmacy, and the second floor can be used as a staff rest area or as a place for doctors to have other needs. After a simple renovation, and once all the necessary permits are obtained, you can open for business immediately. The first pharmacy employee is about to start work. All that's missing now is a doctor. Adhering to the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket, Sang Ian looked at Zhou Yuan to the side and smiled. Mr. Zhou would like to buy another bolt of silk? If possible, I would like to take all 12 horses with me, Zhou Yuan said without any hesitation. Sang Ian resisted the urge to roll her eyes. That's impossible. There's a daily limit of 3 bolts of silk. First come, first served. Then 3 horses, Zhou Yuan said. My pharmacy needs a doctor to be on site. Can Mr. Zhou help? Sang Ian asked. Got it. This is about making a deal. A hint of a smile flashed in Zhou Yuan's beautiful eyes, and then she emphasized, any doctor with ideals would not want to work in a pharmacy. Such people are hard to find. If it were easy, we wouldn't have found Mr. Zhou. Sang Ian replied with a slight smile. Zhou Yuan adopted the demeanor of someone at the negotiating table, his tone still leisurely. Such a difficult matter. Shouldn't you mention the benefits Boss Sang offered? For example, could you make an exception for me and let me take 5 bolts of silk? Sang Yan. Now that she thought of Jang Huai Jing, 2 completely different people, they were now completely overlapping in her mind. Indeed, capitalists are all cunning and treacherous by nature. Even their handsome appearance couldn't salvage the impression these 2 left on Sang Ian. They are all cunning and treacherous men who must be constantly guarded against. Chapter 126, The Table Flipping Contestant. Not receiving a response, Zhou Yuan was not in a hurry. He simply continued in his gentle voice and slow tone. Although Anqing is developing well, the environment and conditions in the urban villages are too poor. Besides, there's no future or career advancement in working at a pharmacy. Unless someone is mentally unstable, no doctor would choose to work in such a place. This is a very difficult matter. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem with him demanding higher returns. Sang Ian sighed. Since that's the case, I won't force Mr. Zhou. After all, I don't want to make things difficult for others. I'll figure out a way to handle this myself. Zhou Yuan. No, what's wrong with you? As a business owner, how can you not even understand the principle of asking for an exorbitant price and then negotiating on the spot? Isn't this a negotiation? Shouldn't negotiations involve several rounds of back and forth? Normally, shouldn't she refute what he said? This is only the first round. How come this person has already overturned the negotiating table and refused to talk anymore? Sang Ian had already gone to post the sales details, leaving Zhou Yuan standing there dumbfounded and at a loss. Anil suppressed a laugh. The last person to be rebuked like this was President Jiang. The negotiations have fallen apart. Zhou Yuan looked at the old butler beside him in disbelief. This was an elderly gentleman who reminded him. It seems that Mr. Sang and the gentleman did not negotiate. That's right, they weren't even negotiating. Sang Ian didn't give them any chance to negotiate at all. She sets the conditions, and if you disagree, things fall apart. There's absolutely no room for negotiation. You can only choose to accept or not accept. Zhou Yuan pressed his temples. Having been in charge of the Zhou family for many years, Zhou Yuan believed he had seen many business partners, but he had never seen anyone as domineering as Sang Ian, so forceful that she did not give her business partners any chance to bargain. No matter how good your negotiation skills are, they are completely useless when dealing with someone like this. Zhou Yuan sighed and resigned himself to his fate, walking back to the rest area in a new district to sit down, taking out his phone and searching through his contacts. He has quite a few doctors' contact information on his phone because he was born weak and his family went to great lengths to treat him. He not only invested in various pharmaceutical research laboratories, but also established a private hospital. It can be said that his longevity is entirely due to his wealth. He has the most contact with doctors, so finding one of them to work at the hospital wouldn't be that difficult. He could simply subsidize their salary privately. Just as he was flipping through his contacts, searching for a suitable candidate, another suppressed, angry roar came from upstairs, saying, "Yi." And Zhou Yuan thought someone was causing trouble again, so he quickly went upstairs to check the situation. Luo Qingying, who had been smiling and explaining things to everyone, was now so angry that her cheeks turned red as she glared at Sang Ian. What's going on? Zhou Yuan asked the surrounding customers, puzzled. Why got in return were bewildered and confused faces. They had no idea what had happened. They were looking at the sales details when they turned around and heard the gentle young lady suddenly yell at the boss. Sang Ian reassured him, "It's just a shui tao letter paper, calm down, don't rush, let's talk it out." Luo Qingying was naturally anxious. Do you know how long the original shui tao paper has been lost? What we have now are all replicas made by later generations, but even so, they are still very precious. But you actually use the original shui tao paper to write some kind of sales details. You're utterly wasting such a precious resource. Luo Qingying was furious. Although she didn't really like calligraphy and often practiced it only because of her family's strict rules, she didn't have any genuine interest in it. However, she also yearns for and cherishes this kind of paper that has been lost and only exists in historical records. If she had an original shui tao paper, she would treasure it. I would never treat it like Sang Ian did. Zhou Yuan still knew about shui tao jian. Shui tao paper is a type of paper from the Tang dynasty that has been famous throughout history. It is also known as Huanhua paper or Songhua paper. It is a type of paper with appropriate length and width, which is convenient for writing poems. It is exquisitely made. Legend has it that Shui Tao lived in Huanhua Creek, a suburb of Chengdu, where red hibiscus flowers were everywhere, which inspired her to create red stationery. Because she loved writing 4-character quatrains, the paper she usually used was too large, so she tried to make small stationery. In his book, Tian Gong Kai Wu, The Exploitation of the Works of Nature, Song Yingxing of the Ming Dynasty mentioned that Shui Tao's paper was made with water from Huanhua Creek, hibiscus skin as material, and hibiscus flower powder juice. She was deeply loved by literati. More than 20 people, including Yuan Zhen, Bai Juyi Du Mu, and Lu Yushi, exchanged poems with Shui Tao, and most of them used Shui Tao's flowered stationery. By the end of the Tang Dynasty, Shui Tao paper had become extremely valuable. In later generations, the original Shui Tao paper was lost, and it was imitated by many in various dynasties. Zhou Yuan had several Republic-era imitations of Shui Tao stationery at home, but he never expected to see the original here. Looking at the related consumption details posted next to the shelf, Zhou Yuan also felt a bit of toothache. I also have some Shui Tao paper here. Not only Shui Tao paper, but I also have Xie Gong paper, which Xie Jingchu improved based on Shui Tao paper. It comes in 10 colors: deep red, pink, apricot red, bright yellow, deep blue, deep green, light green, copper green, and light cloud. It's quite complete. Sang Yan A planet. So, there was absolutely no problem with her taking out a notice to write down. Luo Qingying was almost crying with envy. Others would find one extremely rare and treasure it like a precious gem, but she just casually used it. It's true what they say. Comparisons are the thief of joy. Zhou Yuan was also taken aback by her question. How do you have so many kinds of poems that have been lost for thousands of years? None of them are in the Zhou family's collection. Before Sang Ian could explain, Luo Qingying spoke up coldly. Because she is a princess. Zhou Yuan. No, what did you say? Did I mishear you? Or did you say something wrong? Should a species like the Gidge exist in modern society? How many years has the Qing dynasty been gone? Sang Ian raised her hand to her forehead. Sure enough, retribution hadn't come yet. She had used the title of princess to deceive people back then, and now she was getting her comeuppance. Feeling Zhou Yuan's complicated gaze and the shocked expressions of the surrounding customers, she was so embarrassed she could dig a small supermarket out of her toes. Seeing this, Luo Qingying finally felt a little better. Could you sell me some Shui Tao paper and Xie Gong paper? Okay, 5 of each color, but you have to come back and work as my shop assistant for another week, Sang Ian said. Free employees who are knowledgeable about various histories are hard to find. With this wave of popularity, small supermarkets will definitely be packed with customers every day. Having an extra employee can help alleviate some of the hard work. Luo Qingying gritted her teeth in anger, but what could she do? For the sake of her live-streaming career, she had no choice but to agree. Zhou Yuan followed suit, saying, I also want to buy some Shui Tao paper and Xie Gong paper. Sang Ian was quite ruthless. Not for sale. Zhou Yuan. No, what's wrong with you? That's not what you just said. Why are you treating people differently? Zhou Yuan said, both amused and exasperated. Sang Ian said very seriously, she worked for me for free for a week before I sold it to her. Then I'll come and work for you too? Zhou Yuan asked subconsciously. Sang Ian made an X with both hands. No, I can't afford to pay for work-related injury compensation. Zhou Yuan. Within a short hour, the head of the Zhou family was disliked twice by the same person in the same place, for the same reason. Zhou Yuan was so angry he laughed. Chapter 127, The Internet Celebrity Mini Supermarket. That night, the young prince still did not come. Having learned from her previous experience, Sang Ian was not so worried. She was very glad that she had implemented purchase limits. Otherwise, those few boxes of handkerchiefs and purses would not have been enough to sell. And those sales-related rules were released just in time. In just one afternoon, the small supermarket sold a lot of drinks, ice cream, and snacks. She glanced at it that evening and saw that yesterday, not counting the otherworldly goods, the sales of snacks and daily necessities alone amounted to more than 5,000 yuan. Considering that the usual turnover was only a few hundred yuan, and sometimes even just a few dozen yuan, Sang Ian felt very proud. Hopefully, the delivery guys will arrive early tomorrow, especially for drinks. We need to restock. While Sang Ian was humming a little tune and drifting off to sleep, things were getting lively online. How could a fangirl who bought her favorite purse, handkerchief, and other small accessories just quietly admire them to herself? Basically, it's a three-pronged approach: WeChat moments, fan groups, and Weibo. When showing off, you must include a screenshot of your idol during a live stream. Even if the designs are different, they are from the same store, so they are practically the same product. Besides Mu Chunin, there are 5 other guests on the variety show. Among them, Song Xiao is a top star with the most fans and the strongest action ability. Almost half of his fans are Yuan Xiao. They're either showing off their brother's clothes, their idol's clothes, or their husband's matching items. Anyone who watches variety shows and live streams knows what's going on. Everyone's screaming and asking for the exact address of the convenience store. Which fangirl could resist the temptation of using the same items as her idol? Although Mu Chunin advertised it on the show, it's still quite difficult to find the product. Everyone was very helpful, and the exact address of the small supermarket was posted online to prevent more fans from getting lost. Many fans are very interested in this small supermarket. Those who have just returned from the supermarket have a lot of photos of it on their phones. It's absolutely impossible to go out without taking pictures. The small supermarket's luxurious modern Chinese-style decor is antique and charming, with a cinematic quality. If it were just photos of the store's displays, that would be fine, but many people come to Anqing to participate in the Hanfu festival and wear ancient costumes on the day of the event. Wearing Hanfu, whether standing or sitting, paired with the rustic decor of the small supermarket. Every photo taken has a great feel to it, much more realistic and exquisite than some period costume photography. This place is simply a paradise for taking period costume photos. Absolutely great value for money. As long as you dress up beautifully and bring along a best friend who's an expert at taking photos, you're good to go. These photos have made everyone even more eager to visit the place in person. Some unsuspecting netizens thought this was an advertisement for a period costume photography studio. After seeing the beautiful photos, they couldn't find the studio's address, which made netizens who were impressed by the finished photos unable to help but leave a lot of comments below. Terrible review. Terrible review. Terrible review. They don't even have the photography studio's address. Isn't all this advertising a waste? The actual setting of these photos is absolutely stunning. I especially love the one where she's sitting at the tea table. It gives off such a classic, elegant lady vibe. This photography studio is great. You should check it out. Does anyone know how to book a photo studio at this location? Please give me directions. There were so many comments like this that the Lantern Festival fans were left both amused and exasperated. Sisters, you've misunderstood. This is a small supermarket, not a photography studio. Supermarket? Are you sure? I'm not very educated. Don't try to fool me. The supermarkets I remember don't look like this. You're telling me this is a supermarket? Isn't that a bit of a joke? Are supermarkets all this shabby now? I really can't imagine selling potato chips, cola, and chocolate in such a quaint, old-fashioned setting. They don't deserve it, really. Don't be shocked, everyone. I only found out today when I went there myself. There's a kind of mini supermarket that not only sells potato chips, cola, and chocolate, but also handkerchiefs, purses, hairpins, bracelets, Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, and silk. That's right, this is definitely a hidden gem of a mini supermarket. You won't regret buying from it. Welcome to experience the charm of our traditional embroidery techniques. Friendly reminder, there's a purchase limit in the store. Each person can only buy one item of each type per day. If you have trouble making choices, you can bring a friend along. Sigh, small supermarkets are great in every way, except for the purchase limit. Today I really had to reluctantly part with my red silk handkerchief. When it comes to purchase restrictions, everyone complains endlessly. The hashtag small supermarket limits purchase hashtag quickly became a trending topic on social media. More and more people are discussing it, and more people are paying attention to it. Coupled with the popularity of traditional Chinese-style variety shows, the small supermarket has truly become a hit. Overnight, an ordinary little supermarket was transformed into a popular online supermarket in Anqing. Tomorrow happens to be Saturday, and some locals from Anqing, taking advantage of their proximity, are thinking they should definitely check out the small supermarket. A large group of customers is pouring into the small supermarket. Anil, who usually has a 2-day weekend, didn't rest after seeing the small supermarket trending on social media. She volunteered to work overtime at the supermarket. Otherwise, with Sang Ian, Luo, Qingying, and a cute little parrot, she simply couldn't handle it. Anil had originally planned to have dinner with Bei, but given the current situation, she had no choice but to cancel. However, when Bei, who was determined to change jobs, heard that she was going to work overtime at a small supermarket, she immediately said that she also wanted to go and browse around. She needs to understand her future work environment. It's fair to say that Bei was the first customer this morning. She was filled with curiosity about everything here, but when she walked up to the second floor and saw the details of the associated purchases, she was dumbfounded. She took out her phone, snapped a picture of it, and went downstairs. Girl, you have to remind my future boss that he can't do this. It's illegal, and this little supermarket might have to close down for rectification. Sangyan. What? Chapter 128, We Need a Legal Counsel. Sang Ian suddenly appeared, and Bei's legal education class officially began. The two watched as Bei's lips opened and closed, and then she recited one law after another, leaving them dumbfounded. In conclusion, we can't do this kind of bundled sales, otherwise we'll be sued, and you'll have to pay triple damages, boss. I see that the things on the second floor aren't cheap. If we have to pay damages, boss, you might have to close down. That's absolutely unacceptable. Her little supermarket must continue to thrive. Old man, hurry up and tear that notice down for me. Sang Ian shouted out the window. The little parrot immediately ended its journey to the West Special, flew straight in through the second floor window, grabbed the red notice, tore it off in a flash, then flew out of the second floor window again, flew straight in through the supermarket entrance, and landed on the checkout counter. Sang Ian took out her phone and snapped a picture of the little parrot carrying the notice. Looking at the bright green parrot with its head tilted, looking slightly confused on the phone screen, the contrast between the red notice and the parrot was quite striking. Soon, everyone saw that the small supermarket whose address couldn't be found yesterday now even had a Weibo account. Small supermarket. Due to my owner's youthful indiscretion and lack of experience, and being a novice in the business, a wrong decision was made yesterday afternoon. Upon realizing the error, the decision was immediately corrected and remedied. We are now informing you that customers who made any purchases at our store yesterday can return the items free of charge, with shipping costs payable upon delivery, and will receive a full refund. Furthermore, if the purchased items have already been used, a full refund will still be issued without any issues. Below is a photo of a little parrot tilting its head and carrying a notice. After Sang Ian finished sending it, she showed it to Bei and Lu, asking, "Do you think this is okay?" Bei, "Okay, that's enough sincerity." Anil simply gave an okay sign, indicating that she also felt there was no problem. The key was that it was only an afternoon and wouldn't cause any serious consequences. Sang Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Her small supermarket couldn't afford to have any problems. It was a dream she had since she was a child. Thinking about her mistake this time, Sang Ian stroked her chin. Did she need a legal counsel? Looking at the cute girl with short, ear-length hair in front of her, Sang Ian asked softly, "Are you a lawyer? I can tell you're very familiar with laws and regulations. You can rattle them off so easily." "No, Anil and I are colleagues, both from the president's office. I had a cold and was wearing a mask when you went to select people that day." Bei blushed a little from the praise. Her already soft, chubby face became even more adorable with a rosy glow. "Is your company really that complicated? The president's assistant has to memorize legal articles?" Sang Ian was shocked. "The workload is really heavy. Today is my first weekend in 2 months. However, it's not so extreme as to require memorizing legal provisions. I studied law in college. Anil was shocked. Didn't you study business administration? I remember that's what it said in your file. Bebe blinked. Is it possible that I'm pursuing a double degree? Anil, Sangyan. Bebe thought about her life since joining the company and looked at her friend who had a rosy complexion, and she made a decision. Boss, do you need any more staff? Anil said they needed licensed pharmacists, but when I searched, it seems my major doesn't meet the eligibility requirements. I even bought study materials, but it turns out I'm still not eligible. Bebe expressed a regret, saying, I originally planned to come and work for you, boss, after I got the certificate. Sang Ian asked in surprise, is my little supermarket really that attractive? More appealing than a job at the Jiang Group? Bebe nodded. Of course. You have no idea how much our colleagues envy Anil. Boss, you have to have confidence in yourself. You are the best boss of our time. Sang Ian really didn't expect that she would receive such high praise. This incident reminded me that I need a legal counsel here. Do you think you're qualified? Bebe's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, I can do it. Originally, seeing that she did not meet the application requirements and hearing that the pharmacy had already hired a clerk, Bebe had given up hope. Little did she expect that things would take a turn for the better and that she would find a new path to success. Sang Ian reminded her, however, this is a small supermarket, so one person will definitely have to do multiple things. Look at Anil. She was supposed to rest today, but there will definitely be a lot of customers, so she will have to work overtime. However, there will be overtime pay. With that, Sang Ian took out her phone and transferred the overtime pay. Anil looked at it and saw it cost 1,000 yuan. She turned the phone directly towards Sang Ian. Is this overtime pay? Didn't you add an extra zero? Sang Ian nodded. This is calculated based on your base salary, and I think I haven't made a mistake. Bebe thought about how she had worked overtime so much at the company over the past few years that she could work until dawn and dusk, and she had never seen what overtime pay looked like. Her eyes welled up with tears of envy. She took Sang Ian's hands and said excitedly, it's just multitasking. I can do it. I'll resign on Monday. I'll be back at work on Tuesday. Sang Ian likes straightforward people like this. However, it's best to clarify some things beforehand. Although it's called legal work, you don't actually do much of that. At most, you'll look at contracts and draft them. Your usual office is in a small supermarket, where you'll be a cashier and a salesperson. Bebe nodded to indicate that she understood. She absolutely loved jobs that didn't require much brain power. Working hours are 9 to 5, weekends off, and overtime pay is provided. Lunch is included. By the way, how much is your salary now? Bebe, 20,000. Then I'll give you 20,000 too. Can you accept that? Bebe's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, of course it can. The same salary, less work, shorter working hours, and holidays. This is her ideal job. She's about to escape her misery. Bebe took out her phone and said with a smile, Boss, let's add each other on WeChat. Sang Ian took out her phone, saw the Weibo message notification, clicked on it, and then discovered that her phone was stuck. She shook her phone vigorously. Looks like I need to get a new phone. It's so laggy even when I open Weibo. Anil glanced at it and said, is it possible that you have too many message notifications, so many that your phone needs to process them in the background? 2 minutes later, Sang Ian's phone returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the culprit was the Weibo post she had made earlier. Originally, the Weibo post from the new account didn't attract much attention, but coincidentally, when Sang Ian posted it, the small supermarket was trending on Weibo. She was worried that no one would pay attention to her new Weibo account, so she also posted about it in the trending topics related to the small supermarket. As a result, those consumers who were the first to buy the same items as their idols came over and attacked them. There's a ton of complaints, but to sum it up in 2 words, no refunds. That's a joke. These were all carefully selected by them, and there's only one of each kind. Not only that, but many people also left messages hoping that the purchase restrictions could be lifted altogether, allowing everyone to buy freely. Such comments were the most numerous, demonstrating netizens' resentment towards the purchase restrictions. However, lifting the purchase restrictions is impossible, otherwise her small supermarket would soon run out of stock. Once the phone was running smoothly again, Sang Ian replied to a message that asked her to lift the sales quota. Limited quantities available. Buy now while supplies last. Restocking is pending. Wow, just one reply has instantly created a sense of urgency. After Sang Ian and Bei added each other on WeChat, they started to worry again. How to boost the daily sales of the small supermarket without breaking the law. Chapter 129, You're Really Clever. After much deliberation, Sang Ian finally decided to focus on the otherworldly goods on the second floor. She directly changed the product price. Based on the current price, the degree of increase will vary depending on the price level. For example, a handkerchief that originally cost 199 yuan has increased by 10 yuan to 209 yuan. And the wallet that was originally worth 999 yuan has increased by 20 yuan, becoming 1,099 yuan. And those more expensive ones, costing over 100,000 yuan, have increased by 200 yuan. These price increases weren't for nothing. Sang Ian introduced a new rule. For every certain price range of goods sold, a small gift would be given as a gift. These small gifts are, of course, the daily necessities sold in the small supermarket. Since we can't bundle them together, let's just raise the price and give them away as gifts. In the end, the result will be the same, to boost sales. After confirming the feasibility of the plan, Sang Ian went to write a new notice. Using the same shui tao paper and the same red color, Sang Ian, though unfamiliar with the material, became more proficient with it this time, writing even faster. After she finished writing, she showed it to Anil and told her to remember the free gift when she paid the bill. Anil's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Isn't this just turning bundled products into free gifts?" Sang Ian also felt that her idea was very brilliant, and she was in a good mood. "I'm so smart. How could a small supermarket possibly go bankrupt with an owner like me?" There were even more guests today than yesterday. They mostly come in groups of 3 or 5, and there are also live streamers who come to explore the stores. This time, it was a female live streamer. After what happened yesterday, Sang Ian was a bit allergic to live streamers, so she walked over to the female live streamer who was broadcasting live. "Hello, host. A friendly reminder. There are risks involved in live streaming in a store. You should think carefully before doing so." The female anchor was confused, saying, "I don't know what the risks are. Could you tell me in advance so I can think about it?" The live streamer who reviewed the store yesterday was taken away by the police and had to pay more than 8,000 yuan in compensation. Sang Ian stated the result directly. "Huh?" The female anchor was somewhat afraid and hesitated whether to go in. She wanted to gain followers through live streaming, not to spend money on them. However, the viewers in the live stream had already become interested and kept urging the streamer to go in and take a look. The barrage of comments and virtual gifts captivated the female streamer, who was also deeply moved. However, she still wanted to avoid it if she could, asking, "Excuse me, what did that streamer do yesterday that caused such serious consequences?" He made some false statements and personal attacks, and got into conflicts with sales clerks and customers, Sang Ian said. The female lead felt relieved. "That's all right. I never talk nonsense. I only speak the truth. Besides, I'm very emotionally stable and I don't lose my temper easily." Sang Ian watched her excitedly enter the supermarket and sighed softly, hoping that she was really in a stable mood and that there wouldn't be another live streamer like Xiao Wang from yesterday's store visit. It's too much trouble. "Old men, it's time for you to shine." The little parrot, having given up a plate of sunflower seeds, followed the female anchor to monitor whether she was inciting false public opinion. Of course, it would be safer for her to do this herself, but since a great person had come, she had to entertain him personally and didn't have time to keep an eye on him. Indeed, it was Zhou Yuan and his old butler who arrived. Not only that, but they were also followed by 8 burly men in black suits who were probably bodyguards or something similar. They clearly came prepared. Zhou Yuan had changed into a light yellow tang suit this time, and a smile played on his pale face. Boss saying, "Good morning. I should be able to get these 3 bolts of silk today, right?" Sang Ian smiled, turned around, and gestured for him to enter. Does this person have some kind of obsession with silk? Zhou Yuan wasn't the only one with this obsession. There were also some customers who genuinely loved Hanfu, and even some fangirls. Looking at the taxis parked along the roadside, a small group of people got out of each one, their eyes sparkling with joy, and headed straight for the small supermarket, their speed comparable to that of an athlete. The small supermarket immediately became lively. Anil looked at the girls who were taking pictures with their phones as soon as they came in, and subconsciously reminded Sang Ian, "If you're worried that some live streamers will come and slander our supermarket and stir up trouble, you can start your own live stream. You can directly interact with netizens, answer their questions, and provide scientific information, which might even boost business for the store. Should I start a live stream? Sang Ian fell in a deep thought. Chapter 130 Calligraphy. You must learn it. Live streaming is definitely something to consider, since she herself quite enjoys watching live streams. However, that's not something to worry about right now. Seeing that there were more and more customers in the store, Sang Ian also went to help out. Otherwise, Luo Qingying alone might not be able to handle it. As soon as she passed through the moon gate, she saw a girl wearing a high-waisted ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, holding a round fan, standing behind a screen, while a boy was taking pictures of her opposite her. The girl looked a little embarrassed when she saw Sang Ian. "Boss, is it okay to take pictures here?" Seeing this, Sang Ian also became interested, and she had a new idea. "Sure, if you can write good calligraphy, I can also provide props for the filming." "What prop?" A surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Sang Ian turned around and saw another girl dressed in Hanfu, who must have also come here to take photos. Sang Ian laughed. "Take Hanfu for example, some headdresses, jade pendants, round fans, oil paper umbrellas, guqin, etc. You saw the goods on the second floor, right? They can all be used as props. All free." This time, a boy came over, holding a DSLR camera. Okay, he's a photographer. Seeing the people who had gathered around, Sang Ian's smile widened. "That's right, it's free. Boss, you're so kind." The girl excitedly rushed forward and hugged Sang Ian tightly. Sang Ian was also stunned by this sudden turn of events and didn't react for a moment. It was the first time she had been embraced by a beautiful girl. Is this the joy of being a boss? "Boss, you smell so good. What brand of perfume are you using?" the girl asked again. Sang Ian raised her hand and smelled her wrist. This was a kind of incense that she had specially selected from the storeroom. The little prince had given it to her. It was a light orchid scent that could not be smelled unless you got close. "It's not perfume. It's a kind of incense that you can't buy on the market." "Is it the kind of incense used by elegant ladies in ancient times, like in TV dramas?" the girl asked curiously. Sang Ian nodded with a smile. The girl stamped her feet enviously. "Will the store stock this?" It wasn't that Sang Ian didn't want to put it on the shelves, but rather that there were too few available. She was planning to give some to her mother when she went home, so she didn't put it on the shelves. "I'll try my best next time." She smiled at the men and women who came to take pictures, then walked to the writing area on the side, took out a piece of dark yellow shuet towel paper, and wrote a poem. "There will be times when the wind and waves will be strong, and we will set sail to cross the vast ocean." The beautiful running script is spacious and natural, flowing like clouds and water, and exudes a free and unrestrained spirit. After everyone saw it, they clapped. Sang Ian put down his pen and held the paper up to everyone. "The requirements aren't high. Just use this as a reference. As long as you can pass my test, I'll provide the filming props for free." "Boss, your standards are too high. How long would it take us to learn to write such beautiful characters?" "Yeah, boss, this is way too difficult. It's so unfriendly to newbies." Sang Ian gently reassured them. "It's all right. I will provide different amounts of props depending on your calligraphy skills. I don't expect everyone to write very well right away. I practiced for a long time myself. For those who write well, provide more items. For those who don't write so well, provide fewer items." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other excitedly. "I think the owner, Sang Ian, is very interesting, and I think this shop is very interesting. I'm going to find a calligraphy class to take when I get home today. Our school has a calligraphy club. I can audit their classes. Just treat it as cultivating a hobby. Isn't it said that practicing calligraphy is the best way to cultivate one's character? We can create a group later and practice calligraphy together." Upon hearing this, everyone thought, "That's great. Practicing together is much more interesting than practicing alone, and we can improve together." Seeing how these people had arranged everything so clearly for themselves, Sang Ian's smile grew even brighter. "Actually, you don't necessarily have to enroll in an interest class. There are many free courses online, and some live streamers teach every day. My master, teacher Zhao Xuhui, goes live every night at 7 o'clock. If you're interested, you can follow along to learn." Upon hearing this, everyone simply searched for and followed the one-stop service online. Boss Sang's handwriting is so good, her teacher must be very skilled. Isn't it said that a great teacher produces outstanding students? They may not be the most outstanding students, but they can try their best to get closer to that level. Who doesn't want a good teacher? Quite a few people came to take photos today, and everyone was very harmonious, not arguing or fighting and finding their own spots. Many people bring their own props and equipment, using the small supermarket set designed for filming. Some people bought small items on the second floor and went downstairs to find suitable angles and positions for taking photos. It has to be said that with different props, even the poses for taking photos have become more varied. The most amazing one was Jang Huai Jing, who boldly bought 2 sets of ancient costumes, one for 800,000 yuan and the other for 600,000 yuan, both of which were stunningly beautiful. She was beautiful to begin with a great temperament and figure, exuding a classical charm. When paired with these 2 ancient costumes and a classic hairstyle, she was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. In addition, being in such a rustic environment on the first floor makes one feel like a noble lady who has traveled through time. Both girls came to take photos, but look at their makeup and styling, and then look at my own outfit. It's so low-class, fake, and cheap. The difference between the two is like night and day. Everyone looked at each other, and after seeing the results of the photo shoot using the store's clothing, they silently made a decision in their hearts. You must learn calligraphy. They can't afford Hanfu, but they can learn calligraphy. You should still have dreams. What if they come true? Maybe one of them is a natural talent and learns calligraphy exceptionally quickly. Sang Ian took in the subtle commotion of everyone's expressions and was in a great mood. I believe that once this news gets out, more people will come into contact with, understand, and learn calligraphy. Regardless of how well they learn or what their level is, at least they have the interest and desire to learn, and it's not bad to treat it as a hobby. Sang Ian smiled as she stood in the stairwell, watching the girls posing on the first floor. Actually, her requirements weren't high at all. She doesn't want everyone to become a great calligrapher. She simply wants calligraphy to be integrated into everyone's lives, becoming a small part of daily life, so that more and more people can feel the charm of calligraphy. This way, there's no need to worry about the art of calligraphy being lost. I never would have guessed that Boss Sang would be so generous, not only allowing customers to take photos, but also providing props for free. Having secured 3 bolts of silk for the day, Zhou Yuan was in a good mood. With more people with him, he could buy more things than yesterday, and he didn't have to suffer through the difficult choices of yesterday. I've always been very generous. Sang Ian was also in a good mood, and even her voice was filled with joy. Don't you really want to consider becoming a supplier for the Zhou family? That way you won't have to worry about advertising, sales, or making a profit. Zhou Yuan asked, unwilling to give up. No need to consider it. It's fine to put it in a small supermarket. Sang Ian didn't even think about it. She wasn't going to sell these good things to 800 cunning capitalists. What if I help you find an experienced doctor to work at the pharmacy? Zhou Yuan offered his bait. Chapter 131. The doctor is here. Sang Ian shamefully felt tempted. Finding a doctor to work at the pharmacy was proving incredibly difficult. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she decided to try her luck. Silk production is limited, and we can't supply in bulk. Mr. Zhou, could you offer another option? For example, is there anything you want to buy but haven't been able to get your hands on yet? I can help you find a way. Zhou Yuan laughed out loud, his chest heaving. He coughed a few times, and his pale face flushed slightly from the coughing. Do you think you can buy something that even the Zhou family can't afford? He wasn't being derogatory. It was simply the truth. Sang Ian didn't think much of it. She simply shrugged. Maybe? Doesn't Mr. Zhou want to give himself a chance? Her soft voice carried an air of casualness and nonchalance, yet possessed a captivating quality that made one's heart flutter. Thinking of the ancient remedy he used to improve his health, Zhou Yuan subconsciously asked, can Boss Sang get his hands on century-old dried tangerine peel? Sang Ian wasn't completely ignorant about traditional Chinese medicine. She had heard that an ounce of dried tangerine peel was worth an ounce of gold, and that century-old dried tangerine peel was better than gold. However, century-old tangerine peel has long been extinct. Not to mention century-old, even 70 or 80-year-old tangerine peel is extremely rare. If there is any, it will be sold directly at auction. She remembered seeing a news report that a 73-year-old dried tangerine peel was auctioned off and sold for 125,000 yuan per 100 G. Now Zhou Yuan actually wants century-old, aged tangerine peel. This really isn't about money. It's about whether we even have the means to do it. Looking at her furrowed brows, her baby face full of seriousness, furrowed like a round bitter gourd, Zhou Yuan found her even more amusing. So does Boss Sang have any resources? His slow, leisurely tone coupled with his handsome features, possessed an indescribable allure that captivated the viewer. Sang Ian snapped out of her reverie, and, upon seeing such a beautiful face, instinctively held her breath. The impact was quite overwhelming. Zhou Yuan, however, thought she was stumped and gave a smug smile. Look, I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't seize it. If you want a doctor, you should cooperate with the Zhou family. That's the most convenient and hassle-free way. All right, once you hear that, it's all for naught if you're good-looking. Sang Ian glanced at him, her face full of suspicion. I don't quite understand your thinking. I don't have the medicinal herbs you need, yet you seem quite pleased. Are you quite satisfied with your current sickly beauty state and don't want to recover? Sang Ian adopted a tolerant and forgiving attitude. You should have said so earlier. I'm a very tolerant person, and I don't think there's anything wrong with men liking to maintain a sickly beauty image. It's your freedom. Zhou Yuan, the sickly beauty. You mean I should thank you? No. Are all young girls these days so vengeful? He was just teasing her a little and trying to win back the cooperation. Sang Ian waved her hand. No need for that. So, do you really want to buy the century-old tangerine peel? Zhou Yuan forced a smile. If you have one, I guarantee the doctor will be there tomorrow. Sang Ian gave an okay sign and immediately went downstairs. She remembered that among the payment the young prince made was a box of medicinal herbs, but she wondered if there was any century-old tangerine peel in it. She went directly to the warehouse behind the small supermarket. The little parrots sorted and placed the wooden crates in the warehouse onto the shelves. Chimpi, simply put, is orange peel processed through professional methods. She recognized orange peels, but she wasn't really good at distinguishing the year. Never mind, let's see if we can get it first. The box contained many medicinal herbs, such as astragalus, ginseng, wolfberry, cordyceps, and saffron. Looking at the wooden boxes, Sang Ian was almost in despair. Could it be that there was no dried tangerine peel here? As it turned out, the last box contained dried tangerine peel. Sang Ian looked at the box of dark gray things. If it weren't for the smell, she really wouldn't be able to tell from the appearance that it was dried tangerine peel. I just don't know if it will last 100 years. However, judging from Zhou Yuan's physical condition, he should know something about these medicinal herbs. Even if he doesn't know them, he should know someone who does. Zhou Yuan sat at the piano table, holding a small piece of bread in his hand, feeding the small koi in the pond. Uncle Zhang, do you really think she has century-old tangerine peel? The old butler leaned forward slightly and said with a smile, I don't know. Century-old tangerine peel is too hard to find. There hasn't been any news about it at domestic auctions recently. Yes, aged tangerine peel for 100 years. Who would preserve processed medicinal herbs for 100 years these days? Zhou Yuan gently tore off a small piece of breadcrumbs with his fair and slender fingers and continued to scatter them into the pool. Immediately, small koi carp opened their mouths and tried to snatch the food. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Boss Sang has some. Look, here we have top-quality silk, as well as the lost shui, towel paper, siagong paper, and water pattern paper. Maybe she even has century-old tangerine peel. The old butler chuckled and said, After all, she is a princess. Zhou Yuan laughed out loud. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle Zhang, how come I never noticed before that you're so humorous? The old butler shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. Zhou Yuan took a while to calm down and finally stopped coughing. He took out a silk handkerchief and wiped his mouth. If she really has century-old tangerine peel, I'll find her 10 doctors, let alone one. Sang Ian came in carrying the wooden box and heard the words clearly. These are what Mr. Zhou said. I'll remember them. She handed over the wooden box. Zhou Yuan asked in surprise, You really have it? The old butler hurriedly opened the wooden box, his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. I'll contact Dr. Hua immediately. Sure enough, this person was surrounded by people who could make a name for themselves. Sang Ian, if the tangerine peel in here is really 100 years old, can you really find 10 doctors to work in my pharmacy? So, you can't actually be sure if this tangerine peel is 100 years old? Zhou Yuan asked rhetorically. Sang Ian's lips twitched. You do know how to grasp the key points. As more and more customers entered the store, Sang Ian put away the wooden box, placed it on the cashier, and handed it to Anil for safekeeping. Mr. Zhou, sitting all the time is so boring. Life is about movement. Come on, let me show you some exercise, Sang Ian said earnestly. As if by some strange twist of fate, Zhou Yuan actually followed them. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yuan stood in the grocery section on the second floor, becoming a temporary sales clerk. Looking at the crowd of customers, he said with a look of utter despair, "This is the kind of exercise you're talking about?" Sang Ian was not at all ashamed. "It's good to practice your speaking skills. Anyway, you're just idling around. Besides, waiting is even more unbearable. You might as well keep busy. Time will pass in the blink of an eye." Zhou Yuan, that seems to make sense. Dr. Hua was originally from Anqing, and Zhou Yuan, who is 30 years old this year, has been his attending physician for 30 years. Upon hearing the news about century-old tangerine peel, he headed straight for the small supermarket. If there were century-old tangerine peel, the medicine Zhou Yuan is drinking now would be twice as effective. When he arrived, he saw Zhou Yuan, who is always pampered, actually serving customers in the store. What's so special about this small supermarket? They actually managed to get Zhou Yuan to work as a sales clerk. This is someone who even hires professional managers for his own business and doesn't like to spend too much energy on others. Or is this Zhou Yuan's own property? A deep question appeared on Hua Sheng's aged face. Chapter 132, when Jang Huai Jing bumps into Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan still felt a little awkward facing people he knew well. He quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Hua, do you think this is century-old tangerine peel?" Hua Sheng comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, so identifying medicinal herbs is no challenge for him. For Zhou Yuan's health, they had been searching for century-old tangerine peel, but even 50 or 60-year-old peels were rare, let alone century-old ones. After searching for so many years, they were almost ready to give up when they unexpectedly found it in a small supermarket. Hua Sheng was overjoyed, and tears even welled up in his cloudy eyes. "Shaoan, you have hope of recovery." The old butler was overjoyed. He had watched his young master grow up, and now there was finally hope that he would become a healthy person. Only Zhou Yuan, the person involved, showed no reaction, simply smiling as he looked at the two elderly people who cared about him. He dared not have too much hope. He had been disappointed far too many times over the years. Only Sang Ian, out of the three people's sight, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the little prince is really capable. She's found the doctor she's always longed for. Looking at the text message from the bank, Sang Ian couldn't help but smile. 500G, 2 million, not a bad deal. Her gaze towards Zhou Yuan softened considerably. What a fat sheep. You could take advantage of this. Sang Ian smiled slightly. "Mr. Zhou, I'm waiting for your doctor." Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I keep my word." When Jang Huai Jing finished work and came over, he saw the two chatting happily. A cold glint flashed in his charming eyes as he walked over. "President Zhou, I didn't expect to meet you here." "What a coincidence." "Mr. Jiang, are you also shopping at the supermarket?" Zhou Yuan grasped the outstretched hand, and the two exchanged greetings. "This is my junior sister's shop." Jang Huai Jing subtly revealed his relationship with Sang Ian. "President Zhou, please come and patronize her business often." Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted back and forth between the two, finally settling on Sang Ian. Boss Sang is truly a hidden talent. Sang Ian glanced at Jang Huai Jing, the fat sheep number one, and explained, "Don't misunderstand. It just so happens that President Jiang and I have the same master. I only found out that I had a senior brother after I became a disciple. The power of the Jiang group and President Jiang has absolutely nothing to do with my small supermarket or myself." Zhou Yuan nodded knowingly, understanding that it was just a senior brother he wasn't very familiar with. Jang Huai Jing frowned slightly, and the air pressure around him instantly dropped. Sang Ian could only feel the cold air coming from around her. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. "Sang Ian, President Jiang has found the doctor you need. He's guaranteed to be very experienced. He went to great lengths to find someone for you, and now he's here to tell you the good news as soon as he gets it." Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Lu Jiao immediately changed the subject. Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised. Zhang's group is not involved in the pharmaceutical industry, so it's indeed difficult to find doctors to work here. This kind of thing should be done by me. He smiled faintly. "Don't worry, the doctor will be here tomorrow. You can decide for yourselves whether to sign a contract or something else. If you're not satisfied with the other party, I will contact someone else for you. I have more resources in this area than Mr. Jiang. It's relatively easier to find." As he spoke, he looked at Jang Huai Jing. Their gazes met in mid-air, neither giving way, as if there were crackling sounds of electricity between them. Lu Xiao subconsciously took a step back, worried that he would be caught in the crossfire. Only Sang Ian felt nothing. She was still immersed in the joy of having a doctor and her pharmacy finally being able to open. Mr. Zhou, it's settled then. Of course. Jang Huai Jing. Does that mean I don't exist? After seeing Zhou Yuan off, Jang Huai Jing subtly inquired. Are you and Zhou Yuan very familiar with each other? Sang Ian carefully recalled her interactions with Zhou Yuan over the past 2 days. We've only known each other for 2 days, so we shouldn't be considered close, right? Jang Huai Jing felt a little relieved. They had only known each other for 2 days. Then Sang Ian continued. However, we should become quite familiar with each other in the future. After all, it would be a shame not to fleece such a fat sheep a few times, given their shared history. Jang Huai frowned and couldn't help but remind him, Zhou Yuan is not as fragile and harmless as he looks. With such a physique, he has managed to enable the Zhou family to occupy 50% of the fabric market. He is very cunning. Be careful. Sang Ian turned to meet his charming eyes and snorted. Of course I know that. You are all capitalists, full of tricks and cunning. I'm on my guard. Jang Huai Jing. It feels a bit complicated and I don't know what to say. Although she was glad that Sang Ian was wary of Zhou Yuan, the fact that she herself was among those Zhou Yuan's people made her feel less than pleasant. Sang Yan, you're amazing. With such a large customer flow in your small supermarket, your business must be thriving. I'll go upstairs and take a look. Lu Xiao went up to the 2nd floor excitedly. The small supermarket has been so popular online these past 2 days. He's been busy with the old city renovation project every day, and he also has to keep an eye on the closing of the Intangible Cultural Heritage exhibition and the variety show live broadcast. He's as busy as a spinning top, so he probably doesn't have any time. This time I'm going to have a good look around. Watching his excited figure disappear into the distance, Sang Ian said, President Jiang, I think you should remind him a little so that he will suffer less. Jang Huai Jing said calmly, there's no need. You reap what you sow. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Sang Ian glanced sideways and couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. How cold and heartless. Jang Huai Jing pursed his lips. I'm a bit worse than you. Sang Yan. No, what do you mean? How am I cold and heartless? Chapter 133, The First Person on the Blacklist. Jang Huai Jing interpreted Sang Ian's actions in explaining their relationship to Zhou Yuan as cold and heartless. Sang Ian rolled her eyes. Is that being cold and heartless? Then you might have some misunderstanding about me. Then Lu Xiao came downstairs excitedly, carrying a small shopping basket filled with all sorts of purses, handkerchiefs, hairpins, and beaded necklaces. A girl who was also going downstairs to pay saw this and kindly reminded her, there's a purchase limit in the store. It's no use picking so many. Each person can only buy 1 item of each type per day. Look at what you have here. You have 3 or 4 of the most common items, right? Lu Xiao didn't care at all. That's a rule for regular customers. The boss and I are friends. You can't buy it, but I can. The girl looked skeptical. Really? The boss is a very principled and beautiful woman. If she says there's a purchase limit, then there's a limit. Yesterday, a super handsome and rich guy came, and she still couldn't make an exception. Can you? The girl came once yesterday and again today in order to buy the hairpin she wanted. She didn't believe Lu Xiao's words at all. Lu Xiao was brimming with confidence. Just you wait and see. He carried his small basket to the cashier, but didn't see Anil. He asked in confusion, where's assistant in? Why are you here? She went to attend to her work, Sang Ian said. Since the doctor can arrive tomorrow, the pharmacy needs to expedite the process. Although it's just simple renovations like tiling, painting, changing light fixtures, and putting up shelves, which workers in urban villages can do, a supervisor is still needed. The work efficiency with supervision and the work efficiency without supervision are absolutely 2 different things. The pharmacy's initial preparations are almost complete. When do you plan to have assistant and return to the president's office? President Jiang has reserved a position for her, and we all miss her very much. Lu Xiao asked again. After the pharmacy opens, there will be other new stores to open, Sang Ian said casually. In the past few days, she has walked all over the urban village area and, after considering various factors, finally chose a location for the factory, which is a closed-down garment factory. Sang Ian was attracted by the large size of the place, as well as the staff dormitory and warehouse. The boss went out of town, and we're just waiting for him to come back so Anil can take over the factory, make some minor renovations, and turn it into a paper mill. She's been researching the paper-making process for watermark paper lately, and she's practically worn out all the photocopied materials she's worked with, just waiting to try it out herself. Sang Ian is already looking forward to the day when she can create watermark paper by hand. Boss, could you hurry up with the payment? I need to catch my train. The girl behind Sang Ian glanced at her time and couldn't help but remind her. I'll take all of these. How much is it in total? Lu Jiao took out his phone, ready to scan the QR code. Sang Ian simply lifted the shopping basket aside. What are you doing causing trouble? Don't forget, you're on my family's supermarket blacklist. You're not eligible to buy anything. After saying that, she looked at the girl behind, Lu Jiao in line. Little beauty, let me pay for you first. You can choose any 2 drinks and snacks here to eat on the train. The girl looked at the shocked man, who had just confidently claimed that he was friends with the boss and that there was no need to limit his purchases, only to be proven wrong in the blink of an eye. He really doesn't need to be subject to purchase restrictions, because he doesn't even have the right to buy. Suppressing a laugh, she asked curiously, Boss, does the small supermarket have a blacklist? Sang Ian nodded. That's right, anyone on the blacklist can't shop at the mini supermarket. The customers queuing behind them to pay were getting impatient. One of them leaned forward and asked, under what circumstances would someone be blacklisted? For example, spreading false information about small supermarkets, including but not limited to defamation, slander, and rumors. For example, causing trouble in the store and affecting the store's normal business operations. For example, it might upset the supermarket owner. The rest will be added later. Lu Jiao panicked. I didn't do any of those 3 things. Yes. You've been mocking my little supermarket for so long, saying it wouldn't last 3 months and would definitely close down. Lu Jiao. Sang Ian looked at him with pity. You're so young. How come your memory has deteriorated to this extent? You don't even remember what you said or what you did. Lu Jiao gritted his teeth. He didn't take it seriously at all. Who knew that Sang Ian would remember it for so long? That happened so long ago. Are you really that vengeful? Lu Jiao said helplessly. Sang Ian's clear eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. I'm a very vengeful person. You can look down on me, but you can't look down on my little supermarket. Lu Jiao. He was so agitated that he wanted to pull out his hair. Where did this weirdo come from? She still remembers things that happened so long ago. Besides, it's just a small supermarket. Are you serious? Looking at the carefully selected items in his shopping basket, Lu Jiao suppressed his anger and asked, So when are you going to remove me from the blacklist? Sang Ian blinked in confusion. Why release them? Lu Jiao was practically fuming. Seriously? Criminals can be reformed and turn over a new leaf through serving time? Is your blacklist really that strict? Doesn't it give them any chance to change? In the end, Lu Jiao himself felt somewhat aggrieved. Sang Ian thought for a moment. Then how about labor reform? But you're such a busy person. Do you even have time for that? Lu Jiao's newly raised hopes were shattered. He's so busy right now that he has no time to spare. You can come over during the National Day holiday, Jang Huai Jing said leisurely. Lu Jiao, who had planned to use the 7-day holiday to relax, was speechless. You've really arranged everything perfectly for me. Seeing Lu Jiao's conflicted expression, Sang Ian suppressed a laugh. If you don't want to, you don't have to come. Lu Jiao forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and said insincerely, I'm willing. I'm very willing. I'm extremely willing. It's just labor reform, isn't it? You don't have to push yourself like this, Sang Ian said. Not at all, not at all. How could this be considered forced? With every word Lu Jiao spoke, he felt his heart bleeding, watching as the 7-day holiday that was about to end was waving goodbye to him. Then he held up a finger and hooked it onto the shopping basket. Sang Ian smiled. Put it back where you got it. Lu Jiao. That's just too much. He turned to look at Jang Huai Jing. Uncle, can you buy them for me? I've been picking them out for a long time, and some are for my mom and grandma. Then he thought of the purchase restrictions and couldn't help but sigh. Uncle, are you also subject to purchase restrictions and don't have any special privileges? Jang Huai Jing looked at Sang Ian and asked softly, Do I have any special privileges here with you? Chapter 134 You poached 2 talents. Isn't your reward a bit meager? For the first time since the store opened, Sang Ian made an exception. Without saying a word, she quickly packed all the items from her small shopping basket into her shopping bag. Lu Xiao felt very resentful. Why does my uncle have special privileges? Is it because he's more handsome? Jang Huai Jing's peach blossom eyes shone with a gentle smile, like the warm sun of early spring, which was truly excessively attractive. Of course, it's because I'm her senior brother, so naturally I'm different from others. Lu Xiao had a sudden inspiration. I'm your senior brother's nephew. In a way, we're relatives too. Could you give me a little bit of special treatment? He used his fingers to create a tiny distance, probing the question. Sang Ian smiled and explained, President Jiang may have misunderstood. This is not a privilege. Purchase restrictions are purchase restrictions. There are no privileges. This is at most a thank you gift. Jang Huai Jing raised an eyebrow. A thank you gift? Sang Ian didn't explain any further and focused on paying the bill, which was already in a very long line. Jang Huai Jing thought for a long time. Could it be a thank you gift for the doctor? That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't he calling the doctor to thank her for saving the day? What thank you gift should she give? But apart from that, it seems he didn't do anything that required Sang Ian's gratitude. Or did he do something unintentionally that helped her? This problem bothered him all day. At 9 o'clock on Monday morning, Anil arrived at the president's office on time. The office was very busy, with everyone working on their own tasks and the keyboards clattering loudly. This is a routine in the president's office, but Anil, who had been away for less than a week, found it hard to accept this situation. Once you've enjoyed a relaxed and easy work environment, it's hard to easily accept such a high-intensity work pace again. At that moment, Anil was very glad she had made the decision. She took the resignation letter she had prepared long ago and knocked on the door of the president's office. Seeing that it was Anil, Jang Huai Jing put down his pen. Your position remains the same. Now that Sang Ian's work is finished, you can directly take over the original work. Then, Anil presented a resignation letter with both hands, saying, President Jiang, the work at the small supermarket isn't finished yet, so I'm here today to resign. At that moment, Jang Huai Jing suddenly remembered the thank you gift on Saturday. He leaned back in his office chair and looked at the assistant he had promoted. You want to work for Sang Ian? Anil nodded. I think the work environment there is more suitable for me. It's easy to leave the Jiang group, but hard to get in. There are quite a few people eyeing your current position. Are you determined to resign? Jang Huai Jing asked. Anil bowed and said, Thank you for the company's training and for General Manager Zhang's guidance. I understand this was decided a long time ago. The moment Anil stepped out of the CEO's office, she was overjoyed. She clenched her fist and whispered, Yes. She will be the first employee of the small supermarket. Jang Huai Jing picked up the pen again, twirling it nimbly. He really hadn't expected that the employee he'd lent out wouldn't come back and would become a full-time employee. Although there are many promising candidates in the president's office, and he could immediately promote one to replace Anil's position, he still felt complicated about the fact that such a talent, whom the company had worked so hard to cultivate, had jumped ship. He never expected that Anil would give up such a good job at the Jiang Group and go to work at a small supermarket. This gave him the feeling that his large corporation was not as successful as a small supermarket. This feeling is very complicated. He was just about to inform HR to promote another special assistant to the president's office when Lu Xiao arrived. During the few days that Anil went to work at the small supermarket, Lu Xiao was in charge of coordinating the work of the president's office and was considered the temporary head of the president's office. He thought that once Anil returned, he could step down and his work would be easier, but little did he know that the man would resign directly. Now he has to manage things in the president's office as well. President Jiang, an assistant in the president's office, wants to resign. Jang Huai Jing didn't even look up. I know. I approved Anil's resignation. Let HR go through the procedures and find someone to replace her as soon as possible. Lu Xiao handed over the resignation letter in his hand. I'm not talking about Anil. I'm talking about Bei Bei. Jang Huai Jing. 2 assistants in the president's office resigned in one day. Anyone who didn't know better would think that something had happened to the Jiang Group. Otherwise, how could they just give up such a good company and such a good job? Everyone else is scrambling to get into the Jiang Group, but I've never heard of anyone resigning voluntarily. The reason for your resignation? Jang Huai Jing asked in a deep voice. She said she wanted to try other jobs, not to be an assistant, but to be a legal counsel. Lu Xiao was also completely confused. Jang Huai Jing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't have to work at the small supermarket again, he was fine. Otherwise, he would really start to question his life. Other positions require employees to submit a resignation letter half a month in advance, but the president's office does not. As long as the employee completes the handover with the new employee, they can leave. The next day, the safe that Sang Ian had ordered finally arrived. Jang Huai Jing personally delivered it, and then he saw Bei sitting at the cashier. When our eyes meet, it's a little awkward. What do I do when I run into my former boss on my first day at work? I feel inexplicably guilty. Lu Xiao felt utterly deceived. Didn't you say you want to change jobs? Is this the job you wanted to do? Bei nodded. I think it's great. Lu Xiao frowned. Didn't you say you were going to do legal work? Bei, yes, I work as a legal counsel here. Lu Xiao, do I look that easy to fool? I've never heard of any supermarket needing legal counsel. Bei waved the employment contract in her hand. Then you may not understand supermarkets thoroughly enough. Other small supermarkets don't need legal counsel, but our small supermarket does. The first contract was with Anil. Looking at the name on it, Lu Xiao had very complicated feelings. Two of his former colleagues from the same department were so busy every day that they were exhausted. But now they both live normal 9-to-5 lives. Only he still has to work 996, busy as a dog every day. Thinking about it this way, he became even more frustrated. At that moment, he also had an urge to quit his job and come work there. Who doesn't envy a 9-to-5 job with weekends off? At the tea table, steam rises gently, mingling with the aroma of tea. Sang Ian switched to Bilyuakun tea this time. It's her new favorite. Jang Huai Jing, you poached two of my talents. Was yesterday's thank you gift a little too little? Sang Ian was completely unashamed. How could I possibly poach my senior brother's men? I never hinted at recruiting them. This was a decision they made after careful consideration. Jang Huai Jing laughed. Are you saying this has nothing to do with you? Or that there's something wrong with our company's personnel system? Sang Yanshuruk. The result is obvious. If you don't believe me, you can stay and experience the work of a small supermarket employee and then compare it with the work of the Jang group. You will then understand Anil and Bei's choice. As Sang Ian spoke, she pushed the teacup over. A sip of tea fills the air with its aroma, and the bitterness gives way to a sweet aftertaste. Every time I come here, I can enjoy some truly exceptional tea. After finishing his tea, Jang Huai Jing put down his cup and agreed to Sang Ian's suggestion. Okay, I'll stay. Yes, we have free labor for tonight. After the first episode of the traditional Chinese-style variety show ended, Mu Chinen was going to bring the other 5 guests to shop around that evening. If they were spotted by fans, at least there would be someone in the shop who could help. Chapter 135, do you have some misunderstanding about what ordinary means? Perhaps due to the large number of outsiders in the urban village in recent days, the customers of the small supermarket either come by taxi or drive themselves. The neighbors have gotten used to it, and Mu Chinen and his group arrived in 2 cars without attracting anyone's attention. In fact, in the past 2 days, the group had seen many photos of the inside of small supermarkets online, and even a particularly interesting short video. I imagined a small supermarket to be rows and rows of shelves selling snacks, drinks, grains, oils, and daily necessities. The small supermarket I saw had a modern Chinese-style decor with a tea table, a zither table, and a rockery pond with koi fish. The second floor is filled with a dazzling array of silks, Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, purses, and handkerchiefs, making you feel as if you were truly in ancient times. After the short video was posted, netizens who were unaware of the specifics commented, questioning the video's authenticity, as they had never seen a supermarket like this before. Finally, the blogger personally went to the small supermarket to do a live stream, which shut up those netizens who questioned whether she was making fake videos. This minor incident actually made the small supermarket more and more famous online, attracting more and more attention, and more people wanted to visit the small supermarket in person. The various beautiful photos taken on the first floor in ancient style have further stimulated those who love Hanfu culture and are passionate about ancient costumes, and everyone wants to come and take photos. Especially recently, there have been reports of customers with good calligraphy skills being offered free photo props by the small supermarket owner. The owner would then post a photo of a wealthy young woman who had bought Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, from the store and used the store's beautiful scenery as a backdrop, which further fueled people's desire to participate. Many people have already started learning calligraphy just to be able to wear the incredibly expensive Hanfu in the store, take a photo, and do so. Some people even created a hashtag for the small supermarket, and some netizens who practice calligraphy check in the hashtag every day, which is quite a big deal. Of course, The most criticized aspect of small supermarkets is their purchase limit policy. Anyone who has ever been to a small supermarket knows how much they hate this rule. If I don't write a short essay to complain about how much they struggled and agonized before finally making the choice and buying this, I'd be doing them a disservice for the time they spent making the decision. At first, the guests didn't think much of it, believing that the comments from netizens online were exaggerated. They even thought that all the news about the small supermarket online was a publicity campaign paid for by Sang Ian to attract attention. However, when the group actually entered the small supermarket, they were indeed shocked, especially the knowledgeable Shang Gu and Tang Fan, who were the oldest and most experienced guests. When they actually discovered a room full of Phoebe Jinan wood furniture, it was almost an instinctive action for them to take out their phones and record short videos. And so you're really playing the role of a rich young master who bravely ventures into the entertainment industry, only to return home and inherit the family fortune if he doesn't become famous? Shanggu pointed his phone directly at Mu Chunin, and the phone screen showed Mu Chunin rolling his eyes. Brother, I think if you stopped acting one day, you could definitely be a screenwriter. Your imagination is too rich. Teacher Shang, you're really overthinking this. This is my small supermarket, and it has nothing to do with Mu Chunin. He's just an ordinary worker, and we all come from ordinary backgrounds. Sang Yan A planet. Shanggu touched the smooth, rounded 8 immortal table. Is this someone from an ordinary background who casually uses furniture worth over 100 million? Then you may have some misunderstanding about what is ordinary. Upon hearing this, the guests, who were admiring the other decorations, almost simultaneously turned around to look at Shanggu, Mu Chunin, and Sang Ian. What kind of family is this? They run a supermarket and use such expensive furniture. Xiaoan, so in your eyes this is just ordinary? Song Xiao was also shocked. Then when I introduce myself in the future, should I say that I come from a beggar background? Sang Ian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Teacher Song is so humorous. Mu Chunin then came to his senses. Sees, is what Teacher Shang said true? These pieces of furniture, he turned around and pointed to the surroundings, are these pieces of furniture really that valuable? Sang Ian replied casually, maybe. No? Where did you get so much money? How could you have so much money? Why didn't you tell me you were robbing a bank? Mu Chunin was so shocked that he was incoherent. And you're still too young. These pieces of furniture aren't something you can just get with money. Do you know that during the Ming and Qing dynasties, the emperors almost used up all the golden enamel wood? You can hardly find this kind of material on the market. Shanggu was genuinely appreciating the furniture in the store with the eye of an art connoisseur. I've mentioned hundreds of millions before, but that's an understatement. There are some things that money can't buy. Sis, how did you get it? Mu Chunin was still in shock. Boss Sang is a princess, so naturally she has some family wealth, Jang Huai Jing said jokingly. Everyone. Sang Yan. Mu Chunin. So, sister, is our family really some kind of wealthy and noble family? Are you worried that I'm not ambitious enough? So you've been keeping it from me all this time? This was the only reasonable explanation Mu Chunin could think of. Sang Ian was truly speechless. I think you could also be a screenwriter. You have a very rich imagination. This was provided by the supplier. It has nothing to do with me. It could be used in a store, but it can't be sold, Sang Ian said with a straight face, spouting nonsense. You have another supplier? Jang Huai Jing asked in surprise. Chapter 136, I've lived this long, entirely thanks to my sister's mercy. Sang Ian gave her a look that said, aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? With so many items in my shop, you don't think they all fell from the sky, do you? Jang Huai Jing thought for a moment. While ensuring your interests are protected, could you help me introduce you to your supplier? I'd like to cooperate with him. Sang Ian raised an eyebrow. Capitalists are indeed capitalists. No matter what, they're always thinking about profit. President Jiang, give up on these thoughts. Firstly, production capacity is limited. The number of these handmade products each year is finite, and even my small supermarket can't meet the demand. Secondly, the basis for our cooperation was that we didn't want to be disturbed by the outside world. They were responsible for production, and I was responsible for sales. We were inseparable, and no third party could interfere. Forget about it. It's hopeless. Sang Ian refused with great practice. The last person to be refused in this way was Zhou Yuan. Jiang Huaijing's lips twitched. He had only asked one question, but this person kept chattering on and on, like a cunning little fox, extremely wary. I'm going upstairs. I'll leave this to you. Sang Ian led the other guests to the second floor. Shangu loved the furniture and furnishings on the first floor. The air was filled with the scent of camphor wood, and just smelling it made him feel like he was surrounded by the smell of money. The scenery of Jang Huai was thus preserved. He suddenly realized that he might have been tricked by the girl. They told him to stay and experience working at a small supermarket, but he clearly just wants free labor. The little girl is quite cunning. You can easily fall in her trap without even realizing it. Jang Huai Jing sat down at the tea table and began to brew tea. His eyes were gentle and his lips were smiling. Teacher Shang, please have some tea. Shangu strolled around, enjoying the view, before sitting down opposite the tea table. It's an honor that President Jiang personally brewed tea for me. Teacher Shang is joking. The first episode was very well received, and Teacher Shang deserved a lot of credit for it. Jiang Huaijing's tea-making movements were fluid and graceful. He possessed the air of a refined gentleman, and his skillful tea-making was truly a pleasure to behold. Shangu picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and his eyes lit up immediately. Good tea. Indeed, Junior's sister has such fine tea here, I can't get any myself. Jiang Huaijing brewed pu'er tea this time, and he knew it was top quality as soon as he tasted it. If you think about it carefully, from Da Hong Pao and by Luo Chun to pu'er tea, his junior sister is truly a treasure trove, always able to produce all sorts of rare and precious items. The two chatted casually, and Jiang Huaijing seized the opportunity to say, Mu Chunin is young and inexperienced. I hope Teacher Shang will give him some guidance in the future. Jean-Pierre concealed his shock. Of course, I like this young man, Shaolin, very much as well. The fact that the president of the Jiang group personally asked him to take care of Mu Chunin shows that he has a very close relationship with his president Jiang. With such a powerful patron to rely on, it seems that Mu Chunin's rise to fame is just around the corner. On the second floor, three ladies, Tang Fan, Huang Fei Fei, and Li Shui, were so captivated by the beautiful ancient costumes on the clothes rack that they couldn't tear themselves away. Tang Fan has filmed many period dramas and is very familiar with period costumes. It is precisely because of this familiarity that he is even more captivated by the exquisitely made Hanfu. Huang Fei Fei and Li Shui belong to the group that wants to own a beautiful set of ancient costumes. Women always feel like they're missing a piece of clothing in their wardrobe, and Hanfu is exactly what they've never owned before. Now that they've come across one they like, they naturally want to buy it. The problem now is that all three of them have their eyes on that bright red, front-opening, waist-length ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, which is also the most expensive one, worth 1 million. All three of them are well off. Although most of their haute couture gowns for events are sponsored by brands, they still spend a lot on clothing. As for this ruchuan, which is comparable to a work of art, none of them felt that the price was a problem. The most expensive is naturally the best. No. This was made by a palace made from the Imperial wardrobe. Both the embroidery and the materials used were of the highest quality and belonged to the category of tribute items. Tang Fan, I'm going to have a cameo role next, and I'll be wearing this outfit. This Hanfu is so beautiful. I want everyone to be able to appreciate it. Huang Fei Fei, I also have a music festival to attend, and I want to wear this outfit to show everyone the charm of our Hanfu. Li Shui, although I didn't have any roles or award ceremonies, I did have an interview with a fashion magazine. The three of them looked at each other, none of them wanting to back down in front of the beautiful clothes. The three of them turned to look at Sang Ian. Boss Sang, who do you want to sell it to? Sang Yan. Why should we entrust this chaotic situation to her to resolve? Why don't you take a look at other Hanfu? I also have cross-collar ruchuan and waist-length ruchuan, which are also very beautiful. This one is the prettiest, the three said in unison. Sang Ian scratched her head. Or you can play rock, paper, scissors? There's no other way. This is the only one available. The three of them thought it was a great idea. They just rely on their abilities. And so the war began. In the end, Tang Fan won the bright red, front-opening, waist-length ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, and she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Huang Fei Fei and Li Shui were quite disappointed. They walked around the clothes rack and looked at all the remaining Hanfu. Although they were all very beautiful, they were clearly inferior to the previous one. Huang Fei Fei persisted. Boss, is there really no more stock? Like that set from before? Is there really no more? Li Shui looked at her expectantly. Boss, the kind of outfit you wore on the show before would also work. Looking at the two of them, Sang Ian thought about how her younger brother would be working with them. In addition, they were both public figures, and their wearing of Hanfu in public could indeed have a promotional effect. I'll go check the storeroom. Mu Chunin, prepare a meal for him. Mu Chunin, sis, do you remember this is my first time here too? How am I supposed to entertain you? Fortunately, upon seeing Sang Ian come downstairs, Jang Huai Jing and Shanggu also went up to the second floor. After walking around, Shang Ji's shopping basket already contained 3 handkerchiefs, 2 purses, 2 hairpins, and a pair of earrings. Jang Huai Jing reminded, Teacher Shang, there's a purchase limit. You can only choose one of each of these items. Shanggu, who doesn't like shopping, was unfamiliar with the term purchase limit. He looked at Mu Chunin and asked, with our relationship, can't you make an exception? Mu Chunin sighed, all I could do is give you my spot. You don't know my sister. It's difficult to get her to make an exception. The others glanced at the nearly full baskets and looked at Mu Chunin. Your siblings, Boss Sang won't refuse to give you face, Li Shui said. Mu Chunin was very self-aware. Then let me talk to her. However, I advise you not to have too high hopes. I have never had any face with her. He looked at Song Xiao to the side and said, rather than me talking, I'd rather let Brother Xiao talk. My sister is a die-hard fan of Yuan Xiao. She really liked Xiao Gu from the moment he debuted. She was in high school at the time, and she used all her pocket money to buy Xiao Ji's posters. Her bookshelf was full of Xiao Gu merchandise. Once I accidentally tore a poster, and guess what? She chased me all over the house with a ruler and beat me. The past is too painful to recall. Mu Chunin sighed. It's a miracle that I was able to grow up safely. The crowd's expressions varied. We didn't expect Boss Sang to be such a crazy fan. Song Xiao, we're all counting on you later. Jang Huai Jing frowned slightly, staring at Song Xiao, wondering what was so good about this person that made Sang Ian like him for so many years. Chapter 137. What happened to the promise of being the most principled? Song Xiao thus became the village's only hope. Jang Huai Jing spoke up at this moment. My junior sister is very principled. Since she set the rules for the store, it's hard to get her to make an exception. Even his senior brother had to follow the rules, and he didn't believe that Sang Ian would make an exception for Song Xiao, an outsider. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to Jang Huai Jing. You may not know this, but Zhou Yuan came here for 4 days in a row, bringing his bodyguards, just to buy every kind of silk in the store, because the store only sells 3 pieces of silk a day. Jang Huai Jing said, is it the Zhou family, who practically monopolize half of the domestic fabric supply? Shanggu asked. Yes, that's him. She won't even give President Zhou face. Xiaoan, your sister is really tough, Tang Fan remarked. Everyone sighed in unison, feeling that hope was fading. Mu Chunin, however, looked proud. My sister has always been such a principled person since she was a child. I haven't met anyone who can make her give up her principles yet. Song Xiao became interested. From childhood to adulthood? How did Boss Sang develop such principles when he was young? Tell us about it. Mu Chunin. For example, if she says she's going to hit me with a ruler 10 times, she won't just hit me 9 times. Everyone, are you serious? Don't you think there's anything wrong with saying something like this in such a proud tone? When Sang Ian came over with the 2 Hanfu she had chosen, she saw a group of people with different expressions. One is silver white, and the other is sky blue. The workmanship and materials are the same as Teacher Tang's. You can take a look. If you don't like it, there's nothing I can do. One of them took a silver-white cross-collar ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, and the other took a sky-blue front-opening ruchuan. Both felt that theirs was more beautiful and exquisite than the others. This time, they didn't argue, and both were very satisfied. Everyone kept giving Song Xiao meaningful glances, urging him to go up. What can Song Xiao do? He also has many things he wants to buy. He held up his nearly full shopping basket and asked with a smile, Boss Sang, I heard there's a purchase limit at the store. Could you make an exception? Song Xiao was a little nervous. He didn't know if this very principled fan would make an exception for him. For some reason, Jang Huai Jing also became nervous. To everyone's surprise, Sang Ian nodded repeatedly without even thinking. Since Brother Xiao has said so, of course it's possible. Jang Huai Jing. Have all your principles been eaten by dogs? Sang Ian smiled, her eyes crinkling, her bright gaze fixed on him, a deep joy welling up from the bottom of her heart like a spring. This is special treatment for idols, she said, looking at Song Xiao. You probably don't know that in our dull and uneventful youth, It was your dazzling performance on stage, your radiant light, that made us who like you and follow you shine. At that time, you were absolutely our spiritual nourishment and gave us endless motivation. When I was in my senior year of high school, I told my parents that if I could get into a prestigious university, they would reward me with a ticket to one of your concerts. You have to understand that at that time, my grades were only good enough for a second-tier university. I survived my entire senior year of high school by attending your concerts. Back then, I almost wanted to sleep with my books in my arms. Sang Ian sighed with emotion. Looking back now, if it weren't for the carrot of seeing the concert dangling in front of me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get into Manhwa University. However, that year, your concert was canceled halfway through, and I cried all night. Even now, Sang Ian still feels heartbroken when she thinks about it. Her tone was soft, her rhythm was brisk, and joy permeated every word. Song Xiao listened attentively. His fans worked hard and studied diligently because of him, and got into a good university. He also felt a sense of accomplishment. As an idol, bringing positive influence to fans is something he has always pursued. Boss sang, even though you're not our fan, you should be able to treat everyone the same, right? Since we've already made an exception, why not make an exception for everyone? Jean Germain is very good at seizing opportunities. Sang Ian was very generous. Of course, no problem. Just help me post on Weibo to promote my little supermarket. Everyone naturally agreed, since they didn't have any competing brand endorsements that conflicted with the small supermarket. Not only that, Sang Ian also filmed them shopping at the small supermarket. Everyone was very cooperative, not only agreeing to let her post it on the small supermarket's Weibo account, but also following the small supermarket's Weibo account. Because of the live broadcast of the first episode of the variety show, the guests are all frequent users on Weibo, and many fans follow them. Now, all 6 of them are paying attention to the small supermarket, which in itself is a signal. Fans are naturally curious as to why he would suddenly focus on a small supermarket. There were one speculation after another, especially with Song Xiao's staggering number of fans, each one a Sherlock Holmes. The hype skyrocketed. Everyone knows that this time they benefited from Song Xiao's influence, and the exemption from purchase restrictions is probably a one-time thing. So of course they want to take everything they want. Not only that, the 3 ladies also changed into the Hanfu they had just bought, styled their hair in simple buns, took several photos on the first floor, and then left satisfied. On their way back, the group of 6 was spotted by passers-by again. And this time, Weibo suddenly became a hot topic. Hashtag guests of a Chinese-style variety show have a team-building activity in a mini-supermarket hashtag immediately went up to the top of the trending searches. The 6 people posted on Weibo almost simultaneously. Shanggu posted a video of the first floor of a small supermarket, saying that the air smelled of money and that it was the most expensive supermarket he had ever visited in his life. Tang Fan was very direct. He posted a photo of her wearing a bright red Hanfu, along with her spoils of today's supermarket shopping, which excited her fans who were screaming and calling her wife and goddess. Li Shuai didn't post any photos of herself in Hanfu. She wanted to save them for a fashion magazine shoot. Instead, she posted a 9-grid photo collage. She took photos of all the purses, handkerchiefs, hairpins, earrings, and hair ornaments she bought, and thanked Song Xiao, saying that thanks to him, she was able to get everything she liked without being restricted by the purchase limit. This made many small supermarket customers, who were suffering from limited sales, extremely envious. They also wanted to be free from purchase restrictions and buy everything they saw. Song Xiao directly posted a photo with Sang Ian, thanking Sang Ian for making an exception, and very straightforwardly stated that the magical little supermarket was worth a visit. A single Weibo post from a top influencer can truly cause a sensation. Fans expressed that they definitely wanted to check out the places their idol recommended. Those who watch the show know that Sang Ian is a fan of Song Xiao. Now that they see that Song Xiao doesn't have to pay purchase restrictions, they don't know whether to envy Sang Ian for successfully chasing her idol or envy Song Xiao for not having to pay purchase restrictions. That night, the small supermarket really won big. Sang Ian felt that this was a worthwhile investment, just by watching the number of followers on her Weibo account skyrocket. They got a strong promotion from a celebrity on Weibo without paying anything in return. They made a fortune. Chapter 138, the mini supermarket becomes a hit. The small supermarket is a hit. It's incredibly hot. This Weibo account, which was only opened a few days ago, has gained 8 million followers in just one night. This speed at which she gains fans is even more impressive than that of celebrities in the industry. This made those aspiring newcomers in the entertainment industry extremely envious. They found it hard to accept that they were not as popular as a supermarket in an urban village. The sudden popularity of the small supermarket led to a doubling of its customer base. Even with 2 full-time employees, Anil and Bei, and Luo Qingying as free labor, plus Sang Ian, making a total of 4 people, they were still so busy that they didn't even have time to drink water, let alone have lunch. While using the restroom, Sang Ian contacted Su Ai, who wanted to come to work there, and asked her to sort out her affairs and come over as soon as possible. The pharmacy isn't open yet, but she can work at the small supermarket first. That way, she can free up her most capable and beautiful assistant, Anil. She should go by a factory. Su Ai's absence for so many days is not because she changed her mind but didn't want to work at the small supermarket anymore. Instead, the company required her to bring out an employee who could replace her before she could resign, which caused a delay. The work pressure in the pharmaceutical agency industry is extremely high. There are monthly performance assessments, and if you don't meet the targets, your salary will be very low. Therefore, from time to time, very unpleasant things happen in the company because of people fighting over a client. Su Ai has excellent sales skills, but it's hard to feel happy working in such an environment. Not only that, but you also have to be on high alert at all times, shamelessly looking for new clients. And what's even more difficult is to guard against your colleagues, not giving away the clients you've worked so hard to find. Su Ai was truly eager to escape. Her colleagues considered her behavior to be that of a complete idiot, giving up a perfectly good, high-paying job and insisting on resigning. What kind of fool is that? It's worth noting that although this job has many drawbacks, the high salary is still very attractive. Even if it's for the high salary, these people will grit their teeth and continue working. AI, did you find a higher-paying job and switch jobs? A friend asked in a low voice. Before even discussing compensation, Su Ai, without blushing or panting, confidently boasted, I don't know if it's a high salary, but it's enough to support myself, and the employee benefits really appeal to me. She didn't lower her voice, and her colleagues around her heard everything clearly, their gazes towards Su Ai becoming even more strange. This is the first time I've ever heard of someone quitting a high-paying job for an employee benefit and going to work in a place where they don't even know how much their salary is. AI, why don't you take your resignation letter back? Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it later. Our company may have its flaws, but it allows you to make money. Isn't that enough? Some people offer advice. Yes, AI, you should really think this through. Quitting your job is really not a wise choice. If you leave, won't all the clients you've worked so hard to maintain just benefit someone else? Yeah, if your new job doesn't pay well, it'll be hard to come back. There are still people who will put themselves in Su Ai's shoes and think about her situation. Su Ai smiled brightly. Don't worry about me. I'm very satisfied with my future job. You all know that little supermarket that's all the rage online right now, right? That's where I work. Upon hearing this, everyone's attitude immediately changed. The colleagues who had mocked her for giving up such a high-paying job and just messing around now felt their faces burning with embarrassment. If they had the opportunity to work at a small supermarket, they would not hesitate. Even setting aside wages, they can make a lot of money just by selling their share to generous customers. What's the difference between this and a pie falling from the sky? Everyone was incredibly jealous. Her few friends were very happy for her. Some people even came to ask Su Ai to tell her immediately if the small supermarket needed more staff. Everyone was very interested in working at the small supermarket and wanted to take advantage of their proximity to get the job. The reversal of attitude is like a magic trick. Su Ai was too lazy to deal with these people. After leaving the company, she immediately grabbed her suitcase and headed to the train station. Her boss was urging her to hurry up, and she couldn't be any later. Su Ai originally planned to be the first employee of the small supermarket, but the company's antics these past few days caused her to arrive a few days late. Not to mention being the first, she didn't even get second place. Anil and Bei have already signed contracts, so she can only rank third, an unremarkable third place. Su Ai then brought up her previous boss and gave him a good scolding, which finally relieved a lot of her frustration. It has to be said that Su Ai is too good at sales. With her around, Sang Ian felt that she could take a few days off and catch her breath. It's fair to say that it was thanks to her timely arrival that they were able to cope with so many tourists every day. Otherwise, dealing with so many tourists would have been exhausting for them. I thought the popularity of the small supermarket would gradually decrease, and the number of tourists would decrease until things returned to normal. Little did anyone know that just as the small supermarket was losing its popularity, news suddenly broke online that Song Xueqing, a newcomer in the entertainment industry, had landed the lead role in a period drama. This drama is of extremely high quality, and many artists were pulling strings to get the lead role. But unexpectedly, the director chose a complete newcomer in the end. The fundamental reason why Song Xueqing defeated a group of young actresses in the entertainment industry was that she bought 2 sets of ancient costumes at a small supermarket and took photos there. As a result, the director saw it. Then, Song Xueqing became the female lead. This process was so fantastical that the more fantastical it was, the wider the news spread, and the more popular the small supermarket became. The most serious consequence was that the store was completely empty except for the shelves. Sang Ian could only pray that the young prince would come over tonight. Chapter 139 Fourth Brother Skill must be used to review memorials. The little prince has been living a life of pure bliss lately. Well, he felt happy, and as for what others thought, he didn't know and didn't need to consider it. The young prince's happiness lay in the fact that the 5th prince was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue's work, and he had taught everyone how to use spreadsheets for bookkeeping, which greatly improved the ministry's efficiency. Everyone admired him greatly, and he could slack off and be lazy to his heart's content. Although he repeatedly stated that this was not an accounting method he invented, but rather something he happened to see others using and thought was time-saving and labor-saving, so he taught it to everyone. However, many officials in the Ministry of Revenue still believed that he was exceptionally intelligent, capable of drawing inferences from one instance to another, and possessed great talent. Because of this incident, the Vice Minister of Revenue praised him many times in court, which scared him half to death. Fortunately, the emperor remained calm and was not particularly pleased. He only gave the emperor a passable evaluation and did not offer any further praise, which put Lu Zexu at ease. He's still waiting to tour the magnificent landscape of Daliang after he's deposed. However, this matter is not without its advantages. At least for now, even though he's taken on a job, he still lives a very free life. He just goes over there for a stroll every day just to make a show of it. Most of the time, he was researching how to make pencils. Creating something from scratch was very difficult for the young prince, especially the pencil lead. When his experiments failed, he would sneak over to the Ministry of Works to ask all sorts of related questions and, incidentally, observe his 4th brother, Lu Zixin. According to the information given to him by his eldest brother, his 2nd and 3rd brothers could be his backup options, but his 4th brother was eccentric, unwilling to talk, and spent his days either playing with wood or drawing blueprints. Even if we could hug each other, it wouldn't matter. No matter who the emperor passes the throne to, he will never pass it to the 4th prince, unless all the other princes are dead, or the emperor has gone blind. Lu Zexu trusted Lu Xing completely, but his words piqued his curiosity. He hadn't paid much attention to Lu Zixin before. In the past, he mainly stayed in the East Palace and didn't have much interaction with his other brothers. They would only exchange a few words at family banquets, so he had no way of knowing anything about him. So during this period, he went to the Ministry of Works several times, and apart from asking some questions, he spent the rest of his time observing this 4th brother. Then he discovered that although his 4th brother was not talkative and often spent his days alone in the workshop writing and drawing, or picking up wood to make some small objects, he was an extremely focused person. He often immerses himself in his own world, whether drawing or doing woodworking. Once he starts, he is completely focused and devoted, almost to the point of being selfless. He will automatically become deaf to all external influences at this time, and even if you speak to him, he will not hear you. At first, Lu Zexu didn't quite believe that someone could be so focused, so he deliberately walked up to him and asked a few questions. However, Lu Zixin really didn't react at all and remained focused on his woodworking. Now Lu Zexu truly admired his 4th brother. He certainly couldn't do that himself. How could such outstanding talent be buried in a small ministry? With that kind of focus, she should be using it to approve official documents. His 4th brother is perfectly suited to suffer the emperor's punishment. First, we need to get 4th brother into the emperor's sight and into the sight of the many ministers in the court. A plan immediately took shape in Lu Zexu's mind. For the next period of time, he stopped asking others for advice and instead went to Lu Zhaxian every day when he came to the Ministry of Works, deliberately throwing out the little chemical knowledge he had learned to lure him in. Sure enough, Lu Zhaxian was very interested in this. At first, he was indifferent, but later he turned into a walking encyclopedia of questions, leaving Lu Zexu completely bewildered. You have to understand, he's just a beginner himself, and there are many things he can't explain. Fortunately, Lu Zexu shifted his attention to developing pencils. We directly recruited him to join us, and we started making pencils together. With Lu Zhaxian's help, the two made rapid progress. With results in sight, Lu Zexu was in a great mood. He personally went to the silk shop to check on the quality of the embroidery they had recently acquired, as these were all payments he had made for the small supermarket. Considering that Shengmin now offers door-to-door pickup service, he could prepare more goods. Lu Zexu was happily shopping on the street when he bumped into the seventh prince, who was also out of the palace for a stroll. Lu Zexu used to envy his younger brother because he had the kind of affection that Lu Zexu could never get. His father would often accompany him, eat with him, praise him frequently, and personally tutor him in his studies, all things that he, the crown prince, longed for. However, this seventh brother, although only 11 years old, already knew how to use his status to hurt people with his words. It could be said that of all his brothers and sisters, he disliked his seventh brother the most. However, ever since he gave up the throne, gave up being the crown prince, and gave up any expectations of the one on the dragon throne, he had nothing to envy about his seventh brother. However, we will still be wary. He was certain that if the seventh prince were to ascend the throne in the end, he wouldn't even be able to enjoy the world's sights, let alone save his own life. Therefore, it's best not to let the seventh prince ascend the throne. Lu Zexu was contemplating important life decisions when suddenly, a chaotic battle broke out ahead. Shen Chang'an, how dare you? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are the eldest grandson of the Duke of Jinghua? You actually committed violence in the street just because you were jealous of someone else's superior scholarship. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. This is the seventh prince, who is renowned for his exceptional talent, intelligence, and vast knowledge. He is also known for his fairness and impartiality. You will surely help us poor students get justice. Lu Ziho thoroughly enjoyed the flattery and immediately said, "Of course, men, take away his weapon and arrest him." Shen Chang'an is 9 years old this year. Because of his poor health, he cannot learn martial arts, so his family can only let him study. He held onto the dagger tightly, refusing to let go no matter who tried to take it from him. Young master, let go of my young master." The young page boy faithfully protected Shen Chang'an, but alas, his small frame was no match for the guards, and he was utterly unable to protect his master. The guards dared not lay a hand on him. This was the grandson of the Duke of Jinghua, the son of the Grand General. If he were injured, the seventh prince, who gave the order, might be fine, but they would definitely be the ones in trouble. Useless. You can't even stand a sickly person. What use are you to me? Seeing that the guards couldn't do anything to Shen Chang'an, Lu Ziho shouted at them sternly. One of the guards, eager to step forward, didn't care about anything else and kicked Shen Chang'an in the chest. The child flew backward and crashed into a roadside stall before coming to a stop. His face was deathly pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He collapsed to the ground. Even so, he still protected the dagger in his hand with all his might. This was left to him by his father. It was the only thing he owned. The page boy was terrified and scrambled over, crying, young master, what's wrong?" Before the guards could even approach, the seventh prince strode over with an arrogant expression. He stepped on Shen Chang'an's wrist and twisted it hard. "Hand over the murder weapon. This is all evidence of your harming your classmate." Shen Chang'an glared at him intently. "I didn't." Lu Ziho lost his patience. Recently, the court had been praising the crown prince for his young talent, and he had a fire burning inside him with nowhere to vent it. Shen Chang'an just happened to come along, and he was also the crown prince's cousin, so it was best to take it out on him. He raised his foot to kick him in the head, but Lu Zexu grabbed a rolling pin from the noodle stall and hit him in the stomach. Chapter 140, if that's what you say, then I can't stop. Ah! A pig-like scream suddenly rang out, startling the guards. Where did this young man come from, daring to even hit the seventh prince? "You audacious commoner! How dare you strike this prince? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? I will confiscate your property and exterminate your entire clan." Lu Ziho screamed as he was beaten, dodging left and right. But for some reason, no matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid the rolling pin that was being swung at him. Are you all dead? Aren't you going to come and help? Guards, beat this scoundrel to death with sticks. The guards were also helpless. Did they not want to go forward? They all had knives across their necks, the blades sharp and gleaming with a cold, sinister light, clearly different from the uniform weapons they used. These are the bodyguards who follow Lu Zexu around at all times to protect his safety. As early as when Lu Zexu was about to beat someone up, he told an E to make sure to subdue those guards and not let them cause trouble. Besides calling for help, what else can you do? Lu Zexu struck his right arm with a rolling pin. Lu Ziho then noticed that it was actually the crown prince who had beaten him up. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the crown prince. I will definitely tell my father and have him deal with you. He hated the crown prince, and now he stopped howling and confronted Lu Zexu directly. Lu Zexu, who originally thought he had fought enough and could stop, immediately changed his mind upon hearing this. Go ahead and complain. You think I'm afraid of you? Only a coward wouldn't complain. As he spoke, he struck his left arm with a rolling pin, creating a symmetrical effect. Tears streamed down Lu Ziho's face from the pain, but he still stubbornly threatened, I am Father Emperor's most beloved prince. How dare you hit me in the street? I will definitely make my father dismiss you from your post, banish you from the Ministry of Revenue, and banish you from the court. Lu Zexu, whose arms ached from swinging the rolling pin, was even happier and more excited upon hearing this. I can't wait. Thinking of the matter of reporting him, he went all out and struck Lu Ziho 3 times in a row, hitting his left leg, right leg, and back. It can be said that he truly treated every part of Lu Ziho's body equally, making sure that every part of his body was hit. I'll make you unable to distinguish right from wrong. I'll teach you to bully others by your power. I'll teach you to be so vicious. I told you to. Never mind, I just wanted to beat you up. When the people from the Duke of Jinghua's mansion arrived, Lu Ziho had already been beaten to the ground, rolling around and running away with his head in his hands, trying his best to protect his face. He no longer had the energy to curse. His initial arrogance had long since vanished. Shin Changsheng looked at his own grandson, whose face was pale, obviously having just been beaten. Then he looked at his little grandson-in-law, who was swinging a rolling pin with a whooshing sound, hitting the 7th prince with a bang. Shun's eyelids twitched. Your Highness, I know you are disciplining your younger brother and are worried that he might be misled by treacherous people. You're doing this for his own good. However, you should not overwork yourself. Take a rest. Shin Changsheng was already 60 years old, but his voice was still strong and powerful, ensuring that everyone in the crowd could hear him clearly. Lying on the ground, Lu Ziho, his whole body aching, was burning with rage. He said fiercely, Does the Duke of Jinghua mean I should thank the Crown Prince? Lu Zexu had already put away the rolling pin, calmed his breathing, and said with a smile, No need to thank me. As the Crown Prince and your elder brother, it is natural for me to have the responsibility to discipline you. Lu Ziho was so angry that he fainted, and then there was another chaotic scene. The guards sent the 7th prince back to the palace. Meanwhile, Shun Chang'en's situation wasn't good either. He was already weak, and then he was kicked by a guard and his wrist was stepped on by that little brute Lu Ziho. Although Lu Zexu had an E give him a quick-acting heart medicine when he first arrived, his condition was still not good, judging from his bluish-purple lips. Fu Lu, summon the Imperial physician. Lu Zexu said decisively. The group went straight back to the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. Your Highness, you were too impulsive. The 7th prince is deeply favored. If you hit him, the Emperor will surely punish you. Zhengongguo looked at his grandson, who resembled his daughter so much, and was very worried. That would be wonderful. I can't wait to be deposed, so I can leave the capital and roam freely. Lu Zexu made no attempt to hide his true feelings. The Duke of Jinghua had learned some of the Crown Prince's thoughts from his son, and now, hearing him speak of it in person, he asked earnestly, Have you made a decision? Lu Zexu was equally serious. I've already decided. I don't want to get up earlier than the chickens and go to bed later than the dogs, busy with government affairs every day and still not get any credit, and have to issue self-reproach edicts all the time. I want to be like my royal uncle, where I don't have to do any work and have money to spend every day. I can eat, drink, and have fun every day. That's the kind of life a person should live. Lu Zexu looked on with longing. I understand. Rest assured, The Zhejiang state government will always be your support. Shen Chongqing said. Grandpa, you don't need to be so formal. Don't worry, the Shen family won't be implicated by me, and the Duke of Jinggua's mansion will still exist. I've already spoken with my eldest brother, and he will definitely protect me when he ascends the throne. Lu Zexu was very confident about this. The Duke of Jinghua became interested. What if the eldest prince doesn't ascend the throne? Fifth brother is fine too. Ever since I taught him the spreadsheet bookkeeping method, he has become increasingly obedient to me. As for my second brother, third brother, and fourth brother, give me some time, it won't be a problem. Lu Zexu was full of confidence. It was just a matter of currying favor with powerful figures. He was already very skilled at it. Looking at his intelligent grandson, the Duke of Jinghua felt comforted. He smiled and said, although I am old, please do not hesitate to ask for my help if there is anything I can do to help you. Lu Zexu's eyes lit up. Grandpa, there's something I really need your and uncle's help with. The Duke of Jinghua immediately became serious. What is it? Just tell me, and I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly. Lu Zexu was blunt. Those censors are completely useless. They keep impeaching me, but they haven't gotten anything out of me. They're all just sitting in their positions without doing anything, and none of them can impeach me in the right place. Grandpa, when you and Uncle go to court in the future, seize the opportunity and submit your memorials several times, asking the emperor to depose the crown prince. Duke Jinghua. Grandson, are you serious? Chapter 142, jumping around wildly on Lu Qingtian's trigger points. The Duke of Jinghua suffered a great shock today. It's one thing for the crown prince's grandson not to want to be emperor, but he even had to be impeached by his maternal grandfather. Not only that, but he was also afraid that his impeachment was not strong enough, so he taught him the methods and strategies of impeachment from various aspects and angles. If you follow the strategies he taught you, the results will be even more rigorous than the impeachment memorials submitted by the censors. It's obvious that they've done serious research. However, the idea of studying impeachment strategies and getting others to impeach oneself seems rather strange no matter how you look at it. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't witnessed it himself today. With Shun Chang'an confirmed to be out of immediate danger, Lu Zexu was relieved and secretly left the nitroglycerin pill for the Duke of Jinghua. He lowered his voice and said, giving Chang'an one in an emergency could save his life. The Duke of Jinghua secretly hid the small medicine bottle in his sleeve, suppressing his trembling emotions. This hurdle will be difficult to overcome. Your Highness must be careful. Lu Zexu gave him a bright smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After the seventh prince returned to the palace, he immediately summoned most of the Imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy. The Imperial concubine was heartbroken to see her son's injuries. When she learned that the crown prince had inflicted them, she could no longer sit still. This was a golden opportunity to bring down the crown prince. If she used it well, it was not impossible for the crown prince to be deposed. She applied a layer of powder to make herself look haggard, then rubbed her eyes vigorously to make them red. Combined with her superb acting skills, it was obvious that she had been crying. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. And this favorable wind did not disappoint her. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Qingtian arrived. Your Majesty, you've finally arrived. Look at Shao Qi. He was knocked unconscious in the street by the crown prince. As she spoke, she began wiping away tears, looking utterly heartbroken. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought that the seventh prince hadn't just fainted, but had actually passed away. Your Majesty, Shao Qi has suffered a great injustice this time. I don't know how he offended the crown prince, for the crown prince would resort to such a cruel method. Your Majesty, you must do justice for Shao Qi. Lu Qingtian looked at his son, who was lying on the bed with a bruised and swollen face, and frowned deeply. Imperial physician, how is the seventh prince's injury? Your Majesty, the seventh prince is covered in injuries, but none of his internal organs have been damaged. They are all superficial wounds, and he will recover after a period of rest. The one who answered was the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. Lu Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Father, His Highness the Crown Prince has gone too far. Lu Ziho opened his eyes, and the first thing he said was to complain, because his whole body ached, and his voice wasn't loud. He actually disregarded his own brothers to protect his little cousin. Is the grandson of the Duke of Jinghua more noble than me, the seventh prince? Lu Ziho's years of experience in filing complaints taught him how to grasp the key points. He had always sensed that his father did not like the princes being too close to their maternal families. He considered this point particularly important to the crown prince. The emperor knew that his father did not want the crown prince to have too much contact with the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. Therefore, when he filed the complaint, he directly invoked the name of the Duke of Zheng. Sure enough, Lu Qingtian's expression changed. The crown prince is really becoming more and more outrageous. The deep voice seemed to suppress intense anger, as if it could erupt like a volcano at any moment. De Quan announced the crown prince. Lu Zexu had made up his mind that this time he would make Lu Changtian depose him from his position as crown prince. Since that's the case, then we'll have to keep pushing the boundaries of Lu Qingtian's principles. It's said that people in a fit of rage are prone to making rash decisions, so he can't show up too early this time. The longer this drags on, the angrier father will become. In this way, his request will be fulfilled. Lu Zexu dawdled, and the person who should have appeared in half an hour took a full hour to show up. Lu Qingtian, the Imperial concubine, and Lu Ziho hadn't even eaten while waiting for the crown prince to arrive, fearing they might miss him. As a result, the three of them waited there hungry, while Lu Zexu ate a self-heating hot pot with rice in his palace until he was stuffed. When he got there, he kept burping, and the burps smelled like hot pot. Lu Ziho, who was lying on the tatama mat, also started to feel a rumbling stomach, clearly indicating that he had been hungry for too long. Being so hungry that your stomach rumbles is truly shameful. With Lu Qingtian present, Lu Ziho became even more furious. Your Highness is certainly busy, keeping father waiting for an hour. What could be more important to you than seeing father? As before, Lu Ziho began to sow discord between Lu Qingtian and Lu Ziho. The most effective way is to sow discord. However, Lu Zexu had long since stopped begging for his father's love. Upon hearing this, he simply looked surprised and said, "Seventh brother is joking. Father is here to accompany the Imperial concubine and you, and has nothing to do with me. I don't have that much face or importance in front of my father, so stop making up nonsense." Father, you saw it. The crown prince shows absolutely no remorse. He beat his own younger brother in the street for the sake of a mere servant. Lu Ziho burst into tears, as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. Lu Zexu was genuinely shocked by his actions. An 11-year-old was crying and complaining, pretending to be pitiful. He glanced at the Imperial concubine, who was silently wiping away her tears. Sure enough, they were mother and son. They even cried in the same way. The thought of Lu Ziho possibly succeeding to the throne made Lu Zexu subconsciously shake his head, and goosebumps rose on his skin. Father, we cannot let Lu Ziho inherit the throne. With his brains, I am worried that the great Liang will perish. In an instant, all the servants in the room knelt down, their heads on the ground, trembling all over, their hearts filled with trepidation. Is it just a secret that only these people can hear? They weren't silenced, were they? Chapter 143. I think they went too lightly. You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Cheng was so angry that his arms were shaking. When the emperor is angry, millions will die. Even De Quan, who was standing beside the emperor, knelt down. Everyone was trembling with fear, and the atmosphere around them was extremely oppressive. Lu Zexu then realized that he had just blurted out his thoughts, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with saying it. Seeing Lu Chengtian's angry expression, he felt a surge of satisfaction. You're getting more and more audacious. I'm not even dead yet, and you've already arranged the throne? Lu Qingtian roared. Lu Zexu remained calm and serious, saying, "Everyone has to go through this day." Lu Changtian. My head is throbbing with pain. His face turned ashen with rage. Guards, the crown prince has disrespected his sovereign and father, and has spoken out of utter arrogance. 20 strokes of the cane. Getting beaten up? That won't do. He can be crippled, but he can't be beaten. Father, honest advice is hard to swallow. When did you become so intolerant of the truth? Look at seventh brother. Does he look like an emperor at all? Given his smug attitude of being used as a pawn, Father, are you sure he won't be foolish enough to hand over the century-old foundation of the great Liang dynasty to someone else if he becomes emperor in the future? Upon hearing this, Lu Ziho, who had been watching the spectacle, immediately flew into a rage. Your Highness, don't frame me. When have I ever been used as a pawn? Stop twisting the truth. After saying this, he started to cry again, pitifully complaining. Father, the crown prince is too domineering. Your son saw Shen Chang'an, the grandson of the Duke of Jinghua, injure a classmate with a dagger in the street, and the reason was that the classmate was better at studying than him. Father, every student in the Imperial Academy has the potential to become a talent of the great Liang. When I encounter such injustice, it is only natural that I must intervene. Who would have thought that the crown prince would be so indiscriminate, attacking me without any regard for right or wrong? I dared not retaliate because of the crown prince's status, but the crown prince showed no regard for brotherly affection whatsoever. Lu Zexu got goosebumps on his arms as soon as he saw him cry. He was full of sarcasm. You're not afraid to fight back? You just didn't have a chance to fight back at all. With your pathetic skills, who could you possibly beat? Lu Ziho was furious and embarrassed. Father, look at His Highness the Crown Prince. He doesn't treat me like a younger brother at all. In his eyes, only Shen Chang'an is his brother. Lu Zexu merely glanced at him indifferently. You talk as if you ever consider me an older brother. Lu Ziho was furious with him. But that wasn't all. Lu Zexu continued. Father, I know that seventh brother is your favorite and most beloved child. However, given his stupid and vicious nature, if father can't control him, it's best not to consider letting your precious son succeed to the throne. Otherwise, the empire built by our ancestors will be destroyed in the hands of your precious son. I wonder if our ancestors will be so angry that they will jump out of their coffins. When you go to the underworld after you die, will your ancestors gang up on you? As Lu Changtian watched his unfortunate son's mouth open and close, spouting phrases like after 100 years and the country is destroyed, he felt his temples throbbing. Shut up. The palace servants were terrified and didn't dare to breathe. Their faces were pale, and they thought they would lose their lives here today. De Quan kept trying to soothe Lu Changtian, but he was extremely worried. His Highness the Crown Prince was too audacious to say such treasonous things. How are we going to handle this? I see you are unrepentant. To punish your brother in the street, where do you put the dignity of the royal family? Lu Changtian roared. Lu Zexu's temper flared up as well, and he retorted sharply. Seventh brother bullied others in the street, taking advantage of his princely status to beat up a meritorious official and then steal a treasure. If I don't intervene, and Shen Chang'an is beaten to death by him, that would be a disgrace to the royal family. Neither father nor son would give in, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, making it difficult for everyone to even breathe. What does the crown prince mean? I am a prince, a master. Can't I teach a commoner a lesson? Besides, it was Shen Chang'an who injured someone with a dagger out of jealousy. I was just stepping forward to uphold justice. I didn't intend to take his dagger. Relying on his powerful connections, Lu Ziho also challenged them. This time, Lu Zexu didn't even bother to glance at him, but stared intently into Lu Changtian's eyes and said seriously, Does father think so too? At this moment, Lu Changtian could sense the ferocious fangs of a young beast emanating from the thin body before him. You shouldn't have beaten up Lao Qi in the street. Lu Zexu's eyes were solemn. Father, don't forget that in the third year of Xuanda, General Shen Hui led his army in a bloody battle against the enemy to protect our great Liang from foreign invasion. He died on the battlefield, vowing to defend the border to the death. Chang'an is the only bloodline he left in the world. Is this how you treat the descendants of meritorious officials? Isn't Father Emperor afraid of chilling the hearts of meritorious officials, so that no one will remain loyal to the monarch? Lu Changtian narrowed his eyes, his aura intimidating, and his voice filled with oppressive force. Is the crown prince teaching me how to govern the country and manage the court officials? Your Highness, don't exaggerate. There are many capable people in the world. It is only the monarch who chooses his ministers, but I have never heard of a minister choosing his monarch. A monarch will never lack loyal followers. Lu Ziho began to add fuel to the fire. Besides, since Shen Hui is a general guarding the border, protecting the country is his duty. Don't act like someone owes him anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Zexu's already raging anger could no longer be contained. He grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at Lu Ziho, who was lying on the bed. I think we hit too lightly just now. Clang! The teacup hit Lu Ziho squarely on the forehead, followed by a painful scream. Father Emperor! Just as Lu Ziho opened his mouth to complain, a big, bright red apple flew towards him and hit him squarely on the bridge of his nose, causing 2 streams of blood to flow out. Everyone was stunned by Lu Zexu's sudden outburst. How dare he commit violence when the emperor was here? Lu Zexu didn't care about any of that. He was angered by what Lu Ziho had just said. He picked up the fruit platter and started throwing at the person on the bed. Apples, pears, oranges, one after another, they all hit Lu Ziho. Not a single one was wasted. Lu Ziho screamed repeatedly, and only then did the Imperial concubine come to her senses. She stopped pretending to be sad and weak and shouted directly at the palace servants. Are they all dead? Why aren't you stopping the crown prince? The crown prince has gone mad. The little eunuch immediately stood up and staggered toward Lu Zexu, trying to stop him. Lu Zexu had just thrown away all the fruit, leaving only an empty porcelain plate. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Let's see who dares to defy me. If you don't want to live, then come and get me. At this moment, Lu Zexu was dignified and aloof with a powerful aura. None of the eunuchs who rushed up dared to move. Chapter 144 went too far. Father, mother, you must save me. The crown prince has gone mad. Lu Ziho was truly terrified. With a snap, Lu Zexu threw the fruit plate he was holding at his most severely injured calf. Lu Ziho felt as if his calves no longer belonged to him. Lu Zexu looked at him coldly. You are able to have such a good life now, to be arrogant and domineering in the capital, to live a life of luxury and enjoy life because countless soldiers on the border are risking their lives to protect the country. If you don't even understand this simple principle, then don't get out of bed. Just stay in bed for the rest of your life. Lu Ziho was terrified. No one had ever dared to treat him like this before. Lu Zexu's eyes were truly frightening. The Imperial concubine was heartbroken. She immediately knelt down and bowed, pleading tearfully, Your Majesty, you must do justice for Shao Qi. Lu Qingtian was stern and cold. Guards, the crown prince has behaved improperly. Give him 20 strokes of the cane. Lu Zexu neither admitted his mistake nor ran away, but met his gaze and said, What's the point of 20 strokes of the cane? Why not just oppose me from my position as crown prince and let your precious son become the crown prince? Wouldn't that be better? Lu Chen was furious. You bastard. 30 strokes of the cane. Right here. No mercy allowed. Lu Zexu remained completely silent. He was truly disappointed. He knew his father disliked him, but he admired him greatly. In his eyes, his father was wise and powerful, diligent in governing the country and loving the people. He was a good emperor, and the great Liang dynasty was peaceful and prosperous with clean governance. However, he realized today that his father was not like that. He is unable to distinguish right from wrong and is easily swayed by others. He can see through Lu Ziho's actions, and he doesn't believe his father can't. The emperor, in order to protect Lu Ziho, didn't even bother to investigate what happened and immediately concluded that it was his fault. Furthermore, his father's attitude towards the descendants of meritorious officials was what he found most unacceptable. The pain in his buttocks gradually intensified, and Lu Zexu gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly cheated this time. Not only did they fail to be dismissed, but they also got punished. They really lost out big time. However, considering that Lu Ziho would be bettered in for at least 3 months, he felt that he had gotten his revenge and hadn't gotten nothing in return. When Lu Zexu was sent back to the East Palace, he had already fainted. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were soaked with blood from his wounds. His small body was beaten until his skin was torn and bleeding. Fu Lu cried all the way. The Eastern Palace was in complete chaos that night, with people changing clothes, applying medicine, brewing medicine, and feeding medicine. But at night, the high fever really came on fiercely. 4 imperial physicians stayed here, administering acupuncture and medicine. The fever would rise again and again, almost scaring the imperial physicians and the servants in the palace out of their wits. Lu Zexu had a fever all night. He woke up groggily the next morning, realized his condition, and asked Fu Lu to give him anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine, which he swallowed directly. The crown prince being beaten was no small matter. Being flogged 30 times in court was a blatant disregard for the crown prince's dignity. Upon hearing this, the eldest prince and the 5th prince immediately took the medicinal herbs to the East Palace. At this time, Lu Zexu's fever had subsided, but he felt pain all over his body, as if his entire buttocks didn't belong to him, and even breathing was extremely painful. This broke the hearts of the eldest and fifth princes. They had never seen the crown prince like this before, and their hearts ached for him. For the first time, the two of them agreed on the same thing. The seventh prince, very good. Given that this person was also seriously injured and was still living in the palace, they couldn't do anything about him, but the seventh prince had a maternal clan. Although the imperial concubine's family was not prominent, they held some official position and happened to be in the capital, making it extremely easy to target them. The imperial concubine was feeling smug because Lu Qingtian had punished the young crown prince when she heard that her father was involved in a corruption case involving a huge sum of money and solid evidence, and was directly arrested and imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. The Sun family's property was also raided. Upon hearing this, the imperial concubine fainted. With her father and brothers gone, who could support her son in his quest for the supreme throne? Moreover, wouldn't having such a corrupt maternal grandfather affect the son's image in the eyes of the emperor and court officials? The imperial concubine was plunged into deep despair. This matter had nothing to do with the young prince. He was recuperating from his injuries while studying chemistry, and he even hand-rubbed pencils with the fourth prince who came to visit him. During this time, he had been recuperating in the East Palace and hadn't left the house at all. He only heard about the Sun family's affairs after he was able to get out of bed. When they heard the news, the Sun family's property had already been confiscated. No one expected that the Sun family would have 1.5 million taels of silver, countless antiques and paintings, and 50 large boxes of jewelry and jade. Upon learning this, Lu Qingtian was furious and immediately vented his anger in the imperial court. The Sun family is the imperial concubine's maternal family. Who would be so reckless as to investigate the Sun family without fear of the imperial concubine's influence? Lu Zexu asked doubtfully. The eldest prince leisurely sipped his tea, saying, "There will always be upright and honest people who dare to face danger and eliminate these parasites." The fifth prince scoffed. Even the emperor is subject to the same laws as commoners, let alone him who is merely the father of a concubine. Lu Zexu understood. Was it the work of my two elder brothers? The eldest prince put down his teacup. "I've only just begun." The fifth prince immediately said, "I just added fuel to the fire." Lu Zexu narrowed his eyes. "And then you brought down the Sun family?" The eldest prince pondered. It seems the grand princess also stepped on it. The fifth prince added. The imperial uncle also chimed in. Lu Zexu was both amused and exasperated. During his recovery, the grand princess and the imperial uncle had both visited him, probably to vent their anger on his behalf, seeing how badly he was injured. Feeling warm inside, he took a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. So, the Sun family must be quite powerful to send so many of you to deal with them. All right, stop worrying about so many things. Now that we've gotten our revenge, you should just rest and recover. If the fourth brother comes looking for you again, just kick him out. You're recovering from your injuries, so don't waste your energy. The eldest prince was very dissatisfied with Lu Zexu. Every time this man came, he brought a lot of questions and kept asking Lu Zexu all sorts of things, which was very annoying. "You don't need to worry about me. Go back to the barracks or go to the Ministry of Revenue. You don't need to worry about me." Lu Zexu reassured him. After seeing off the two people who came to see the doctor, Lu Zexu sighed deeply. He had learned a profound lesson from this beating. Offending the holy word might not get him crippled, but it would definitely get him beaten. It seems this method is no longer viable. He needs to find another way. Chapter 145 Fourth Brother is much harder to fool than Fifth Brother. Lu Zexu now comes to the East Palace almost every day. Because of his limited mobility, Lu Zexu set up a small laboratory outside his bedroom. The experimental tools inside were quite complete for the time being, and Lu Zexu liked them very much. That day, he came again, bringing the finished pencils with him. This version was developed after many trials by the two of them. The softness and hardness of the pen lead and the depth of the ink are the best possible. Lu Zexu was clearly very excited. "Xiao Lu, we did it. We finally did it." Lu Zexu was also very happy. "Fourth brother, you are really amazing. The invention of the pencil is absolutely a great achievement for the present and a benefit for future generations. Fourth brother, you will definitely be remembered in history." Lu Zexu was not good with words, but his eyes were filled with intense excitement. "It's not me, it's us. Xiao Lu, you're much smarter than me. The pencil was your suggestion in the first place. I was just following your example and doing what you did." In this respect, Lu Zexu greatly admires his younger brother, who is 4 years younger than him. When we go to court tomorrow, I will present a memorial to the emperor and all the officials, telling them that the two of us have worked together to develop a pencil. Then you'll be able to redeem yourself and stop those absurd rumors in time. Upon hearing this, Lu Zexu immediately stopped him. No, this won't do. If he wanted the credit, he wouldn't have approached Lu Zexu in the first place. This movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp sharply. Lu Zexu quickly went to help him up. Don't move, be careful. The Imperial physician said you still need to rest. Lu Zexu stood there, wincing in pain, too afraid to move. Seeing him in so much pain, Lu Zexu couldn't help but say a few more words. Seventh brother has gone too far. He's always been arrogant and domineering. He doesn't even respect us elder brothers, let alone nobles and officials. You're so smart, knowing full well that father has always favored them, mother and son. How could you so blatantly go against the seventh prince? Lu Zexu felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Lu Zexu stared at him in shock. Fourth brother, you actually said so much to me in one go. Lu Zexu, is this the important point? Seeing his sullen expression, Lu Zexu burst out laughing. He slowly walked to the bedside and lay down on it, which was the only position he could use right now. Fourth brother, you don't need to take me with you this time. Your father has never valued you, leaving you in the Ministry of Works and ignoring you completely. Your mother doesn't understand your hobbies either, and the court officials think you're wasting your time on frivolous pursuits and are not fit for important positions. Once you present the pencil, everyone will definitely look at you with new eyes. Your abilities and talents will be on full display, and you will become the fourth prince praised by all. Lu Zexu replied coldly. Who cares? Lu Zexu suppressed the urge to smile and said, Yes, fourth brother, you don't care at all, but I do care, okay? He sighed deeply, his face full of bitterness. Look, I don't like the seventh prince. This kind of thing might happen often in the future. Father protects him so much. Father doesn't like me to begin with. Maybe one day I'll be deposed. Fourth brother, I'll be counting on you then. So fourth brother, you must become strong. Lu Zexu wasn't as easily fooled as the fifth prince. If you're worried about these things, wouldn't it be better to have achievements and a good reputation yourself? These will become your armor, and even your father won't arbitrarily depose you from your position as crown prince. How can that be? Lu Zexu's voice suddenly rose. Seeing Lu Zexu's puzzled look, he changed the subject. What I mean is, look at him. Father is in the prime of his life, and judging from the current situation, he can live for another 30 or 40 years without any problem. If I, as the crown prince, achieve too many merits and have too good a reputation, my father will definitely be wary of me, and I might die even faster. At that time, I might not even be able to save my own life. Lu Zexu frowned, hesitating. Although Father Emperor favors consort and her son, he shouldn't be so cruel as to want to kill you just because you're too outstanding, right? That's not necessarily true. Throughout history, how many crown princes have met such tragic ends? Lu Zexu continued to deceive. Lu Zexu was somewhat persuaded, but he still had doubts. That's true, but Father Emperor is diligent and loves his people. Under his rule, the administration of Daliang is clean and efficient. In this respect, Father Emperor is a wise ruler. He wouldn't want to get rid of you just because the crown prince is too outstanding, would he? Lu Zexu sighed deeply and said earnestly, I originally thought so too, but fourth brother, as the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. The last time I was assassinated, it was clearly the work of the consort's faction. But what happened in the end? Father didn't investigate at all. In the end, he pushed out an unknown nobody to take the blame. And this time, my father punished me in front of so many servants. As the crown prince of the country, how can I save face? Tell me, who will believe in me in the future? If Father Emperor wanted me to continue as crown prince, he wouldn't have chosen such a punishment. Isn't all of this for his beloved seventh son? Fourth brother, look at me. I have no merit whatsoever, yet father treats me like this. If I had any merit, I might have lost my life long ago just to make way for his beloved seventh son. Lu Zexu thought about it for a moment, then nodded after a pause. Lu Zexu quickly pressed his advantage. So, fourth brother, you can take all the credit tomorrow. If you feel indebted to me, then remember to protect me if I get crippled. Lu Zexu was persuaded by him. Before leaving, he reminded him, You should stay in the manor to recover from your injuries. Don't get involved in outside affairs, and don't anger Father Emperor again. Lu Zexu obediently nodded in agreement. Only after Lu Zexu left did he breathe a sigh of relief. His fourth brother was really too hard to fool. He spoke ill of the emperor so many times before he achieved his goal. However, it's absolutely impossible to expect him to behave himself and not cause trouble. That's just going to let this beating go. Fulu, is everything prepared on the estate? This servant has already made preparations. But your highness, your injuries have not yet fully healed, and it is really not advisable for you to exert yourself. It will be better to wait until you are fully recovered before going. Fu Lu is very worried. There's no need to bring this up again. I was beaten, so I had to retaliate. Don't you think so? Lu Zexu was burning with rage. If he didn't go all out this time, he wouldn't be Lu Zexu. Fu Lu was even more worried. Chapter 146. He got a great deal. The next morning at court, Lu Zexu presented a pencil, shocking the entire court. Pencils are inexpensive to produce, easy to carry, and easy to write with. Such cheap pens greatly reduce the cost of education for students, allowing some ordinary people to grit their teeth and send their children to school. Who can guarantee that one of these ordinary students won't become a top scholar? It is said that powerful families are like ironclad dynasties, while emperors come and go like flowing water. Lu Qingtian had been in power for many years and had always wanted to weaken the status of aristocratic families in the court. He had been cultivating and appointing scholars from humble backgrounds, hoping to concentrate imperial power in the hands of the emperor. However, in the imperial examination system, how could a poor family compare to the offspring of a noble family who had been raised with great expense since childhood? Therefore, for many years, although he did not want to give important positions to scions of aristocratic families, he had no choice but to accept it even if he did not want to, given the lack of capable people in the court. Now that we have pencils, the vision that Lu Qingtian longs for has become a possibility. This is truly a great thing that benefits students all over the world. Looking at his son, who was so engrossed in craftsmanship, Lu Qingtian wondered how he could have accomplished such a great feat so quietly. Since he likes being a craftsman, then let him be a craftsman. Who knows, he might come up with something amazing. Lu Qingtian was overjoyed and immediately bestowed upon Lu Zexu the title of Prince Xian. It can be said that all the civil and military officials were stunned when they heard about being granted the title of king. Even Lu Zexu himself was stunned. He enjoys pondering various things and is usually reluctant to speak. To outsiders, he appears dull and unlikable. Even his father and mother thought he was wasting his life on frivolous pursuits. Even when he left the palace to establish his own government and entered the court to listen to government affairs, his father simply threw him into the Ministry of Works and then ignored him. He knew very well that his father had never had any hope for him. Lu Zexu thought he would be a prince for life. He never imagined that one day he would be made a king. Fourth brother, you're very good, extremely good. From now on, you can go all out in the Ministry of Works. Lu Qingtian said with a big smile. Your subject obeys the decree. Lu Zexu remained calm, displaying a composure that suggested he was neither arrogant nor humble and unfazed by praise or criticism. What no one knows is that Lu Zexu has long since stopped caring about his father's attitude and opinion towards him. He'd be happy to be made a prince, but he wouldn't care if he wasn't. That's why he was able to handle it so calmly. Little did he know that it was precisely because of his attitude that he received repeated praise from some court officials. As a result, the second and third princes, who had not yet been granted the title of king, could only clench their fists tightly to prevent themselves from showing any dissatisfaction. Logically speaking, the eldest prince should be the first to be granted the title of king, followed by the second prince, the third prince, and then the fourth prince. This is the reason why the order of seniority is based on this principle. But now, the fourth prince has suddenly emerged and surpassed them, directly being crowned king. How could the two of them accept this? This fourth prince is usually quiet and doesn't like to talk. He's either writing or drawing, or he's holding a piece of wood and making this or that. He doesn't look like a prince at all. I never expected this person to suddenly appear like this. He truly is a man who, once he speaks, astounds everyone. A pencil was crowned king. The second and third princes were so jealous their eyes turned red. Pencils need to be mass-produced immediately. Fourth brother, the workshop needs to be set up. Lu Qingtian couldn't resist, making it possible for everyone to use such inexpensive pencils. At this moment, the fifth prince stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I believe that the pencils can be produced by my fourth brother, who can then establish workshops and have the Ministry of Revenue handle the unified sales. The profits should be divided equally between my fourth brother and the Ministry of Revenue, thus replenishing the national treasury." Lu Qingtian's brows furrowed as he looked at his two sons. To be honest, the national treasury is empty these days, and he has no money to do anything he wants. If the profits from pencils could really go to the national treasury, it would indeed solve some problems. "Fourth brother, what do you think?" Without a second thought, Lu Zixin cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Fifth brother's method is excellent." Lu Qingtian was even happier and praised both of his sons. He then decided that he would entrust the matter to them. One morning at court, the great Liang dynasty gained a new prince. The fifth prince had a new job. He no longer had to spend all his time looking at account books and could now open a shop. It can be said that because of the pencil incident, the two of them were in the limelight for a time. No one talks about the crown prince beating the seventh prince in the street and being punished by the emperor. Now everyone talks about the fourth prince being in theft as a prince, the birth of the pencil, and the fifth prince's business acumen. Both of them worked quickly. Lu Zixin was in the Ministry of Works, where there was no shortage of skilled craftsmen. Purchasing raw materials, opening a workshop, recruiting workers, dividing tasks, producing, and selling. It didn't even take half a month for pencils to become the most popular writing tool in the capital. Although each brush only costs 5 coins, much cheaper than a calligraphy brush that costs 5 or 600 coins, the high demand and high sales volume make the profits quite considerable. Lu Zixin gave all 8% of the profit to the young prince. In his view, he had already gained a great deal by being granted the title of prince because of the pencil incident, and he couldn't accept any more of this real benefit. Would Lu Zexu agree to that? Absolutely not. The fourth brother was the one he had chosen as the most suitable person to review memorials, so naturally he had to curry favor with him. How could he let him share all the benefits with him? Lu Zexu refused immediately. However, Lu Zixin was extremely insistent, and he even went to Huangzhuang specifically for this matter. The situation was as follows. Lu Zixin advised, 80% of the profits will be a huge fortune. These originally belonged to you. Lu Zexu retorted, what Father Emperor said is yours. His word is law, and you cannot disobey it. Lu Zixin frowned. You can't accept something for nothing. You were the one who suggested the pencil first, and you're the one who made it. You're the only one who deserves these benefits. Lu Zexu, take it. Fourth brother will need money for all sorts of experiments in the future. This money will be more useful in your hands. Lu Zixin, I have money. Lu Zexu, I have money too. Lu Zerhua, I have no money. You don't want it, give it to me. The young crown prince and the fourth prince exchanged a glance and said in unison, wishful thinking. Finally, the young prince made the decision. 80% of the profits would be split equally between the two of them. Lu Zixin still felt he had taken too much, saying, there really wasn't a need for me to receive so much. Seeing that he seemed inclined to continue the topic, Lu Zexu quickly changed the subject. You guys don't think I came to the estate for fun, do you? I have gained a lot during this period. If I go back, I'll open a new shop. If I don't empty my father's private treasury or the officials' pockets, I'll change my name. Lu Zexu was full of confidence. Lu Zixin's eyes lit up. What good stuff have you developed this time? Chapter 147, The Little Prince's New Hobby. Lu Zexu took out a small oval mirror. The mirror can clearly reflect a person's image, unlike the mirrors people use on ordinary days. Lu Zerhua and Lu Zixin were both greatly shocked. Sixth brother, did you make this? Lu Zixin's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Zexu nodded with a smile. It wasn't for nothing that I played in the mud for so many days. Lu Zixin admired him even more. He never expected that the crown prince would know so much at such a young age. The fifth prince was more concerned with practical matters. Sixth brother, how much do you plan to sell a mirror like this for? 1,000 taels isn't too much, is it? Lu Zexu said casually. The fifth prince's mind raced. One mirror cost 1,000 taels of silver. 10 mirrors would cost 10,000 taels. And once such mirrors appeared, they would be sought after by countless people. Not to mention anything else, there could easily be 1,000 or 800 mirrors in the entire capital. That is, the fifth prince could only hear the clinking of silver all around him. He exclaimed excitedly, "Sixth brother, you've really struck it rich this time. Would you like to start a mirror business with me?" Lu Zexu seized the opportunity to throw out bait. Fifth brother is good at business, and if he had a helper like him, he would have a lot less trouble. Really? Is it possible? The fifth prince couldn't believe it. Of course, I'll take care of the shops in the capital, and you'll be in charge of the shops outside the capital. I'll give you 20% of the profits. How about that? This was a good idea from Lu Zexu. Anyway, the fifth prince was going to open shops in other places to sell pencils and mirrors to earn some money. This was a good idea. The fifth prince excitedly grasped his wrist. "Sixth brother, you really are my brother." Only after leaving the palace to establish my own residence did I realize how much the expenses were. Just thinking about having to support a princess and children in the future makes me worry. But now that I have this mirror business, I shouldn't have to worry anymore. Lu Zexu smiled and said, "After I was crippled, I'll have to rely on you guys to protect me. It's only right that I do this." Fourth brother gets the benefits from pencils. Fifth brother gets the benefits from mirrors. They're treated equally, perfectly. The eldest prince, far away in the military camp, sneezed. Asterisk. The Imperial Palace. Lu Qingtian has been in a good mood these past few days. Pencils not only make it easier for more people to afford to read books, but they also replenish the national treasury. It's a win-win situation, a double blessing. How could he not be happy? Lu Qingtian strolled leisurely and saw the Imperial garden ahead, which, despite its efforts to repair it, was still quite desolate. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Zexu. How is the crown prince's injury? What did the imperial physician say? De Quan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the imperial physician said that His Highness still needs to rest and recuperate. His Highness was seriously injured this time. He was beaten until his skin was torn open and his flesh was bloody and mangled. It was quite frightening." Lu Qingtian snorted coldly. Who told him to be stupid? Beating up his brother in the street. Did he think those officials who criticized him were too idle? If he hadn't been punished, how could this matter have passed so peacefully? De Quan remained silent. "Let's go to the East Palace and see how much he's recovered." Lu Qingtian sighed, somewhat regretting that he had struck him with a board in a fit of anger. De Quan stepped forward to remind him, "Your Majesty, the crown prince left the palace long ago and went to the estate." Lu Qingtian frowned. "Nonsense. You're injured, and instead of resting in bed at home, you're going to the estate. What's the point of all this running around?" De Quan dared not speak, fearing he would be scolded. Has the crown prince realized his mistake after all these days? Lu Qingtian continued to ask. If the crown prince already knows he was wrong, then immediately send someone to bring him back to the palace, so he can properly recover and recuperate. De Quan felt that being the chief eunuch was a job that was truly inhuman, and how was he supposed to answer that? How could he possibly know whether the crown prince had realized his mistake? Lu Qingtian immediately noticed his hesitation and difficulty. It seemed that the crown prince had not properly recovered from his injury. He sighed. "Tell me, what has the crown prince been doing at the estate all this time? What's so great about the estate that made him go there even though he's injured?" De Quan subconsciously said, "Maybe it's because there's mud on the estate." Lu Qingtian. "What? Say it again, please. Is there mud? Don't tell me the crown prince is already 12 years old and still obsessed with playing in the mud." Lu Qingtian's tone rose. He could hardly believe it. De Quan could only nod heavily. According to the imperial physician, the crown prince spends every day playing in the mud at the estate. Lu Qingtian. Did he beat his unfortunate son so badly that he made him stupid? Chapter 148, Is the Crown Prince Looking Down on Me? Lu Qingtian truly didn't understand what was wrong with his son. Why are his preferences so unique? It's not that I like raising pigs, it's that I like playing in the mud. He's 12 years old already. Does he still have a childlike heart? But even when the princes were 3 or 4 years old, I never saw any of them like playing in the mud. Today is another day of worry for Lu Qingtian about his son's education. Meanwhile, the second and third princes were still resentful that the fourth prince had been granted the title of king before them. The two brothers, who were not very close to each other, rarely got together in private to discuss this matter. "Third brother, tell me what's going on?" It's one thing for eldest brother to be made a king, but that's because he has real achievements. He made great contributions during the epidemic, and he risked his life to earn that title. But fourth brother, the second prince, was very depressed. The third prince was also unhappy, but he had found out more information. The fourth prince's pencil is indeed very useful. bringing great convenience to ordinary people. In a way, it can also give more people the opportunity to study. It is only right that he can obtain a throne. Upon hearing this, the second prince stood up abruptly, his heart filled with anger. What's wrong with you, third prince? When did you become so close to fourth prince? Even at a time like this, you're still taking his side? The third prince poured him a cup of wine. Second brother, please calm down. You know in your heart that what I said makes a lot of sense. You just feel that you haven't been made a king yet, but your fourth brother has, and you feel that you've lost face. The second prince tilted his head back and downed the wine in his cup. That's right. I'm just not happy. Actually, the third prince was also unhappy. He had also drunk a cup of wine, which he usually considered to be of the highest quality, but now it tasted bitter. If you want to be made a king, you must have achievements, the third prince said. The second prince sighed. Of course I know that, but what achievements can I possibly have in the Ministry of Justice? I can only solve cases, but how big of a case does one have to be granted the title of prince? Speaking of this, the third prince had some new ideas. Actually, I also heard a rumor that the fourth prince's achievements seemed to be related to the crown prince. The second prince didn't understand. What relationship? The news came from the Ministry of Works. For a period of time, the crown prince often went to the Ministry of Works. Then, for some reason, he started hanging out with the fourth prince. Some people say that it was the crown prince who first suggested making pencils. The third prince told the whole story he had learned, without hiding anything. However, the second prince did not believe it. This must be a rumor. Otherwise, I really can't understand why the crown prince would give up his own merits to benefit his fourth brother. If it were just that the two of them had a good relationship, that would be one thing. But out of brotherly affection, the crown prince gave the credit to his fourth brother, allowing him to be made king. But the key point is, with that freak of a brother, fourth brother, we don't even exchange a single word when we meet. How could the crown prince possibly be close to him? No matter how the second prince thought about it, he couldn't believe it. Third brother, you must have misheard. Even if we take a step back and assume that the two of them became close without our knowledge, the crown prince would not give such a historically significant achievement to his fourth brother. Moreover, the crown prince was not in a good position at the time. He was punished by his father, the emperor, for beating Shao Qi in the street. Many officials in the court were also disappointed in him, feeling that he was cruel, inhumane, cold-blooded, and heartless. If the pencil was indeed made under the crown prince's leadership, he could have used this achievement to reverse his image among the court officials and improve his reputation. Why would he give the credit to his fourth brother? The second prince was logical and methodical, analyzing all the possibilities, and all of this told him that the result was invalid. The second prince, who was always logical and meticulous, never imagined that His Highness the Crown Prince would give up the credit to someone else because he didn't want to continue being the Crown Prince and wanted to curry favor with someone powerful. The third prince looked at his second brother, who was pacing back and forth in the room, and continued, "But don't forget, fifth brother's job was also given to him by the Crown Prince." The second prince frowned. He knew this. After the fifth prince left the palace to establish his own residence, he had not taken on any official duties. His father had not taken him seriously at all. Who knew that the Crown Prince's single sentence would lead them directly to the Ministry of Revenue? You mean the Crown Prince is trying to win over the fourth and fifth princes? The third prince reminded him, "Don't forget about our eldest brother, who was the first to be granted the title of king. Why has his relationship with the Crown Prince suddenly become so close since the plague? You know, our eldest brother has always looked down on scholars who only know how to read books." Upon hearing this, the second prince's expression became even more serious. "You mean the Crown Prince has already won over the eldest brother, the fourth brother, and the fifth brother?" The third prince nodded. "Based on the current situation, that's correct." Snap! The second prince slammed his hand on the table, causing even the small wine cup placed in front of him to tremble. What exactly does the Crown Prince mean? The third prince was also startled and quickly reassured him. "Second brother, calm down. The Crown Prince is 12 years old this year and will soon be building up his own inner circle in the Eastern Palace. Isn't that normal?" The second prince was furious. "He's won over the eldest prince, the fifth prince, and even that freak, the fourth prince, but he's completely bypassed me. He didn't even try to win me over. Does he look down on me?" Third prince: "So, is this what you care about?" In short, I was speechless. The more the second prince thought about it, the angrier he became. "I can barely admit that I'm not as good as my eldest brother, since he has military merits. But those two good-for-nothing brats, the fourth and fifth princes, I could do the work of both of them. Why doesn't the crown prince try to win me over? The third prince pressed his temples, feeling a headache. If you're so eager to be won over by the crown prince, you can volunteer yourself. Perhaps the crown prince will reward you with the honor of being granted the title of king. The second prince snorted coldly. Who cares? I am skilled in both literature and martial arts, and my wisdom is unparalleled. It's his loss if he doesn't try to win me over. He said seriously, even if he tries to win me over, I won't agree. Who doesn't want to give it their all? As he spoke, he glanced at the third prince. Don't tell me you've never thought about it? The third prince laughed. Of course I've thought about it, but I'm currently working in the Ministry of Rights, which is not as prestigious as your Ministry of Justice. It's much harder for me to achieve any merit. Thinking of this, he felt quite helpless. So, I've decided to meet with His Highness the Crown Prince. The second prince asked, what if the Crown Prince also wants to win you over? He might give you credit, but in return, he wants you to work for him and support him. What would you do then? The third prince smiled and said, then we should agree. Father is in the prime of his life. It's too early to talk about the supreme position. Before that, it's most important to confer titles and make achievements. The third prince's eyes gleamed with ambition. The second prince thought it made a lot of sense. After all, he was a man of both literary and martial talents. If even the third son was made a king, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? No, absolutely not. Or should he also volunteer himself? Chapter 149, Third Brother. We're counting on you. Since they wanted the crown prince's help, they couldn't come empty-handed. The third prince brought gifts and went to the Imperial estate. Before he arrived, he had already prepared his speech in his mind. He believed that no matter what the situation, he could naturally build rapport and then make a request. However, no matter how well-read and learned the third prince was, he never expected that after entering the manor, he would see the crown prince playing with mud with a wooden stick. The scene was so unexpected that the third prince was so surprised that he didn't know how to react. Unfortunately, none of the plans I had prepared before coming here are suitable for the current situation. In this situation, he really didn't know how to get closer to the crown prince. Want to play in the mud together? The 19-year-old third prince refused. Lu Zexu, on the other hand, was leaning on a cane. Even though it was late autumn, thick sweat still appeared on his forehead. He was breathing heavily, and with his pale face and thin body, he looked as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Seeing the person who came, he smiled and said, Third brother, you've come at just the right time. Come and help me out. I'm exhausted. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zerong himself didn't know what was going on, but he just took the wooden stick and started stirring. As a result, the estate gained another prince who played in the mud. Lu Zerong was not good at martial arts. He preferred composing poems, calligraphy, and painting to wielding weapons. So, after stirring for a short while, his arms started to ache. He was about to refuse when he heard the crown prince's praise. Wow, third brother, you're amazing. You have such great control over the stirring force. What? Third brother, your learning ability is too strong. You can master the stirring force right away. It took me a long time to figure it out. Anyway, he showered Lu Zerong with praise, which made Lu Zerong feel a little smug and unable to resist wanting to perform even better. Then he spent an hour mixing the mud. By the time it was over, he even found it difficult to hold a teacup. My arms were incredibly sore. He then realized that he had been fooled and became more vigilant. Although the crown prince was young, he was not simple-minded. Your Highness, is this your new hobby? He said, gesturing to the mud pile in the courtyard. Lu Zexin nodded, his pale face showing an innocent expression. Anyway, we're just killing time, so let's play around. Don't you think it's quite interesting? Lu Zerong, I just don't know what to say. Lu Zerong gave up on trying to build a closer relationship. He got straight to the point. The eldest brother and the fourth brother have already been crowned kings. The fifth brother has been doing a great job lately. Maybe when the pencil shops are all over the country, he will also be crowned king. Lu Zexu understood. Third brother also wants to be made a king? Lu Zerong laughed. Which prince doesn't want to be made a king? Does third brother want to be the crown prince? Lu Zexu asked again. Lu Zerong, is it really that direct? Isn't it enough to just know the answer to this kind of problem? Do we need to ask directly? He was still in shock when he heard Lu Zexu say, I understand. Lu Zerong. No, I haven't said a word yet. How did you know? What do you know? No, he had to explain. Your Highness, I truly have no desire for the position of crown prince. Please do not misunderstand. The expectation in Lu Zexu's eyes vanished instantly, and his once bright eyes dimmed. He said lazily, "Since that's the case, then forget it. You don't even have the ambition to become the crown prince, so don't even think about becoming a king. I'm not helping such an unambitious brother." Lu Zerong. "No? What do you mean? So, it's my fault that I don't covet the position of crown prince?" "No. When is ambition measured by whether or not one wants to be the crown prince?" Lu Zerong felt that there were too many shocks today, and he couldn't react for a while. His brain was unable to think, and he could only follow his instincts. "What if I said I've always coveted the position of crown prince?" Lu Zexu, who had been lounging lazily against the back of his chair, suddenly sat up straight, his eyes lighting up like light bulbs, his surprise and delight evident. Really, perhaps he was too excited, because his voice involuntarily rose. Lu Zerong was completely bewildered and didn't understand. "No. I mean, why are you so happy that I've always coveted your position as crown prince?" Suddenly, a suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince was beaten so badly by his father that he damaged his brain? Otherwise, he simply couldn't understand why the Crown Prince was so happy when he coveted the position of Crown Prince. Lu Zexu was indeed very excited. He reflected for a long time and realized that the reason he had not been eliminated despite his hard work was probably because he lacked a clear and outstanding competitor. "My elder brother is busy with military affairs and doesn't even have much time to attend court, so he doesn't have the energy to perform in court all the time. Fourth brother is fond of studying and has no interest in the position of crown prince. Fifth brother is busy running his shop, and he's a master at business and accounting. However, this talent might be something he traded for his brain. With a brain like that, he shouldn't be the crown prince, otherwise the great Liang dynasty might change hands at any time. All that's left are the second and third brothers. Now that my third brother has taken the initiative to come to my door and is very interested in the position of crown prince, isn't this just like someone delivering a pillow when you're sleepy?" Lu Zexu was overjoyed. He jumped off the chair and tightly grasped the third prince's hands. He was agile and nimble, showing no signs of the weakness he had shown at the beginning. "Third brother, don't worry. I will definitely help you achieve your goal of becoming a king." Lu Zerong. "No, I feel dizzy. My brain just won't work. Is there something wrong with my brain? Or am I hallucinating? Otherwise, how could he have heard that the crown prince was going to help him become a king?" He could no longer determine whether he or the crown prince was the one with the mental problem. Seeing that he had no reaction, Lu Zexu continued, "Third brother, don't worry. I have a perfect plan. Being made a king is a certainty. However, you must also work hard yourself. External help is ultimately limited. You must work hard to become the crown prince as soon as possible, so that I can be freed sooner." Lu Zexu looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Third brother, when will I be free to travel to famous mountains and rivers?" "It all depends on you." Lu Zerong. Why can he recognize each word individually, but not understand them when they are put together? Chapter 150. Liberal arts students are inherently afraid of chemistry. Lu Zerong didn't understand. He really didn't understand. As the third prince, he was strictly required by his mother from a young age to strive for excellence and study diligently so that his father, the emperor, would like him. Through diligence and hard work, coupled with his natural talent for studying, he became an exceptionally intelligent prince in the eyes of his teachers, and his father, the emperor, also praised him highly. To earn his father's praise, he studied diligently almost every day without fail. As he grew older, he became more and more outstanding, and his father valued him more and more, often praising him in court. His desires grew stronger. He is so outstanding, and his reputation among scholars is so resounding. What does the crown prince have? He's just occupying the title of the eldest son of the crown prince. He has always been conscientious in his work, respectful to the virtuous and learned, and has a good reputation for being kind. All he lacks is an opportunity. Over the years, he had been waiting for the right moment to replace the crown prince. But he never expected that this opportunity would be presented to him by the crown prince himself. This feels really weird. It's like there's a mountain in your heart that you've always wanted to climb to the top and conquer. You keep striving, keep accumulating strength, and keep trying to get closer to the mountain. But one day you find that this mountain has moved right in front of you with a bang. It collapsed. Success is within reach. In terms of the outcome, he should be happy. After all, Years of anticipation have finally come true. But why did he feel so strange? Especially seeing the crown prince so eager to relinquish his position, as if it were some terrible plague, felt very strange. Third brother, what do you think of my suggestion? First, I'll make you a king, then the crown prince. I think this plan is excellent. But third brother, once you become the crown prince, you must protect me. Just let me travel freely to famous mountains and rivers. Lu Zexu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and his light tone was like that of a bird about to be freed. Isn't being the crown prince good? Lu Zerong asked subconsciously. Lu Zexu said sincerely, after 12 years, I don't think it's any good. I'm getting a little tired of it. Lu Zerong, Your Highness, do you know that you're likely to get beaten up for talking like that? What they were desperately trying to seize, this man discarded like trash. Seeing that the third prince's expression was not right, Lu Zexu changed the subject. Whether being the crown prince is good or not, it is up to third brother to experience for himself. The gentleman's agreement between the two was thus reached. The next day, Lu Zerong joined the group playing in the mud. Even he himself found it unbelievable. For 3 consecutive days, with Lu Zexu's constant praise, Lu Zerong transformed from an inexperienced mud mixer into a skilled one. That's absolutely outrageous. On the 4th day, Lu Zerong finally realized what was going on. Sixth brother, you're not trying to fool me, are you? You don't mean you're trying to get me made a king by playing in the mud, do you? Lu Zexu said earnestly, That's right. Lu Zerong, I always feel like I've been deceived. Suddenly, a book flew towards him. Third brother is so intelligent and knowledgeable. Take a look at this. Lu Zexu tossed him a handwritten list of basic chemistry knowledge. Such a smart brain shouldn't be wasted. It would be so much better to use it for studying. Upon seeing the word chemistry on the cover, Lu Zerong frowned, not understanding its meaning. Despite his vast knowledge, he couldn't understand those 2 words. He casually flipped through the book. Mingming usually loved reading the most. It could be said that he had read extensively since childhood. In his heart, reading was a kind of enjoyment. But now, looking at the neat, small, regular script, he recognizes each character, but when they are put together, he just can't understand them. What is calcium carbonate? What is potassium sulfate? What exactly is gypsum powder? The more he read, the more confused and puzzled he became. His usually clear-headed mind, no matter what happened, had turned into a jumbled mess after reading just 2 pages. Snap! Lu Zerong decisively closed the book and said expressionlessly, I think mud is pretty good. It suits me very well. Lu Zexu, this was not what he expected. In order to compile this booklet, he had almost thoroughly studied those chemistry mini-lessons. He personally tried everything that could be experimented with, and then deleted the unsuitable ones before finally compiling the booklet. Don't underestimate this thin booklet. Every word is precious and represents his hard work. While organizing the materials, he had already decided to entrust the task of dissemination to the third prince. The third prince had a very good reputation among the Confucian scholars, and it would be much more efficient for him to do this. However, he never expected that his third brother would have absolutely no interest in chemistry. Third brother, are you really not going to reconsider? If you master it and then teach it to other students, it's like creating a new discipline, something that will be remembered for generations. Lu Zexu didn't want to give up and continue to deceive people. Lu Zerong was engrossed in playing with mud and remained unmoved. I'm worried that before I can be remembered for generations, I'll be driven to my death by this hardship. Lu Zexu sighed. He understood. This must be the liberal arts student his sister had been talking about. So what about chemistry? To whom should it be passed on? We can't exactly make him do it himself, can we? Thinking of this, he shook his head violently. No, he couldn't get involved in such a merit that could be remembered for all time, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to give up the position of crown prince. Just when he was worrying about this, the 4th prince, Lu Zishian, arrived with a whole host of questions. That's right, our brilliant 4th prince has gone from bad to good, no longer satisfied with pencils, and has started researching colored pencils. To make colored pencils, you definitely need to add pigments to the lead. What pigments to add, how much to add, how to blend them, etc. These are all questions. When Lu Zerong saw Lu Zishian, she knew that the news she had heard before was true. Lu Zishian's throne is indeed related to the crown prince, and the relationship is quite close. Seeing Lu Zishian approach, the third prince, as the elder brother, took the initiative to step forward. Just as he was about to greet him, he saw that Lu Zishian acted as if he hadn't seen him at all, and very skillfully brought over a chair. and then began the Q&A and discussion session. Lu Zerong stood there dumbfounded, even stopping playing with the mud. As the questions deepened, his eyes were practically turning into mosquito coils. Watching the pale-faced prince holding a pencil, explaining and drawing at the same time, he was thin but calm and composed, as if he were giving orders to the country. The fourth brother listened intently, also taking notes with a pencil, extremely focused and attentive. He didn't understand anything else, but he did understand one thing. The great credit for the pencil was really given to Lu Zetian by the crown prince. Why? Lu Zerong asked abruptly. He didn't understand, not at all. He simply couldn't understand why the crown prince would give up such a historically significant achievement to someone else. Lu Zexu turned to look at the third prince, who was as lost as a lamb, and smiled brightly. Third brother is still interested in chemistry, isn't he? He quickly handed the book back to him, saying, I knew it. Third brother is so intelligent and well-read. He's always been the fastest learner of everything since he was a child. How could chemistry possibly stump him? These three brothers are a piece of cake. Lu Zerong looked at the thin booklet with chemistry written on it, and suddenly came back to his senses. That wasn't all. He took several steps back, waving his hands frantically, terrified, shouting, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Zexu sighed. Third brother is even harder to fool than fourth brother. The provocation tactic didn't work. Xiao Lu, I'm going back to continue my experiments. I'll come see you again when I have the results. Lu Zetian, engrossed in his research, was completely unaware of the turmoil between the two. Lu Zexu's eyes lit up. Between two evils, choose the lesser. Since they are both difficult to fool, he would naturally choose the relatively easier one. He turned to look at Lu Zetian and gave him a bright and cheerful smile. Chapter 151, The Experimental Trio. Lu Zetian stared at the chemistry booklet in his hand, then stopped and began to read it with great eagerness. Lu Zerong was utterly astonished by the fourth prince's focused concentration. It's unbelievable that some people actually like that kind of messy, incomprehensible stuff. The third prince, who always prided himself on being a talented man, simply couldn't understand it. Fourth brother, since you like it so much, I'll give this book to you. But after you've learned it, you must take on a few disciples to pass on this knowledge. Lu Zexu took the opportunity to make demands. The fourth prince stopped after reading 5 pages. That would be enough for him to absorb for a while. Hearing Lu Zexu's words, he was in a dilemma, but I don't know how to teach others. Lu Zexu, how could he forget that his fourth brother was not good with words and preferred to do his own research? He scratched his head vigorously. What should we do? Neither of my 2 older brothers are any good. Could it be that he really has to do it himself? Seeing his troubled expression, Lu Zetian suggested, wouldn't the third prince be more suitable for teaching? Isn't he always eager to teach? Sixth prince, you could try asking him. Lu Zexu blinked in confusion. No, the third brother you mentioned is right here. Didn't you see him? Lu Zerong's lips twitched slightly. So an hour had passed, and he hadn't even noticed that he was here? When did he become so invisible? Seeing that Lu Zexu had no reaction, Lu Zetian assumed that he did not believe him and continued to emphasize, there is definitely no problem in handing this matter over to the third prince. With his reputation in the Confucian world, if he were to start teaching, he would definitely attract many students to come and listen to his lectures. Lu Zerong sneered. Then I really have to thank you. What grudge or grievance did this person have against him? Why would he push him into a pit of fire? He finds chemistry so confusing that it makes his head spin. How can he be asked to teach it? If you can't even learn it yourself, what kind of lecturer are you? Lu Zetian finally connected the man holding the wooden stick with the third prince in his memory, a man of refined elegance and scholarly demeanor. He was quite surprised. Third brother, when did you arrive? How come there wasn't a sound? Lu Zerong was furious. You're turning the tables on me. I've been here since early morning. If your eyes aren't feeling well, just call the Imperial physician for a proper checkup. On the contrary, Lu Zetian remained very calm and composed. Since third brother was here so early, why didn't you say hello? Or is it that someone as big as me has been completely ignored by third brother? Lu Zerong was so angry that he laughed. This is exactly the kind of person who turns the tables and blames others. Ultimately, this more localized chemistry textbook fell into Lu Zetian's hands, and he devoured the knowledge within it with great eagerness. Upon hearing that Lu Zexu was going to make something new, Lu Zetian stopped leaving and moved into the manor, where he played in the mud with Lu Zerong every day. The mud-mixing army has gained another member. Time passed day by day, and the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was just around the corner. However, Lu Zexu showed no intention of returning to the capital, and Lu Qingtian's brows were so furrowed that they could trap a fly. That day, after reviewing the memorials, he turned to Daquan and asked, "How is the Crown Prince's health lately?" Daquan bowed and waved. "Your Majesty, the Imperial physician reports that the Crown Prince is still weak." Lu Qingtian frowned even more deeply. How could this be? It's been so long. Even if he had been given 30 strokes of the cane, he should have recovered by now. De bowed even more deeply. The Imperial physician said that although the Crown Prince appeared to have recovered from the assassination attempt, his internal injuries had not yet healed properly. This time, he was beaten again, which aggravated his injuries. Although the external injuries have healed, the internal injuries will take some time to heal. Lu Qingtian remained expressionless. He hadn't seen the Crown Prince since he had punished him. Although news came in every day, he still had no idea what the Crown Prince's current condition was, as he hadn't seen him in person. What does the Crown Prince do on the estate every day? The Empress Dowager's birthday is just around the corner. Daquan really didn't want to answer this question, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to. He hesitated for only a moment before Lu Qingtian noticed. A bad feeling crept into Lu Qingtian's mind. Could it be that the Crown Prince is still keen on playing in the mud? Daquan. Not only that, but somehow the third prince and the fourth prince also went to the estate and started playing in the mud with the Crown Prince. Lu Qingtian. What on earth is this unlucky son trying to do? What sins did he commit in his past life to deserve having such a Crown Prince in this life? Issue an imperial decree, ordering the Crown Prince to return to the capital immediately. Lu Qingtian issued this decree through gritted teeth. The three-person team, who had finally succeeded in making the blackboard after numerous experiments, were now busy with the final adjustments to the chalk. The ones we made before were either easy to break or difficult to color. The three of us have been trying to adjust the proportions for the past few days. Specifically, Lu Zexu and Lu Zixin were mainly responsible for talking, while Lu Zerong followed their instructions and was responsible for doing the work. There was no other way. This was all to earn credit for Lu Zerong. Just as the chalk was about to be successfully made, Daquan arrived at full speed with an imperial edict. When Daquan arrived, all three of them were covered in mud and dust. The worst off was the third prince, Lu Zerong, whose only decent feature was his face. The sleeves and hem of my clothes were covered in all sorts of dirt, dust, and mud spots. Even the seasoned eunuch Daquan, who had seen many storms, was momentarily stunned to see the once noble prince in such a state, and almost missed his mission. Fortunately, everything went smoothly afterward, and Daquan successfully announced the decree. However, the three-person experimental team looked at Lu Zexu. He was still the key figure in the experiment. If he returned to Beijing, who knows how long the chalk issue would have to wait. Your Highness, please accept the decree. The Emperor has always been thinking of you, Daquan said with a smile. Lu Zexu's lips twitched. Okay, forget about it. His but can't take it. As soon as he reached out, he started coughing. It wasn't a heart-wrenching cough, just a light one. He put one hand on his chest and the other on his hip, clearly unable to take the imperial decree. My body is still too weak to withstand the fatigue of travel. I'd better stay at the estate to recuperate for a while longer. Daquan's forehead veins throbbed. How is this any different from disobeying an imperial order? What should he do? If I had known that delivering the imperial decree would involve so many things, I wouldn't have come. Why did he have to be so sarcastic and keep this matter under his control? What should we do now? Chapter 152, the first step in emptying father's wallet. Daquan felt that he could still be saved. After all, when the emperor issued the decree, his anger was already uncontrollable. If he fails to bring His Highness the Crown Prince back, he will certainly not escape the charge of dereliction of duty once he returns to the palace. Daquan smiled ingratiatingly. Your Highness, His Majesty is truly worried about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me here at breakneck speed to bring you back to the capital. Don't worry. Your servant has made all the preparations. The carriage is lined with thick velvet cushions, so it won't be bumpy. Seeing this, Lu Zexu became even weaker. Cough, cough. I cough, cough, cough. The cough was so loud it was earth-shattering, as if he was coughing up his lungs. Daquan dared not say anything more. If something happened to the Crown Prince on his way back to the palace, he would probably be facing his death. However, Judging from the current situation, the Crown Prince's condition is not very good. Your Highness is coughing so badly. Where's the Imperial physician? No sooner had Daquan finished speaking than a man with a long beard, carrying a medicine box, hurried over. The man took Lu Zexu's pulse, then immediately poured a pill from the medicine bottle at his waist and fed it into Lu Zexu's mouth. Daquan frowned. This was not the Imperial physician who accompanied the Emperor. The man sighed. The Crown Prince has injured his lungs and needs to rest. If he is not careful, his life may be in danger. Daquan's expresión tigtanat. This person shouldn't be a physician from the Imperial Hospital, right? In other words, he didn't believe the person's diagnosis. Then Lu Zexu clutched his chest and began coughing again. The pigs I raise on my estate, cough, cough, don't seem to have much, cough, cough, energy. I'll have the Imperial physician take a look. Daquan. He couldn't understand why a royal physician would be allowed to treat a beast. Is the life of a pig more important than the life of a prince? Is this some kind of precious pig? Daquan was a very cautious man. He went to the pigsty himself and actually saw the Imperial physician giving acupuncture to the pigs. When Daquan saw this, he was dumbfounded. He strongly suspected that the Crown Prince brought the Imperial physician here in the first place just for the pigs on this Imperial estate. Although this guess is very far-fetched, the Crown Prince raises pigs and plays in the mud, so it seems not impossible that he would have the Imperial physician treat the pigs. In the end, Daquan still had the Imperial physician examine the Crown Prince's pulse again. The result was the same as that of the previous physician. The Crown Prince was physically weak and not suited for long journeys. Daquan did not dare to risk the Crown Prince's life and could only return empty-handed. Lu Qingtian was already worried about the Crown Prince's health, and hearing the news brought back by Daquan made him even more anxious. Daquan, his personal palace servants, and all the civil and military officials had sensed the Emperor's displeasure these past few days. Even in the court, the officials dared not tear each other apart as they used to, and even so, they could still be reprimanded by the Emperor if they were not careful. No one knows why the Emperor suddenly became so capricious. Asterisk. Lu Zexu returned to Beijing the day before the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. By then, the glass workshop had already achieved stable production. After numerous tests by the three individuals, the blackboard and chalk were finally used to create the most effective solution. Lu Zexu was full of confidence. He was absolutely certain that he could empty the pockets of his father and many ministers this time. He absolutely cannot suffer the punishment for nothing. The seventh prince and the Imperial concubine were also waiting for this birthday banquet. The troubles in the Sun family dealt a huge blow to the two princes. With a corrupt maternal grandfather, the seventh prince not only lost a powerful ally, but his former supporters in the court are now also watching and waiting. This birthday banquet of the Empress Dowager is an opportunity for the seventh prince to regain the attention of the ministers. The consort has gone to great lengths to find a satisfactory birthday gift, and is looking forward to making a great impression at the banquet. On the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, all imperial relatives and officials of the fifth rank or above in the capital were required to enter the palace to offer their congratulations. The birthday banquet was very festive and lively, with singing and dancing, opera performances, and auspicious word from the children and grandchildren. The Empress Dowager was all smiles and very happy from beginning to end. When it was time to celebrate the birthday, Lu Zexu, as the crown prince, although he was the sixth son, was the heir apparent and therefore had to precede all his brothers. The Empress Dowager hadn't seen him for some time, and seeing his still pale face after so many days, she was very worried. However, she couldn't ask about his health in this setting. Otherwise, wouldn't that bring up the past and remind everyone of the time when the crown prince was beaten? Wouldn't this make the crown prince lose face completely? As the previous winner of the palace intrigue competition, the Empress Dowager is extremely experienced in these matters. As soon as Lu Zexu stood up, the imperial concubine and the seventh prince's gazes fell on his birthday gift. They saw that it was just a small wooden box, which reassured them. The box is so small, what kind of precious gift could it contain? We are absolutely incomparable to them. Their gifts were absolutely the best, the most attention-grabbing, and the most precious. Grandmother, you will definitely like the birthday gift I have prepared. It was made by me and the craftsman after a long time of research. I guarantee that it is one of a kind in the world. Lu Zexu's voice was not loud, but his tone was light and cheerful, which aroused everyone's curiosity. Seeing that he was in good spirits, the Empress Dowager's worries were largely relieved, and she then turned her attention to the small gift box. Then I'll have to take a good look. However, I don't care whether it's precious or not. As long as it's a gift from you, I'll like it. Lu Zexu knew that the Empress Dowager had only returned from the estate after hearing about him, and was worried that he wouldn't have time to prepare a birthday gift and would be ridiculed by everyone. She's leaving him a way out. Lu Zexu felt enveloped by the old woman's kindness, as if his whole body was bathed in bright sunshine. His grandmother was so kind, much better than that despicable father. The Empress Dowager opened the wooden box, and on the Imperial velvet cloth lay a bronze-colored carved handle connected to an oval-shaped object. The Empress Dowager had lived most of her life and seen countless wonderful things, but this was something she had never seen before. Lu Zexu smiled and introduced, "Grandmother, this is a mirror that I made. It works on the same principle as the bronze mirrors used in your palace. However, the one I made is much clearer than the bronze mirror, hundreds or thousands of times better." The Empress Dowager held a bronze carved handle in one hand, looking at the small oval mirror in which her image was clearly reflected. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time the Empress Dowager had seen her own appearance so clearly. The Empress Dowager was absolutely captivated by it, constantly taking pictures from different angles, looking at the hairpins one moment and the earrings she had chosen that day the next, absolutely delighted with them. "This mirror is truly amazing. I love it very much, and I will definitely carry it with me at all times and use it every day." That kind of heartfelt affection cannot be faked. Court officials, concubines, and noble women were all very curious about what this thing was. Even Lu Qingtian got up and walked over. When he clearly saw his face in the mirror, he was stunned for a moment. "Grandmother, I've been at the estate these past few days figuring out this, and thankfully I managed to make it before the birthday banquet." Lu Zexu showered the Empress Dowager with compliments, making her smile from ear to ear. Lu Qingtian, standing to the side, frowned as he watched him coax people. As the emperor, he had never seen him speak so eloquently, nor had he ever put so much thought into birthday gifts. "Your Highness, since you made this, you didn't just make one mirror, did you?" Lu Qingtian suddenly asked, feeling that his hint was quite obvious. Such a good thing couldn't just be given to the Empress Dowager, and not to his father, the emperor, could it? Chapter 153 does not include Junda. Lu Zexu's mind raced. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He smiled slightly. "I did make a few, but the pattern on the Empress Dowager's design is unique. There's only one of it." "Excellent. The Crown Prince's filial piety is commendable." The old lady was overjoyed. The Empress Dowager not only looked in the mirror herself, but also handed the mirror to the very interested princess so that she could also take a look. After everyone took turns going around, they all found the little mirror quite amazing. Women are generally powerless against the allure of mirrors. The princess looked at herself in the mirror and saw that she was truly radiant. "Your Highness, my aunt really likes this little mirror. You can keep one for her, and she can buy it at the market price." Lu Zexu adored his straightforward aunt. He smiled and said, "How could I possibly accept your money, Aunt? Don't worry, Aunt. I'll take your share with me when I make the mirror." By now, the mirror must have been delivered to the princess's residence, and my aunt will be able to see it when she returns. Upon hearing this, the eldest princess felt even more pleased. That's wonderful. The eldest princess has plenty of good things in her private treasury, so she won't take this mirror for nothing. She's happy that the crown prince has this idea. While preparing a birthday gift for the Empress Dowager, he didn't forget to prepare one for himself as well. "Your Highness, what about me? Am I entitled to anything?" A refined male voice rang out. Everyone looked over. A grown man was actually interested in something like a mirror. Not only that, but he even asked for a gift at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Such a lack of manners was truly unique in the royal family. "Uncle, rest assured, how could I forget your share? I've already prepared it. You should be able to see it when you return to the manor." The beautiful woman on the side smiled gently, her beauty radiating grace. "Thank you so much, Your Highness. Please remember to visit our residence more often, and I'll personally cook for you." Lu Zexu's eyes lit up. "Then I won't be polite. I just hope you won't mind that I eat too much, Annie." "How could that be?" Lu Zexu has learned from these two experiences that one cannot wait for others to ask. One must take the initiative to bring it up. "Eldest sister-in-law, I've also delivered your share to your residence." I may forget anyone else, but I'll never forget yours. Lu Zexu thought to himself, the silk of Jiangnan all depends on this imperial sister-in-law. Not only that, he also really liked this generous and magnanimous imperial sister-in-law. Lu Qingtian listened to this from the side, firmly believing that he must also have his own little mirror. Under normal circumstances, whoever has something good will definitely send it to him as soon as possible to win his favor. However, after he waited and waited, there was no sound from Princess and sighed after she finished speaking. Next, the eldest brother started offering birthday wishes and gifts. Only then did the composed Lu Chantian realize the seriousness of the situation. He had to admit that the crown prince really hadn't prepared a small mirror for his father. The Empress Dowager has one, the eldest princess has one, even the two princesses have one. But he doesn't, has one. It feels damn familiar. The last time I tasted this flavor was when I plucked his bald head in the Imperial garden, and he took it back to make soap. She was completely ignored by her son. Lu Qingtian was unhappy. I'm very unhappy. If this weren't the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, he would definitely have thrown a tantrum immediately. But now, even though he hasn't said a word, his emotions have completely sunk. He didn't even bother to hide it. Anyone attending the birthday banquet could tell that he was in a bad mood today. Lu Qingtian was so angry that he didn't care who gave him birthday gifts. His gaze was fixed on Lu Zexu. Lu Zexu acted as if he hadn't noticed anything, chatting happily with the eldest prince whom he hadn't seen for many days. After the eldest prince and the second prince presented their gifts. That must be the third prince, Lu Zerong. The gifts from the first two princes were rather ordinary and not particularly outstanding, which put the imperial concubine and the seventh prince at ease. They couldn't wait for the next few people to arrive. They couldn't wait any longer. However, the imperial concubine and the seventh prince were destined to be disappointed. The third prince sent a very big gift. When the blackboard and chalk appeared at the birthday banquet, the seventh prince, who had been holding back for so long, could no longer sit still after seeing the crown prince's recent display of prowess. Upon seeing this, he scoffed, "Third brother, even if your household isn't well off, you don't have to be so sloppy with grandmother, do you? Today is grandmother's birthday banquet, and you send such a pile of junk." Lu Zerong had a warm smile, a gentle and refined demeanor, and the noble air of a prince made him truly captivating. "Grandmother, I have always remembered that before you entered the palace, you were a famous, talented woman in the capital, even surpassing men in talent. I have heard that grandmother was once a female teacher at an academy. If she had not entered the palace, she would surely have had many students all over the world." The Empress Dowager was deeply moved. Those were things from her youth. At that time, she was so full of vigor, so proud and fearless. At that time, she could debate with a group of scholars and leave those men speechless. At that time, she was able to teach and impart knowledge, and even men admired her for her learning. At that time, the Empress Dowager was lost in fond memories of the past. Lu Zerong seized the opportunity and immediately stepped forward to demonstrate the gift he had brought. He picked up the chalk and quickly wrote 2 lines of words. "May your happiness be as boundless as the eastern sea, and your life as bright as the sun and moon. May you live as long as the pine and crane, and remain forever young through spring and autumn." Looking at the birthday wishes on the blackboard, those with quick minds immediately realized something. The Empress Dowager, with her keener political acumen, smiled and praised repeatedly. "Excellent. Third prince, you are very good. I especially like this gift." The seventh prince frowned, clearly disdainful of the pile of junk. "It's just a broken board and a piece of white mud. How much could it be worth?" Chapter 154. The seventh prince and his dog are forbidden from entering. It's not worth much money, probably only 500 coins in total. However, its value is far more than 500 coins, but fools naturally wouldn't understand. Lu Zexu disliked him, and his slow, leisurely tone carried a unique kind of sarcasm. When the seventh prince saw the crown prince, it was like enemies meeting, their eyes blazing with hatred. His calf had not yet fully recovered, and he had come here in a palanquin today. "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Surely you don't want to be punished again?" "Excellent, spot on, hitting the nail on the head." Lu Zexu held a grudge against Lu Chantian for this incident, and his desire to empty his father's private treasury began to stir within him. He raised the corners of his lips. "The glass pavilion will open in 3 days, selling all kinds of mirrors. Each person is limited to one, and the quantity is limited. If you want one, you'd better hurry. The crown prince's words immediately stirred the hearts of the concubines, noble women, and daughters of officials, for they had just seen the Empress Dowager's mirror. They thought they could only admire it from afar, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and they were able to buy it. The imperial concubine was naturally tempted as well. She had just clearly seen it, and if she could have one herself. Unexpectedly, Lu Zexu then said, "Seventh prince and the imperial concubine probably look down on the low-class things I've made, so don't go." The imperial concubine, who was just about to send a palace maid to buy one, thought to herself. Only the seventh prince remained stubborn, letting out a cold snort. "Who cares?" Lu Zexu smiled in response. "A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Remember what you said, and don't go back on your word by secretly sending someone to my shop to buy a mirror." The seventh prince, who had just been thinking the same thing, blushed bright red as he was told, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He immediately bristled. "Your Highness is overthinking it." Lu Zexu sipped his tea leisurely. "I will have someone put up a sign in front of the shop. Seventh prince and dogs are not allowed to enter." The seventh prince stood up abruptly in anger. Before he could speak, Lu Chantian, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "Your Highness, the seventh prince is still young. As his elder brother, you must teach him patiently." Lu Zexu's anger flared up instantly. His father was always like this, always favoring Lu Ziho. He glanced at it coldly and sneered. "Forget it. I'm only a year older than the seventh prince. I can't teach him anything. The imperial physician said that I am weak and should not overwork myself. It would be better for me to rest at home. It is said that if a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. Father, please take the time to teach him carefully." Lu Zexu spoke without any politeness, and after finishing his sentence, he directly began to taste the pastries at the birthday banquet, not even bothering to give the father and son a glance. The ministers looked at each other, their minds racing with various thoughts. It seems the emperor truly dislikes the crown prince, and it's uncertain whether the crown prince can truly secure his position as heir apparent. Looking at his pale face, Lu Qingtian's heart sank even further. What exactly is wrong with the crown prince's health? A beating shouldn't have depleted his body to this extent. At this moment, the eldest prince immediately changed the subject. "Father, my third brother's birthday gift is of great significance. It can be used not only by the Imperial Academy, but also by other academies, rural private schools, and even by the military." Lu Qingtian had already thought of this. With these two items, the teacher could explain in more detail and demonstrate more intuitively during lessons, which was much more convenient than a sand table. He immediately inquired about the cost of these two items, explaining that no matter how good they were, they would be useless if they couldn't be promoted in the Imperial Academy and other academies. Since Lu Zerong was determined to compete for the position of Crown Prince, he was meticulous in his work and had already figured out all these trivial matters. A blackboard is simply a wooden board with black paint. The board is readily available, and the main expense is in the black paint, which is just a product of the reaction of a mixture of several minerals. Lu Zexu, the third prince, and the fourth prince have been experimenting at the estate for a long time and have found the most effective and cost-efficient method. Chalk is even simpler to make. Calcium carbonate can be extracted from ore, and calcium sulfate can also be synthesized, making it incredibly cheap to produce. Although Lu Zerong was a liberal arts student, he really didn't understand or care about experiments or data at all. However, if you present the results to him and ask him to explain them, he will definitely speak eloquently, clearly, and logically. Lu Qingtian was very pleased to hear this. "Third brother, you have really done a great thing for the students this time. I'll leave this matter to you. The Ministry of Rights is responsible for the selection of candidates for the Imperial examinations, and you have a lot of dealings with the Imperial Academy. Go to the Imperial Academy first and see what's going on." Lu Zerong was overjoyed. Your subject obeys the decree. He believed that as long as he did this job well, his title of king would be just around the corner. He was already quite famous among the Confucian scholars, and after this incident, many upright officials in the court would surely support him. Lu Zexu thought to himself, "My father is so stingy. Logically, shouldn't they have directly conferred the title of king?" The birthday gifts for the fourth and fifth princes were quite conventional, and there were no more unexpected gifts like those from the crown prince and the third prince. Finally, it was the seventh prince's turn. It was a white jade guanine statue, carved so lifelike that anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this white jade guanine was worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. The Empress Dowager was a Buddhist, so this gift was indeed tailored to her tastes. But the key point is that, as the most honored woman in the entire Liang dynasty, she truly had no shortage of such guanine statues. The seventh prince thought that the Empress Dowager would definitely like the white jade guanine he had acquired at a high price, and at the very least, he would receive a compliment on his filial piety. Little did he know that the Empress Dowager simply smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions," and dismissed him from the white jade guanine statue that he had so desperately wanted to buy. There was neither the joy of receiving a gift from the crown prince nor the excitement of receiving a gift from the third prince. The white jade guanine statue that he spent so much money and effort to acquire was treated the same as the birthday gifts given by the first prince, second prince, fourth prince, and fifth prince. The seventh prince's shock and dissatisfaction were written all over his face. He had hoped to use the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet to clear his name of the consequences of his maternal grandfather's corruption, but now it seemed that was no longer possible. The seventh prince was already in a bad mood, because he hadn't gotten what he wanted. When he returned to the palace, he heard the news that the third prince had been granted the title of Prince Rome, which infuriated him. Before his legs had fully recovered, he smashed everything he could in the house and replaced all the porcelain in the house with new ones. In contrast, Lu Zerong was like he'd been injected with adrenaline. He was a prince now. He needs to be more attentive to his duties. After receiving the imperial decree conferring the title of prince, Lu Zerong immediately went to the Eastern Palace. He accepted the credit, but the profits from the blackboard and chalk would definitely go to the Crown Prince. Chapter 155, The Crown Prince, the Master of Balance. Not long after Lu Zerong arrived, the first prince, the fourth prince, and the fifth prince also came. When the three of them arrived, they all brought rare and good medicinal herbs with them. Unfortunately, Lu Zexu's health did not improve, and everyone was very worried. Looks like I guessed right. How could a bookworm like you possibly come up with something like a blackboard and chalk? Looks like Xiao Lu came to your rescue. The eldest prince was exceptionally skilled in martial arts and had the least patience for studying, which is why he disliked the third prince, who only knew how to study. Similarly, the third prince also disliked the first prince, who only knew how to wield weapons, and thought he was just a brute. The two have never gotten along since childhood. The third prince glanced at him and sneered, "As if you think I got my throne through my own abilities? We're all equally bad, so don't laugh at me for being worse off." The eldest prince's anger was stirred up, but he suppressed his anger and reminded him, "One should be clear about gratitude and grudges. Xiao Lu helped you, so you must remember this kindness." Lu Zerong glanced at him. "This is between Xiao Lu and me. It has nothing to do with my older brother." Just as the two were about to clash, Lu Zexu coughed a few times, immediately drawing their attention. "Third brother, now that you've been granted the title of prince, father values you highly. You must work hard, do your job well, and strive to remove me from the position of crown prince as soon as possible." Lu Zexu cheered him on, and he seemed to see a bright future beckoning to him. Lu Zerong's lips twitched. Although he had spent time with Lu Zexu over this period of time, he already knew just how much Lu Zexu didn't want the position of crown prince. However, when he heard his former rival looking at him with hope, as if he were the last hope of the whole village, urging him to do his best to bring him down, he was surprised. This feeling is really weird. If he told everyone, they would probably think he was so desperate for the position of crown prince that they would think he was crazy. Lu Zerong tried to ignore this strange feeling and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will definitely seize this opportunity." The eldest prince was the one who understood the young crown prince's mind best among all of them. He sneered, "Then you'd better work twice as hard, lest I be made crown prince before you've even finished your duties." Lu Zerong snorted coldly. "You?" The eldest prince smiled confidently. "That's right. My reform of the military horse system is nearing completion. As it stands, the new policy is quite good and has changed many of the previous drawbacks." Lu Zerong's face darkened, feeling an overwhelming pressure. No, he had to work even harder. Otherwise, he might not have been able to defeat this martial artist. He needs to be more courteous to the virtuous and learned, visit more respected academy heads, and make the blackboard and chalk public in the shortest possible time. The third prince was thus forced to get involved. Seeing this, Lu Zexu secretly gave his elder brother a thumbs up. Sure enough, the threat from the opponent was immense. Although Lu Zerong was 100% confident that he could do his job well, make a name for himself in the court, and gain the support of the court officials, he would definitely put in 200% effort after this. After all, he didn't want to lose to the eldest prince, no matter who he was going to lose to. I won't touch the blackboard or the chalk factory. Xiao Lu, you and Lao seek and handle the workshop. You two decide the profits. Before leaving, Lu Zerong emphasized this again. The fourth prince, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality. I've already profited from pencils, so I won't touch the profits from blackboards and chalk anymore. Lu Zexu looked at the fifth prince, but before he could speak, the fifth prince immediately refused. Sixth prince, you have already given me 20% of the Lioli Pavilion's business, which is enough for me to live a life of wealth and luxury. One should not be too greedy. Seeing this, Lu Zerong felt a little jealous. You're giving them credit and money at the same time. Even Father Emperor isn't as generous as you. You've already given them enough. You should keep this profit for yourself. A big question mark slowly appeared on the head of the eldest prince, who couldn't help but interrupt the two. So, sixth prince, you gave fourth prince and fifth prince hens that lay golden eggs? Lu Zexu suddenly realized what he had overlooked. He quickly smiled and looked at Lu Zayan with a serious expression. So, big brother, the profits from the blackboard and chalk workshop are yours. After all, I've always treated everyone equally. The eldest prince frowned slightly. He had a feeling that things weren't quite as they seemed. I spend all my time training troops in the army and don't have time to run any workshops. I can't accept these profits. You should keep them for yourself so you don't run out of money. Lu Zexu quickly explained, Big brother, you don't need to run it. Third brother will take care of these things. You just need to check the accounts and collect the money. Investigate the accounts of that bookworm, Lao San. Lu Zin likes this. Then it's settled. Third brother, since sixth brother has given me all the profits, you'd better keep a clear record of your accounts. If I find out anything about him embezzling, don't blame me for not giving you face. Go ahead and investigate. Lu Zerong flicked his sleeve and left. Every moment of his time is extremely important now, and he can't afford to waste it arguing with this brute. He needs to hurry back and draft a specific plan. He's destined to be the crown prince. He has no time to waste on this brute. Lu Zexu smiled and made a thumbs-up gesture, hoping that Lu Zerong could finish quickly, preferably working day and night without rest. Lu Zexu breathed a sigh of relief when no one could see him. Fortunately, he had acted quickly and managed to treat everyone equally. Otherwise, his older brother would definitely have been angry. Do you think the third prince can become the crown prince? The eldest prince, Lu Zayan, felt a pang of jealousy. The sixth prince had never encouraged him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zexu turned his head and said with a smile, Isn't there still you, big brother? At this moment, the eldest prince felt a surge of pride. He was still the most reliable older brother in Xiao Lu's heart. He needs to work even harder. At the very least, we can't let that bookworm Lu Zerong catch up with us. The eldest prince also got involved. Lu Zexu kept his achievements and fame hidden. Seeing his two older brothers working so hard for his wish, Lu Zexu felt relieved. With such outstanding elder and third brothers, unless the emperor is blind, he will not choose his favorite seventh brother to replace him. He would never choose his own sickly and frail crown prince, who could die at any moment, to inherit the throne. Thinking of this, he coughed a few more times, his pale face showing only his eyes shining brightly. This was a new method that he had come up with after much thought. He wouldn't have to ruin his reputation. Even if he angered his father every few days, he wouldn't be punished. He was a sickly prince. A single stroke of the cane could send him to his death. The great Liang dynasty cannot afford to have a prince with a short lifespan as its crown prince. He must seize this opportunity to throw the position of crown prince out. Chapter 156. Trying every means to squeeze money. The glass museum is now open. The shop wasn't big, but it was packed with people. Those little mirrors were very popular. A small mirror the size of a palm costs 1,000 taels of silver, while a slightly larger one costs 1,500 taels or even 2,000 taels. The most expensive item was a dressing mirror that was 1 square meter in size, which Lu Zexu quoted at 50,000 taels. Even so, it could not stop the strong purchasing desires of aristocratic families, nobles, and princes. This is an item used by noble women in the palace. This represents status. It represents position. It represents boundless glory. In less than 3 days, the Lioli Pavilion became the shop most frequently mentioned by the ladies of princes and noble families in the capital. The mirrors from the Lioli Pavilion quickly spread among the aristocratic class. Whenever a woman attends a banquet, she always carries a small mirror with her. Those who don't need a small mirror dare not go out to attend banquets at various mansions. There's no other reason than it's too embarrassing. It can be said that the small mirror has become a symbol of status in the capital. All the other ladies and young women have been given this privilege, but you haven't. That means your family isn't qualified to be part of our circle. As a result, no one wanted to appear inferior in front of others, especially in the residences of officials of similar rank, whose families were particularly concerned about this, and no one wanted to be inferior to others for no reason. With the rise of the trend of comparison, some families who care about appearances will do anything to buy a small mirror. However, even the cheapest one costs 1,000 taels of silver. The family's silver was flowing into the glass shop in a rush. The shopkeeper stared wide-eyed at the chests and chests of silver. The owner of the glass pavilion was a bodyguard who was blind in one eye. Bodyguards did not retire. They only died in battle. That was the rule. However, Lu Zexu did not want to ascend the throne, so there's no need to be so harsh on his secret guards. Therefore, he directly transferred the blind secret guard who was injured and could no longer perform missions to the front to be the manager. The one-eyed guard initially refused, even though he was blind in one eye and old. He could train new guards instead of going on missions. Aristocratic families adopted orphans and beggars, training them to become secret guards to protect their masters. The people under Lu Zexu's command were all left to him by his mother before her death. Originally, their mission was to protect the empress. After the empress entered the palace, they hid in the shadows. When the crown prince was born, he became their young master. Lu Zexu is a very responsible person. Even if he doesn't want to be emperor, he will still make good arrangements for the people around him. Making the one-eyed bodyguard the manager and letting him live in the sunlight was his first step. But the one-eyed bodyguard was no good at being a manager. His specialty was killing. Lu Zexu said that the manager of the glass shop was very simple. As long as he could collect money, keep accounts, and make money, that was enough. At first, the one-eyed guard didn't believe it. How could being a shopkeeper be so easy? Later, I found out that bookkeeping was incredibly simple. Once you sold something, you just had to write the price in the spreadsheet. It was so easy. Even so, the one-eyed guard was still very uneasy. This was his master's shop. What if he accidentally knocked it down? The one-eyed guard had been cautious and nervous, but now, seeing box after box of silver, he suddenly understood why his master had said that being a shopkeeper was easy. It's really simple. Customers come in droves. All he has to do is ensure that there are no conflicts among the customers and that the money he earns isn't stolen or robbed. One carriage after another carried silver, and to say that the glass shop made a fortune every day was an understatement. Looking at the boxes of gold ingots in the warehouse, Lu Zexu's anger from being beaten with a board subsided somewhat. Sure enough, there are still many wealthy princes and ministers in the capital. I wonder how much of this silver belongs to the ladies in the palace. Lu Zexu was somewhat gloating. Looking at so much silver, he asked, "Falu, how are the embroidery preparations at the Imperial wardrobe coming along? Also, keep a close eye on the embroidery work of the palace maids. Make sure there are no flawed pieces. This is all for my sister to hoard. He's able to earn so much money, all thanks to chemistry." Fu Lu's face was beaming like a Mithridates Buddha. "Your Highness, please rest assured, there are already 10 boxes stored in the storeroom. Princess and also sent 5 boxes, along with some fine silk, all from Jiangnan, to express her gratitude for your Highness's help to Prince and—" Lu Zexu understood immediately. He guessed that his older brother had told his sister-in-law about the blackboard and chalk workshop. "Sister-in-law, you're too kind. I must go and thank my brother tomorrow. Fangfectuan and the silk shops in the capital have accumulated a lot of embroidery work. I have inspected them all, and they are all in the warehouse." Fu Lu said. Lu Zexu was very satisfied. He had prepared a lot of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Although there weren't many tribute items, the rest were all top-quality goods. He had no idea about the other paper-making techniques, but he had made 10 sets of the tools used in making watermark paper, hoping they would be helpful to his sister. "I haven't seen my sister for so many days, so I should prepare more." Then, he wandered over to the Imperial Medical Academy. He remembered that the Imperial Medical Academy had many medical books, and he wondered if this lady would like them. The Imperial Palace. Lu Qingtian was reviewing memorials when a beautiful concubine came over carrying a bowl of soup. Your Majesty, I know you are always concerned about the affairs of the country and diligent in governing, but you must also take care of your health. Lu Qingtian remained expressionless as he put down his brush and looked at the concubines. The concubines were not discouraged when they saw that the emperor did not react. They thought of the secrets that their friends had taught them. She stepped forward and continued. This is the finest bird's nest that I personally cooked for you. It's made with the top-grade bloodbird's nest and has been stewed for a full 3 hours. Your Majesty, I have consulted the Imperial physician. Bird's nest soup is most suitable for you. It is nourishing and will not cause internal heat. This top-grade bloodbird's nest was brought to me by my family when I entered the palace. It is very valuable, and I have always been reluctant to eat it. The young concubine felt she had already made her hints very clear. Surely the emperor can't just eat such expensive bird's nest for free? Moreover, these were all prepared by her family when she entered the palace. They were her dowry. You are the emperor, the supreme ruler. After receiving the dowry of your concubines, is it not appropriate not to reward them with some silver? No need for much, 5,000 taels will do. She's only 5,000 taels away from 50,000 taels. She really loves that 1 square meter dressing mirror. The young concubine was thrilled and overjoyed at the thought of owning a dressing mirror, and her longing grew even stronger as she looked at the emperor. 5,000 taels will do. I don't ask for much. Looking at the concubine beside him, who practically screamed, "Give me some money," Lu Qingtian felt a headache coming on. He sighed. Since this was a gift from my beloved concubine's parents, I will not take what they love. My beloved concubine should use this bird's nest herself, so as not to disappoint your parents' deep love and care. Concubine, no, this isn't what I expected. Shouldn't you give money as a reward for serving soup? I am tired. I'll go for a walk. My dear consort, you've already had the bird's nest soup, so you should go back and rest. After all, it's been stewing for 3 hours. After Lu Qingtian finished speaking, he immediately got up and walked away quickly, as if a dog was chasing him. Chapter 157, The Little Prince Like a Locust. The young concubine blinked, seemingly still not quite understanding how things had turned out this way. Wasn't she here to collect a reward? Having missed out on 5,000 taels of silver, the young concubine was very disappointed and headed straight for her own bedchamber. She happened to run into her good friend on the road, who had been teaching her the method. Before she could even speak, her friend eagerly asked, "How is it? Did the method I taught you work? How much silver did the emperor reward you with?" The young concubine was heartbroken at the mention of silver, saying, "The emperor didn't reward me with any silver. That's impossible. The emperor took your dowry. How could he not compensate you?" The young concubine sighed. His Majesty didn't drink bird's nest soup. No wonder. You blockhead. You must have waited until the emperor drank it before you revealed the origin of the bloodbird's nest. The other person said, exasperated. Even the emperor hasn't drunk it, and you've already said so? How dare the emperor drink it? Upon hearing this, the young concubine finally understood why everyone else had managed to get the silver, while she had failed. The thought of that 1 square meter dressing mirror made the young concubine even more heartbroken. Asterisk, did you follow us? Lu Qingtian asked as he walked quickly. Daquan turned around and looked back. Your Majesty, no. Lu Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they didn't chase after him, otherwise his private treasury would have suffered another loss. For some reason, the concubines in the harem have been very enthusiastic these past few days, sending him all sorts of food in different ways. The ingredients used were all extremely precious medicinal herbs or food, and they all had something in common with the bride's family. They were either part of her dowry or gifts sent by her family when they visited her in the palace, which made him feel a sense of compensation every time he ate them. In this way, a lot of silver was given away, and by the time he came to his senses, 200,000 taels were missing from his private treasury. Luckily, he left quickly today, otherwise, he would have lost at least 5,000 taels of silver. How's the investigation going? The concubines in the harem wouldn't do this for no reason. What could be the reason? Lu Qingtian asked. Daquan's heart began to pound. Why did he always have to answer these kind of questions? He carefully chose his words. Your Majesty, recently a type of mirror has become popular in the capital, and I imagine the ladies like it very much. Mirror? Isn't that the birthday gift that the crown prince gave to the Empress Dowager? Not only the Empress Dowager, the eldest princess, and the Imperial uncle were given gifts, but even the princess consort even received one, except for his own father, the emperor. Although men don't need mirrors, Lu Qingtian felt very frustrated when he thought that everyone else had one, but he didn't. Now that Lu Qingtian heard Daquan say this, he understood perfectly well that the concubines in the harem probably also wanted to buy small mirrors, so they were trying to squeeze money out of him. The thought that his unlucky son not only refused to give him the emperor's mirror, but also try to make money off him. Lu Qingtian couldn't help but feel a burning rage when he thought about the 200,000 taels of silver in his private treasury yesterday, which might be lying in his unlucky son's storeroom today. Where is the crown prince? Lu Qingtian asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, the crown prince is in the Imperial hospital. Daquan was extremely respectful, afraid of incurring the emperor's wrath. But what's wrong with your body? Lu Qingtian's attention was immediately diverted. This servant will go and inquire right away. Daquan turned to leave. Then Lu Qingtian continued. Take any medicinal herbs you need from my private treasury. Daquan understood immediately upon hearing this, and left right away after receiving the decree. The emperor still cares about His Highness the Crown Prince. If only His Highness could change his strange hobbies. They're either raising pigs or playing in the mud. This is utterly outrageous. No wonder the emperor is angry. Lu Zexu went to the Imperial hospital, and it was like a locust swarm passing through. He collected every medical book that was even remotely useful, claiming that he was unwell and needed careful recuperation. He also needs to study it carefully. Anyway, Lu Zexu's skill in deceiving people is getting more and more profound. The most difficult person to deceive at the moment is the third prince, who is ambitious for the position of crown prince. But in the end, he succeeded. The third prince has already rolled up his sleeves. As for the others, Lu Zexu has yet to suffer a defeat. What can the Imperial physicians say? He's the crown prince. Looking at his pale face, what could they possibly say? That's the crown prince. However, looking at the thick stack of medical books, one of the young Imperial physicians couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, you don't need to waste your time and energy studying the golden prescription for women, as it's not suitable for your condition. In other words, that medical book can be kept. Lu Zexu laughed nonchalantly. Who says it's not the right approach? I'm going to marry the crown princess someday. I can start learning first. Young Imperial physician. This was something he hadn't expected. He pursed his lips and said, Your Highness doesn't need the children's prescriptions now. So let's keep this one. Lu Zexu smiled even more broadly. I will need it eventually. Once I marry the crown princess, we will naturally have offspring. Young Imperial physician. All right, it seems no one can stop this robbery today. When Daquan arrived at the Imperial hospital, the physicians were all in a state of deep mourning. Only after asking them did he learn what had happened. When asked about the crown prince's condition, the Imperial physicians gave even more cautious answers. Pale complexion, unsteady gait, shortness of breath. In short, he doesn't look very healthy and needs to be taken care of. After learning about the situation, Lu Qingtian changed his mind about continuing to court with his unfortunate son, realizing that his health was more important. Forget it. I'll just find some bird's nest supplements and send them over so he can take good care of his health. After seeing these things, Lu Zexu was filled with remorse. If he had known he was unwell, he would not only have been rewarded, but he would also have been exempted from attending court and doing work. The young prince regretted not thinking of this idea sooner. No work required, plus a reward. This is an incredible stroke of luck. He must remain weak. Lu Zexu was preparing to pack half of the box to send to his sister that evening when he heard an angry voice. Does His Highness the Crown Prince look down on me? Looking at the second prince's gloomy face, Lu Zexu was completely bewildered. What are you talking about, second brother? The second prince was very angry. Ever since he heard the news of the third prince being granted the title of prince, he had felt very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but recall the scene when he discussed the matter of granting the title of prince with the third prince. Chapter 158, The Art of Making Empty Promises Without a Teacher. At the time, the third brother said that the eldest and fourth brother's ability to be in theft as kings was related to the crown prince, and that it was very likely that the crown prince had helped them. He didn't take it seriously and thought it was a bit of fantasy. The third prince said this was the crown prince's way of winning people's hearts. The crown prince only wanted to win over the eldest prince, the fourth prince, and the fifth prince. Originally, the third son suggested that they take the initiative to ask the crown prince, as it might be a way out if possible. At the time, he felt it would be a loss of face to volunteer himself, so he directly rejected the suggestion. Little did anyone know that in such a short time, the third prince who had taken the initiative to come to their door was now Prince Rome. He, however, remained just an unremarkable second prince in the Ministry of Justice. He figured that he had successfully won over the eldest third, fourth, fifth, and crown prince, so if it was time for the next one to take over, it should be his turn. Little did he know that after waiting in the mansion for 7 days, he saw no sign of the crown prince trying to win him over. He was so angry that he stormed into the Eastern Palace. "Your Highness has won over the other brothers, but left me out. Isn't that looking down on me?" The second prince was very angry. Now, among the princes, only he and the fifth prince remained. The seventh prince had not yet been granted a title. Even though Xiao Wu wasn't granted the title of prince, he was doing very well in the Ministry of Revenue, and his shops were thriving. It seemed that being granted the title of prince was just around the corner. As for Xiao Qi, he was too young. He hadn't even left the palace to establish his own residence, so there was no way he could be considered prince. That leaves only him. Among the adult princes, he was the only one who had not been granted the title of king. How could the second prince, who always prided himself on being both scholarly and martial, and possessing unparalleled wisdom, possibly tolerate this? Lu Zexu understood. Second brother wants to be made a king? The second prince choked. "The main problem is that you gave all the other brothers advice, but I didn't. I feel like you have a problem with me." Lu Zexu, second brother, do you want to be made a king? The proud second prince continued to argue. "The main thing is that we're all brothers. You've all banded together and left me out. I have to come here and demand an explanation." Lu Zexu, "Oh, so second brother doesn't want me made a king." Second prince. For the first time, he felt that the crown prince, a mere 12-year-old brat, was far too difficult to deal with. Lu Zabine gritted his teeth. "No, I want to be crowned king." Lu Zexa laughed. "That's more like it. We're all brothers, so there's no need to hold back. Let's get straight to the point." Lu Zabine was secretly delighted. "So, you're willing to give me advice?" Lu Zexa nodded. "Of course I'm willing, but I don't know what second brother is good at, what he can do, or what he's willing to do." Upon hearing this, Lu Zabine immediately said, "Your second brother is accomplished in both literature and martial arts. I can do anything and am willing to do anything. Your Highness, just tell me, and I will definitely agree." Lu Zexu closed his eyes and pondered. Lu Zabine's eyes were full of anticipation. A quarter of an hour passed. Lu Zexu remained motionless and silent. "Lu Zabine, the crown prince is probably testing me. I need to stay calm." Half an hour passed. Lu Zexu remained unchanged, showing no intention of opening his eyes. "Lu Zabine, the crown prince wants to test me more, so I have to keep my composure." 3/4 of an hour passed. Lu Zexu started snoring softly. "Lu Zabine." His face suddenly darkened. "Your Highness." The young prince, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and was met with Lu Zabine's angry gaze. "Second brother, is there anything else?" He calmly retorted as if nothing had happened, as if Lu Zabine was the one in the wrong. Lu Zabine was so angry he laughed. "What does His Highness the Crown Prince say?" Lu Zexu blinked innocently. "I don't know. Didn't I just say that second brother should speak more directly and get straight to the point?" Lu Zabine was furious. "His Highness said he would help me come up with ideas. Have you thought of any suitable solutions?" Lu Zexu nodded. "I've thought of that." "That's right. It won't have an immediate effect. It may take some time to see results." Lu Zabine was no longer angry. "Tell me about it." Lu Zexu is now very skilled at conning people. "This is not something anyone can do. It is extremely difficult. I have just thought about it. Among our brothers, if we were to talk about who could do it, it would be you, my second brother, who is both scholarly and martial. Lu Zabine may not be good at anything else, but he loves challenges, and Lu Zex's words really piqued his interest. What could be so difficult? Your Highness, there's no need to keep us in suspense any longer. Tell us what it is." Lu Zexu took out the chemistry booklet again and handed it to him, saying, "See if you can understand it." The fourth prince had previously made a copy himself, and then returned the original copy by Lu Zexu. Lu Zabine's reputation for being both scholarly and martial is not just for show. He truly is the prince who is the most well-rounded in both fields. At first, he didn't think much of it. It's just a book. What's there to not understand? What classic text hasn't he read? Then he was dumbfounded. He recognized every single word in it, but when they were put together, he just couldn't understand them. What element? Oxygen. What molecules? Atoms. What physical change? What chemical change? Liu Zebin looked at these seemingly familiar characters, but when put together, he couldn't understand them at all. It was as if he were reading a book written in a foreign language. He persisted and read 3 pages, hoping that perhaps he would only misunderstand the first few pages and then find the rest easier to comprehend. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. It has nothing to do with how many pages you've read. Just as Liu Zebin was about to close the book and end his self-torture, Liu Zexu exclaimed, "Second brother is indeed the second brother. He's so knowledgeable, much more so than third brother." Liu Zebin paused as he was about to close the book. The third brother claims to be well-read, but he can't understand this? Liu Zexu nodded, praising him with genuine emotion. "That's right. Third brother said he get a headache just looking at him and can't stand it at all, but I think second brother is someone who can stand it." Liu Zebin shifted his gaze to the book and forced himself to read it again. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "It looks quite difficult to understand, but it's also quite interesting to read." Liu Zexu's eyes lit up, and he praised sincerely. "Second brother is indeed second brother. Third brother is not as good as you. Although fourth brother can understand it and likes to study it, he doesn't know how to teach students. My eldest and fifth brothers are even less good at studying. After much thought, I've decided that the only way to establish chemistry as a discipline to teach and guide students is for my second brother. Only my second brother can do it. If things are done well, second brother will not only be remembered in history, but he will also be the first person to establish a new school of thought. Not to mention being made a king, the position of crown prince will be within his grasp." Liu Zexu has already mastered the art of making grand promises without any formal instruction. Chapter 159 might contain some plot holes. The pancake was fragrant and large, and it hit Liu Zebin on the head with a thud, but he still managed to stay rational. "Isn't your highness exaggerating a bit? It's just a book." Liu Zexu immediately became serious. "No, this is not just a book. This is a subject of study, a new field of knowledge, a discipline that can bring prosperity and strength to the great Liang." Liu Zebin frowned. "Is it really that mysterious? I've never heard of this kind of knowledge before." Liu Zexu laughed. "My soaps that make a fortune every day, mirrors, my third brother's black and white chalk, and the pencils that my fourth brother developed were all made through chemistry." Liu Zebin was greatly shocked. Looking at the book in his hands, he felt that it was not a wordless book, but a rare treasure. Liu Zexu stood up, patted Liu Zebin on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Second brother, now you know the importance of this subject, right? As long as you thoroughly understand this book, take on a few disciples, and pass on your knowledge, you'll be capable of becoming not only a king, but also a crown prince." Liu Zebin looked puzzled. "Since this book is so good, why doesn't your highness take on disciples yourself? Why leave such a good opportunity for me?" Liu Zexu blinked innocently. "Didn't my second brother want to be made a king and ask me for advice?" Liu Zebin, his expression was complicated. It seems that the brothers were able to become kings thanks to the help of the sixth brother. But what's wrong with Lao Lu? Is your heart really that soft? Is he always this selfless when any brother comes to him for advice? If he doesn't suffer a loss, who will? Liu Zebin said meaningfully, "You'd better be more careful. Don't be so foolish as to give advice to every guy who comes to you for help. If one day, one of your brothers really does pull you down from your position as crown prince, you'll have nowhere to cry." "I'm so happy." Liu Zexu became excited. Liu Zebin, "No? What does that mean?" Liu Zebin looked bewildered. "Second brother, you don't know. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. As long as it's not the seventh prince, whoever becomes the crown prince will save me from this predicament." Liu Zexu said sincerely, "The position of crown prince belongs to the capable. Second brother, if you inherit the throne in the future, you must protect me. I don't ask for much. I just want to travel to famous mountains and rivers and taste local delicacies." Liu Zebin agreed without really understanding what was going on. After he left the East Palace with the book and returned to his own residence, he finally came to his senses from the shock. He never expected that Liu Zexu wouldn't want to be the crown prince. Ever since he was old enough to understand, the position he had been eyeing, the position he wanted, was something that Liu Zexu didn't care about at all. What kind of nonsense is this? Is what is honey to me poison to someone else? But what exactly are the downsides of being the crown prince that makes the sixth prince so eager to throw away the title and run away immediately? Could there be some hidden pitfall here? Liu Zabine felt that he had to be careful in everything he did. He didn't want to fall into a pit after all the hard work he had put into winning the position of crown prince, and then be unable to climb out. That would be ridiculous. He glanced at the book in his hand, but decided to focus on finishing it first. The title of crown prince was still a long way off for him. He was just a prince with no official title. He needed to squeeze into the ranks of those who would be granted the title of king and keep pace with his brothers. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. The Eastern Palace. Liu Zexu was overjoyed to have finally given away his chemistry textbook and found someone who could spread the knowledge of chemistry. Overjoyed, Liu Zexu ate 2 extra bowls of rice. You see, he had to hide his eating from everyone these past few days in order to pretend to be weak. He's having such a tough time. After eating his fill, he slept for 2 full hours. When he woke up, he immediately prepared his leather notebook and waited for midnight. Sang Ian had just woken up. The renovation upstairs was still underway, and she was still sleeping on the chaise longue in the shop. The supermarket is completely empty, all sold out. Although she posted on Weibo to inform everyone that the small supermarket is out of stock and that everyone should not make a wasted trip, she will notify everyone as soon as the supply is restored. Even so, the supermarket was still packed with customers, one group after another. Even if you can't buy anything, you can still take pictures, right? Can't we also display calligraphy? They said they would notify everyone as soon as the supply resumed. But what if they were lucky enough to catch the supply? Wouldn't they be able to choose first? This resulted in the small supermarket having far fewer customers than usual, but still a large number of customers every day. However, Sang Ian and Bei Bei are enough to handle it. The most exciting thing was that the pharmacy finally opened for business. Zhou Yuan introduced Hua Sheng's grandson. The Hua family has been studying traditional Chinese medicine for generations. This grandson is very talented and has already passed the medical license exam in his early 20s. With a family tradition of learning and a respected teacher, everyone treated him with great deference, which led to the boy becoming somewhat arrogant, haughty, and overbearing. She was floating, her feet not touching the ground. During one of her consultations, something happened, but fortunately Dr. Hua was there and saved her in time, preventing a serious accident. This incident dealt a heavy blow to the young man. Dr. Hua gave him a good scolding, which caused his eldest grandson to become withdrawn and extremely depressed. Just then, Zhou Yuan was looking for a doctor to work at the pharmacy, so Hua Sheng simply packed up his grandson and sent him over. After Hua Shan and I arrived at the pharmacy, she didn't care about anything else, but was in charge of the Chinese medicine stall. After get off work, she didn't go home, but lived on the 2nd floor. There was also a Western medicine doctor in the pharmacy, introduced by Jang Huai Jing. The old man used to work in a top-tier hospital. Now that he's retired, he can't stay idle. As soon as he heard that the pharmacy needed a doctor, he came to work there. Since the pharmacy opened because there is a doctor there, neighbors who have a headache or fever but don't want to go to the clinic will come here. The work here is easy. Every day, several people come to buy medicine, and Su Ai, a young girl, is in charge of picking up the medicine, settling accounts, and keeping the store clean. The boss basically doesn't care about anything. It's practically a paradise working environment. As for Annel, her work efficiency is top-notch. She has already secured the deal with the bankrupt clothing factory that Sang Ian had her eye on. It occupies 3 acres of land and also has employee dormitories and warehouses. Fortunately, the production line has already been sold by the boss. Otherwise, it would definitely not have been possible to acquire it for 90 million. After that, Annel worked tirelessly to obtain a business license and complete various procedures. During this time, Sang Ian purchased raw materials and began experimenting on how to restore the watermark paper. Although she had the manufacturing method, it would still take a lot of effort to actually experiment with it. However, Sang Ian still found it quite interesting. The bark, branches, and leaves are soaked, then boiled, pulped, made into paper, pressed, and dried. This is a rough outline of the process. There are some detailed steps involved, which is why watermark paper is so precious and rare. However, time was limited, and Sang Ian had only progressed to the boiling and refining stage. The rest would be carried out once the workers arrived. It can be said that during this period, Sang Ian's savings dwindled at an alarming rate, but she was in a very good mood. The feeling of personally restoring the watermark paper that has disappeared into the long river of history is addictive. That's right, boiling and refining really wears out your arms. Sang Ian patted her arm and yawned widely, wondering if her little brother would be able to come today. Chapter 160. Old Men, let's have a good chat. Midnight. The young prince walked in carrying a box of freshly made hibiscus cakes. Sang Ian took a look, turned on the induction cooker, poured in boiling water, and added a piece of hot pot base. Washed baby bok choy, baby spinach, baby bok choy, kelp knots, enoki mushrooms, seafood mushrooms, potato slices, and sweet potato slices are arranged on the table in plates. Of course, beef rolls, lamb rolls, and tripe are a must, along with various meatballs and the freshest shrimp paste. 2 people, filling the entire table. Lu Zexu sniffed and ran over carrying the food box, exclaiming, "This smells so good. Come over here and have a meal together. I made the best sauce for you." Sang Ian was already prepared and was just waiting for him to come. The hot pot was bubbling away, and the two sat facing each other, their mouths full of red oil. It was probably too spicy, as they kept gasping for breath, but the spicier it was, the more they wanted to eat. Both of them had a bottle of ice cola next to them. They twisted it open, took a sip, and it was incredibly refreshing. While eating, Lu Zexu recounted his experiences over the past few days, including being punished with a cane, tricking his elder brother into doing chores, and sabotaging his father. A truly colorful tale. Sang Ian listened without offering any opinions, occasionally responding with a word. She was a very good listener, making one want to confide in her. Lu Zexu usually had no one to talk to about these things, keeping them bottled up inside, but now he finally had the chance to say them. Lu Zexu spoke with great enthusiasm. "I've tricked all my brothers into working, and I've also swindled a huge sum from father's private treasury. I'm all prepared. From now on, I'll continue to play the weakling, and I'll never give father a chance to punish me." Sang Ian gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. But what if you really anger him, and your father punishes you with a beating? What will you do then?" she asked worriedly. Lu Zexu leaned back, adopting an air of superiority. "If he dares to hit me, I dare to die of illness." Sang Ian. "Okay, that's ruthless. No wonder he's the crown prince." She had begun to feel some sympathy for the young prince's father. "I haven't found any other paper-making techniques yet, but I got a lot of medical books from the Imperial Medical Academy, and I brought them all with me this time." The young prince excitedly presented his treasures. "I've prepared a lot of things. They're all in the storeroom. Can we pick them up this time, too?" Sang Ian nodded. "Old men, now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, it's time to get back to work." The little parrot, having devoured a beef meatball, let out a satisfied burp and sat on the long table, its little belly already bulging. It stretched out one wing and gently waved it, saying all done. The supermarket was empty. Not a single box was in sight. The little prince blinked. This seemed a little different from before. Weren't boxes supposed to be in supermarkets before? How come there isn't a single one? I'll go back and see if the servants put it in the wrong storeroom. The young prince was quick. He returned in less than 5 minutes. "The storeroom is empty. Old men, can you tell me what exactly happened?" Sang Ian looked at the little parrot, who was sitting leaning against the plate and had eaten its fill, and asked seriously. The little parrot burped again. "Large volume transactions require logistics." Sang Ian. "What? Logistics? Do you still remember that your true form was a door?" She picked up the little parrot, placed it in her palm, and held it up to her eyes, saying, "Explain yourself clearly." The little parrot plopped down in her palm, already unable to resist. "The young prince has prepared too many boxes this time, exceeding the limit of ordinary transactions. We need logistic services, and they will be delivered in a few days. You don't need to worry." Sang Ian then realized that there was such a thing as the number of transactions. "Of course, you'll need to pay for the logistics." As soon as the little parrot finished speaking, Sang Ian received a bank notification on her phone. She spent 5,000 yuan from her card. Sang Ian stretched out a finger and poked the little parrot's emerald green head. "So, you can manipulate my bank account?" The little parrot remained motionless, continuing to play dead. "What's so surprising? We're partners. But don't be nervous. I can only control the supermarket's public accounts. I can't touch your private accounts." Sang Ian suddenly felt that her money wasn't very safe. While the little prince was pushing the shopping cart to choose hot pot ingredients, Sang Ian started checking her bank text messages. The little parrot was actually controlling the small supermarket's bank account. Given its lazy, gluttonous and playful nature. Who knows if it has ever tampered with the small supermarket's account before? You won't know until you look it up, and once you do, you'll be shocked. Sang Ian actually discovered the information about small expenditures. She rarely looked at these things when she was busy, and she hadn't paid much attention to them before. She pointed her phone screen at the little parrot and said, "Old man, come on, tell me, what did you do with this 19 yuan?" The little parrot opened its eyelids, glanced at the object, and remained silent. Sang Ian stuck out a finger and poked its head, saying sternly, "Stop playing dead. Tell me, what did you do with my money?" The little parrot shrank its head and said, "I bought a video membership." Sang Ian. Don't you only watch cartoons? The little parrot raised its head, flapped its body, and struggled to sit up. Cartoons require a membership. Are you looking down on cartoons? Sang Ian. So what cartoon did you watch? The little parrot's eyes suddenly lit up. SpongeBob. Sang Ian continued scrolling through the message history. So how was this 15 yuan spent? Little parrot, video membership. Sang Ian asked, puzzled. Didn't we just buy a video membership? The little parrot stood up abruptly, its two wings outstretched. It declared righteously, "You can't watch Xiongda and Xiong'er." Got it. That means buying a membership to a video website. Sang Ian. What about the 20 yuan? It's not like I'm paying for another video membership, is it? Little parrot. Oh, that's a music membership. Sang Ian sighed and rubbed his forehead, his gaze towards the little parrot filled with a complex mix of emotions. This is a small amount, only 6 yuan. What did you use it for? Sang Ian had already become numb. The little parrot tilted its head and thought for a moment. Oh, I spent money on games. Sang Ian. Her eyes widened in shock. You play games? No, you don't even have hands. How can you play games? The little parrot was incredibly smug, giving her a look that said, "You really have no taste. If I don't have hands, don't I have a mouth too?" Sang Ian began to try hard to recall what game could be played with just words. The little parrot boasted, "I've already reached level 3000 in Candy Crush." All right, now she understands why the iPad screensaver cracks in less than 3 days, and a brand new screensaver can't even last a week. The case has been solved. This little parrot pokes at the screen with its beak every day, playing a match 3 game. It's no wonder the screensaver doesn't last long. She took a deep breath. Old man, as a little parrot, don't you think you have a bit too many hobbies? The little parrot turned its head, looking rather smug. This is nothing. Sang Ian suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, she saw an expense of 52. Come on, tell me, what's this hobby of yours?